Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 1073 to Chapter 1124. Everyone cursed Li Qingping for being shameless in their hearts. He might have put it nicely, but he was just trying to take advantage of others. Everyone knew that, so why did he have to be so hypocritical? Li Qingping did not know what they were thinking. Even if he did, he could not be bothered. He would be an idiot not to take advantage of others. When cultivating to seek the Tao, one had to fight for resources, fortuitous encounters, and fight for karmic luck of the heavens and the earth. Who would hand over such a great opportunity? Moreover, Li Qingping had sufficient reason to do so. His younger brother, Li Qinghuan, had been killed by Lin Sun. This reason alone was enough for him to not let go of the opportunity to suppress Lin Sun. Alright, since you want to fight, I can't refuse. Let's fight then. Lin Sun stood up shakily, took a deep breath, and rushed into the battlefield of Providence. The moment he landed, he could not help but pant rapidly, looking extremely weak. Seeing this, everyone could not help but sigh inwardly. Demon God Lin was really unlucky. He had been so domineering before, but now, he was so weak that it was unbearable to look at him. Seeing this, Li Qingping almost could not suppress the joy in his heart, but he said coldly, Lin Sun, let me tell you in advance. In my eyes, there is only friend and foe. There is no difference in strength. I won't show any mercy when we fight later. Lin Sun nodded. Of course. Then go to hell. Li Qingping attacked without hesitation. With a wave of his sleeve, purple Taoist light surged, turning into a dazzling purple hand that covered the sky and smacked down. In order to prevent any unforeseen events, he did not hold back and used his true strength to kill Lin Sun in one strike. Only then could he achieve the greatest deterrent effect. Even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. From this point alone, Li Qingping did not let his guard down because of Lin Sun's injury. This was undoubtedly the combat demeanor of a true powerhouse. Lin Sun's figure flickered, and he narrowly avoided the attack. However, he staggered a little, making many people sweat for him. Boom, the palm print missed and exploded on the ground with astonishing momentum. However, Li Qingping's expression was a little ugly. It was a little embarrassing to not be able to kill the extremely weak demon god Lin in one strike. He took a deep breath and pressed his palm forward again. The dazzling palm print covered space and flowed with the glow of the Tao. Its might was clearly much stronger than before. Lin Sun's figure flashed and dodged in a thrilling manner. Although his figure was a little embarrassed, he was not hurt at all. Demon God Lin's combat sense is so strong. Many people clicked their tongues. The previous two dodges made many believe that Fiend Celestial Lin would be smashed to smithereens. Who knew that he would miraculously dodge it? Li Qingping, can you do it or not? Do you really need to put in so much effort just to deal with a severely injured dog or chicken? Jin Muyun sneered and ridiculed. Li Qingping grunted coldly while his expression was gloomy, and killing intent surged in his heart. He suddenly took a deep breath and circulated a peerless Tao art. Boom, a bright golden phantom appeared above him. It was over 100 m tall, had 6 arms, and had a dignified appearance. It was like a god from the ancient legends, and it emitted a terrifying aura that shook the world. The vast Si Dao Sex Metal Spirit Phantasm Art. Some of the older figures were shocked. Was there a need to use such a powerful Dermic Tao to deal with an extremely weak Fiend Celestial Lin? Despicable. Shameless. Many people criticized silently. Fiend Celestial Lin was already so weak, yet he still used such a terrifying Dermic Tao art. It was clearly too much. If it were in the past, Zhao Jingxian would definitely be infuriated. However, she appeared especially calm at that moment. She even looked at Li Qingping with a hint of pity in her eyes. Boom. Boom. Boom, the golden phantom surged up with 3 heads and 6 arms spinning. Its fingers were either clenched into fists, formed seals, formed sabers, or pressed into the air as a palm. In an instant, the golden fist force, seal, finger force, and palm wind were like a torrential downpour that filled the void and poured down. Such a scene could be said to shake the heavens and the earth. Lin Sun's figure was immediately enveloped by it. Just as everyone thought that he was about to suffer a calamity and could not bear to watch, they were astonished to discover that Fiend Celestial Lin was not dead. He constantly dodged. His figure was in a sorry state as he staggered and swayed. However, he was always able to avoid the torrential bombardment by a hair's breadth. Everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't his combat awareness and adaptability way too strong? He was still able to dodge despite being so injured. If he was not injured, how could Li Qingping be his match? Heh, Li Qingping, aren't you ashamed? That fellow is already so injured and yet you can't do a thing to him. What a disgrace. Yu Lingkong scoffed as well. At that moment, Li Qingping's expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Being mocked in such a manner infuriated him. Boom, he charged out explosively, and behind him, a bright and dazzling golden phantom waved its 6 arms, respectively developing 6 different types of Dao arts. This level of might was already sufficiently overbearing. Ignoring the fact that he could kill an extremely weak fiend Celestial Lin, he could even put up a real fight against other minor magnates. However, what happened next left him somewhat dumbfounded. He saw that fiend Celestial Lin, who could not be blocked or evaded, was about to be blasted to death. Who would have thought that a single palm strike from Lin Sun would resolve the overwhelming offensive force? Rumble. The sound of the collision resounded as the dissipating golden glow swept out with a rumble. A rain of light scattered. Lin Sun could not help but cough violently, but he still said in surprise, "Why is he so weak? Did you deliberately go easy on him?" Everyone was astonished as well, feeling greatly surprised. Could it be, as Fiend Celestial Lin said, that Li Qingping was being merciful and did not use his true strength? Mercy my ass. Li Qingping's lips twitched as he flew into a rage. He wished he could strangle Lin Sun to death. The most hateful thing was that at that moment, Jin Muyun and Yu Lingkong mocked him again, saying that he could not even deal with a seriously injured Fiend Celestial Lin and that he should just commit suicide. Clang, Li Qingping attacked again, this time with a silver halberd. At that moment, even Alu could not stand it any longer. He sneered loudly, "Look, you're even using the imperial weapon. This is the first time I've seen such a funny thing. Bah! How shameful! Shut up!" Li Qingping could no longer hold back his anger and shouted. Then, he brandished his halberd and charged at Lin Sun. Compared to before, this strike was undoubtedly more terrifying. Bang, however, just when he was halfway to Lin Sun, a broken blade suddenly swept across the sky, shining with cold light. Li Qingping's pupils shrank, and the scene of Go Yanjun being defeated flashed in his mind. His heart palpitated. Did Fiend Celestial Lin want to use his trump card at all costs to destroy himself? Not daring to be negligent, Li Qingping turned from offense to defense. He swung the silver halberd and developed a bright light curtain in front of him. But the broken blade seemed to lose its strength halfway and fell to the ground with a clang. All the people present were stunned. Time seemed to stand still. Li Qingping, who was ready to attack, had performed his defensive means perfectly. But what he got was such an embarrassing scene. His face suddenly turned red, and the blue veins on his forehead bulged. He was frightened by a seriously injured and weak guy. Outside the arena, roaring laughter broke the awkward silence. However, the laughter was like poisonous thorns stabbing into Li Qingping's heart. With a livid face, Li Qingping stared at Lin Sun, who was gasping in the distance. He tried his best to control his anger and said word by word, "I will let you die miserably." Bang, the silver halberd danced in the air, splashing hundreds of millions of lights, making the world roar and the void explode. Everyone realized that Li Qingping was completely enraged. The might of this strike caused the hearts of some of the minor heavyweights to jerk, and they were extremely moved. Clang, on the ground, the broken blade trembled as if it was struggling to rush up, but it couldn't. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Was Fiend Celestial Lin so weak that he couldn't even control his own treasure? You are at the end of your rope. Why are you still struggling? Die. Li Qingping's face was cold. He had rushed to Lin Sun, and the silver halberd, wrapped in waterfall-like light, chopped down. However, halfway through the attack, his eyes suddenly popped out and glared at Lin Sun. Before he finished his words, his body suddenly split from the top of his head, as if he was cut in half by a sharp knife. This sudden scene caused everyone to be horrified. Their pupils dilated, and they were shocked to the point their hearts almost stopped. What happened just now? Plop. Plop, Li Qinghuan's body fell to the ground in two halberds, staining the ground red and turning it into a pool of blood. The silver halberd in his hand also fell to the ground with a clang, which was particularly harsh in the dead silence. Was he dead? The audience was silent, and their scalps were numb. Most of them didn't see how Lin Sun attacked just now. Whoosh! At this time, the broken blade flew back to Lin Sun's palm, which attracted everyone's attention. They suddenly realized something, and their expressions changed. At this time, Lin Sun coughed violently and sighed, "Although I'm seriously injured, I can still fight. What's more, my treasure is controlled by the power of the soul. Why are you so careless? Fortunately, this is the immortal mountain. You still have a chance to live. Be careful next time." As soon as these words came out, many people's lips twitched. It sounded like a sarcastic remark. Jin Muyun, Yu Lingkong and others were already shocked and doubtful. They even doubted whether Lin Sun was really injured. This guy is so insidious. Thinking of the scene of the broken blade falling to the ground just now, many people already knew that Lin Sun was definitely tricking Li Qingping on purpose in order to numb him. To be able to defeat an opponent despite being seriously injured, this guy is too strong. Some of the smaller tycoons felt their hearts churning. From the beginning, people thought that Lin Sun was doomed, but the result caught everyone off guard. It was absurd and horrifying. Li Qingping was a peerless figure. Even if he fought with demon god Lin in his peak state, he could at least fight fiercely for a while. But this time, he was killed in confusion, which made people speechless. Li Qingping's defeat was really unjust. From the beginning of the battle, although he didn't neglect Lin Sun, he had subconsciously regarded Lin Sun as a seriously injured person. In short, he seriously underestimated Lin Sun. So much so that when he was killed, he was still in a daze. "Lin Sun, you're despicable." When the battle ended and Lin Sun returned to the Taoist altar on the top of the mountain, Li Qingping's exasperated and furious roar suddenly sounded in the field. Different from Go Yanjun, who was eliminated because he violated the rules, Li Qingping was not eliminated and was resurrected by the rules of the immortal mountain. At this moment, he was trembling with anger, standing on the top of the mountain and roaring. However, although he was resurrected, his breath was extremely weak, like a lamp running out of oil. Everyone sighed endlessly, and they understood Li Qingping's rage very well. If it was anyone else that was killed in such a careless manner, that person would probably go mad as well. Lin Sun also sighed and said with pity, "Li Qingping, you've lost. Why do you have to be so stubborn? If I were you, I would definitely seize the time to restore my strength, in case others take advantage of the situation." Take advantage of the situation, everyone's eyes became strange. Didn't Li Qingping also want to take advantage of the situation before? But in the end, he was reduced to such a situation. The most subtle thing was that Li Qingping was even weaker than Lin Sun at this time. If someone challenged him at this time, it was indeed no different from taking advantage of the situation. Lin Sun's words also made many small giants look at Li Qingping stealthily, as if they were staring at their prey. Li Qingping felt uneasy all over and his face kept changing. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He never thought that he would be reduced to such a situation. Wait and see. He stared at Lin Sun with resentment and then withdrew his eyes. He took a deep breath, sat cross-legged and began to recover. Go for wool and come home shorn. Haha. In the distance, Alu was laughing wildly. His voice made Li Qingping so angry that he almost had a stroke. He made up his mind to find a chance to kill this barbarian in the future, but very quickly, Li Qingping's body stiffened, and his head almost exploded. Because the next person to appear was the barbarian, Aluka. He quickly lowered his head and looked down, praying in his heart that this barbarian would not do something like looting a burning house. Unexpectedly, as soon as Alufu stepped onto the battlefield, he shouted impatiently, "Li Qingping, get over here." Everyone's expression changed, and the corners of their lips twitched. This really was the heavenly Tao, and retribution was coming. Li Qingping was going to be unlucky again. Lin Sun almost burst out laughing. Li Qingping raised his head with great difficulty. His face was livid and stiff as he said word by word, "Is it fun to bully the weak? Do you dare to fight me after I recover my strength?" Alu spat on the ground and shouted, "I like to bully the weak, otherwise how can I be your grandfather? Get down here. You." Li Qingping nearly stomped his foot in anger. You what? Grandson, is this how you address your grandpa? Ah Lu yelled. The whole audience clicked their tongues. This barbarian was really stupid. No matter what, Li Qingping was a little giant at the top. Wasn't he afraid of offending him completely? I admit defeat in this battle. Li Qingping took a few deep breaths to restrain his anger. His voice seemed to be squeezed out of his teeth. After that, his face was cold and gloomy to the extreme. He admitted defeat. Everyone was shocked. No one had expected that a top powerhouse would admit defeat in such a humiliating manner. Coward. Trash. Coward. A man without balls. On the battlefield, Aluka was very dissatisfied, and he spouted nonsense. Li Qingping was already aggrieved enough. At this moment, he almost couldn't help fainting. The third match ended so hastily, which made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, Li Qingping thought that he could seize some time to recover his strength. He never thought that Yi Chen, who appeared in the fourth match, would also challenge him with a smile. All of a sudden, he was dumbfounded. The others also looked strange. They wanted to laugh but dared not. It was very hard to hold it in. Yi Chen, you are a figure from Ziwei Divine Mountain and have the title of Sword Devil. Isn't it too shameless to do this? Li Qingping trembled with anger. Yi Chen said with a smile, what I cultivate is to follow my heart. I don't care what others think. Didn't you say before that within the rules, there are only enemies, no strong or weak? Why are you slapping your own face now? Li Qingping was almost choked. Too much grievance had accumulated in his heart, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. I admit defeat. Li Qingping's voice was full of grief and indignation. It resounded through the world and moved those who heard it. Jin Muyun and Yu Lingkong couldn't help but feel sad. It was so tragic. Li Qingping was also a little giant among the top figures and had an extraordinary identity. But he was defeated by Lin Sun first, and then he was forced to admit defeat twice in a row. If this was spread out, he would become the laughingstock of the world. At this point, Li Qingping was also eliminated and stopped in the second round. His ranking could only hover around the 18th place at most. This demon god Lin is simply a maleficent star. Whoever goes against him will be unlucky. Someone muttered. Yeah, first there was Go Yanjun who violated the rules and was expelled. Then there was Li Qingping who was eliminated in a muddle. It's really strange. Many people sighed with emotion and looked at Lin Sun in a different way. Don't make irresponsible remarks. This is not luck. Isn't Demon God Lin seriously injured now? Maybe it will be his turn to repeat Li Qingping's mistake. Someone snorted coldly. As if to confirm this person's words, the fifth little giant also directly challenged Lin Sun. This person was a descendant of the ancient Baifeng clan. His name was Bai Donglu. He wore a golden feather battle suit and looked extraordinary. Lin Sun was very straightforward this time. Without any nonsense, he came to the battlefield. I'm different from Li Qingping. I won't show any mercy. You should be careful. Bai Donglu looked indifferent with a kind of restrained pride. I've won 2 games in a row. If I can continue to win this one, I should be able to enter the next round. Lin Sun's face was still very pale, but what he said made Bai Donglu frown. He said, don't you think too much? Lin Sun took a deep breath and pretended to be firm. I just want to tell you that I will try my best to win this battle. In other words, you should be careful. Bai Donglio's face darkened. He felt it absurd that a seriously injured person dared to boast so shamelessly. Cut the crap. Let's fight. Bai Donglu roared and soared into the sky. His skinny body emitted a blazing golden light, like a golden thunderbolt that streaked across the sky. Everyone held their breath and watched nervously. Everyone could see that Lin Sun was seriously injured. But at the same time, if he tried his best to attack, his counterattack would be extremely amazing. Boom! Bai Donglio's power was extremely fierce. He held a giant hammer flowing with thunder and lightning and smashed it at Lin Sun. The void burst into disorder. Lin Sun stood there without moving. The blood and qi around his body burned like a clear divine flame that illuminated the entire sky. His expression was firm and ruthless, and it seemed like he was going to risk his life. Clang, the bright and illusory broken blade struck out, making a clear sound. It was silence cut. With a clang, this fierce blow was resolved by Dong hammer. He sneered, "Do you think I will be fooled like Li Qingping? You underestimate me too much." Boom, as he spoke, his figure was extremely fast, like a golden rainbow. His whole body was glowing, and the thunder and lightning giant hammer in his hand pressed down on the void. In an instant, it was like a thunder tribulation, pouring down on the battlefield. Everyone gasped. None of the small giants who could enter the second round of the battle was weak. Compared with Li Qingping, Bai Donglu was not inferior, even stronger. He was calm and experienced in both offense and defense. Obviously, he treated Lin Sun as a formidable enemy and never underestimated him. At the same time, Lin Sun's performance almost made people's jaws drop to the ground. Instead of retreating, he brazenly confronted Bai Donglu. Boom, with the sound of collision, the two fought fiercely. In a flash, they had fought hundreds of times, completely head-on, fierce and ruthless. He was suppressed immediately. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Soon, an unexpected scene happened. In the battle, Bai Donglu was shaken and staggered back. His whole right arm was convulsing, and he gasped because of the pain. You're not hurt?" Bai Donglu cried. Baifeng was famous for its strength and speed in ancient times. Moreover, he was still in his peak state, but in the collision, he was a little overwhelmed. "I said, I'm fighting desperately." Lin Sun was very serious. In the end, a trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. "Humph." Bai Donglio's face was gloomy, and his aura surged. In an instant, he was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and even his eyes were filled with lightning. His entire being was dazzling like a son of God bathed in thunder and lightning. This was the secret method of Baifeng, which was extremely amazing. If it were other practitioners, they would be directly killed by the thunder and lightning. Even the top figures could not resist it. However, when Lin Sun raised his hand, the broken blade swept through the air and performed the life and death cut. With an incredible flash of the blade, a wound was torn on Bai Donglio's body, and blood splashed. "Even if you're fighting desperately, you can't be so strong, can you?" Bai Donglu shouted again, shocked and angry, and couldn't believe it. Everyone outside the field was also shocked and doubtful. Indeed, Lin Sun didn't look like a serious injury at all. He was even more powerful than a healthy person. Lin Sun coughed and frowned. "Well, is it because you're too weak?" Bai Donglio's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted. His body suddenly turned into a three-legged Baifeng bird, bathed in golden thunder and lightning, and spread its wings to attack. Every blow was like a lightning punishment, covering the battlefield with boundless horror. But just a moment later, he was hit by the life and death cut again. His chest was almost broken, and a shocking scar was dripping with blood. Bai Donglu flapped his wings in a pathetic manner to avoid being killed by the slash. This time, he was completely enraged after encountering danger. He yelled hoarsely, "Fiend God Lin, you're a big liar. You've been scamming me all along." Bai Donglio's voice was full of anger, grievance, and sorrow. He swore to God that he had never underestimated Lin Sun since the beginning of the battle, and he had exerted his full strength during the battle. He was confident that it was more than enough to deal with the seriously injured Lin Sun. But he never thought that he would be injured again and again since the beginning of the battle. This was driving him crazy. Seeing this, the others outside the city were also speechless. Demon Lin was so incredible that he could fight to such an extent even though he was seriously injured. Who could believe it? You are also a peerless figure. Can't you see how seriously injured I am? Lin Sun sighed as if he had been misunderstood. Bai Donglio's face changed constantly. He could naturally see that Lin Sun's chi was in disorder, his face was pale, and every inch of his body was full of scars. Moreover, he coughed up blood from time to time, which made it hard to believe that he was not injured. What's more, this is a duel. Victory or defeat depends on your strength. Don't you seem incompetent to care about this? As soon as Lin Sun said this, Bai Donglu jumped up and became more and more furious. Fine, I'd like to see how long you can fight. Boom, he attacked again. His golden wings were flowing with thunder and lightning, pouring between heaven and earth at an amazing speed and destructive power. But it didn't take long for Bai Donglu to be injured again. Before he could get angry, Lin Sun rushed forward and pressed him to the ground with a palm. Plop, the ground shook, and Bai Donglu screamed in pain. His wings were broken, and his body was bleeding. With a clang, the sharp broken blade had reached Bai Donglio's neck. His face was full of anger, frustration, and unwillingness. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated by the seriously injured Demon Lin. It was a great blow to him. Admit defeat now, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be robbed like Li Qingping, said Lin Sun. Bai Donglu was stunned, and then his face changed greatly. He said subconsciously, I admit defeat. As soon as he said this, he couldn't help but feel ashamed and resentful. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was really shameful. He was defeated and humiliated, which made him suffer a great blow. Lin Sun put away the broken blade, exhaled a long breath, and said easily, 3 wins, 3 wins. Finally, I don't have to fight anymore. Bai Donglu couldn't help but ask, are you injured? Lin Sun was stunned and asked, is it important? Yes, is it important? Since he had already lost, there was no point in asking these questions. Bai Donglu smiled sadly and staggered away from the battlefield, his back lonely. With your combat power, you can defeat him head-on. Why do you have to trick him like this? Zhao Jingshuan's voice came to Lin Sun's ears. Lin Sun said as he returned to the top of the mountain, cheating? I'm really injured, but it's not that serious. They were blind to challenge me. I didn't do it on purpose. How can this be called cheating? Zhao Jingxian secretly despised him. He didn't want to admit it after doing it. This guy's skin was much thicker than before. At that moment, everyone outside the arena had solemn and doubtful expressions. Demonic God Lin was just too powerful. He had won 3 out of 3 battles. It was shocking. Most terrifying of it all was that he'd successively defeated Li Qingping and Bai Donglu while suffering such severe injuries, and it seemed to be extremely inconceivable. He must be faking it. Some people gnashed their teeth, thinking that Lin Sun deliberately tricked them. It's also possible that his injuries aren't as serious as they seem on the surface, and we've all been deceived by him. Some of the seniors analyzed. No matter what the situation is, he has already obtained 3 victories and is bound to pass the second round of the test. He can compete for the top 5 in the end. Some people sighed with emotion. Demonic God Lin had successively fought 3 out of the first 5 battles, and he'd won every single one of them. His speed of advancement could absolutely be said to be the fastest in the arena. It wasn't long before the 6th battle began. It was Laughing at the Heavens who entered the arena, and his opponent was Zhang Feng from the 9 Profundity Sword Pavilion. After 300 rounds, Zhang Feng admitted defeat. In the 7th round, Jin Muyan's opponent admitted defeat. In the 8th round, Yu Lingkong's opponent admitted defeat. In the 9th round, battle after battle unfolded before the curtains were drawn. All of the battles were extremely intense. Every single one of these little heavyweights that had stepped foot into the absolute peak could be said to be abnormal. The battles they fought just happened to be like the sun and moon competing for brilliance, and it was extremely brilliant. The spectators outside the arena were dazzled by the sight of it, and they frequently erupted with exclamations of surprise. Some were overjoyed, and some were dejected. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Sun. He'd already successively carried out 3 battles without losing a single one, and he was firmly capable of entering the 3rd round. At this moment, he was meditating calmly. Go Yan had really detonated himself, and it had indeed caused him to suffer an injury. At that time, if he hadn't circulated the energy of the devouring star path in time to deal with the force of the explosion that assaulted his face, it was very likely that he would have suffered a true injury. Even then, he'd still suffered from the impact, and his skin had cracked inch by inch while densely covered in scars. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Of course, these were merely superficial injuries. As he meditated, Lin Sun's eyes were calm like a bystander that silently watched every single battle that occurred on the battlefield. His extremely enormous divine sense was like tentacles that covered different angles of the battlefield, and it accurately captured every single detail of the battle that erupted on the battlefield. His mind was clear and tranquil. In his sea of consciousness, the spirit of the spirit was repeatedly deducing the details of every single battle, and then he brought his own battle awareness into it to compare. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Lin Sun was not arrogant enough to look down on his peers in the world. But at the same time, he wouldn't belittle himself. At least so far, among the top junior giants who had successively ascended to the battlefield, only a few people had attracted his attention. Or in other words, he couldn't see through them. Laughing at the heavens was one of them. In 3 consecutive battles, he broke out in unprecedented combat strength. His blade was like anger, and he would defeat his opponents easily within 10 moves. He was called Crazy Blade, and his saber intent was also wild and unruly, with a sense of freedom and unrestrained. Wherever his blade pointed, it seemed that it could break all shackles. His performance shocked the whole audience, and he was incomparably dazzling. He was regarded as the most promising figure to win the first place on the junior giants list. The sword devil Yichen wasn't inferior in any way. His sword Dao was upright, brilliant, boundless, swift and fierce to the extreme, and vigorous to the extreme. A single strike of his sword could shock even ghosts and gods. The 2 top junior giants who fought with him were both suppressed within 3 moves and had to admit defeat and leave the battlefield. Jin Muyun was also extremely amazing. As the leader of the younger generation of the heaven-reaching sword sect, his swordsmanship was as domineering as fire, and he was like a sword king sweeping through the universe. Yu Lingkong, Ji Xingyao, every single one of them possessed peerless might, and they were like numerous suns that competed in brilliance, and they revealed extraordinary elegance. Moreover, Lin Sun had learned from the discussions in the field. The peerless Taoism was divided into 3 levels: first glimpse of the door, next level, and reaching the peak. Practically all the top 18 pinnacle experts that were able to be ranked in the top 18 of the second round of the battles were at the stage of ascending to the next level. Top figures like Laughing at the Heavens and Yi Chen had begun to touch the realm of reaching the peak, and their combat strength was even stronger. Of course, this was just the difference in the Taoism. In a battle, under the situation of equal cultivation, the competition was based on one's own martial cultivation. And martial cultivation was inextricably linked with fighting awareness, fighting methods, and the power of the Great Way. It was impossible to have a precise standard of classification. In particular, the strength of the junior giants was not much different from each other. If one wanted to stand out, it would depend on the trump card he had. After a full 6 hours, the second round of the duels came to an end. In addition to Go Yanjun, who was eliminated first, and Lei Qingping, who lost 3 battles, there were also several junior giants who lost all the battles. There were only 4 people who won 3 battles, namely Lin Sun, Laughing at the Heavens, Yi Chen, and Jin Muyun. There were 6 people who won 2 battles, namely Zhao Jingxian, Ji Xingyao, A Lu, Yu Lingkong, Gu Liangping, and Qi Chongdou. There were 6 people who won 1 battle out of 3. According to the rules, they were doomed to miss the 3rd round of the duels. The 3rd round of the duels would be divided into 2 types. One was to compete for the 5th to 10th place, which was participated by the 6 junior giants who won 2 battles out of 3. The other was to compete for the top 4, which was participated by Lin Sun and the other 3 junior giants. That was to say, the 6 people, including Zhao Jingxian, Yu Lingkong, and Ji Xingyao, were no longer qualified to compete for the top 4. Knowing this result, Yu Lingkong suddenly became mentally unbalanced. His face was gloomy and his eyes were surging with terrible hatred. Originally, he was extremely eager to defeat Lin Sun in this duel and wash away the shame, but the result was a blow to him. He was not even qualified to compete with Lin Sun. Moreover, he was destined to be ranked lower than Lin Sun. There was no doubt that under such circumstances, he would be suppressed by Lin Sun in the end, let alone wash away the shame. How could Yu Lingkong be willing to accept this? Damn it! Yu Lingkong gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. This duel is not a crime of fighting. Ji Xingyao sighed faintly in her heart. She was also a little unwilling. Previously, she had challenged Laughing at the Heavens in the first round. She had tried her best, but in the end, she was still inferior and failed to win. It was also because of this duel that she lost the qualification to compete for the top 4. Zhao Jingxian, A Lu, and the others looked as usual. It was already a good result to be able to make it to the top 10. Gu Liangping and Qi Chongdo also looked a little unwilling, but in the end they could only suppress the unwillingness in their hearts. Damn it! That demon god Lin is so cunning, but he can still compete for the top 4. This is not fair. Someone shouted at the foot of the mountain. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Some of the experts from the ancient orthodoxies who had been hostile to Lin Sun for a long time began to shout. Yes, if demon god Lin didn't cheat and make Li Qingping fall into his trap, how could he possibly win? With demon god Lin's combat strength, he is not qualified to compete for the top 4 at all. Almost all of these people who were shouting and criticizing Lin Sun were forces like the Pure Land of Longevity, Shanwen Sword House, and Holy Land of Spirit Treasure. They were fighting for Yu Lingkong, Ji Xingyao, and the others. When other cultivators heard this, although they didn't agree with it, they agreed with it in their hearts. After all, whether it was laughing at the heavens, Ye Chen, or Jin Muyun, they all stood out by relying on their true combat strength. But in the last 2 duels, Lin Sun's method of winning was full of criticism, so he suffered a lot of criticism. They felt that he was not qualified to compete for the first position. Once a person was frustrated and angry, he would accommodate others. Even the practitioners were no exception. Lin Sun's existence undoubtedly gave those who hated him an outlet to vent their anger. They began to criticize him one after another. Lin Sun was qualified to be ranked in the top 4 of the list of junior giants, but he didn't enjoy the glory brought by such a ranking. On the contrary, he caused so much criticism. In the final analysis, it was nothing more than that Lin Sun was easy to bully. He was alone and didn't belong to any sect. Naturally, he didn't have the power to make those ancient orthodoxies fear him. This obviously showed how difficult it was for a single person to rise up in the ancient desolation region that was controlled by the various ancient sects. Seeing this scene, Lin Sun suddenly smiled. Standing on the Taoist altar on the top of the mountain, he looked down at all the people in the field. Uncharacteristically, he became extremely domineering and said coldly, "Those who don't attract jealousy are mediocre. The ancients didn't deceive me. I, Lin Sun, have traveled through mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and dragons' pools and tigers' dens. Everything I have today can be witnessed by heaven and earth, the sun and the moon. You're not qualified to judge me." His indifferent voice resounded through the world. All the people in the field were stunned. The voices of criticism were also suppressed. In a trance, they all had an illusion of being awed. What a good heaven and earth can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. You can be regarded as one of us only by this boldness. Xiao Wutian's eyes were full of surprise. Zhao Jingxian smiled. Her teeth were sparkling, her lips were moist, and her clear and beautiful face was shining. Her beautiful clear eyes were full of rippling splendor as she looked at Lin Sun. This was the Lin Sun she knew. He had always been so different from the world. Bullshit. Ji Xingyao murmured to herself. However, she was also a little touched at this moment. Everyone knew that demon god Lin was courageous and famous. But who knew how much blood and sweat he, a young man from the mortal world, had paid for this? You're still so rampant. Yu Lingkong snorted coldly. He was more and more displeased with Lin Sun. At this moment, Jin Muyun suddenly raised his voice and said, "Lin Sun, you'd better not boast like this. Be careful not to be slapped in the face later." Slapped in the face? Do you deserve it? Lin Sun looked indifferent. Even Yan Qingbai doesn't dare to talk to me like this. You're courting death. Jin Muyun's face sank. At the same time, the expressions of the cultivators from the Heavenly Sword sect at the foot of the mountain sank. This kid actually dares to look down on Yan Qingbai? He simply deserves death. Courting death? Lin Sun smiled coldly. If you can block 3 of my moves later, I'll lose. The audience was shocked. 3 moves, how arrogant. Even laughing at the heavens and Yi Chen couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. All right. Good. All right. Jin Muyun was so angry that he laughed. His entire body emitted an extremely sharp sword intent, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. I'll be waiting. How arrogant. Back then, when Yan Qingbai looked down upon the younger generation and was known to be invincible, I'm afraid even he didn't dare to boast like this. At the foot of the mountain, Xianxia sat with his legs crossed on a boulder. His back was straight, and his expression was as calm and indifferent as before. He had seen Lin Sun's performance before. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that he had underestimated Lin Sun at the beginning. The fiasco of Qing Wenwan and Li Qingping even made him a little vigilant. He was not surprised by Lin Sun's demon-like combat strength, but he suddenly found that he had never completely seen through Lin Sun's strength. His fighting style is demon-like. His shrewdness is as deep as a ravine, but he is so bold and unafraid of the secular world. If he rises, he will be accompanied by endless storms and troubles. Thinking of this, Yan Zhanqiu's eyes flashed with unprecedented firmness. Junior sister Jingxian must not have anything to do with him. In the last round, the first one was the duel between the 5th and 10th of the junior tycoons. The rules were very simple. After the duel, the 3 defeated junior tycoons would be ranked 8th, 9th, and 10th according to their luck. The 3 victorious junior tycoons needed to duel with the other 2 respectively. According to the final results, they would be ranked 5th, 6th, and 7th. The duel soon began and attracted the attention of the whole audience. But for Lin Sun, laughing at the heavens, Ye Chen, and Jin Muyun, they could sit on the platform and watch the duel calmly. Even laughing at the heavens and Ye Chen took advantage of this time to close their eyes and meditate quietly, ignoring everything that happened outside. Seeing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a little touched. Being able to meditate in such an environment required extremely tenacious and clear Taoist heart. Why did practitioners practice in seclusion? In order to avoid being disturbed by the outside world, they could concentrate all their mind on making a breakthrough. However, if one's state of mind was strong enough, he could stay calm no matter whether he was in a mountain of knives, a sea of fire, or a bloody purgatory. Whether they practiced in seclusion or not, it would not affect them. Lin Sun was naturally able to achieve this as well. What moved him was that peerless figures like laughing at the heavens and Ye Chen were already standing at the peak of their peers, yet they were still able to adhere to their Taoist hearts and make the best use of any time to cultivate. Such a persistent and formidable will was sufficient to move others. One was not afraid of opponents who were better born, more talented than one. One was afraid of opponents who had innate advantages and were more diligent and hardworking than one. Perhaps it's because of this that they can have such attainments on the path of Taoism? Lin Sun was lost in thought. Accumulating bit by bit might not be able to change anything. But when accumulating to a certain extent, there was bound to be a time when stones were piled up into mountains and rivers flowed into oceans. It's a worthwhile trip to have such figures to fight in the battle of the junior giants. Lin Sun finally understood why laughing at the heavens and Ye Chen thought so highly of him. The reason was very simple. They regarded him as a senior. At this moment, Lin Sun also regarded them as a real opponent. No matter the result, he looked forward to a good fight with them. Thinking of this, an invisible fighting spirit surged from Lin Sun. Almost at the same time, laughing at the heavens and Ye Chen who were meditating on the top of the other 2 mountains seemed to sense something, and they opened their eyes and looked towards Lin Sun. When he sensed Lin Sun's fighting spirit, laughing at the heavens' long and narrow eyes that were like a blade quietly flashed across. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said silently, "If you want to drink with me, you should go all out in the battle. I won't be merciful then." Lin Sun smiled and said, "As you wish." Humph. Jin Muyun also noticed this scene keenly. As a top figure who was also qualified to compete for the top 4, he naturally saw the change in Lin Sun's breath. There was an invisible fighting spirit in Lin Sun. However, Jin Muyun was very disdainful. Lin Sun had said before that he would defeat him in 3 moves. Jin Muyun regarded this contemptuous and arrogant attitude as an insult and couldn't bear it. It didn't take long for the battles on the battlefield of Providence to end and the rankings were determined. 5th, Ji Xingyao. 6th, Zhao Jingxian. 7th, Alu. 8th, Yu Lingkong. Gu Liangping and Qi Chongdo ranked 9th and 10th respectively. Qi Chongdo was the successor of Sun Moon Palace and Xiaoqing his senior brother. He didn't show his strength before, but now he could be ranked in the top 10 of the junior giants, which caused many people to be shocked. But Yu Lingkong, the top junior giant of the Pure Land of Longevity, only ranked 8th, which also surprised countless onlookers. Because according to everyone's speculation, Yu Lingkong should at least be ranked 5th or so. But now, he couldn't even defeat Alu, the barbarian, and was ranked 8th, which was undoubtedly beyond everyone's expectation. Especially those strong practitioners of the pure land of longevity. They all looked as if they had lost their parents and couldn't accept it. They felt unreconciled for Yu Lingkong. Yu Lingkong was also stunned. His face was gloomy and he was hit hard. Originally, he was full of shame when he was suppressed by Lin Sun. But now, he could only be ranked 8th. How could he, who was proud and arrogant, accept it? Seeing this, Lin Sun was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but think of Shun Baishuan's comment when he crossed the border river. Yu Lingkong is just a talent cultivated by a family of saints with all kinds of resources. There was a trace of disdain in his voice. Now, Lin Sun vaguely felt that Shun Baishuan's comment seemed to be good. At the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, Lin Sun also fought with Yu Lingkong. What made Lin Sun feel difficult was not how terrifying Yu Lingkong's fighting capacity was, but the Immortal Temple, which was an extremely terrible holy treasure. Now, without the holy treasure, Yu Lingkong was obviously inferior to Ji Xingyao, Zhao Jingxian, Alu, and others in terms of foundation. Of course, Yu Lingkong could be ranked 8th on the list of junior giants among the top generation, which could be regarded as amazing. He was not a mediocre person. As if noticing Lin Sun's gaze, Yu Lingkong frowned and his face became gloomier. He couldn't accept this result. Lin Sun, this battle is restricted by the rules. When I leave this place, I will suppress you with my own hands. Yu Lingkong said word by word in his heart, revealing a strong and resolute hatred. Boom! Suddenly, the immortal mountain bloomed with blazing immortal brilliance, producing a roar that shook the heaven and earth. It was like the resonance of the Great Way, which attracted the attention of all the practitioners present. The final battle for the top 4 was about to begin, yet such a phenomenon had occurred, and it caused all the cultivators in the surroundings to be shocked. What's going on? Lin Sun and the others were stunned as well. They'd already made sufficient preparations and were prepared to fight according to the rules, yet never had they imagined that an unexpected event would occur at this moment. Rumble, the movement of the immortal mountain grew even greater. Auspicious rays of light suddenly descended from the sky while divine light surged into appearance, and it illuminated this expanse of the heavens and the earth with a divine aura. At the same time, numerous fluctuations of the laws of order charged out and ceaselessly interweaved in space. They were dazzling and resplendent, and they actually gradually formed the outline of a peerlessly mighty figure. My God! What's that? Everyone was shocked. Their pupils dilated as they gazed at this scene with disbelief, and even their hearts trembled. The divine aura of the laws of order was truly too shocking. P.S. The gap between us and the first is growing wider and wider. Everyone, please eagerly seek monthly votes. There were many who didn't know how to cast their votes. It was very simple. Besides the minimum number of votes they possessed, they could also give gifts. Auspicious clouds descended from the sky, and the holy light was immortal. Between the heavens and the earth, the power of various rules flickered with a dazzling luster. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, it condensed into an imposing figure. Bathed in the aura of immortality, he was tall and holy, like a god that had descended. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the past battles of the minor giants, there had never been such a shocking phenomenon. The imposing figure stood in the sky above the central battlefield of Providence, looking down at everyone with the majesty of an ancient god. The final battle concerns the direction of the great world and has far-reaching significance. The rules of the battle and the outcome will be decided by me. The imposing figure was shrouded in the fluctuations of immortal rules. When he spoke, his voice rumbled like the sonorous voice of the great Tao, resounding through the heavens and earth. Everyone gasped. This is a god. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts trembled. Then, their blood boiled, and their faces became fanatical. The Undying Forbidden Land was regarded as one of the 5 great forbidden lands of the Dongxing realm. It was mysterious and unpredictable, especially the Undying Divine Mountain, which gathered the fate of the world and was filled with many incredible legends. In the past, who had ever seen such a miraculous scene, everyone found it difficult to remain calm. I will open the 9 zones battlefield for the 4 of you. Your results in this battle will become battle marks and be engraved in the 9 zones battlefield. The imposing figure was shining all over. Standing there, he exuded an aura that made all living beings fear him. His words stirred the crowd. If not for the godlike figure looking down at them, they would have been in an uproar. The Nine Zones battlefield, battle marks, this was something that had never been heard of before. What was going on? At this moment, only some of the older figures from the ancient orthodoxies were shocked. They had vaguely heard rumors about the Nine Zones battlefield. The Nine Zones battlefield. Could it be true? Not only does the ancient desolation domain exist in this world, but there are also other domains? A skinny old man's expression changed and his heart trembled. The ancient books of the Sun Moon Hall have mentioned that this is the battlefield where the geniuses of all domains fight for supremacy on the divine path. That's right. There are also remnants of similar records in the Origin sect. However, most of them are extremely vague. The only clear record is the 8 words outside of the ancient desolation domain, all our enemies. 9 zones. At the foot of the mountain, a few of the older generation were discussing among themselves. This immediately triggered a commotion, and everyone's expressions changed greatly. Such a matter was too unreal, and it caused one's mind to be unable to calm down. Many people revealed strange expressions. Although Lin Sun and the other 3 could compete for the top 4, it was only for the minor tycoon list. There were many more terrifying existences in the world. For example, Yun Qingbai, Yan Zhanqiu. Then there was Wang Xuanyu, Mi Hingzhen, and Yi Mo. These supreme giants of the previous generation were only slightly older than the experts present here. In terms of foundation and combat strength, they were much stronger. That godlike figure was going to open the 9 regions battlefield for the 4 of them to fight. Wasn't this thinking too highly of them? There is more than one 9 regions battlefield. Not only is it a place for the geniuses of a region to battle, but it is also a place for experts who have stepped into the ultimate realm to battle. Since ancient times, it has rarely been opened. In the void, the imposing figure spoke. His voice rumbled, resonating with the heavens and earth, striking straight into the hearts of people. This caused the older figures of the ancient orthodoxies to be slightly dumbfounded. They actually didn't understand such a matter in detail, and it made them feel very ashamed and shocked. In addition, when the foreign regions start a war, the 9 regions battlefield is also a place for battles, and it is also regarded as the divine battleground. The imposing figure's voice was dignified, cold, and emotionless. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Divine battleground? There was an uproar, and all the cultivators of the ancient orthodoxies knew about it. All the ancient orthodoxies had records of the divine battleground in their ancient books. It was rumored that the divine battleground would appear after a long period of time. Only the true experts at the peak of a region could participate in it and compete for the divine path. To be more precise, it was a competition between a group of peerless figures who could lead an era. It was a competition between the legendary geniuses who had the qualifications to step into the divine path and illuminate the heavens. It was also known as a competition between peerless monsters, geniuses, peerless heroes, and other existences beneath the heavens. When it came to the 9 regions battlefield, everyone might feel unfamiliar, but they still had some understanding of the divine battleground. Every orthodoxy that had stood since ancient times had records, rumors, or clues about this place. But all of this had a premise: the divine battleground would only appear in the world when the world was in chaos. At this moment, what did the imposing figure of the immortal mountain mean when he mentioned the 9 regions battlefield? Did it mean that the coming great era would also be a chaotic one? Everyone's expression was uncertain, and their hearts were tumbling. A battle for the minor titan ranking had unexpectedly pulled out so many shocking secrets. This was something that no one had expected. Moreover, such a thing had never happened before. Did this mean that, under the background of the coming great era, this battle for the minor giants ranking would be different from the past? Lin Sun was very calm, but he couldn't help glancing at Zhao Jingxian at this moment. Because as early as in the Zhou Empire, Zhao Jingxian had told him that the great era would be a chaotic one. He didn't believe that Zhao Jingxian could predict such shocking secrets in advance at that time. Obviously, the reason why she could know these things was related to the great emperor who sat on the throne of the Zhou Empire. The words chaotic world are what my father once said. If you don't understand, you can go back and ask him later. Zhao Jingxian instantly guessed Lin Sun's thoughts and made such an explanation. The great emperor of Xiao was extraordinary. Lin Sun even felt that there were many places in the mortal world that were more mysterious than the ancient desolation, such as the ultimate, the burial of Tao Si grave, the bloodthirsty battlefield. May I ask who you are, senior? Ye Chen suddenly asked. Everyone was shocked at first, and then held their breath, wanting to know the identity of this godlike figure. I'm just a wisp of willpower formed by the rules of the immortal mountain. You can call me spiritual servant. His voice was indifferent and emotionless. Spiritual servant, from his words, people could tell that he was not a real creature, but a pure incarnation of order and rules, which was extremely terrifying. I don't care about the 9 regions battlefield, and I don't want to know the divine battleground. I just want to have a good fight now. Ye Chen's words were like a sword, and so was he. This made many people frown. If they could take this opportunity to learn some secrets from the spiritual servant, it would definitely be of great significance. But Ye Chen was not interested at all, which was very disappointing. Sure. The spiritual servant didn't feel offended, or in other words, he seemed too sacred and imposing from beginning to end, and there was no emotional fluctuation at all. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pointed. For wisps of rule power swept out and poured into the eyebrows of Lin Sun, Ye Chen, laughing at the heavens, and Jin Muyun. In an instant, Lin Sun and the others all understood the rules of this last round. One by one, each person had to fight with the other 3 once, and the final ranking would be determined according to the final result. Based on this calculation, only 6 battles were needed. For example, the battle between Lin Sun and Jin Muyun was counted as each of them fighting once. Next, they only needed to fight with the other 2 separately. Actually, if one were to calculate carefully, in the 6 battles, each person would have fought 3 times. This was undoubtedly very fair for Lin Sun and the others. Boom, the spiritual servant waved his sleeve, and the incomparably ancient battlefield of Providence suddenly buzzed at this moment. Dense and dazzling rules of order emerged like a tide, covering the entire battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield had undergone earth-shaking changes. It could be seen floating in the void, and it was as big as a piece of land. Its whole body flowed with a pale golden sacred luster, as if it was cast from immortal gold. At the same time, it was inscribed with countless rules of order. Looking at it from afar, it gave people a kind of oppressive aura. This is the 9 regions battlefield? Everyone was shocked. A battlefield flowed with a supreme and sacred majesty, as if it was immortal. Just the aura alone was enough to make people feel awe. Let's begin. The spirit servant's figure shifted and stood outside the battlefield. Your battle imprints will be a kind of qualification. It all depends on whether or not you can participate in the 9 regions sacred battlefield when you ascend to the Saint Realm in the future. This was a silent reminder to Lin Sun and the others about the importance of having a fighting brand. Lin Sun and the others were all moved, and their eyes surged. They looked at each other, and an invisible fighting spirit burst forth from them. Laughing at the heavens, come up and fight. After defeating you today, the title of Sword and Saber Master is destined to become a thing of the past. Ye Chen's figure flashed, and he appeared on the battlefield. His figure was as straight as a sword, and his purple robe fluttered in the wind. His whole body emitted a blazing sword intent. I've long wanted to experience your Empress Myrtle sword tactics. Today, I hope you won't let me down. Laughing at the heavens laughed loudly, and his figure appeared on the battlefield like a gust of wind, facing Ye Chen from afar. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to him, and everyone's face was full of expectation. Sword Devil Ye Chen fought alone in the Northern Dipper world, and his sword light froze 9,000 provinces. He was a real genius in swordsmanship, and he had many dazzling achievements. He was regarded as the future lord of the Yi clan of Crepe Myrtle Mountain. Laughing at the heavens with saber, he once said, I dare to laugh at the heavens like a pond, and my saber hates heaven and earth. He was not inferior to Sword Devil Yi Chen. The 2 were regarded as the sword and saber master in the Northern Dipper world, and they were no different from the peerless duo. And this would also be the first time the 2 would really fight, no matter whether they won or lost. After this battle, the 2 were destined to have a clear winner, and it would attract the attention of the whole world. Who would win and who would lose, even Lin Sun was looking forward to it. According to the rules set by the spiritual servants, he needed to fight in the 2nd, 4th, and 6th battles. Therefore, he could take this opportunity to see how strong laughing at the heavens and Yichen were. P.S. The following is free, so don't be too long-winded. Please allow Goldfish to speak more during the battle for the top rankings. Today, Saber God published a new book, and he reached the top in one fell swoop. Goldfish also admired and envied him greatly. However, Goldfish would not admit defeat. It was only the second day of this month, and there were still many days left. There was enough time to break out, to work hard, and to break through. Those who have cast their monthly votes, don't be discouraged. Thank you, you've all done your best. Those who haven't cast their votes, please give Goldfish a precious vote. Here, I'd especially like to thank 77 to 888 Jojo. In the book review section, I had a disagreement with him, but he didn't hesitate to support me today, and cast many monthly votes. I'm quite touched and proud. Thank you so much. On the combat arena, the battle erupted. No matter if it was Sword Devil Yichen or laughing at the heavens, both of them were clearly aware of how terrifying their opponents were, so they didn't hold back at all and attacked with all their strength. Clang, a violet ancient sword emitted a clear howl as it shot into the sky. Yichen strode through the sky while controlling the sword, and the imposing aura around him was like an erupting volcano that seemed to intend to incinerate the world. The sword was called Weapon of Nothingness. It was overflowing with an ancient aura and emanated violet energy, and it was an extreme weapon of the King Dao. Weapon of Nothingness implied that one didn't adhere to rules and followed one's heart to cut through the fetters. This sword was exactly like the sword Dao that Yichen sought, to follow one's heart. With this sword in hand, Yichen was like an emperor of the sword Dao that had descended to the world. Violet sword chi swept out horizontally, and it carried peerless might. In an instant, everyone was visibly moved. Their eyes and souls felt a piercing pain as if they were being sliced apart because the violet sword chi was too vast and blazing. However, laughing at the heavens wasn't inferior. His aura was like the sun that illuminated the sky alone. It was sharp and radiated boundless radiance, and it revealed an arrogant expression. His blade was like him, sharp, bright, and like a boundless white waterfall of stars. It swept through the sky and was peerlessly domineering. The blade was called Ru Gui, and it took the meaning of facing death with equanimity. Merely its name caused one's heart to tremble. Perhaps it was just like its blade Dao, it was overbearing to the extreme, and there was no reason to retreat. Clang. 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 Clang, a terrifying sound of collision resounded. On the battlefield, the two of them fought fiercely. It was like an emperor of the sword and an overlord of the blade had encountered each other. For a time, saber chi swept out horizontally while sword chi soared into the sky, and it was a shocking scene. This was indeed the most dazzling and most brilliant battle since the beginning of the Minor Tycoon rankings. The howls of sabers and swords resounded like the roars of dragons and the cries of phoenixes. They're too strong. Countless spectators gasped while they stared fixedly at the battlefield with their eyes wide open. As the battle progressed, their minds were drawn over tightly, and they forgot everything else. Even the figures of the older generation were fiercely shocked, and they sighed with emotion. They felt that they were too inferior to these two when they were young. Two such geniuses have actually appeared in the Big Dipper realm, and they just happen to be like twin stars. Regardless of the outcome, they're bound to have a place in the battles in the future. Someone sighed, causing many to resonate with him. Yichen's sword is like the arrival of an emperor, and he possesses the might to look down upon the world and look down upon the world. Yet he isn't restrained by the shackles of the sword and moves as he pleases. Such a sword Dao is truly extraordinary. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. His mind was also attracted by it. This battle was like a competition between two blazing suns, and it caused his blood to boil while his vital energy surged, and he aroused the impulse to participate in the battle. The saber that laughs at the heavens possesses the might to dominate the world, and it's unrestrained like fire. It's like an overlord that can sweep through the world. If one doesn't possess a formidable mental state, then there's utterly no need to fight before one would be deterred by its might. Lin Sun's black eyes were full of thoughts. Although he paid attention to the details of the battle, his mind was quickly deducing what he should do if he fought with the two. Gradually, his brows furrowed tightly. There was no way to compare. That was because it was difficult to judge the depth of these two people's martial arts power just by analyzing it. They had already reached the point of perfection, and could control it as they pleased. If he wanted to defeat them, he would have to fight them himself. It was doomed to be impossible to get a definite answer just by deduction and comparison. Thinking of this, Lin Sun took a deep breath and abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind. His mind also became clear, empty, and tranquil like the moon in the blue sea, pure and clean. When he looked at the duel on the battlefield again, Lin Sun's state of mind was tranquil. Although laughing at the heavens and Yechen were powerful enough to attract the attention of the world, they were not enough to affect his mind. 300 moves. 600 moves. 900 moves. On the arena, the battle was getting fiercer and fiercer. It was hard to distinguish the winner from the loser. The world was full of the collision of swords and sabers. It was like thunder rising from the blue sky, and the gods were agitating in all directions. The sound of Tao, the brilliance, the vision, all kinds of shocking scenes appeared, which made the two gods collide with each other like a peerless battle. This was undoubtedly an evenly matched duel. No matter who wanted to win, it was extremely difficult. The arena had long been silent, and all eyes were attracted by the duel. Some weaker cultivators were disturbed by the duel because their minds were too unstable, and they couldn't help but cough up blood and almost suffer the backlash of qi. There were also some cultivators that obtained sudden comprehension while spectating the battle, and they benefited greatly from it. They felt like they'd comprehended the Tao and were overjoyed. A duel had caused so many things to happen outside the arena, and it was really unbelievable. From this, it could be seen how shocking and extraordinary this battle was. If it happened in the outside world, it was bound to cause a great stir in the four realms of the ancient desolation. When the battle went on for over 1,000 moves, both laughing at the heavens and Yechen were slightly out of breath, and both of them were injured. But their fighting was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. They didn't show any signs of weakening as they fought, and they became even fiercer and stronger instead. Unexpectedly, the spiritual servant standing outside the battlefield suddenly spoke before the outcome of the duel could be decided, and it stopped the duel. Stop. If you continue to fight, both sides will suffer losses. As soon as the spiritual servant finished speaking, laughing at the heavens and Yechen were separated from each other, and they were teleported out of the battlefield and returned to their respective peaks. This was shocking. Could it be done like this? An unparalleled battle had been forcefully stopped, and this was too displeasing to the eyes of the spectators. Although some cultivators were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to say anything in the face of the spiritual servant who was like a god. Lin Sun nodded to himself. He could also see that if the battle continued, the two of them were bound to be unable to decide the outcome. Because their combat strength was almost at the same level, and even if there was a difference, it was only a very slight difference, and it couldn't affect the outcome at all. How rare. These two people must be taken seriously and can't be underestimated. At the foot of the mountain, Xianxia couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The young people of this generation were rising too quickly, and he felt a sense of urgency from laughing at the heavens and Yechen that they were about to catch up. Laughing at the heavens, this is only a battle for the minor giants after all, and we can't fight to our heart's content. If you have the guts, let's choose another place to fight after we leave this place. What do you think? On the peak of the mountain, Yechen spoke with a clear voice that resounded through the sky. Sure, but I'm afraid you won't dare to keep the appointment when the time comes. Laughing at the heavens laughed arrogantly. Yechen raised his eyebrows, and then smiled. Oh? I hope you can still be so insolent when I suppress you. The two of them were like a pair of fated enemies, opposing each other with equal harshness, and neither was willing to yield to the other. It made people click their tongues and sigh with emotion. Whoosh! The spiritual servant waved his sleeves, and two magnificent divine raindrops fell from the sky, bathing Yechen and laughing at the heavens. This was a treatment that only the minor giants who competed for the top 4 could enjoy, and it didn't affect the next battle. It was Lin Sun's turn to fight in the second battle. And his opponent was the head of the 13 swords of the heaven-reaching sword sect, Brahma sword Jin Muyun. Seeing that it was the battle between these two, the spectators outside the city were all excited. Demon God Lin, you boasted before that you would defeat Jin Muyun in 3 moves. Don't go back on your words. Someone shouted, and he didn't mind the commotion. Yes, you said that if you can't win in 3 moves, you'll lose. We'd like to see what makes you, demon god Lin, so bold. In the field, there was a constant uproar, and everyone was waiting to see Lin Sun make a fool of himself. After all, they had just witnessed the battle between the sword and saber masters. Even these two top figures were hard to determine the winner. How could Jin Muyun, who was also qualified to compete for the top 4, be defeated in 3 moves? This lad has lifted a rock and dropped it on his own feet. The expressions of the older generation experts all became strange. Lu shouted, his voice like thunder, "Don't listen to the cawing of those crows. You'll defeat him in 3 moves. Slap those crows in the face." Zhao Jingxian almost couldn't help but roll her eyes. This barbarian spoke too lightly. Was he deliberately provoking Lin Sun? However, Lu also said what Zhao Jingxian was thinking. Hearing the voices in the field that were not optimistic about Lin Sun, she also felt very upset. She wished that Lin Sun could defeat Jin Muyun directly and slap the faces of those onlookers. Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of the laughter, uproar, and sarcasm. He floated to the battlefield with a calm look. At the same time, Jin Muyun also came, but his face was extremely cold. His eyes were like swords, and he locked on Lin Sun, saying, "Do you feel regretful?" Being provoked by Lin Sun with the agreement of 3 moves was a kind of contempt and insult to him. Now that it was mentioned in such a way, although they all wanted to see Lin Sun make a fool of himself, he couldn't feel happy at all. "Why should I regret it?" Lin Sun asked. "Humph. You're so stubborn. If you can defeat me in 3 moves, I promise that I'll definitely stay as far away as possible from wherever you appear in the future." Jin Muyun's eyes were fierce, and his words were aggressive, "But if you can't do it, not only will you admit defeat, but you will also have to apologize to me and atone for your rude words." "Okay." Lin Sun agreed without thinking and was very casual. This casual attitude was regarded as a kind of arrogance by Jin Muyun, which made him gnash his teeth secretly. This guy was really bold to the point of acting recklessly. Clang, a fiery red spiritual sword that emitted terrifying power appeared in Jin Muyun's hand. Brahma sword, one of the ancient treasures of the Heavenly Sword sect, one of the famous supreme weapons of the Dongxing domain. With the sword in hand, Jin Muyun's aura changed. It was as if a dust-laden peerless sword had been unsheathed at this moment. Its sharpness was peerless, and it soared into the sky, shattering the clouds. "Come on, let me see your true trump card, Demon God Lin." Jin Muyun's words were resolute and decisive. In his eyes, there was a terrifying sword intent surging. He was dressed in a jade robe, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an unparalleled sword immortal, dazzling and elegant. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was Jin Muyun. If he was given some time to grow, it was very likely that he would become the second Yun Qingbai, invincible under the Qing realm. Facing such an opponent, Lin Sun actually boasted that he could defeat him in 3 moves. This undoubtedly made everyone feel that it was ridiculous. Was this possible? P.S. First of all, I'd like to thank all the children who bought tickets and supported me on the 2nd. Thank you. Today, on the 3rd, I'll continue with 5 updates. This is the first update, and the time is the same as yesterday. Jin Muyun's clothes fluttered while his black hair fluttered. The Brahma sword seethed with flames, causing him to seem like a sword immortal that had descended to the mortal world. Moreover, his peerlessly fierce imposing aura caused many experts of the senior generation to be visibly moved. This kid is only a little over 20 this year, yet he already possesses such attainments. Yun Qingbai was nothing more than this all those years ago. Demon God Lin is going to make a fool of himself. Not to mention 3 moves, it's probably impossible for him to defeat Jin Muyun even if he uses 100 or 1,000 moves. This kid deserves to be the leader of the 13 swords of the Heavenly Sword sect. Exclamations of admiration resounded in the surroundings, and all of them were astounded by the imposing aura Jin Muyun revealed. What will he do? Ye Chen, laughing at the heavens, Zhao Jingxian, Lu, Yu Lingkong, Li Qingping, Chu Beihai, Bai Dong Lu, all the minor heavyweights were paying close attention as well. Some wished for nothing more than for Lin Sun to make a fool of himself and slap his own face. Some wondered exactly where Lin Sun got the confidence to say that he would obtain victory in 3 moves under such circumstances. Under the gazes of everyone present, Lin Sun casually tied his long hair behind his head in an orderly manner, and his expression was calm and indifferent. However, His pair of black eyes that were like abysses were already filled with battle intent that was dense like lava. This? Everyone acutely noticed that along with this extremely casual movement of Lin Sun's, an extremely formidable aura surged into appearance from his body. In an instant, Lin Sun seemed as if he'd become a different person, and he wasn't as ordinary and extraordinary as before. His thin and handsome figure was suffused with an overbearing aura that was like a mountain and lofty like the sky, and as his eyes opened and closed, divine light surged within them. Moreover, his aura was still rising. It was like an unfathomable abyss had awakened at this moment and was circulating with a rumble. My God! The hearts of many trembled, and they felt it was difficult for them to even breathe. At this moment, Lin Sun seemed to be extremely different. If it was said that he was like a sharp blade that was sharp, arrogant, domineering, and invincible in the previous battles, then at this moment, he seemed to possess the aura of supremacy. So, at this moment, he seemed to possess the aura of supremacy in the heavens and the earth. His entire body seethed with blazing clear-colored light of the Tao, causing him to seem boundlessly terrifying. Fiend Celestial Lin, what a man! He actually endured until now before revealing his true strength. Laughing at the heavens and Yi Chen's pupils constricted, and then they exclaimed in surprise. This guy has been hiding his strength all along. Some of the spectators swallowed their saliva with difficulty, and their expressions became extremely interesting. The Fiend Celestial Lin in front of them was like a completely different person from before. Anyone could tell that he had been holding back all this while. Damn it! Yu Lingkong, Chu Beihai, and the other powerhouses opened their eyes wide with gloomy expressions. They seemed to be filled with both shock and anger and disbelief. This kid is really good at enduring. At the foot of the mountain, many experts from the ancient orthodoxies were moved. This is him. Zhao Jingshuan's eyes were clear like water, bright like stars. CKMe, this guy is really cunning. He's only revealing his true strength now. Alu shrieked. Jin Muyun's expression changed slightly. A frightening sword glow flowed within his eyes as he said, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, do you think that you can defeat me in 3 moves with just this? As soon as these words came out, the shock in the field subsided a lot. Indeed, no matter how strong Demon God Lin was, he was still a powerhouse at the peak of the reincarnation development realm. As someone of the same generation, how could Jin Muyun be unable to withstand 3 moves? Thinking of this, the crowd felt more relaxed. In particular, the experts from the Heavenly Sword sect sneered and waited to watch the show. Yes, Lin Sun nodded calmly as if he was talking about something that couldn't be more ordinary. At this moment, every move of his was filled with Taoist light, and he was enshrouded in divine brilliance. He was like a dominator who had the great spirit to control the mountains and rivers. He had really become different, everyone's expression changed. At this moment, Lin Sun truly had the aura of a demon god. Looking at him from afar, one would feel oppressed. Jin Muyun was so angry that he laughed. He pointed the sword in his hand at Lin Sun and said word by word, I'll let you slap your own face. Clang, he couldn't help but attack first. The Brahma sword in his hand suddenly burst out with monstrous divine flame sword intent. It crushed the void and fell from the sky like a meteor shower of fire. This sword was not only overbearing, but it also contained a copious momentum of the great way. The sound of the sword was like an explosion, as if it was going to break the barriers of happiness and break the confinement of happiness. It emitted a shocking force that reached straight to the heart. There was no doubt that Jin Muyun's swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. Just one strike showed the invincible demeanor of a peerless swordsman. Similarly, it could also be seen that although he didn't believe that Lin Sun could defeat him in 3 moves, he absolutely didn't hold back when he attacked. When the sword was drawn, it dazzled the universe and shocked everyone present. Such a stunning sword made some of the powerhouses feel palpitate and shocked. How could Lin Sun resolve this sword, or perhaps, even blocking it would be very strenuous? At the same time, Lin Sun also moved. To everyone's surprise, Lin Sun didn't use any treasures. Instead, he clenched his palm and fingers, and a fist burst out. Boom, however, this fist seemed too magical. As soon as it appeared, it deduced a series of phenomena of destruction in an instant, such as landslides, cracking seas, incinerating the void, pythons and dragons coming out of the abyss, and the clear cry of a phoenix. Later on, the sky collapsed, the great prison sank, and the apocalyptic spectacle of all life collapsing appeared. These phenomena and mysteries were gathered in the fist in an instant, and suddenly, the fist was filled with an indescribable force. It seemed to shake the sky and make the sky crack, shaking heaven punch, the extremely tough and overbearing fist that combined various mysteries of shaking heaven. 9 strikes was covered by the power of the truth of water, adding an indestructible spirit. Boom, the fist crossed the sky. Wherever it passed, the void was unstoppable, and chaos surged, causing Jin Muyun to immediately feel a sense of suffocation. It was difficult for him to breathe, and his soul was greatly affected. His face changed abruptly. In the face of this punch, he had an illusion that he didn't know how to resist it. He was like an ant that didn't know how to avoid the claw of an ancient dragon. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, and his mind instantly returned to its senses. After that, he suddenly realized that his Dao heart had actually been intimidated by the might of his opponent's fist. All of this occurred in an instant. When Jin Muyun wanted to change his move, it was already too late. Bang, on the entire battlefield, a sword and a fist collided with each other. In an instant, the nearby space rumbled and collapsed like a piece of paper. Various divine radiance and the glow of the Tao shot out, and it was terrifying and chaotic to the extreme. This was unlike the battles from before. Both sides of the battle intended to decide the outcome within 3 moves. So, as soon as they attacked, they'd executed their respective trump cards, and the impetus and destructive force they revealed was bound to be different. Some cultivators in the battlefield weren't even able to see the details of the battle clearly before their eyes were pierced by pain, and their souls suffered injuries. Stomp. Stomp, amidst the dust and dirt that suffused the air, Jin Muyun's figure retreated repeatedly uncontrollably. He felt the force of that punch charge into his body like a wild horse that had escaped its reins and was charging about. It shook him to the point his internal organs almost turned upside down, and every single inch of his flesh and blood ached as if they were pricked by needles. In an instant, he actually felt as if the heavens and the earth were spinning, and he was on the verge of fainting. Everyone was dumbstruck on the spot while their hearts and minds were shocked by the scene. Earlier, they were still pondering if Lin Sun would be able to resist Jin Muyun's shocking sword strike, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Sun's punch had easily injured Jin Muyun. This change in events occurred too quickly and in an instant, and it caused most people to think they were seeing things and didn't dare believe all of this. Pooh, in the battlefield, Jin Muyun had endured for a long time, yet he wasn't able to endure it in the end, and he coughed up blood while his countenance turned slightly pale. On the other hand, Lin Sun's figure was towering and motionless, and only his moon-white clothes fluttered in the wind while he was completely unharmed. Everyone in the surroundings couldn't help but become restless and exclaim with astonishment while revealing astounded expressions. Only now did they finally dare confirm that this strike had actually injured Jin Muyun. How could this be possible? Everyone's eyes widened and they were dumbfounded. What a powerful punch! Yichen closed his eyes, and his mind swiftly recalled all the details from before. His expression was solemn, which was rare for him. Shaking the heavens and the earth, unparalleled. The profundity contained in this punch is too powerful. Xiaotsong muttered in his heart, and at the same time, he also started to deduce the details. The other experts of the older generation couldn't help but be moved. Based on their judgment, they could naturally tell that this strike didn't contain any tricks, and it was completely a head-on collision. However, Jin Muyun was forced back, and this undoubtedly proved that demon god Lin was stronger. Did I underestimate him once again? Yan Zhanqiu's expression became gloomy. Previously, he had already overestimated Lin Sun's battle prowess by repeatedly re-evaluating it, but who would have thought that the truth would still exceed his expectations? On the battlefield, Jin Muyun's expression was gloomy, bewildered, and filled with disbelief. One move, both of them had gone all out, but he was still shaken. Did this mean that demon god Lin's achievements on the peerless Tao were higher than his? Open your dog eyes wide and see what is the demeanor of a demon god. To think that you were so arrogant and sarcastic just now. Have you been slapped in the face now? In the distance, Alu laughed maniacally. He was born to shoot his mouth off, so there was no reason for him not to take advantage of this opportunity. At the foot of the mountain, many people had ugly expressions. Especially the experts of the Heavenly Sword sect, they couldn't wait to tear this barbarian's mouth apart. It's only one move. Does he really think he can win just like that? An elder from the Heavenly Sword sect said coldly. It's normal for there to be mistakes in the first exchange, but if you say that demon god Lin can win within 3 moves, that would be the biggest joke in the world. The moment he said this, many people agreed. They were all experts from the ancient orthodoxies who hated Lin Sun, so they naturally wouldn't stand on Lin Sun's side. TSK, you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. If I were you, I would have already King slapped my own mouth. Alu sneered. Enough. Jin Muyun roared, his expression frighteningly livid. As a proud swordsman, he naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Then, he suddenly looked at Lin Sun and said, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations, but, it's destined that you won't be able to defeat me. Hearing Jin Muyun's words, Lin Sun's expression didn't change, but the fighting intent in his eyes became more and more intense, as if it was going to burn the sky. In the previous battles, in order to prevent the other small giants from seeing through him, he had indeed kept some trump cards hidden. For example, the heaven-shaking fist that had pushed Jin Muyun back. However, this was not the strongest trump card that he had, therefore, no matter how pessimistic the outside world was, it could not affect Lin Sun's state of mind. The Tao of the sword is capable of piercing through the heavens. Within the Zhou void, there is nothing that cannot be slashed. Amidst the tide-like sword cries, Jin Muyun's aura suddenly rose, and the Brahma sword swept through the air, striking out horizontally. This sword is called the Great Zhou Void Furnace. With a loud shout, the sword intent soared into the sky. Wherever it passed, the void was incinerated like a furnace fire bursting out, converging into a chaotic torrent of swords and rushing towards Lin Sun. Great Zhou Void Sword Scripture. Loud cries resounded in the surroundings. Everyone recognized that this was one of the 3 supreme sword sutras of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Great Zhou Void Sword Sutra that stood alongside the Cataclysm Sword Sutra and the Great Yin Yang Sword Sutra. This sword scripture was the core inheritance of the 3 supreme sword scriptures. Every sword strike was compatible with the great Tao of Zhou Su and was extremely murderous. For example, the universe void furnace had condensed the phenomena of the universe and the energy of the world into a single sword strike, and its might could shock the heavens and the earth. In ancient times, the Tongtian sword ancestor relied on this sword scripture to slaughter countless peerless experts, earning the title of sword ancestor, and his sword intent reached the heavens. Although Jin Muyun's sword had yet to reach the terrifying level of sword ancestor Tongtian's, it could be said to be unparalleled among the peak experts of the younger generation. Even if it was the sword demon Yi Chen, his eyes couldn't help but narrow when he saw this sword strike that seized the power of nature, and he sensed how terrifying its might was. Rumble, this sword strike hadn't even arrived when the entire battlefield seemed to have transformed into a furnace, and it was filled with surging and blazing fierce sword insight and boundless killing intent. Terrifying, devastation, fierce and domineering, it was obvious that Jin Muyun had used his strongest technique in this second move, gathering the strongest strength he had ever cultivated. Everyone in the surroundings felt suffocated. Zhao Jingxian and Alu's expressions changed slightly as they sensed how terrifying this attack was. Yu Lingkong, Li Qingping, and the others were also shocked by this attack. They had to admit that Jin Muyun was indeed extremely powerful. At the same time, they were filled with anticipation. Would Demon God Lin still dare to use his fist to block this attack? The eyes of the Heavenly Sword sect cultivators were filled with excitement and anticipation. 9 tribulations as one, trapped dragon ascending to the heavens. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun straightened his back, and around him, there appeared many phantoms of divine beasts. There was a snow-white ice hoe with its head held high, a ferocious swan and eye carrying a heavy load, a swan and eye stepping on mountains and rivers, a swan and eye spitting out immortal clouds and divine mist. There were Yazi, Qionyou, Chao Feng, Pu Lao, and Ba Xia. 9 divine beasts were sitting in the void around Lin Sun. Their ferocious power was monstrous. The divine power they exuded made Lin Sun look like a peerless dragon. This scene was too extraordinary. It was like they'd returned to the ancient times, and it revealed a terrifying scene that caused the heavens and the earth to dim down. Everyone in the field was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of cultivation method was this? How could it be so abnormal? Yan Zhanqiu, on the other hand, stood up abruptly, his eyes bursting with fury. How could this man master the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon? To him, the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon had an extraordinary significance. It was a knot in his heart. Bang! 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 At the same time, on the battlefield, the attacks of the two had already collided, producing a terrifying roar that shook the heaven and earth and shook the surroundings. It could be clearly seen that the sword Qi, which was like the great Zhou void furnace, was crushed, exploded, and annihilated with irresistible force. Dazzling light rain scattered and turned into turbulent currents that surged in all directions. The whole battlefield shook along with it. The hard and ancient ground emitted dense power of rules and order to dissolve the impact. Outside the field, the indifferent spirit servant was also moved at this moment. He was the embodiment of rules and order and a wisp of the immortal mountain's will. Naturally, he could clearly sense the terrifying power of this attack. Boom! The phantoms of the 9 divine beasts displayed their ferocious might. In the blink of an eye, they had already destroyed the great Zhou void furnace and engulfed Jin Muyan. Jin Muyan's hair stood on end, and his expression changed drastically. How was this possible? At this moment, he felt as if he'd been locked onto and confined, and he was trapped within the shackles of a cage. He was unable to escape or avoid it. Scram! He roared angrily and activated the ruthlessness in his heart. He circulated all the power in his body and the Brahma sword instantly burst forth with boundless sword fire. Boom! The collision erupted, and everyone outside the field felt a piercing pain in their eyes. They could no longer look at the battle. At the same time, a terrifying roar spread across the field. The entire heaven and earth rumbled and trembled. The spirit servant waved his sleeve, and the power of rules and order spread across the sky, firmly sealing the central battlefield to prevent the aftermath of the collision from spreading and causing everyone to be caught in the crossfire. From this, it could be seen how abnormal the power of this collision was. After a while, everyone looked at the battlefield in shock, only to see Lin Sun's figure standing still on the spot. Opposite him, Jin Muyan also did not move at all. Could it be that this collision was a draw? Gotcha! Gotcha! When this thought had just appeared in everyone's hearts, they heard a wave of fine sounds of bones breaking coming from Jin Muyan's body, and it seemed extremely ear-piercing in this silent atmosphere. It seemed as if the inside of his body was suffering an impact and destruction. After that, under the astounded gazes of everyone, Jin Muyan's body suddenly trembled, and he continuously spat out over 10 mouthfuls of blood. Every time he coughed out a mouthful of blood, his body would tremble, and strands of blood would flow out from the pores on his skin and taint his clothes. After spitting out over 10 mouthfuls of blood, he'd already transformed into a blood man. His entire body was dark red, and it was a horrifying sight. On the other hand, Lin Sun's expression was as calm as before. At the foot of the mountain, the expressions of the spectators changed indeterminately, and they seemed as if they'd seen a ghost. It was too unbelievable. In the previous battle, Jin Muyan was extremely formidable, and he'd even executed the profundities of the great Zhou void sword scripture that was renowned throughout the entire ancient desolation. But it was precisely like this that he'd suffered a severe injury. When they thought of the technique Lin Sun had executed earlier and the terrifying scene of the 9 divine beasts surging into the sky, many cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. What inheritance was that? How could it be so terrifying? Amazing! Yichen nodded to himself. If it was said that he merely felt admiration towards Lin Sun earlier, then at this moment, he'd already taken Lin Sun to be an opponent that he had to take seriously. It seems to be the inheritance of the true dragon bloodline. Could it be that this fellow has some sort of relationship with the true dragon bloodline? Laughing at the heavens, rubbed his chin and fell into contemplation. He's actually comprehended the true profundities of the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon. The rage in Yan Zhanxiu's eyes grew denser, and he'd lost his composure from before. It seemed as if he was utterly unable to tolerate the fact that Lin Sun had grasped this secret technique. Impossible. At the foot of the mountain, the experts of the Heavenly Sword sect were exasperated. They were unable to accept this scene, and their expression seemed to be extremely unsightly. Earlier, they were still looking forward to Jin Muyan displaying his might and defeating Lin Sun. Never had they imagined that Jin Muyan would still be blasted back in the second move of the battle and even suffer a heavy injury. Slap. 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 What a painful slap to the face. Lu, the blabbermouth, began to ridicule the crowd again. His voice was like thunder, and it infuriated the experts at the foot of the mountain to the point of stamping with rage, and they even had the impulse to kill someone. Zhao Jingxuan's smooth lips curved into a knowing smile, and her clear eyes shone with a trace of pride and honor. But immediately after, she noticed Yan Zhanqiu's incomparably terrifying gaze, and this caused her to suddenly frown as she realized something. Immediately after, she shook her head and was unwilling to pay attention to it. The 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon came from the commune of spiritual tattooists in the forbidden city of Xiao Empire, and it was left behind by Master Lu in the past. No matter who it was, they couldn't say anything against Lin Sun. However, even Zhao Jingxian didn't expect that Lin Sun would actually master the secret of this inheritance, again. On the battlefield, a hoarse voice like the rubbing of gravel came out from Jin Muyun's mouth. Along with this voice, he slowly raised his head, and his eyes that were already sullen became even more blazing at this moment, like a pair of burning stars. His entire body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. But at this moment, everyone present felt an unyielding and resolute imposing manner from him. No matter if he was an enemy or a friend, when facing Jin Muyun at this moment, they had to admit that he was an extremely proud, formidable, and dazzling supreme talent. No one would not be moved by this kind of stubborn and resolute spirit. But at the same time, the more it was like this, the more terrifying Lin Sun was. Jin Muyun was already so outstanding, yet Lin Sun was able to defeat him with 2 moves in a row. This undoubtedly seemed extremely terrifying. Based on this spirit and will alone, it's a matter of course that Jin Muyun can be ranked in the top 4. At this moment, even laughing at the heavens and Yechen acknowledged Jin Muyun's strength. However, this didn't make Jin Muyun feel happy at all. He was unwilling, even more unable to accept it. You're very good, but unfortunately, you're not Yun Qingbai. Lin Sun spoke as well, yet his words seemed to be slightly inexplicable. The hearts of many cultivators shook, and they seemed to have guessed something. Could it be that the opponent he really wants to defeat is Yun Qingbai? What an arrogant demon god Lin! This caused Jin Muyun's expression to turn gloomy, and he became even more furious. The sword inside in his entire body seemed as if it was burning, and his gaze was terrifyingly icy cold. But before he could speak, Lin Sun had already spoken. This time, receive a move from me as well. His voice hadn't finished resounding through the air when an imposing aura that was condensed like a ray, sharp like a blade, and vast like an abyss rumbled out from his body, and it threw the surroundings into disorder. Clang, the broken blade that was jade white and seemed ethereal flashed out. The Tao markings on the blade were obscure, and it emanated a myriad of gorgeous and dazzling clear-colored starlight. The sounds of discussion and the movements of everyone in the surroundings had stopped at this moment. They were able to clearly sense that Lin Sun's imposing aura seemed as if it was connected to the heavens and the earth, and he seemed as if he'd transformed into the one and only supreme exalt in the world that looked down upon the world. Merely this imposing aura caused one's scalp to go numb. On the other hand, the broken blade floated silently in midair at this moment. It didn't emit the slightest sound, and it seemed as if all its strength had been condensed onto that sharp blade, causing this strike to reveal a silent feeling as if everything would move in the opposite direction when it was pushed to the extreme. If this strike flashed out, then how great would its might be? How formidable would its strength be? Feeling the power of Lin Sun's attack, the geniuses of the same generation among the spectators felt their scalps numb and their faces turned pale with horror. Even the seniors were shocked and couldn't calm down. Great skill seemed clumsy, great sound was silent. This silent and soundless attack had not even exploded yet, but it had already shocked everyone present. Jin Muyun, who was opposite to Lin Sun, felt it more directly and strongly. At this moment, he felt empty and powerless in his heart. But in just a moment, he woke up from this sleepiness and his mind became unprecedentedly calm. He absolutely had to take this attack. Jin Muyun had a hunch that as long as he could block this attack, not only could he make Lin Sun lose this battle, but more importantly, his strength would be able to make a breakthrough again. At this moment, Jin Muyun's expression became extremely solemn and serious. He abandoned the greed, anger, and obsession in his heart, and forgot the resentment, hatred, and fear in his body. All kinds of power, magic, and the profound meaning of Tao were naturally running to the extreme. He had entered into a strange state. It was like the tranquility before the transformation, waiting for the flowers to bloom. This guy is really amazing. He actually wants to make a breakthrough at this moment. At this moment, many overmatches in the field noticed the change of Jin Muyun's breath, and they all showed a look of surprise. The more it was like this, the more it proved how amazing Jin Muyun's talent was. There are so many peerless geniuses in this session. They are much more dazzling than before. If Jin Muyun was in the previous session, he would definitely win the first place. An old man of the Wind Whisperer clan said in a trembling voice. He had participated in many battles of the junior giants and seen many proud geniuses in the world, but none of them could be compared with this session. At the same time, a trace of surprise flashed in Lin Sun's black eyes. Then, his eyes converged, and a kind of devil's will of iron and blood converged at this moment, turning into a majestic and boundless fighting intent. In the void, the broken blade, which had been waiting for a long time, swept out at this moment. At the same time, Jin Muyun also moved. The Brahma sword pierced the void, blooming with infinite light, and evolved into illusory shadows of gods, sitting in the void like ancient gods. However, in the face of the broken blade, all these were useless. Whoosh, amidst an ear-piercing explosion, the momentum of this sword was shattered. The sharp light of the broken sword chopped down on Jin Muyun's head. It was extremely dangerous, but at the same time, Jin Muyun felt an opportunity to break through. He was like a gambler, using all his strength to resist. From afar, his entire person seemed to have transformed into a beam of light, a sharp sword light that reached the heavens. Everyone's eyes stung and their souls trembled. They were shaken by this scene. However, without waiting for Jin Muyun's sword light to completely rise, it suddenly dimmed halfway before exploding into pieces. A rain of light swirled about, and the battlefield was in chaos. This strike was far from being as intense as the second strike, yet it seemed to be extremely direct, ferocious, and shocking. In fact, most of the spectators were unable to clearly see how the broken blade was executed. Thus, they had no way of knowing whether or not Jin Muyun had managed to block that attack. There was only one reason: fast, incomparably fast. By the time he realized what was happening, the battle was already over. 3 moves had passed. What was the result? No time to ponder, no time to be shocked, and no time to reminisce. Everyone subconsciously looked at Jin Muyun in the battlefield. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the rain of light continued to fall. Jin Muyun's figure gradually appeared. Immediately, the successors of the Heavenly Sword sect at the foot of the mountain burst into cheers. He won. Demon God Lin, the agreement of 3 moves has passed. Why don't you admit defeat and repent? You shot yourself in the foot. Do you expect this to happen to you? The other spectators were stunned. Had Demon God Lin really lost? All eyes were on Lin Sun on the other side. Some were gloating, some were sneering, some were proud, and some were sighing with emotion. Jin Muyun also looked at Lin Sun, but the movement of raising his head was abnormally slow, as if it was extremely difficult and strenuous. The moment he saw Lin Sun's figure in the distance, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment, but in the end, they all turned into confusion and emptiness. It was as if he had lost his soul. I was just a step away from breaking through, but it was all for naught. I hate it. The corners of Jin Muyun's lips wriggled. His voice seemed to be squeezed out of his chest, and it was extremely weak. It was as if a single sentence had used up all his strength. What's going on? Many people's eyelids twitched. Could it be that Demon God Lin hadn't lost? Bang! At this moment, Jin Muyun's slender body, which had been standing like a sword, suddenly fell to the ground. His head rolled onto the ground, blood spurting out. This sudden scene caused the discussion in the field to come to an abrupt end. It became so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Dead, some female cultivators even screamed in fear, their beautiful faces pale. This, the overjoyed and complacent cultivators of the Heavenly Sword sect, young and old, all felt as if they had been hit by a stick. Their vision darkened. How was this possible? They could not accept it. Everyone in the Heavenly Sword sect knew of Jin Muyun's strength, and he was nurtured as the second Yun Qingbai. Among the core disciples, he had always been the strongest, and was the strongest, but now, he had been defeated in the third move, and his head had been chopped off. This was too shocking. The field was deathly silent, and only the sound of the wind reverberated. Laughing at the heavens and Yechen were visibly moved, and their eyes surged with divine light. Lin Sun's slash from before had caused them to feel threatened. As for Yu Lingkong, Chu Beihai, Li Qingping, and the other powerhouses that were hostile towards Lin Sun, all of them seemed as if they had been struck by lightning and suffered a heavy blow. How could this fellow be so strong? They had no choice but to accept Jin Muyun's ability to compete for the top 4. But now, Jin Muyun had been completely crushed within 3 moves. This scene was undoubtedly too shocking, and it caused them to be stunned on the spot while their expressions changed indeterminately. Of course, everyone knew that it was impossible for Jin Muyun to die completely under the witness of the spiritual servant on the immortal mountain. But they couldn't help but be shocked. If this happened in the outside world, then the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Ha ha ha. This is so fucking satisfying. Look at those crows at the foot of the mountain. They seem as if their parents have died. Alu's wild laughter resounded once more, and he'd fully displayed the might of his mouth. It infuriated all the experts at the foot of the mountain who were hostile towards Lin Sun to the point they almost coughed up blood and were on the verge of going mad. Alu is right. Zhao Jingxian agreed, which was a rare occurrence. Of course, she could only speak these words in her heart because she didn't want to incur public wrath. Clang, Lin Sun put his broken blade away, turned around, and left the battlefield. On the way, his black eyes inadvertently looked down towards the foot of the mountain, and then a wisp of a soundless arc of ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth. Even though he didn't speak, it was like a fierce slap on the faces of those experts that had enmity with Lin Sun, and it caused them to feel burning and uncomfortable. Damn it, they were furious and ashamed. Earlier, none of them believed that Lin Sun would be able to defeat Jin Muyun within 3 moves. But the facts were that Lin Sun hadn't just defeated Jin Muyun, he'd even severed Jin Muyun's head. This was undoubtedly no different than slapping himself on the face. After he returned to the platform at the peak of the mountain, Lin Sun couldn't help but let out a long sigh while a wisp of exhaustion suffused the space between his brows. The 3 strikes seemed easy, but in reality, they had exhausted more than half of his physical strength, causing him to feel a little weak. Even Lin Sun had to admit that Jin Muyun was indeed very difficult to deal with. This time, he had to use the fury of Yazi and the battle saint method to finally suppress him. If it weren't for that, it would be difficult for him to win within 3 moves. Whoosh, a magnificent and dazzling divine rain fell from the sky and bathed Lin Sun in it. His exhausted physical strength and mental strength were restored within a few breaths, and he returned to his peak state. At the same time, on another mountain peak, Jin Muyun was also resurrected. Bathed in the divine rain, he was also full of vigor and vitality. However, there was a trace of lingering malice between his brows, especially when he looked at Lin Sun. There was hatred, anger, unwillingness, and confusion in his eyes. Obviously, although his injuries had healed, his state of mind hadn't recovered from the blow just now. After all, this was equivalent to dying once. In such a short period of time, it was impossible for anyone to be unworried after suffering such a blow. The worst thing was that he was also supposed to fight in the 3rd battle. Jin Muyun's opponent was laughing at the heavens. The latter had already arrived at the battlefield and said in a clear voice, "Jin Muyun, do you want some time to stabilize your state of mind?" "No need." Jin Muyun's expression was cold. He took a deep breath, abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind, and rushed to the battlefield. Previously, he had been killed here. Now, in less than a moment, he had ascended to the top again. This caused his state of mind to show signs of instability. "Are you sure?" Laughing at the heavens frowned, "There is a shadow in your heart, like a demon. Once you fight, it will affect your combat strength. You are destined to be no match for me." As soon as these words came out, everyone present sighed. It wouldn't matter if he was only defeated, but Jin Muyun had been killed and suffered the impact of death. There was a shadow in his heart that couldn't be resolved in a short period of time. Such a situation was indeed worrisome. Laughing at the heavens' upright and magnanimous demeanor was also admirable. At least, he didn't take advantage of Jin Muyun like Li Qingping did to Lin Sun. "I said, there's no need." A cold light shot out from Jin Muyun's eyes. "If you really respect me, then bring out your full strength and fight with me." Otherwise, don't waste your breath. Not only was laughing at the heavens not angry, he laughed instead. Alright, just because of what you said, I promise I won't show any mercy. Immediately, the battle erupted. The two of them fought fiercely, one with a sword and the other with a saber. The battle that unfolded was so exciting that it couldn't be compared to any of the previous battles. As he watched Jin Muyun fight with laughing at the heavens, Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh in his heart, putting aside his words and actions. This guy is quite unyielding and has an indomitable spirit. It's a pity that he comes from the same sect as Yun Qingbai. However, if Jin Muyun stubbornly insisted on being his enemy, Lin Sun wouldn't be kind to Jin Muyun when they met in the future. Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground, staring at the battle in the distance while summing up the previous battle experience. As everyone had seen before, he had been holding back since the beginning of the Junior Giants list, whether it was climbing the mountain, rushing to guard the mountain, or the battles in the first and second round. Lin Sun had never exerted his full strength. Not Qin Wenwan, not Go Yanjun, not Li Qingping and Bai Donglu, perhaps, these were all the top heaven's favorites in the world. But for Lin Sun, they didn't pose a real threat. Only when he fought with Jin Muyun just now did he use not only the Yazi's fury but also the saint method of fighting. Moreover, he also exerted the true meaning of the 9 strikes for shaking heaven and the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon. Lin Sun had never exerted this before. The reason was very simple. Recently, with the help of the Spirit of Spirit, he thoroughly understood the essence of these 2 secret methods. For example, the 9 strikes for shaking heaven, which was inherited from the heaven-accessing realm, had unfathomable power. When the meaning of the 9 punches gathered together, it could deduce its ultimate power. The fist of shaking heaven, of course, limited by his own cultivation, the fist of shaking heaven was extremely powerful. But if it was used by a real king, it could shake the sky and kill the enemy as easily as tearing a painting. As for the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, it was obtained from the ancient tablet of 9 dragons in the commune of spiritual tattooists of Xiao Empire. This inheritance turned into a simple and strange word calamity, floating in Lin Sun's sea of consciousness. Until now, he had practiced this method for many years, but it was only recently that he barely grasped all the mysteries of the 9 changes. It was also at this time that Lin Sun discovered that the power of the 9 changes could burst out beyond imagination when used together. He even suspected that this was the real mystery of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon. The power of combining the mysteries of the 9 changes and converging them in the battle was so powerful that Lin Sun was surprised. I've already memorized the profound meaning of the heaven-shaking fist. If I want to increase its power, I can only rely on the changes in my cultivation and the power of the great Tao. As for the might of the Calamity Dragon 9 transformations, I have only grasped the basics. I am still some distance away from mastering it thoroughly. If I wish to increase its might, I will have to spend more time on it. Lin Sun thought and concluded in silence. The life and death slash unleashed by the Broken Blade's energy, the Tao truth of water, the Yazi's wrath, and the Battle Saint technique is undoubtedly extremely powerful. However, this is not the limit of this move. Lin took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. No one knew that he still had a true trump card that he had yet to use. Unless he had no other choice, he would not reveal it. In the arena, the battle between Jin Muyun and Laughing at the Heavens was nearing its end. Just as everyone was worried, Jin Muyun, who had just experienced death, had an unstable mental state. This caused him to be firmly suppressed by Laughing at the Heavens in less than 500 moves. When the battle reached 800 moves, he no longer had the strength to counterattack and could only passively defend. In the end, he was still defeated. There was no miracle. Jin Muyun was shaken by Laughing at the Heavens saber and flew backward while coughing up blood. Everyone sighed. Being defeated by Lin Sun was undoubtedly a great blow to Jin Muyun. Otherwise, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. However, against everyone's expectations, after admitting defeat, although Jin Muyun's figure was in a sorry state and his face was pale, his eyes were bright and resolute. Moreover, they revealed a sharp edge, and were no longer as dispirited as before. As expected of a top figure at the absolute peak. After experiencing this battle, he was able to rely on this battle to gradually resolve the shadow devil in his Tao heart, and after experiencing this tempering, he faintly shows signs of transforming. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and noticed the subtle changes in Jin Muyun. He had to admit that Jin Muyun was indeed extraordinary since he could fight his way into the top 4. He was incomparable to the top figures in the general sense. However, this didn't affect Lin Sun at all. Even if Jin Muyun transformed, Lin Sun still had the confidence to kill him again. You're very good. I gained a lot of advantages this time. If there's a chance in the future, let's fight again. Laughing at the heavens turned around and left. Jin Muyun also turned around and left silently. His expression became calmer and calmer. He wasn't depressed, but restrained after going through tempering. Good. Seeing this, an elder of the heaven-reaching sword sect's eyes lit up. A sword is sharpened through tempering. After experiencing death, if Muyun can come out of the shadow, he is destined to have an amazing transformation. This may be a blessing in disguise. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted many envious gazes. The strong practitioners of the heaven-reaching sword sect also smiled. But right at this moment, Aru's sarcastic voice resounded. So, shouldn't all of you be grateful to Devil God Lin? If it wasn't for his personal guidance, how could Jin Muyun have had a chance to transform? Instantly, these people's faces became extremely ugly. They were so angry that their noses were crooked. They couldn't wait to fight with Alu. Seeing this, the strong practitioners of the other orthodoxies also felt a headache. This barbarian's mouth was extremely sinister. However, Jin Muyun's next move was once again beyond everyone's expectations. When he heard Alu's words, he was slightly stunned. Then he looked at the top of the mountain where Lin Sun was in the distance and said, "That fellow practitioner is right. This time, I really have to thank you, Demon God Lin. After experiencing death, I have the opportunity to be reborn and reborn." The whole field was silent. They couldn't believe their ears. Even the strong practitioners of the heaven-reaching sword sect suddenly changed their expressions, feeling very puzzled and depressed. However, the hostility between you and me can't be changed, and it's destined that it can't be resolved in this life. Jin Muyun changed the subject, looking cold and indifferent, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. His mood didn't fluctuate at all. Don't worry, I won't change what I said. After leaving the forbidden land of immortality this time, wherever you appear, I will definitely retreat as far as I can. This was what he had said during the bed of 3 moves. It was just that no one had expected that Jin Muyun would actually accept it so seriously. Moreover, she was very calm, without any anger or disappointment on her face. He had indeed changed. Lin Sun could keenly sense that Jin Muyun's state of mind and chi were constantly changing, becoming more and more restrained and calm. Like a well-tempered sword, its sharpness had been restrained, but it had a kind of unfathomable power. That couldn't be better. Lin Sun nodded. To be honest, he only hated Yun Qingbai and his accomplices. He didn't have any killing intent towards Jin Muyun. Especially now, when he saw Jin Muyun abiding by his promise so openly, Lin Sun couldn't help but admire him more. According to his estimation, after the arrival of the Great Era, with Jin Muyun's amazing talent, it was absolutely impossible for him to remain silent. However, at this moment, the people of the heaven-reaching sword sect were very unwilling. Jin Muyun abided by his promise, which meant that he had no intention of taking revenge on Lin Sun in the future. They couldn't do this, they hated Lin Sun to the core. It was related to Yun Qingbai, and also related to Kong Ling and the other heavenly talents of the heaven-reaching sword sect who were defeated by Lin Sun. The 4th match, Lin Sun against Sword Devil Yi Chen. No matter how shocking the previous battle was, at least at this moment, all the discussions and movements in the field stopped. Their gazes were fixed on the battlefield at the same time. So far, Sword Devil Yi Chen had only fought to a draw with Laughing at the Heavens. He had never been defeated. And Demon Lin was even more abnormal. Since the beginning of the minor tycoon list, no matter how dangerous the situation was, he had turned it into safety. It was a true complete victory. The two of them were about to fight at this moment. No matter who it was impossible not to pay attention to it. Including Lin Sun's enemies, they were all staring at the battlefield. Of course, they were thinking that Sword Devil Yi Chen could win this battle and end Demon Lin's undefeated record. Finally, we can see Demon Lin's full ability. Some of the older generation sighed with emotion. The others had the same feeling. Before the battle with Jin Muyun, no one had expected that Lin Sun had been holding back his strength. Even though the battle with Jin Muyun made everyone realize Lin Sun's strength, it had only been 3 moves from beginning to end. It could only make them realize that Lin Sun was very strong, but as for how strong he was and how strong he was, they didn't have a clear answer. At the end of the day, there was no one who could force demon god Lin into a desperate situation. Therefore, no one knew where his limits were. Now that Sword Devil Yichen had appeared, the answer might be revealed. I'll say it again, I won't hold back. Yichen was dressed in a purple robe. His eyes were surging with the vision of thousands of swords bursting forth. He was like an emperor of swords, overlooking the world. He stared at Lin Sun with a calm and serious expression. If you hold back, you'll lose very quickly. Lin Sun smiled slightly. He had been looking forward to the battle with Yichen for a long time. Only such a person could completely arouse the fighting spirit in his heart. Compared with Yichen, who was like an emperor of swords, Lin Sun's every move was full of disdain. He had a lawless and domineering demonic aura. These two completely different types of qi brought different feelings to the spectators. But one thing was for sure, these two people were terrifying. Then let me see what you're capable of. Yichen didn't waste any more words and clenched his slender and fair palm. With a clang, the purple sword of no return swept out like a real dragon. Its sword intent soared into the sky and filled the universe. Between heaven and earth, the sword intent was dazzling and intimidating. In an instant, Yichen's aura rose to the extreme. His black hair danced wildly, and his momentum was like the sun, illuminating the universe alone. Seeing this, Lin Sun's black eyes brightened. He didn't hide it and said, I might as well tell you that I still have a trump card. If you can force me to use it, I'll definitely come whenever you call me for a drink in the future. His words were plain, but full of arrogance. P.S. 5 updates for 3 days in a row. Although there were relatively few votes today, Goldfish was still very grateful. Without further ado, Goldfish would continue to release 5 updates tomorrow to express her gratitude. The first update would still be released in the early morning. Brothers and sisters, if you have monthly votes, please don't hesitate to cast them. As soon as Lin Sun said this, Yichen was stunned at first, and then he laughed. His voice was like the cry of a sword, shaking the world. Demon God Lin. Since you said that, then I'll tell you as well. If you're really able to defeat me, then so long as you encounter danger in the future, then so long as you call out to me, I, Yichen, will surely stand up for you. His words were full of pride, as sonorous and powerful as his sword. The whole audience was silent. Everyone could see that although Lin Sun and Yichen didn't respect each other, they valued each other very much. No matter who won or lost, they were destined not to be enemies. Demon Lin is so lucky to climb up to the high branch of the Yak clan in Mount Crepe Myrtle. Many people were jealous of Lin Sun's forces. Climb up to the high branch? With Demon Lin's aptitude, as long as he becomes a king, which force is qualified for him to climb up to? Aren't you all looking down on me too much? Some people retorted. While the audience was in an uproar, Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, What do you mean you will stand up for me when I am in danger? You are good at everything, but you like to be a superior person too much. Yichen laughed again and said, Do you really think you can defeat me? I'll know after I try. As soon as Lin Sun's voice fell, he took a deep breath, and the aura around him became stronger and stronger. His figure was submerged in the green light. Humph. Yichen waved his sleeve, and the ancient sword rose up. In an instant, the sword intent was so vast that it shook the void, bursting out a dense purple sword qi, and rushed towards Lin Sun in a dignified manner. It was like a forest of swords, distributed in the void, containing the formation of the Great Way. There were exactly 108 sword qi. Every single strand of sword qi contained the might of an Emperor Dao, and they emitted a resounding purple glow. With a bang, the void collapsed. Like an ancient demon flying in the sky, various strange phenomena appeared around Lin Sun's body and gathered in his fist momentum. In an instant, he smashed out thousands of fist forces, shaking the world. Bang! 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 The fist force broke through the air, breaking the sword qi in the deafening roar. It was so powerful that it seemed to be more condensed and fierce than the sword qi. Good! Chen let out a long roar and rushed over with his sword, launching a fierce fight. When he slashed out with his sword, it was like a country moving horizontally. The light of Tao roared, trying to kill Lin Sun. In their days, everyone had the feeling that facing this sword strike was like going against the entire world, and it was extremely oppressive. Empress Myrtle Sword Art, this was the embodiment of cultivating sword insight to the acme of perfection. It drew out the might of the heavens and the earth, and it wasn't restricted by fixed moves since a long time ago. Every single move he made fully displayed the profundities of the sword Tao. Lin Sun was fearless. He clenched his right fist and punched forward. It was simple and unsophisticated, but it had the power to destroy the universe and the void of Zhou Su. Endless Taoist light burst out. Bang, the two of them fought like suns colliding. Fist and sword howled as they collided, and it caused the heavens and the earth to dim down while the tune of the Tao rumbled, causing everyone in the surroundings to be astounded. The battle had only just begun, yet such peerless might had already appeared. No one would be able to remain calm. Kill. Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was like lightning. A no-grade sword wrapped in a monstrous purple light swept down like an emperor conquering the world. Lin Sun's whole body seemed to be burning, and his spirit was like a furnace, which made his fist more and more dazzling, and the 9 strikes for shaking heaven became more and more terrifying. The fury of Yazi, the saint method of fighting, the truth of water, with the support of all kinds of forces, Lin Sun completely let go of his hands and feet. With a bang, he broke through Chen's attack. In this way, the two of them began to fight, constantly attacking on the battlefield. The sword intent was blazing, the fist strength was boundless, and the vision was varied. It was extremely fierce. Clang! Clang! Clang, this was the sound of the sword, which was deafening like the roar of a dragon. Chen's sword was like the purple chi from the east with the momentum of the emperor. Every strike made people tremble and numb. The most terrible thing was that his moves didn't stick to the square. They wandered in the void and whistled between the latitude and longitude. Wherever the sword pointed, there was a great spirit. Lin Sun was not inferior to Chen. Although he was barehanded, his fist strength could break through the sky, suppress the earth, and destroy everything. It was also amazing and unimaginable. Unconsciously, the two of them had fought hundreds of times. The people outside the battlefield forgot to breathe. Their minds were surging like a storm. They couldn't control themselves. They couldn't imagine how a man at the peak of the reincarnation developing realm could display such power. No one doubted that if a half-step king realm was involved in it, he would definitely die a terrible death. Boom, in the earth-shattering collision, both of them flew out. Chen coughed out a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His figure trembled slightly, but his eyes became brighter and brighter, surging with cold and frightening sword light. There was a sword mark on Lin Sun's shoulder. The skin and flesh were torn, and blood was flowing out. However, he seemed to be unaware of it. His breath was like boiling lava, stirring up the wind and clouds. Everyone was shocked. Both of them were injured, and it seemed that no one had gained the upper hand. Lin Sun, this strength is far from enough. Isn't it fierce enough? Then I'll let you feel it again. In the battle of words, the phantoms of divine beasts emerged in an instant, sitting around Lin Sun. Ice Dragon, Tao Wu, Bishi, Baxia, 9 phantoms of divine beasts shook their heads and wagged their tails. The light curtain was blazing and vivid, making Lin Sun look like a real dragon descending to the world. 9 transformations of dragons of calamity. Chen narrowed his eyes. He had seen the horror of this secret method. He immediately shook his hand, and with a clang, the purple no-tool sword was suddenly divided into 9 parts. The 9 swords, like purple suns, surrounded Chen's body, releasing infinite sword intent. Ziwei 9 sword moves. Everyone felt suffocated, and their eyes were stinging. Chen had used this secret method in the first battle with laughing at the heavens. When 9 swords were used at the same time, the power could make ghosts and gods retreat. Boom, the battle started again, and it became more and more intense. The battlefield was full of the roars of divine beasts and the roar of swords. The two fought from the sky to the sky, and then swept across the battlefield. Looking from a distance, it was like a fierce battle between gods and demons, which was earth-shattering. Chen was injured. Lin Sun was also injured. As time went by, more and more injuries appeared on their bodies. Their clothes were soaked with blood, but they didn't look embarrassed. On the contrary, they gave people a sense of iron and blood. Break! When there were nearly 1,000 moves, Yichen let out a thunderous shout. 9 spiritual swords swept out, like 9 suns falling on the battlefield and exploding. At this moment, many strong people screamed. Their minds were affected, and they couldn't bear the impact. They coughed up blood. Even the heavens' prides who were also minor giants gasped as their divine souls trembled. At this moment, Lin Sun also felt the extreme danger. He deduced his power to the extreme, and his whole body was shining. Buzz, around his body, the 9 phantoms of divine beasts suddenly turned into illusory tribulation characters. Each character was different, as if it represented different times and civilizations. Some were twisted like earthworms, some were cuneiform symbols, and some were shaped like ancient totems. As soon as the 9 tribulations appeared, everyone's heart suddenly tightened, as if they had encountered the divine punishment. Their Taoist heart, divine soul, and the whole body all felt an indescribable pressure. Fortunately, the 9 tribulations were extremely vague and illusory, so they didn't appear clearly. Otherwise, their power would definitely be stronger. Even so, it could be called extremely terrifying. Boom! 9 swords like the sun and 9 mysterious tribulation characters collided on the battlefield. At that moment, even the spiritual servant's eyes narrowed. He waved his sleeves, an endless power of rules and order emerged, covering the whole battlefield. Even then, this world-shocking battle caused the battlefield to seem like the end of the world had arrived. Rumbling resounded while surging sword insight and divine radiance shot about chaotically, and it was turbulent and chaotic. This is too terrifying. In the battlefield, all the spectators were dumbstruck. Even though they were extremely far away, it still caused their minds to suffer a blow. Such a battle was rare in the outside world, and it was enough to cause a sensation in the whole world. The power of the Calamity Dragon. He can actually already accomplish this step. Xianxia had always been very conceited, but he seemed to take Lin Sun's 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon to heart and couldn't tolerate it. The stronger Lin Sun's performance was, the angrier he became, and his expression became more and more indifferent and cold. Did he block it? Laughing at the heavens, Jin Muyun and the others were staring at the battlefield. The chaotic scene was fading, and before long, the figures of Lin Sun and Yichen appeared. However, at this moment, both of them looked very miserable. Lin Sun's face was pale, and his hands were bloody. There were many shocking sword wounds on his body, and blood was still flowing out. Yichen wasn't much better. He was bathed in blood and panting. Although there weren't many injuries on the surface, he had suffered internal injuries. Seeing this scene, the whole audience fell into an inexplicable shock. This time, there was still no winner. It's still not enough to defeat me. Yichen took a deep breath. His eyes were blazing, and his aura didn't decline. Instead, it became more fierce and shocking than before. If you don't show your real trump card, you're doomed to lose. As he spoke, everyone was shocked to find that Yichen's injuries were healing at an astonishing speed, and his aura was gradually rising. God! How strong is he? Some spectators were shocked. Yichen's performance was too dazzling and abnormal. You're wrong. It's not the right time yet. Lin Sun also took a deep breath, took out the broken sword, and said, "Next, if you can block this round of killing, maybe I can use my real trump card." You're really arrogant. You're not much weaker than laughing at the heavens. Yichen raised his eyebrows. In the distance, laughing at the heavens snorted coldly. He was a little dissatisfied with Yichen's comparison. Cut the crap. Let's fight. This time, Lin Sun took the initiative to attack. The broken sword swept through the air, splashing thousands of dazzling light rain, illusory like stars, revealing a peerlessly fierce aura. At this time, his blood was aroused, and his fighting spirit was boiling. Every inch of his skin revealed the desire to fight. This was the first time that Lin Sun had such an enjoyable battle since he participated in the ranking of junior giants. The reason was very simple. Yichen was an extremely outstanding and great opponent. Only by fighting against such an expert would one be able to have this kind of burning fighting intent. Looking from afar, Lin Sun's figure was like a demon that could cross the 9th heaven. The blazing and fierce fighting spirit shocked all the spectators. What an amazing fighting spirit, even people like laughing at the heavens could not help but feel shocked. At this moment, Lin Sun was like a fighting demon. His fighting spirit alone was like the smoke of a wolf soaring into the sky, shattering the wind and shaking the stars. Looking at his figure from a distance, people felt numb and their minds were affected. It was no exaggeration to say that at this time, some small giants would be oppressed by Lin Sun's fighting spirit before they started fighting. This fighting spirit was the momentum of fighting saint method. After integrating the profound meaning of Yazi's wrath, this supreme inheritance from the Fengsuan mountain in the ultimate ruins burst out with unimaginable power, and the ultimate meaning of fighting was contained in it. Good. Ye Chen also felt the pressure, but it stimulated his fighting spirit. Boom, in his hand, the no-weapon sword was like a purple dragon, breaking through the void with immeasurable Taoist light. Whoosh, the cold light of the broken sword flashed and burst out. Silence cut. In an instant, the world was silent and everything was still. Only a sharp blade flashed up explosively and slashed down. This. In the distance, Li Qingping, Go Yanjun, Bai Donglu and others all changed their faces. They had fought with Lin Sun before, so they were very clear about the horror of this cut. However, compared with the previous one, this cut was undoubtedly much more horrible. Li Qingping and others were sure that if Lin Sun launched such an attack at that time, even if they could block it, they would be seriously injured or dead. It was also at this moment that they finally understood the gap between them and Lin Sun, and their hearts were filled with deep frustration and unwillingness. Bang! 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 On the battlefield, Lin Sun and Ye Chen fought fiercely again. It was more tragic and dangerous than before. Between the sword and the saber, there was endless killing intent, which made the spectators' hair stand on end. Lin Sun's fighting spirit became stronger again, but so did Ye Chen. Although they used all their means in the fight, they still couldn't tell the winner for a while. Their injuries were getting worse and worse. But when they fought, they became fiercer and fiercer. This time, it won't be a tie again, will it? Someone said in a trembling voice. Regardless of who it was, even the people of the older generation were unable to tell who had gained the upper hand. This undoubtedly meant that the combat strength of the two of them should be at the same level, which was why they were evenly matched. No, didn't you hear? Demon God Lin still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. Do you think Yi Chen doesn't have a trump card? The sound of argument rang out in different areas, but it soon fell into silence. Because compared to disputes, they were paying more attention to this battle, and they weren't willing to miss a single detail because of disputes. Boom, after another collision, Yi Chen's figure soared into the sky. The 9 swords suddenly paused in the void, and quietly floated in the position of the 9 palaces around him. At the same time, a strand of extremely terrifying and fierce energy rumbled as it swept out from Yi Chen's body. Everyone felt their vision darken, as if dark clouds had covered the sky. But this was just an illusion. The reason was because of Yi Chen. At this moment, he stood proudly high up in the sky, and his figure was steaming with a terrifying and sharp sword intent. His power alone was enough to make the sky dim. I want to decide the winner with this sword. Are you still not going to use your trump card? Yi Chen's voice rumbled and stirred the surroundings. He was obviously seriously injured and covered in blood, but at this moment, he still seemed so powerful, like an unshakable towering mountain. I'm worried that you can't bear it. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his voice was a little hoarse. He was also seriously injured, but his pair of black eyes were unusually bright, and the burning fighting intent in his pupils was enough to make ghosts and gods tremble. Truly, crazy enough. Yi Chen snickered, his eyes were already full of determination. Clang, a sword swept out, and its momentum was like the Milky Way falling from the 9th heaven, shining with silver light. Without waiting for a breath, the second sword swept out with a clang, and its momentum was like a beacon burning the prairie, and the red fire spread like the sea. Clang! 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 Then, one sword after another swept out, some like a green rainbow soaring deep into the forest, some like the sun leaping over the blue sea, and some like towering mountains. Every sword was branded with a profound meaning of the Great Way. Every profound meaning of the Great Way showed different divine power. At this moment, they swept out one after another, reflecting the world, mountains, and rivers. The landscape was picturesque, and the sword was picturesque as well. This sword that contained 9 types of great way profundities was called Picturesque Landscape. The minds of everyone present were awed, and they were utterly unable to describe the might of this strike. 9 types of great way energy fused into the sword, and it displayed the picturesque landscape. This was absolutely a strike that could shock the world and make ghosts and gods weep. Damn it. Only laughing at the heaven's face sank. As far as he was concerned, if the spirit servant didn't stop the battle between him and Yi Chen, he would absolutely be able to directly experience the might of this strike. This fellow really is abnormal. He actually grasped 9 types of great way profundities. Even Lin Sun was awed. Never had he imagined that Yi Chen's trump card would actually be so shocking. At the age of 30 and at the reincarnation development realm, Yi Chen had grasped 9 types of great way energy. This was undoubtedly terrifying, and in the entire ancient desolation region, there were probably not many that could compare to him. Even Lin Sun was much inferior in terms of the amount of great way comprehension. However, quantity was quantity, and it wasn't enough to represent true might, and it depended on the comprehension level of the great way energy, but even so, Yi Chen's strike was shocking enough. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Facing this strike, Lin Sun didn't dare to be careless, and he could only fight with all his might. Bang! Clear radiance surged around his body, and 9 illusory tribulations were deduced to defend his body. At the same time, he deduced the Battle Saint technique and the fury of Yazi to the extreme, and the broken blade burst forth at this moment. Life and Destruction Strike. This strike appeared in an instant, and it was the most murderous and swift strike that Lin Sun had grasped so far. When he fought Li Qingping earlier, Lin Sun still held back, but he easily slashed Li Qingping into 2 with the Life and Destruction Strike. But now, the might of the Life and Destruction Strike was completely different. But unexpectedly, before the Life and Destruction Strike could approach, the 9 spiritual swords that were coiled with different great way profundities suddenly converged together and transformed into a sword formation that firmly blocked the broken blade, and it emitted ear-piercing sounds of friction and collision while divine radiance shot out. One could clearly see that the sword formation was like a millstone, and it flowed with 9 types of great way profundities as it ceaselessly obliterated and dissolved the murderous force of the broken blade. Bang, 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 the collision sounded like thunder, and the broken blade buzzed, but it couldn't break the sword formation. Lin Sun's black eyes shrank. Lin Sun, the Life and Destruction Strike is useless to me. Yi Chen smiled and looked at Lin Sun with disdain. When he was watching the battle before, he had noticed the terrible power of the Life and Destruction Strike, and he had already thought of a countermeasure. Now it really worked. Open! Before Lin Sun could respond, Yi Chen suddenly let out a roar. With a bang, the sword formation ran, and the flowing gorgeous sword light shook the broken blade away. Then, it pressed down on Lin Sun. 9 swords with 9 different great way profundities gathered into a formation at this moment, blotting out the sky and shrouding the earth. That scene made everyone have a sense of despair that there was no escape, and they could only sit and wait for death. Bang! The sword formation pressed down, fast and violent, and collided with the 9 tribulations floating around Lin Sun first. The blazing light between the 2 submerged Lin Sun's whole body. Many people's eyes were stinging, and their souls seemed to be cut. They couldn't see clearly at all. But the seniors and the young giants clearly saw that under the suppression of the sword formation, the tribulations around Lin Sun's body were suffering rapid wear and tear, and it was almost impossible to support it. Terrible. Picturesque landscape. This attack is enough to shock the world. The Yi clan of Crepeway Mountain is destined to have one more lord in the future. Many people were excited and couldn't calm down. Up until this point, 10 minutes had already passed, and it seemed to be slightly long. However, every single minute and second that passed was horrifying and suffocating to the point one's soul trembled. It was too world-shocking. Now, seeing that Yi Chen was about to suppress Devil Lin and win this victory, everyone couldn't help but sigh with emotion. However, as soon as the sigh began, it stopped abruptly. At this moment, everyone felt at the same time that an obscure and terrible power quietly emerged from Lin Sun. It was like a great abyss that could swallow all things in the world. What's this? Has he finally taken action? Streams of spiritual awareness and frightening eyes were fixed on Lin Sun at the same time. They knew that if Lin Sun wanted to make a comeback, he must show his trump card at this moment. Boom, Lin Sun's aura changed completely. His black hair flew in the air, and his body was like an ancient abyss, surging with endless obscure and frightening fluctuations. Countless dense stars twinkled and then disappeared around him. It seemed that all the stars in the universe could only bow down to him. Such a terrible and rare vision made the whole audience fall into dead silence and feel a great horror. Destroy. Lin Sun's body suddenly stretched out. The 9 tribulations, which were about to be obliterated, suddenly turned into 9 black holes in the depths of the starry sky and rotated quietly. Crack! Crack! With a burst of cracking sounds, the sword formation formed by 9 kinds of profound truths began to collapse. The sword intent was broken, and the light rain was dispersed. Then, all the power was swallowed up. It seemed slow, but in fact, a series of movements happened in an instant. It was so fast that it was dizzying. Puff, in the distant sky, Ye Chen's body shook and his face suddenly turned pale. At the moment when the sword formation was destroyed, he suffered a backlash and couldn't help coughing up a mouthful of blood. One could clearly notice with the naked eye that the extremely fierce aura around Ye Chen's body was like a receding tide, and it quickly became weak to the extreme. In the previous battle, he had been seriously injured. Now, he exhausted all his strength to display the picturesque landscape, but it was so strong that it was instantly dissolved. It was like adding snow to snow, and he couldn't hold on at all. Plop, his figure shook, and finally, he couldn't hold on and fell to the battlefield from midair. But even so, he still held his body firmly and didn't fall to the ground. His body was like a straight spear, unyielding and unyielding. The whole audience was shocked into a dead silence. At this time, Lin Sun restrained his aura. Silence reigned. Even the wind stopped blowing. The crowd was in a daze. Their minds were in turmoil and they were unable to calm down. Previously, Ye Chen's 9 swords contained 9 kinds of profound ways and transformed them into a formation with the power to destroy the world. However, at the last moment, it was reversed by Demon Lin. This result was so sudden that it was hard to believe. How could such a shocking blow be defeated? What was the power that Demon Lin used at the last moment? How could it have such incredible power? Unfortunately, everything ended too quickly. When the sword array was cracked, Fiend Celestial Lin retracted his attack. The power he produced was like a fleeting epiphyllum that vanished without a trace. Most of the spectators had no chance to see it. Even some of the older powerhouses and those at the junior level could only vaguely see it. The collision was too intense. It was like the eruption of the sun. It stung not only the eyes, but also the soul. Why do I feel that? It's very similar to the profound way of devouring that senior brother Yun Qingbai has mastered. At the foot of the mountain, a successor of the Heavenly Sword sect wondered. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the people nearby changed slightly. Indeed, they had a sense of déjà vu before. Now that they thought about it, they immediately found that the power Lin Sun used at the last moment was strikingly similar to Yun Qingbai's profound way of devouring. Almost at the same time, on the battlefield, Ye Chen stared at Lin Sun as if he was looking at a monster. He asked, "What's your relationship with Yun Qingbai?" The crowd became even quieter. Many powerhouses who knew Yun Qingbai had their eyes flickering as they realized the meaning of Ye Chen's words. Because they also noticed that the power Lin Sun used at the last moment seemed to be of the same origin as Yun Qingbai's. "Enemy," Lin Sun said casually. These 2 words shocked everyone present. They had thought that Lin Sun had a relationship with Yun Qingbai. Who would have thought that Lin Sun regarded Yun Qingbai as an enemy? Lin Sun looked calm. This was the first time he had revealed this secret in public. In the past, he had to bear with it for the sake of his own safety, suppressing his hatred for Yun Qingbai deep in his heart. But now, there was no need to hide it. Of course, he didn't explain the reason. He believed that these 2 words were enough to show his attitude. No wonder you want to go to the White Jade capital and break the record set by Yun Qingbai 10 years ago. So, this is the reason. Ye Chen looked pensive. It's just that your strength just now. Lin Sun shook his head. It has nothing to do with him. In the end, he resisted the urge to say that Yun Qingbai had dug out his origin spirit vein. He felt that it was unnecessary. Sooner or later, he would take revenge. If others heard about it, it would only invite criticism. Gazing at Lin Sun for a long time, Ye Chen sighed and said, I lost. Don't be discouraged. At least you have forced me to use my trump card. If you want to drink in the future, I will come whenever you call me. Lin Sun smiled. Ye Chen said snappily, I don't need you to comfort me. A defeat is a defeat. It's not like I lost in the Great Era War. That's good. Both of their clothes were dyed with blood, and their injuries were extremely severe. The previous battle was incomparably bitter, but at this moment, they seemed to be in harmony with each other. Since you've defeated me, then when you face laughing at the heavens later, you absolutely can't lose. Ye Chen suddenly said with an unquestionable voice. Humph. Laughing at the heavens crossed his arms and snorted coldly. I'll try my best. Lin Sun shrugged. The two of them returned to their respective Taoist altars. The spiritual servant waved his sleeve, and the divine spiritual rain fell, bathing the two of them. Right at this moment, the atmosphere in the surroundings was stirred. All sorts of clamorous noise resounded like an explosion, and it broke the deathly silent atmosphere in the surroundings. Ye Chen lost to Demon Lin. It's unbelievable. Many people still found it hard to accept. Demon Lin has been killing all the way since he entered the minor giants list. He has never been defeated. It's a miracle. Some people were shocked and sighed with emotion. This little bastard really has the ambition of a wolf. How dare he regard Yan Qingbai as his enemy? The successors of the heaven-reaching sword sect were furious. They finally understood why Lin Sun went to the 12th floor of White Jade Jing to break the record a few days ago. If we don't get rid of him, we won't be able to eat and sleep in peace. The faces of the divine pivot Holy Land, the Holy Land of Lingbao, the pure land of longevity, and the Black Sea Tengu who hated Lin Sun were extremely gloomy. Lin Sun's combat strength shocked and even horrified them. He had no one to rely on, but he could create an undefeated record that had never been broken until now. Even the sword devil Ye Chen was inferior to him. Lin Sun's potential was undoubtedly too terrifying. Once he grew up, he would definitely be a big trouble. As he said, those who don't attract jealousy are mediocre. Lin Sun's achievements today show that he is also a talent with great luck. On the other hand, those practitioners who remained neutral were generous in their praise, and they admired Lin Sun greatly. On the top of the mountain, the faces of Chu Beihai, Yu Ling Kong, and Li Qingping were as gloomy as if they had eaten a dead fly. There was an unprecedented sense of frustration in their hearts. This time, they came aggressively. Before the competition began, they all threatened to teach Lin Sun a painful lesson. But now, especially when they witnessed the scene of Lin Sun defeating Ye Chen, their inner pride was completely shattered, leaving only unwillingness and bitterness. Even if they were unwilling, they had to admit that Lin Sun was stronger than any of them. This was the reality. What a freak. What a freak. He's too freaking freak. Alu was yelling, repeating the word pervert over and over again. His rugged face was filled with admiration. Zhao Jingxian chuckled as her clear eyes flowed with a brilliant luster. Her clear and peerlessly beautiful face was filled with heartfelt pride. Lin Sun would never let her down. I'm not as good as him, but, Jin Muyun's eyes flashed, it's hard to say in the future. I can't let Ye Chen succeed. Laughing at the heavens clothes fluttered in the wind. His long and narrow eyes were like a blade, and they were full of thoughts. He was about to fight Lin Sun in the 6th battle. But witnessing the battle between Lin Sun and Ye Chen made him feel heavy pressure. He knew Lin Sun would be very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. In the midst of the uproar, the 5th battle began. The two sides were Jin Muyun and Ye Chen. Both of them were sword cultivators. Jin Muyun was the head core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, and he'd grasped the profundities of the Grand Zhou Void Sword scripture. His Tao heart was firm, and he possessed unyielding pride. He was peerlessly formidable. On the other hand, Ye Chen was the leader of the younger generation of the Crepe Myrtle Mountain Ji clan. He had the title of Sword Demon, and his sword was like an emperor that looked down upon the world. The two of them were bound to display a peerlessly brilliant battle in the Sword Tao. However, to everyone's astonishment, as soon as they entered the arena, Ye Chen directly asked, "Have you walked out from the shadow of death? If not, then I advise you to admit defeat." It was direct and decisive, yet it pointed directly at Jin Muyun's Dao heart. I'm about to break through. Jin Muyun remained unmoved, but this single sentence contained a hidden meaning, and it had the intention of opposing Ye Chen with equal harshness. It was as if she was warning Ye Chen that he was entirely capable of breaking through in battle, and this was undoubtedly a form of deterrence. Yet Ye Chen smiled lightheartedly. Now that's interesting. If you don't break through, then I'll only feel that it's boring. The two of them seemed to be in a calm battle of words, yet it caused the atmosphere to become tense and oppressive. The dense battle intent and killing intent they emitted caused the spectators to tremble with fear. Clang, Jin Muyun's Brahma sword left its sheath and pointed it at Ye Chen. Cut the crap, let's decide the victor with our swords. Heh, then as you wish. Ye Chen roared with laughter as his Brahma sword flashed out, and it was like violet chi had come from the east and was enveloped by emperor energy. Bang, the battle erupted, and the battle in the sword Dao between two peerless geniuses erupted at this moment. Instantly, the attention of everyone present was drawn over. However, at this moment, Lin Sun's eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged on the platform, and he seemed to be completely unaware of this battle and turned a deaf ear to it. He wasn't being arrogant, and it was instead the numerous battles he'd experienced earlier had caused him to have a great deal of comprehension. In the end, after he fought Ye Chen, these comprehensions erupted like tidewater in his heart. In his mind, the mysterious tribulation character glowed, and it seemed to have transformed into a true dragon that whistled through the air and revealed profound scenes. Sometimes it transformed into an ice dragon, sometimes it transformed into an ash dragon, sometimes it transformed into an ash dragon, but no matter how it appeared, it would condense into a tribulation character in the end. Moreover, every single tribulation character was different, and they revealed a different aura. Some were ancient and boundless, some were strange and warped, some were overbearing and fierce. Later, the 9 tribulation characters also began to merge together. At this moment, Lin Sun's heart trembled, and he comprehended a brand new profound way, the true dragon way. In his mind, there seemed to be a real dragon moving about, looming and lifelike. Sometimes it seemed to be out of reach in the deepest part of Zhou. Sometimes it was right in front of him, and the dragon's head filled the world, bringing a sense of endless oppression. The rolling and boundless dragon roar seemed to burst out from the depths of his soul, making Lin Sun tremble all over. He seemed to be immersed in the endless mystery, and he was obsessed with it. No matter how hard Lin Sun racked his brains, he would never have thought that he would touch such an unparalleled and amazing great way at this moment. In other words, he would never have thought that the ultimate profound way hidden in the inheritance of the 9 changes of tribulation dragon would involve the truth of the true dragon. Years ago, on the Kangwu mountain, Loka, the successor of the sword sage from the Miluo Palace in the Earth Imperial Universe, had comprehended the way of deity. Phoenix. That was because Loka himself had the bloodline of deity Phoenix. Lin Sun was a pure human, and his bloodline had absolutely nothing to do with the true dragon. But now, he had an epiphany and touched the great way of the true dragon. This undoubtedly proved that his enlightenment this time was obtained from the 9 changes of tribulation dragon. This was undoubtedly incredible. Of course, this was the first time that Lin Sun had touched the great way of the true dragon. He had not mastered it yet. As time went by, the battle of swordsmanship between Ye Chen and Jin Muyun on the battlefield had reached an extremely fierce stage. Everyone in the field was attracted by it, so few people noticed that Lin Sun was comprehending on a Taoist altar on a certain mountain peak. Moreover, even Lin Sun himself didn't notice that the coiling dragon tablet in front of him was drifting with obscure waves that were almost invisible, bathing him in it. Everything seemed to have some kind of harmony and resonance. It was too wonderful for words. P.S. Some kids are asking, how many days are they going to explode this month? Don't worry, there will be more than 5 episodes this month. Around the end of the month, there will be more than 5 episodes. Of course, if you still want to see it tomorrow, then buy your monthly tickets. Pooh, Jin Muyun coughed up blood and admitted defeat decisively. Why did you admit defeat? Ye Chen frowned as he was able to sense that Jin Muyun hadn't reached his limit. Everyone present was extremely astounded as well. Jin Muyun grinned before turning around and leaving the battlefield to return to the Dao platform at the peak of the mountain. However, his figure was still in midair when he suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura that shot into the sky, and the Brahma sword in his hand emitted a clear cry of excitement and joy along with it. This fellow actually broke through. Everyone present was shocked as they looked over in unison. In the sky, numerous gray and hazy sword insight surged into appearance and condensed into numerous bowl-sized sword flowers that rained down from the sky. Every single sword flower seemed like a god that resided within it, and they emanated a terrifying aura that seemed capable of crushing the world. A myriad of sword flowers descended from the sky while the images of numerous gods appeared within them. In the end, they enveloped Jin Muyun, who was in midair, causing his entire body to be gray and give off a terrifying dignified aura. Muyun's Buddha Grand Tao has finally attained the state of Tao profundity. At the foot of the mountain, an old man from the Heavenly Sword sect cried out with wild joy as if he'd gone mad. Everyone present gasped and were extremely shocked. The Buddha Grand Tao was known as the four ultimate Taos of slaughter, along with solitary void, profound void, and purgatory. It was ranked on the Heavenly Tao rankings, and its destructive force could be said to be terrifying. Yet Jin Muyun had actually broken through at this moment and attained the state of Tao profundity. This was too shocking. Yi Chen, thank you. With you as my whetstone, I was able to sever the barrier in my Tao heart in such a short period of time and break through in one go. Ha ha ha. In midair, Jin Muyun roared with laughter with an arrogant bearing. Numerous sword flowers coiled around his body, and every single god that resided within the flowers was too dazzling and extraordinary. Yi Chen sneered, whetstone? You might as well say that I'm the one who fulfilled your wish. No matter what, even though I've lost 3 battles in the competition for the minor titan rankings, this breakthrough is sufficient for me to have no regrets. Jin Muyun spoke proudly as his voice reverberated throughout the surroundings. Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't help but wonder if Jin Muyun had a chance to fight Yi Chen, demon god Lin, and laughing at the heavens after his breakthrough. This kid is really a genius that isn't inferior to Yun Qingbai. Just based on this comprehension ability alone, I'm afraid he'll be able to reign supreme here, and no one can compare to him. An old man from the Heavenly Sword sect sighed with an expression of pride. Old geezer, how can you blow your own trumpet like this? Ah Lu, who was in the distance, was very displeased, and he sneered. Not satisfied? Why don't you help this old man look around? Who else in this place can accomplish this? The elder was indifferent. He was extremely conceited and proud. Jin and Muyun, indeed, since the beginning of the minor tycoon rankings until now, there hadn't been a single person like Jin Muyun who had broken through in battle and attracted such a grand phenomenon. Ah Lu was at a loss for words, but he wouldn't just accept it like that. He cried out, Demon God Lin, I've already challenged you to a fight, how can you remain indifferent? Everyone rolled their eyes. This barbarian was too much. Did he need help just to shoot off his mouth? Shameless. Demon God Lin? He's nothing. How can he be compared with Muyun? The old man from the Heavenly Sword sect spat disdainfully. Boom, but at this time, on the Taoist altar on the top of the mountain where Lin Sun was, an indescribable vast power rose to the sky and shattered the clouds in the sky. In the thunderous shock, an ancient and majestic dragon roar came from the depths of the shattered clouds. In an instant, the wind rose and the clouds surged. A terrifying and boundless dragon power spread out and shrouded the whole world. Everyone felt stiff. Their bodies and minds seemed to be oppressed. Their souls trembled and they felt a great fear from the bottom of their hearts. In a trance, there seemed to be a real dragon emerging from the clouds in everyone's vision. It was faintly discernible, roaming in the void with the chaotic chi rising from its body. It was immeasurable. Its power was immeasurable. There was a burst of gasps in the field. They were all shocked by the scene. The chaotic chi filled the air, the real dragon appeared, and its roar resounded through the world. Such a phenomenon could be said to be world-shocking. Boom in the sky, the dragon power covered the sky, the wind and clouds surged, and the phenomenon became more and more magnificent. Ah! Jin Muyun, who stood proudly in the air, suddenly let out a scream as if he was struck by lightning. His figure staggered, and he was pressed down from the void and fell to the top of the mountain in a sorry state. As a result, the sword flowers and gods around him dimmed and dispersed. Of course, this was only the collapse of the phenomenon, and it didn't mean anything else. But even so, it still made Jin Muyun shocked and furious. Previously, he was complacent, proud, and happy when he broke through to the level of the Buddha's Tao. He was the focus of attention and boundless glory. But before he could enjoy this feeling of being admired to his heart's content, he was struck down from the sky and the phenomenon collapsed. How could he not be furious? Who was it? Who was it? He looked at the source of the dragon phenomenon at the first possible moment. Demon God Lin. Jin Muyun's mind droned as if he'd been struck by a rod, and he was dazed while an indescribable feeling of aggrievement surged out from his heart. Why is it him again? At the same time, the phenomenon of the dragon vanished along with it. The heavens and the earth returned to normal, and the terrifying might of the dragon that enveloped the surroundings had vanished without a trace. Only now did everyone recover from their shock, and then their gazes shot towards the same spot in unison. Demon God Lin, it was actually the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that he'd caused. The expressions of all the cultivators in the surroundings became extremely colorful. There was shock, astonishment, jealousy, bitterness, and a sense of loss. Especially those members of the Heavenly Sword sect. All of their expressions flickered between a livid and ashen expression, and they were aggrieved to the point they almost coughed up blood. It's that fucking demon God Lin again. Even Alu was stunned, and he cried out. Fuck. You really are a good brother. You really did it when you said you'd help your brother slap the face. I've decided that you're my big brother from now on. After that, he placed his hands on his hips and stretched out his hand to point at the old man from the Heavenly Sword sect, and he roared with laughter. Geezer, what the fuck do you have to say now? Isn't it embarrassing? You even said Demon God Lin is nothing, but who the fuck are you? Bah. At the end of his words, he spat at the old man fiercely. His arrogant attitude made the old man's face turn green with anger. He flew into a rage. How could he have expected that the damned demon God Lin would also break through at this time? Thinking of what he had just said, even he felt his face burning with discomfort, and he was about to go crazy from holding back his anger. However, this farce was just a farce. When they witnessed Lin Sun's breakthrough, it was indeed so shocking that even laughing at the heavens and Ye Chen were completely speechless. Different from Jin Muyun, Lin Sun had never been defeated so far. Now, even the strange phenomenon when he broke through crushed Jin Muyun, which was really abnormal. At this moment, even Jin Muyun himself was almost shrouded in a shadow. First, he suffered a crushing defeat and was beheaded by Lin Sun. When he finally walked out of the shadow of death and obtained the breakthrough, he thought he could wash away the shame. Who would have thought that he would be suppressed by Lin Sun again? Jin Muyun even wondered if Lin Sun was born to be his nemesis. Otherwise, how could he be so unlucky? At the same time, Lin Sun woke up from his meditation. The moment he opened his eyes, everyone had a feeling that a dormant dragon had woken up from silence. The true dragon path. Someone was shocked. He really comprehended it, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. Zhao Jingxian was lost in thought, her eyes rippling with extraordinary splendor. Everyone else also had different expressions. The true dragon path was also a path on the supreme path list, and it was ranked very high. But what puzzled everyone was that this path was unique to the true dragon bloodline. It was like a taboo of the clan, so how could it be comprehended by a human? Could it be that this demon God Lin was related to the legendary true dragon bloodline? The true dragon, like the immortal phoenix, was a legendary existence. They were incomparably ethereal, and even in the ancient times, they rarely appeared in the world. Some even doubted the existence of the true dragon and the immortal phoenix. On the immortal god mountain, Xianxia was the one suspected to be related to the true dragon bloodline. Although this peerless figure of the spirit treasure Holy Land was a direct descendant of the Yan clan, his mother's clan was suspected to be related to the true dragon bloodline. This kid is definitely not a descendant of the true dragon bloodline, but a despicable thief. Xianxia was infuriated, and his expression was extremely cold and ugly. Only he knew that Lin Sun had nothing to do with the true dragon bloodline. The true dragon ultimacy that Lin Sun grasped came from the inheritance of the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon. I'm sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose, I just couldn't control myself. Lin Sun stood up and apologized to Jin Muyun. Couldn't control himself? Who would believe that? Jin Muyun snorted coldly and looked away. He was afraid that if he looked at Lin Sun one more time, he would be so angry that his mental state would be unstable, and a shadow would appear in his heart again. Ha ha ha, that's great. Lin Sun, remember to suppress laughing at the heavens. Yi Chen laughed loudly. Everyone suddenly realized that the fifth battle had ended, and the sixth battle was about to begin. This was also the final battle of the minor tycoon ranking. If laughing at the heavens won, he would be able to ascend to the top with 2 wins and 1 draw, and become number 1. Similarly, if Lin Sun won, it would be equivalent to winning all the battles and ascending to the top with an undefeated record. This demon god Lin is probably going to become number 1 in the minor tycoon ranking. Many elders had complicated expressions on their faces. Now that Lin Sun had made a breakthrough in the power of the Great Path, even laughing at the heavens might not have a chance to win. Everyone else had the same expression, and it was very complicated and very interesting. The minor tycoon ranking this time had gathered the top figures of the 4 realms of the ancient Desolation realm, and many peerless figures of the ancient orthodoxies had participated. The overall strength of the minor tycoon ranking was far superior to the previous minor tycoon ranking, but in the end, Lin Sun, a young man from the lower world who didn't belong to any sect or faction, killed his way out of the encirclement, stepped over the bodies of many geniuses, and became one of the characters in this final battle. This was something that no one had expected. It was like an impossible miracle was happening right before their eyes, and they were witnessing it. However, no matter what the audience thought, Lin Sun and laughing at the heavens had already arrived at the battlefield, and they were facing each other from afar. The final battle was about to begin. P.S. Kids, if you have monthly tickets, then throw them. If you don't, then add them to your bookshelf. In this last round, Lin Sun had defeated Jin Muyun and Ye Chen one after another. Jin Muyun was defeated by 3 moves. Ye Chen was defeated by Lin Sun's trump card. Now, laughing at the heavens was about to fight with Lin Sun. Could he break Lin Sun's undefeated record? It would be very difficult, that was the consensus of everyone. Even Yu Lingkong and Li Qingping, who hated Lin Sun, had to admit that Lin Sun, who had made a breakthrough in the power of Tao, had a great advantage. However, laughing at the heavens was not easy to deal with. He and Ye Chen were tied, and Jin Muyun was defeated by him. In this last battle, he would try his best to win since he knew how powerful Lin Sun was. On the battlefield, Lin Sun looked calm and serious. Looking at laughing at the heavens, who was as dazzling as the sun, he did not dare to be careless. The battle with Ye Chen had exposed almost all his trump cards to laughing at the heavens. Ye Chen would definitely make sufficient countermeasures. The battlefield was silent. The battle was about to start. All eyes were focused on them. This was the last battle. When it ended, it meant that this year's competition for the list of minor giants would come to an end. At that time, the one who could become the champion would undoubtedly become the focus of the whole world. As for the second place, the attention was bound to be much dimmer. People in this world would always remember the champion. As for the second place, even if they remembered it, they would inevitably think of the champion ahead of them. This was the gap between them. How about we settle this in one move? In the silence, laughing at the heavens made a suggestion. As long as you can block it, I lose. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Then, they all felt that it was extremely absurd. It was too crazy. That was Demon God Lin, who had been undefeated for so long. How could he not even block one move? Humph. Laughing at the heavens, put away your petty tricks. If I were you, even if I lose, I'd lose quickly. Why do you have to do this? In the distance, Ye Chen raised his eyebrows. He felt that something was wrong. He suspected that laughing at the heavens suggestion had some ulterior motives. What a joke. When have you ever seen me, laughing at the heavens, use such lowly tricks? Laughing at the heavens sneered. With his pride, he would never do such a thing. Everyone understood this, but they couldn't understand why laughing at the heavens wanted to decide the outcome of the battle with a single move. Why? Lin Sun did not understand. I'll tell you the reason after we fight. Laughing at the heavens was smiling brilliantly. His long, narrow eyes were filled with disdain and radiance. All right. To everyone's surprise, Lin Sun agreed to the duel after thinking for a while in the face of this obviously abnormal duel request. Originally, Zhao Jingxian intended to remind Lin Sun to be careful, but after seeing this, she held back and shrugged helplessly. This was Lin Sun. She understood him the best. One move to determine the winner. Is this guy really so arrogant that he thinks that Lin Sun can't even resist one blow from him? Yi Chen frowned. What exactly does he want to do? The others were also curious. On the battlefield, Laughing at the Heavens ignored the strange gazes around him. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile, and he radiated an aura of invincible confidence. Clang, Rugue was unsheathed, and the pitch-black blade glowed with a shocking sharpness. Clatter Laughing at the Heavens close fluttered, and his momentum changed accordingly. He was dressed in a white robe, and his red hair fluttered like fire. His dignified figure emanated an extremely domineering murderous aura that surged between heaven and earth. One could clearly feel that at this moment, Laughing at the Heavens was as if he was on a bloody battlefield. He was resolute and brave, and he was unafraid of death. Clang! 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 The most shocking thing was that the pitch-black Rugue in his hand was actually making a clanging sound at this moment. It was like a passionate battle song resounding between heaven and earth, and also like a bugle horn to launch a charge. It stirred people's hearts and made their blood boil. When the crowd heard it, they felt a kind of dry and hot feeling, as if their chi and blood were burning, and their chests were suddenly filled with a fanatical fighting spirit. This was undoubtedly incredible. Just the sound of the saber could affect the chi of practitioners. It was conceivable that the blow Laughing at the Heavens was accumulating was bound to be terrifying. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Laughing at the Heavens' aura had risen to the extreme. He stood there with his fiery hair fluttering wildly, his eyes dazzling like the sun, and the Rugue in his hand hummed. A destructive and terrifying murderous aura bathed his entire body, and he was like a god of death that had stepped over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, intimidating the world. Everyone was silent, and they were all shocked. They had a feeling that this move was bound to be Laughing at the Heavens' most powerful attack, and it was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. At the same time, Lin Sun's aura was changing as well. The spirit, chi, and spirit in his body were like boiling lava, instantly rising to the extreme. At the same time, Yazi's fury and battle saint technique were fully activated. But it wasn't enough. Although his opponent hadn't attacked, Lin Sun still felt very uneasy. Without hesitation, he used the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon. 9 different characters of tribulation appeared and circled around him, and there was a trace of the power of a real dragon among them. Although it was just a trace, it was like a finishing touch, causing the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon to undergo a complete transformation. The 9 characters shone brightly. Although they were still very blurry, the power they emitted caused the clouds to collapse and the void to collapse. Lin Sun felt a little relieved, but it wasn't absolutely safe yet. He stared at Laughing at the Heavens in the distance and thought that the power of this guy's attack was probably not inferior to Ye Chen's picturesque landscape. It was a true trump card. Of course, under such circumstances, Lin Sun was still confident that he could block it, but it was very likely that he would be heavily injured. When he thought of this, he suddenly realized something. When he looked at Laughing at the Heavens again, his gaze had changed. Could it be that this was what this guy was planning? At this moment, Laughing at the Heavens laughed soundlessly and said, "This move of mine is called No Return." Although his words were calm, every word was like a clap of thunder that shook the world. Clang! He suddenly tightened his grip on the sword, and the power that had been accumulating in his right arm flowed into the sword. Then, he slashed out. In ancient times, there was a saint who split the road of life and death with a single slash and looked down on the common people with a smile. This slash of Laughing at the Heavens also gave people a horrible feeling that he would never turn back until he was dead. No return, so resolute, when this slash was made. Everyone outside the field felt a tingling pain in their eyes and their souls palpitated. They all felt as if this slash was aimed at them, which made them break out in a cold sweat. At the same time, Lin Sun also felt a tingling pain between his eyebrows. He was locked on by the decisive meaning of this slash. He knew that there was no way to avoid it. In this case, let's decide the winner with one move. Lin Sun's black eyes burst with a deep luster. The 9 characters of tribulation around him suddenly turned into a real dragon that coiled up in the void. Near the real dragon, there were many dark and deep abysses where many big stars were annihilated. Looking from afar, it was like a real dragon coming out of the abyss to annihilate the galaxy. Boom! When the two collided, the whole battlefield trembled. Endless turbulence swept across, and the flickering divine light spread like a torrent. There was a flash of light, and the roar was like thunder. It was hard to describe with words. This would be a duel between the strong and the reincarnation developing realm. That kind of extraordinary power was undoubtedly too shocking. The spiritual servant struck again, shrouding the whole battlefield with rules and order. Of course, it was not because the defense of the battlefield was not strong enough, but because they were worried that the aftermath of the collision would spread outside. After a long while, the battlefield returned to peace, and smoke and dust filled the air. It was also at this moment that the audience finally saw the scene clearly. Laughing at the heavens' white robe fluttered in the wind. He was full of killing intent, and the pitch-black Rugi saber still emitted a terrifying sharpness. He was like the overlord of sabers, full of elegance. On the opposite side, Lin Sun stood tall. His black hair, which had been tied up, had unknowingly come loose and danced in the wind. There was not a speck of dust on his handsome body, and there was no sign of injury. Seeing this, the audience was restless. A miracle did not happen. Demon god Lin had blocked this strike of no return. Some were shocked and trembled at Lin Sun's strength. There were also people who sighed. Could it be that demonic god Lin really could not be defeated, even though it was just one move? The power of this move was enough to shock the world. However, demon god Lin had blocked it in the end. This upset many people, such as Li Qingping, Yu Lingkong, and the others. What a great move of no return. Yi Chen spoke. It was not really praise, but sarcasm, mocking, laughing at the heavens. Now, shouldn't you tell me your reason? Lin Sun took a deep breath, suppressing his restless fighting spirit and aura. That move seemed simple, but in reality, he had used all his strength. The danger involved was not something that could be explained to others. At this moment, laughing at the heavens did not seem dispirited or indignant. Instead, he smiled. His smile was as bright as the rising sun. Haven't you already guessed it? There are only two reasons for deciding victory with one move. First, if you don't give it your all, you are destined to be injured even if you block this strike. In that case, even if I lose in the end, you will still be injured by me. How dare you, laughing at the heavens? How dare you be so treacherous? Yi Chen's face darkened. He immediately guessed that laughing at the heavens cared so much about this because he wanted to compare himself with him. Ignoring Yi Chen's rebuke, laughing at the heavens continued with a smile. Second, if you give it your all, you will definitely use your trump card. In that case, although I will lose this duel, neither of us will be injured, so it will be considered a draw. At this point, he turned his head and glanced at Yi Chen. He sneered, in that case, no matter what the result is, it will be much better than a certain guy. As long as the result is better than that certain guy, it doesn't matter if I lose this duel. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect laughing at the heavens to have such thoughts. He would rather lose than be stronger than Yi Chen. Although Lin Sun had already guessed it, he still did not know whether to laugh or cry after hearing laughing at the heavens' personal explanation. These two people were really destined to be enemies. At this moment, Yi Chen's lips were twitching. He looked at laughing at the heavens with murderous eyes. P.S. The following words are all free. Thank you, children, for your support and votes. Although the target of 10,600 had not been reached, Goldfish was still very touched. Yes, really. From the moment Goldfish announced this target, she had already made preparations to continue tomorrow. So, no matter what, she would continue tomorrow. The last battle of the last round came to an end with this one move. The process was a bit ridiculous, but the battle was undoubtedly shocking. Laughing at the heavens admitted defeat, but no one could say that he was completely defeated. Perhaps, this was the result he wanted. At this time, all the people looked at Lin Sun with shock and complicated feelings. All the battles on the list of minor giants had come to an end. There was no doubt that this young man from the mortal world, who had fought his way out of the ancient orthodoxies, was the champion with a record of never being defeated. First place, he could even be called the number one among the young generation in the ancient desolation realm under 30 years old. This was undoubtedly a supreme title that could attract the attention of the world. Demon Lin, no matter how much criticism and disturbance this name had caused, it was destined to be known by the world in the future. I won. Zhao Jingxian clenched her fists quietly to control her excitement. Her pretty face was white and her lips were curved into a smile. Her bright and brilliant look was extraordinarily beautiful. Fortunately, it's not shameful to recognize this guy as my elder brother. Otherwise, if that old bastard knew about it, he would definitely kill me with his stinky mouth. Alu had a look of relief on his face. I didn't expect that he would be the first. But how on earth did he become enemies with senior brother Yun Qingbai? Jin Muyun was stunned. Although he was defeated by Lin Sun, he actually admired Lin Sun from the bottom of his heart. Lin Sun, who came from the mortal world and had no one to rely on, could stir up the world. Now he won the first place of the list of minor giants with an undefeated record, which was like a miracle. Compared with him, the descendants of the other ancient orthodoxies should reflect on themselves. After all, compared with Demon Lin, none of them lacked extraordinary talent, root and inheritance. They had all the innate advantages. But in the end, they all lost to Demon Lin, which was enough to make any self-proclaimed descendants of the ancient orthodoxies feel ashamed. Anyway, according to the agreement, I won't show up wherever Lin Sun is. Jin Muyun shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Damn it, I can't defeat him in combat, but I must defeat him in drinking. Well, it's time to take out the good wine that the old man has collected. Ye Chen stroked his chin and thought. As for Yu Ling Kong and the others, their faces were all gloomy, and their hearts were filled with deep unwillingness and frustration. Lin Sun's victory was a heavy blow to them. This kid must be eliminated. Those forces who were hostile to Lin Sun secretly swore. Lin Sun's performance had made them feel a potential threat. It was very clear that if Deng Lin Sun rose up completely, he was destined to be a big trouble. I believe that from today onward, the world will once again be shocked by the name of Demon God Lin. Heroes emerge in troubled times, and so does the great world. Perhaps, the great world is really coming, the experts of the other orthodoxies exclaimed too. The battle ended. Lin Sun was first, laughing at the heavens second, Yi Chen third, and Jin Muyun fourth. As for the other 36 rankings, they had already been determined. At this time, the spirit servant stood upright in the sky above the battlefield. His body was bathed in a divine luster, and his expression was dignified. The 35 of you are highly likely to become the leading figures of an era in the future. However, all of you must remember that when the great era comes, it will be accompanied by great chaos. You're all elites born in the ancient Desolation realm. One day, when billions of people in the ancient Desolation realm need you to stand up, speaking of this, the spirit servant's voice paused and fell into silence. The end of the ranking of junior giants should have been a happy event. However, when they heard the spirit servant's words, they all felt a sense of heaviness in their hearts. The great era. Great chaos. Did the spirit servant see that something bad was going to happen in the future? Well, this kind of thing involves countless variables. No one can be sure. Now, you may receive your rewards. The spirit servant said no more and waved his robe. Suddenly, the dragon steels on the 35 Taoist altars roared and shone. Then, dragon-shaped luck of the Great Way bathed the 35 junior giants. As for one of the altars, it originally belonged to Go Yenjin. However, as he violated the rules, it had long been expelled. This was the price to pay for self-destruction. However, no one cared about this at this time. All the eyes that looked at the junior giants could not help but be filled with envy. The luck of the Great Way, this was the key to becoming a king, and if one wanted to reach the peak of the king realm when the great era came, the amount of luck he had was bound to have a great impact on this. Everyone had a feeling that although the great era had not really come, the talents of all the realms had already begun to compete, just like the competition of the junior giants. Those who could obtain the luck of the Great Way were all fierce talents who had gone through many battles and finally stood out. It could be foreseen that in the future, these 35 junior giants were bound to have more advantages than other talents on the road to becoming a king. Lin Sun was meditating. The luck of the Great Way was an extremely ethereal force between heaven and earth. But at this moment, it descended and bathed him in it. It was hard to describe this feeling specifically. It seemed that after possessing the strength of luck, his Taoist heart became pure, and his perception of the Great Way and the understanding of heaven and earth became clearer than before. But when he carefully experienced it, he could not perceive it specifically at all. He could not explain it clearly, but it really existed, which was extremely magical. Perhaps, as the ancient sages said, luck, like cause and effect, like fate, like the Tao of heaven, were all wonderful and indescribable. However, although he could not really experience it, Lin Sun was very sure that he had obtained much more luck of the great way than the other junior giants present. Compared with laughing at the heavens, who ranked second, his luck was much better. On the one hand, it was because he won the first place, so the reward was the most generous. On the other hand, it was also related to his performance in the previous battles. For example, after Go Yanjin was expelled, the luck of the great way that originally belonged to him became a kind of compensation to Lin Sun. Before long, Lin Sun and the others completely integrated the luck of the great way and stood up from the Taoist altar. "This man stays, you can leave," the spiritual servant pointed at Lin Sun and said. Lin Sun was not surprised, because the reward for winning the first place was far more than that. In addition to the luck of the great way, one could also enter the immortal secret land and get 1 year of cultivation time. And 1 year of cultivation in the immortal secret land was equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Immediately, many people looked at Lin Sun with a touch of envy in their eyes. To be able to have such a blessing for cultivation before the arrival of the Great Era, it was an extremely rare and great fortune for any top talent. Lin Sun, after this, I will go back to the Northern Dipper world to ask for some good wine that my ancestor has hidden, and then I will come back to drink with you, Yi Chen said with a smile. Of course, if you have nothing to do, you can also come to the Crepe Myrtle Mountain in the Northern Dipper world to find me. In the Northern Dipper world, I guarantee that no one dares to bully you like in the Dongshan world. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the experts of the Holy Land of Lingbao, the Holy Land of Heaven's Pivot, and the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect were a little gloomy and uncomfortable. This was obviously pointing at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree. Okay. Lin Sun agreed with a smile. Lin Sun, the next time we meet, I hope to have a good fight with you, not like today, where we only exchanged one move. Laughing at the heavens also spoke, and his smile was even more brilliant than Yi Chen's. That was your suggestion. Why are you going back on your word now? Lin Sun asked. Sigh, it's all for the sake of suppressing Yi Chen. Besides, I really don't have the confidence to defeat you, so I could only come up with this plan. Laughing at the heavens laughed loudly. Yi Chen's face immediately darkened, and he looked like he wanted to fight laughing at the heavens right now. Big brother, can you take me to the immortal secret realm to cultivate? Alu made a fuss. Everyone almost rolled their eyes. This barbarian was really dreaming. If he could do that, there would be no need for them to fight for first place. No. It was the spirit servant who answered. Alu was instantly speechless. No matter how much he talked, he didn't dare to fire at the spirit servant anymore. Zhao Jingxian was just about to say something, but Lin Sun beat her to it with a smile. Do you still remember when we left the ultimate? Zhao Jingxian nodded subconsciously. How could she not remember? If it wasn't for the green-robed old ape, Lin Sun and the old toad definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. It's the same this time. You should return to the spirit treasure sacred land first. I'll look for you when I have the chance, Lin Sun said seriously. But this time, the green-robed old ape is far away in the ultimate. He won't be able to help you, Zhao Jingxian frowned. How could she not know that once they left the immortal forbidden land, the orthodoxies that were already hostile to Lin Sun would definitely surround and kill him? Why don't I ask senior brother Yan to let you go with us? Zhao Jingxian said. Lin Sun refused without hesitation. Yan Zhanqiu, what a joke. He had caused a huge ruckus in the Mabai province, enraging the entire spirit treasure sacred land. They wanted nothing more than to kill him. If he went with them, he would be walking right into a trap. Zhao Jingxian also sensed that something was wrong. She couldn't help but say apologetically, I don't mean anything else. Don't think too much about it. Lin Sun grinned. Of course I know you're worried about me. After all, we're old friends. Zhao Jingxian was stunned, and she blurted out, just old friends? As soon as she said this, she instantly lost her composure. A wisp of embarrassment flashed across her fair and beautiful face, and her clear eyes dodged Lin Sun's gaze. She seemed as if she wished for nothing more than to crawl into a hole in the ground. Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but be greatly interested when he saw this. He pretended to be. puzzled and said, "If we're not old friends, then what are we?" "You have to tell me." "I'm stupid, and I can't guess what a woman is thinking." Zhao Jingxian spat. Her pretty face was burning hot, and the embarrassment dyed her cheeks red like a fiery cloud, causing her beautiful face to be filled with a rare sense of tenderness. She was beautiful beyond compare, and she had a different kind of charm. Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. He had never seen Zhao Jingxian in such a shy posture, and it was completely different from her clear and unrestrained charm in the past. "Have you seen enough?" Zhao Jingxian frowned and glared fiercely at Lin Sun. "No." Lin Sun answered subconsciously. Zhao Jingxuan's pretty face became hotter and hotter. She bit her sparkling teeth lightly, and her fair and smooth hands seemed to clench subconsciously because of nervousness. It was rare for her to be at a loss. P.S. After thinking about it, I decided to write a chapter first and publish it in the early hours of the morning. Then, I'll stay up late to work on the details of the plot. Are you surprised? Practitioners were leaving the immortal mountain one after another. No one noticed that there was a young man in the prime of his youth and a young woman in the prime of her youth on the summit of the mountain. They were communicating with each other through a unique voice transmission method, and it suddenly became ambiguous and charming. The atmosphere was really subtle. Although they were separated by two mountains, they seemed to be close enough to touch. Zhao Jingxian didn't expect that the conversation would go to such a subtle and ambiguous step. She was just worried about Lin Sun. She was at a loss of what to do. Her pretty face was flushed and her cheeks flushed. Her shy and embarrassed look was undoubtedly a unique style in Lin Sun's eyes. Lin Sun coughed dryly and said, "Well," for a moment, he didn't know what to say. His mood was also a little flustered, like the clouds in the sky. "Idiot!" Zhao Jingxian burst into laughter. Suddenly, she felt that Lin Sun had a kind of immaturity and clumsiness that she had never seen before. "You're the idiot." Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and was very unhappy to be called like this. "Hey, you're still not convinced? I've never seen such a stupid idiot like you." Zhao Jingxian raised her clear eyes and squinted at Lin Sun. She was slender and graceful. Dressed in a purple dress, her skin was as white as mutton fat, and her pretty face was clear and beautiful. At this moment, even if she squinted at Lin Sun, there was a sense of naughtiness in her eyes. The charming and ambiguous atmosphere suddenly disappeared. Lin Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He felt relaxed all over, but his heart was a little empty, as if he had just missed something. "Well, it's time for me to go." Zhao Jingxian waved her hand and walked down the mountain. "You're leaving just like that?" Lin Sun was stunned. "What else do you want to say?" Zhao Jingxian turned around and looked back. As the mountain wind blew, she reached out her hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. This casual little movement was indescribably beautiful. "Nothing." Lin Sun was stunned and said hesitantly, "Then, take care. You're not only an idiot, but also a big idiot." Zhao Jingxian glared at Lin Sun angrily, and then she couldn't help laughing. She suddenly felt strange today. "Let's go." She waved her hand again. Her voice was clear and melodious, like the sounds of nature. "Aren't you changing too fast? I offended the numinous treasure Holy Land just to see you a few days ago." Lin Sun couldn't help shouting. On the mountain path, Zhao Jingxian did not even look back. Her jade-like hands were clasped behind her back, and her footsteps were light and cheerful. She said without a care in the world, "I'm very relieved. An idiot like you might suffer a lot of hardships while you're alive, but it's definitely not easy for you to die. Even the king of hell might not dare to take you in. Are you praising me or insulting me? What do you think, big idiot? I'm warning you. Although we have a good relationship, you can't keep calling me an idiot. How embarrassing would that be? Hee hee, big idiot." Lin Sun was so angry that he couldn't wait to catch up with her, press her to the ground and spank her. On the other hand, at this moment, Zhao Jingxian was smiling to the point her eyes had narrowed into crescents, and her moist lips curled up and revealed an extremely complacent expression. This idiot doesn't know how to flirt at all. But, he's quite cute. Immediately, she muttered in her heart. If Lin Sun heard her voice and heard the adjective cute, he would probably collapse. How could he, the dignified demon Lin, have anything to do with cuteness, but in the eyes of a certain kind of people, perhaps as long as they hit it off, even the stupidest blockhead would become more pleasing to the eye and cuter. Zhao Jingxian walked further and further away, and finally met up with the people of Spiritual Treasure Holy Land. Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and recalled the scene just now. His expression was uncertain, and after a while, he muttered angrily, "What's wrong with me?" In the past, he even dared to flirt with a proud girl like Xianxia without any stage fright. He could also talk cheerfully and wittily with a girl like Lu Kaiwei with ease. But when he talked with Zhao Jingxian today, he always felt a strange sense of constraint. He couldn't let go of his hands and feet, which indeed made him appear very clumsy and a little idiot. This made Lin Sun more and more annoyed. He thought to himself that the next time they met, he must get back at her and let Zhao Jingxian see what a real man was. However, when he saw Zhao Jingxuan's figure gradually disappear from his sight, Lin Sun felt a little empty in his heart. He couldn't help sighing. He knew what was going on. But, what about Xia Ji? Inexplicably, Lin Sun thought of Xia Ji, who had grown into a stunning beauty, and also remembered what she had said in a serious and calm voice, "When I recultivate, you are not allowed to flirt with other women, not even if others throw themselves at you." Thinking of this, Lin Sun's eyes darkened. He gritted his teeth and was a little exasperated. "Fortunately, I didn't promise you at that time, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be alone for the rest of my life." Lin Sun breathed a long sigh of relief. Immediately, he couldn't help but feel a headache. At that time, he had objected, but Xia Ji had also made a request. She said that she would not accept his objection unless he could defeat her. Otherwise, he had to accept it. Finally, Lin Sun snorted inwardly. She was just a little girl. When she woke up next time, he would defeat her first. He decided that in order not to be alone for the rest of his life, he must treat this matter as a top priority. "Young man, the great way is difficult. Don't be blinded by beauty." There was only one spiritual servant left on the immortal mountain. At this moment, he saw all the changes in Lin Sun's expression and couldn't help reminding Lin Sun. "Senior, you know this?" Lin Sun woke up and was very surprised. It always made Lin Sun feel strange that a wisp of the immortal mountain's rule and order was giving him such advice. "Humph, I've never eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run." The spiritual servant was disdainful. This description was very vulgar. It was even more strange when it was said by a majestic incarnation bathed in sacred air. Lin Sun almost choked. He couldn't help but say, "Senior, I didn't expect you to know so much. Why don't you tell me what love is?" There was a hint of ridicule in his words. Unexpectedly, the spiritual servant looked serious and said, "You should know that love is the most difficult thing to understand and there is no solution." It was just a few words, but it was deafening. Lin Sun was stunned. The spiritual servant waved his hand and said, "I didn't say it. You can figure it out yourself later." "Love is difficult and there is no solution." Lin Sun repeated the words in his mouth. Thinking of all the things that happened before, he sighed with emotion. "Let's go. There's not much time left." The spiritual servant waved his sleeve and disappeared with Lin Sun in an instant. The huge immortal mountain regained its former tranquility. Only the breath of immortality pervaded every inch of the ancient rocks. It had experienced the vicissitudes of time and witnessed the vicissitudes of the world. "Uncle Ma, we've been harmed by demon god Lin this time. The most important thing is that he regards senior brother Yun Qingbai as his enemy." On the way out of the immortal forbidden land, Kong Ling said angrily. Her eyes were burning with the flame of hatred. "This time, we must kill him no matter what." She remembered the scene when she was defeated by Lin Sun. Even her wings were burned. As a descendant of the five-colored peacock, she was so ashamed and angry that she almost collapsed. "Don't worry. This boy can't escape." The old man in the lead looked indifferent. His name was Ma Yuanqing, an old monster of the Qing realm. As he spoke, he glanced at the front and said, "Look, there are many ancient forces like us who can't wait to kill Lin Sun." In front of them, groups of ancient orthodoxies were leaving. There were many ancient orthodoxies such as Lingbao Holy Land and Heaven's Pivot Holy Land in Dongxing World. There were also great forces such as the Pure Land of Longevity and the Taoist sect of Vast Sea. "I'm not worried that we can't kill Lin Sun. I'm just worried that with so many forces acting together, what if other forces get ahead of us? Kong Ling said with a frown. Ma Yuanqing smiled and said, haha, no matter who kills Demon God Lin, as long as we ensure that this boy dies, the outcome is not important. But I heard that he has a true saint treasure in his hands. Furthermore, for him to become so powerful, he is bound to have an unknown secret. This, without waiting for Kong Ling to finish, Ma Yuanqing waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. We don't know who will win. We just need to make sufficient preparations. At this point, Ma Yuanqing fell into deep thought. Outside the immortal Forbidden Land was the Star Chess Sea. This sea was mysterious and unfathomable. They could not act on their own. Therefore, if they wanted to kill Lin Sun, they would have to choose the shore of the Star Chess Sea. Beyond the Star Chess Sea was the Field of Frost. However, as long as they controlled their power to the shore of the Star Chess Sea, they could seal off any exit and kill Lin Sun. However, Ma Yuanqing also knew that the other ancient orthodoxies probably had the same idea. Moreover, Demon God Lin was not so easy to kill. Previously, he had used a saint treasure to kill a true King Realm expert. Even Elder Su Kong of the numinous treasure Sacred Land, who had stepped into the second tribulation of Longevity Realm, had been severely injured. As such, if they wanted to deal with Demon God Lin, they had to use the most reliable method. Of course, Ma Yuanqing was not worried that he would not be able to deal with Lin Sun. He knew that the other ancient orthodoxies would have the same idea as their Heavenly Sword sect and would send out their strongest forces. Under such circumstances, what they needed to consider was who could kill Fiend Celestial Lin first and snatch the opportunities on him. At this moment, an extremely venomous roar suddenly sounded from afar, interrupting Ma Yuanqing's thoughts. He caused me to be expelled from the battle of the minor giants. I will definitely make that Lin Sun die a horrible death. The voice shook the world and did not conceal its killing intent. The various ancient orthodoxies that were leaving were alarmed. When they looked up, they saw that it was Go Yanjin of the Black Sea Tengu clan. Ma Yuanqing's lips could not help but curl into a mocking smile. That unlucky bastard. He self-destructed himself, yet he still blamed Demon God Lin. However, this is good as well. Although the Black Sea Tengu clan is detestable, as long as they attack, they will definitely go crazy. This time, Demon God Lin is doomed. A vicious glint flashed in Ma Yuanqing's eyes. He had a premonition that a storm targeting Demon God Lin was about to gather on the other side of the Star Chess Sea. A person like Lin Sun cannot be killed. By doing so, you are destined to bring disaster to the sect. Suddenly, Jin Muyun spoke coldly as he swept his gaze across Kong Ling, Ma Yuanqing, and company. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Faced with such a gaze, the others did not dare look him in the eye. Muyun, what nonsense are you saying? Ma Yuanqing frowned and berated him. You should know that in the previous battle, that little bastard beheaded you. Senior brother Jin, no matter how strong that Demon God Lin is, he is alone. Now that so many ancient orthodoxies are attacking him, he is destined to die. Kong Ling took a deep breath and retorted as well. I'll only say one thing. It's up to you whether you want to hear it or not. Jin Muyun sighed inwardly as he suddenly felt dispirited. He shook his head and turned to leave. Could ancient orthodoxies be lawless? With the advent of the Great Era, everything would change drastically. With Demon God Lin's current prowess, he was destined to become a king or a sage, but now, these people still viewed Demon God Lin as a piece of grass, believing that he could be easily bullied. They were truly short-sighted. If he, Demon God Lin, was so easy to kill, he would have died back in Shihing Domain. How could he have achieved what he had today? The more he thought about it, the more dejected Jin Muyun felt. The ancient desolation region was so huge. Could it not contain a single Demon God Lin? Did the orthodoxies that were fighting against them know what kind of terrifying opponent they would face if Fiend God Lin was allowed to live? Unfortunately, it was destined that no one would listen to him. Jin Muyun sighed inwardly and stopped thinking about it. All he wanted was to leave quickly, as far as possible. He did not want to be ruined by these matters. What's wrong with senior brother Jin? Is he traumatized by Lin Sun's defeat? I think he's afraid. Don't spout nonsense. Perhaps senior brother Jin is just worrying too much. Watching Jin Muyun leave, Ma Yuanqing, Kong Ling, and company were a little taken aback. Lin's son had yet to become a king. Killing him was no different from crushing an ant at the foot of a mountain, whoosh whoosh within a boundlessly vast secret realm that seemed like nothingness. The entire place was covered in darkness that seemed like eternal night, and it was tranquil and spacious. At this moment, there were strands of gorgeous and illusory flowing light that seemed to be flying through the black space, and they vanished in the blink of an eye. The flowing light was too beautiful. It was light like a feather and flowed with colorful rays of light. Even though it disappeared in a flash, it still caused one to feel breathtaking. When Lin's son arrived, his mind was immediately attracted. You better not to try to perceive it. The power of time is the supreme order that even sages dare not touch. The spiritual servant appeared and reminded him. Lin's son's words made him break out in a cold sweat. Who could have imagined that the strands of light that flowed like feathers were actually the energy of time? The reason saints were called saints was because they grasped the profundities of space, and it was sufficient for them to move the world, roam the void, and be omnipotent. Currently, some of the ancient teleportation formations in the ancient desolation realm were built by saints. Otherwise, no one under the saint realm could perform the great space shift. Time is like a feather, and no one can bear its weight. This is the immortal secret realm. Limited by the different order of time, 1 year of cultivation here is only equivalent to 1 day outside. This is the immortal secret realm. Limited by the different order of time, 1 year of cultivation here is only equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. The voice of the spiritual servant had been calm and emotionless. However, every time it is opened, it will consume some power of time. In terms of preciousness, it can be regarded as a heaven-defying good fortune. I hope you can cherish the opportunity and don't slack off. Thank you for your advice. Lin's son cupped his hands and saluted. 1 year, it was enough for him to improve a lot on the Tao. When he was in the White Jade capital, he already knew that he was not inferior to Yun Qingbai in any aspect, except for time. 10 years ago, Yun Qingbai had indeed been surpassed by him. But how strong would Yun Qingbai be after 10 years, Lin's son didn't know. But he was sure that with Yun Qingbai's superb talent and root bone, 10 years of closed-door cultivation was enough to make his combat power change. However, the only problem was that there was a limit in the reincarnation developing realm. If Yun Qingbai wanted to break through, he could only do it when the Great Era came. This meant that no matter how much his strength changed, it was still limited to the reincarnation developing realm after all. This gave Lin's son a chance to make up for his shortcomings and catch up. Especially in this 1 year in the immortal secret realm. If he could grasp it firmly, it was enough to shorten and make up for the gap to the greatest extent. You. The spiritual servant wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. What's the matter, senior? Lin's son asked. Cultivate well. The spiritual servant didn't say anything in the end and turned away. Lin's son was stunned and soon stopped thinking about it. He glanced at the boundless black space that seemed like eternal night in the surroundings, and then he glanced at the magnificent energy of time that drifted down like feathers. After that, he took a deep breath and discarded all the distracting thoughts in his mind. Lin's son sat cross-legged, his mind clear, ethereal, and calm. Cultivation is the foundation of cultivation and determines the strength of combat power. The first step is to cultivate to the extreme. Clatter wisps of clear divine light flowed out of Lin's son's body. The nature insight and spirit devour scripture was running. In his body, a round wheel of development was flowing with light and color, constantly refining his cultivation like a millstone. As time went by, Lin's son's whole body was shining. There seemed to be mountains colliding in his body, making a strange roaring wave with a unique rhythm. Lin's son had repeated the cultivation of the 5 realms twice. The first time was in the secret realm of Demon Saint in the ultimate ruins. He wanted to break through to the extreme, so he recultivated to make up for his previous shortcomings. The second time was when he condensed the wheel of development in his body. He wanted to set foot on the peak of the reincarnation developing realm. Once again, he went through the extreme training and finally broke through. This kind of rare experience made his cultivation foundation so solid that almost no one could compare with him among his peers. And this was the key reason why he could fight against Ye Chen, laughing at the heavens, Jin Muyun and other peerless figures and finally win. But no one knew that Lin Sun's cultivation in the reincarnation developing realm had not really reached the extreme. If not, he would only be stronger in the competition of junior giants. Time was like a feather. No one could bear its weight, and no one could bear its lightness. Unknowingly, 3 months had passed in the immortal secret realm. Boom, on this day, Lin Sun's whole body was like a furnace, with a sudden roar. Dazzling and blazing light green divine radiance sprayed out from every single pore on his body, and it emanated a perfect, translucent, and divine aura. His whole body was like a cyan sun, illuminating the void. Swish, the moment he opened his eyes, 2 unfathomable abysses appeared, emitting divine light that was enough to make all things in the world tremble. Then, all the visions converged like a tide, and the divine splendor was contained inside. Lin Sun returned to his plain and otherworldly temperament. The divine object was extremely strong, and it was shedding. It was the same for Lin Sun at this moment. After his cultivation smoothly reached the extreme level, it was like a transformation, with a charm of returning to simplicity. After washing away all the splendor, it was just like this. Whoosh! Lin Sun exhaled a breath, and the airflow was like a storm, rumbling and shaking the field. After 3 months and 80,000 upper-grade spiritual marrows, I finally reached the extreme level of the reincarnation developing realm. From now on, I don't need to be afraid of Yun Qingbai in terms of cultivation. Lin Sun's black eyes were calm, without excitement or ecstasy. This kind of progress was within his expectation. Next, I will refine my cultivation in martial arts. The cultivation of martial arts is related to the fighting secret method, the power of the Great Way, and the fighting consciousness and other factors. I haven't understood the impermanence chop of the 6 cuts of Tianyuan yet. If I can master it and master it thoroughly, this inheritance is bound to shine more powerful. The 9 changes of Calamity Dragon has the support of the power of the Great Way of the real dragon, so it has also undergone a transformation. I must master its power as soon as possible. If I want to improve the power of the 9 strikes of shaking heaven, I have to improve the realm of the devouring star way to the truth, Lin Sun thought silently. In the reincarnation developing realm, his cultivation might be close to the completion, but Yun Qingbai might have already achieved this step. If Lin Sun fought with Yun Qingbai, the key to the victory was bound to fall on their martial arts cultivation. After thinking about it, Lin Sun found that he still had many places to improve. In terms of the cultivation of the Great Way, the devouring star way needed to be improved to the truth. In terms of the cultivation of Tao, whether it was the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon or the 6 cuts of Tianyuan, he hadn't really thoroughly mastered them. There was still great room for improvement. This was not a defect or insufficiency. On the contrary, having such room for improvement was a kind of hope to become stronger. It was like climbing a mountain. Others only had 99 steps in front of them, but Lin Sun had more than 99 steps in front of him. The higher he stood, the farther he could see. Without any delay, Lin Sun once again fell into cultivation, as if he didn't know fatigue. 1 month later. The first to break through was the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon. After the integration of the profound way of the real dragon, the power of each change had a wonderful change. For example, the Ice Dragon step was faster and at least 30% stronger than before. When facing an enemy, speed would always be the one who had the upper hand. For example, once the Basha prohibition was used, ordinary top talents would be confined in an instant and couldn't move. In addition, the changes such as Swanee Seal, Swanee Chi, and Paleo's Roar also added many magical effects and power. The most magical ones were the Wind-Mocking Eyes and the Heart of Chonyao. These 2 changes were not for fighting. The former could see through the original appearance of mountains and rivers, explore acupoints, and find the divine things that were undiscovered by others. After this transformation, when Lin Sun observed the flickering power of time with the Wind-Mocking Eyes, he suddenly found that the feather-like power of time was actually condensed by dense laws and orders. Just a glance made Lin Sun feel cold and his soul palpitate. He felt a fatal danger. When he entered the immortal secret realm for the first time, he couldn't see through the original appearance of the power of time. He thought it was beautiful flowing light, but the change of the Heart of Chonyao was completely beyond Lin Sun's imagination. Heart-controlling contract. This was the magical effect of Chonyao's heart after the transformation. As the 9th transformation of 9 changes of Tribulation Dragon, Chonyao's heart was not a means of fighting, and it had nothing to do with fighting. Its only function was to assist practitioners to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Way and speed up the progress of their comprehension of the Great Way. The so-called heart-controlling contract was a magical effect of stimulating the power of mind to conform to the Great Way and comprehend the Great Way. For example, it took Lin half a year to comprehend the power of the Great Way of Fire in the past. But with the help of heart-controlling contract, it would only take half a year at most to achieve this step. Even Lin Sun was moved by the miraculous effect of this technique. He knew very well that once this magical method of comprehending the Great Way was spread out, it would definitely cause all the practitioners in the world to compete for it. After all, for any practitioner, comprehending the Great Way was the most difficult and abstruse thing. It just took time. Without the enlightenment, it was impossible to touch the mysteries of the Great Way. But with the help of heart-controlling contract, it would undoubtedly make it much easier to comprehend the Great Way. The Tao of True Dragon is really wonderful. After integrating with 9 changes of Tribulation Dragon, the power of this secret method can be fully revealed. As the 9th transformation, Xianxia's heart is undoubtedly the most wonderful one. Lin was a little worried that he didn't have enough time to realize the truth of star obliteration devouring heaven in the immortal secret realm. Now, this sort of worry was completely swept away after he grasped the profundities of the heart control Tao. As time went by, another month passed. Lin had completely comprehended the mystery of life and death cut. If he exerted it with all his strength, he was sure that he could break Ye Chen's picturesque landscape and laughing at the heavens no return even without the help of star obliteration devouring heaven. Time went by. It was the 6th month of closed-door practice in the immortal secret realm. Lin mastered the mystery of impermanence cut preliminarily. Impermanence was indefinite, it was as unpredictable as fate and as unpredictable as cause and effect. The affairs of the world rose and fell, the changes of the 4 seasons, and the changes of the heavens. All of them progressed step by step between permanence and impermanence, so countless variables were born. As the saying goes, all things are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, dewdrops, and lightning bolts. They should be viewed as such, and this is the essence of impermanence. The ancient sages even said, when impermanence comes, everything will be destroyed. The impermanence slash was the same. As soon as this strike was executed, it was illusory and changed according to one's will. It was like a variable had descended, and it carried an unfathomable killing intent. It was worth mentioning that the profoundness of the impermanence slash was closely related to the profoundness of the life and death slash. Only through the instant of life and death could one understand the true meaning of impermanence. The profundities contained within this slash couldn't be described as obscure in the sense of the mortal world, and it was related to the variation of the Grand Tao. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Even with Lin Sun's comprehension ability, it took him a month to comprehend the essence of impermanence cut. But just this trace of truth made Lin Sun's heart tremble. He was simply too strong. This slash was like an illusory variable that appeared in an instant. If he couldn't dodge or resist it, he was doomed to be killed. Unfortunately, I can't use time to comprehend this slash completely, Lin Sun sighed in his heart. The essence of impermanence cut was too obscure. He had a hunch that even if he spent a year, he wouldn't be able to grasp 10% of its essence. If he spent all his energy and time on it, it would undoubtedly waste the time of this closed-door training. However, just a trace of its essence is enough to serve as a trump card. As I slowly ponder over it in the future, its power is bound to become stronger and stronger. Lin Sun took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the impulse to continue to comprehend impermanence cut. Instead, he moved his mind to the devouring star way. But the essence of Xianxia's heart, mind-controlling, and Tao, was activated by Lin Sun, which made him instantly fit with the power of devouring star way. Immersed in it, he deduced and comprehended its mystery. As time went by, Lin Sun, who was meditating on the Tao, didn't notice that a hazy and vague figure swept out of his sea of consciousness silently. Her figure was slender and graceful, and it seemed as if it was coiled by numerous clear and dazzling divine chains of order. A rain of ascension descended while blazing divine radiance enshrouded her, and various rays of light erupted from her body. Because of her appearance, a kind of colorful and magnificent vitality suddenly appeared in the immortal secret realm, which was like an eternal night. Just by standing there casually, she had a kind of momentum that overlooked the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and made time bow its head in submission. The immortal secret realm, the fragments of time, the traces of the battles in those days can still be left to this day. But those people have long disappeared. She seemed to think of something and sighed softly. Then, her eyes fell on Lin Sun without any power, so she didn't disturb Lin Sun, who was meditating on the Tao. After staring silently for a long time, she withdrew her eyes and seemed to be lost in thought. How can you return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Well, I'll consume some karma and give you an opportunity. The great era is coming. If you die, I have no time to wait for the next person. Finally, she seemed to have made a decision and stretched out a jade hand. For a moment, the woman seemed to be incarnated as a dominator, and her breath suppressed all directions. Clatter! The vast and boundless immortal secret realm shook violently at this moment, and the void tumbled like a tide, making a great movement. Whoosh! The woman stretched out her hand and grasped, and a strand of strange and obscure rule power was absorbed. Suddenly, it turned into a twisted and strange symbol, emitting the breath of immortality. This was the power of the immortal rule, which contained the incomparably pure Tao of immortality. Then, with a flick of her finger, the symbol swept into the center of Lin Sun's eyebrows. Who? At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded, and the figure of the spiritual servant suddenly appeared, with a sacred and indestructible luster surging around him. But when the spiritual servant arrived, the immortal secret realm had already returned to its former quietness, and there was not even a trace of movement. Only Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, was still meditating, unaware of the changes around him. The spiritual servant fell into a long silence. Finally, he glanced at Lin Sun, said nothing, and turned away. However, at the moment when he turned around, there was a hole on his back, as if someone had grabbed a piece of it, and the finger marks were still there. If this scene was seen by others, they would be shocked. The spiritual servant was the incarnation of the immortal mountain's rule. Who could plunder a piece of flesh from it? Of course, it was not real flesh and blood, but a kind of rule order. But it was undoubtedly more terrible and terrifying. In the 10th month of closed-door meditation in the immortal secret realm, the void around Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly collapsed, making a deafening explosion, as if it was swallowed up. At this time, Lin Sun was like a big abyss, with unfathomable power and boundless horror. And above his head, there was a looming phenomenon of the annihilation of the galaxy and the collapse of the sky. Although it was silent, it was shocking. After a long time, all these phenomena disappeared. Lin Sun opened his eyes, feeling the changes of the power of the great way around him, and couldn't help showing a touch of joy. It was done. The way of star obliteration and devouring sky had entered the realm of Tao truth. So far, the power of water and fire he had mastered had reached the realm of Tao truth. Buzz! Lin Sun stretched out his right hand, with his palm facing the sky. Suddenly, his palm seemed to turn into a big abyss, the nearby void collapsed inch by inch, and the dark color of the eternal night was swallowed by it. Then, the galaxy sank and turned into a star vortex black hole, which appeared in his palm. Within his palm, it seemed to be able to swallow the whole universe. Does Yun Qingbai also master such a power? Lin Sun's black eyes were deep and thoughtful. After a long time, he shook his head. Yun Qingbai was doomed to be unable to master this Tao. Lin Sun was very sure of this. Perhaps the spiritual veins were the same, but the star-engulfing way was comprehended by him from a stone tablet at the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. It could only be said that without the power of the spiritual veins, it was doomed to be impossible to comprehend this Tao. But without that stone tablet, neither he nor Yun Qingbai could master this Tao. People say that my star-engulfing way is very similar to the power of the Great Way mastered by Yun Qingbai. From this, it can be inferred that the power of the Great Way mastered by him should also be related to devouring. But I don't know which is stronger or weaker, Lin Sun murmured in his heart. In the next 2 months, Lin Sun did not improve his martial cultivation, but honed and consolidated his power. Everything was as bad as nothing, and so was cultivation. This closed-door training had made him break through in all aspects, and he had undergone a great transformation. What he needed to do now was to stabilize the power of this transformation. Only in this way could he control the power more skillfully and easily, and he could control it as easily as he wanted. As a matter of fact, Lin Sun had almost reached the peak of martial arts cultivation. In the cultivation of Tao, only impermanence cut hadn't reached the consummation. In the cultivation of Tao, only Tao of True Dragon hadn't reached the realm of Tao Truth. Of course, Tao of True Dragon had now reached the realm of Tao Aura and made great progress. What? 1 year was getting closer and closer. On this day, when Lin Sun planned to hone his spiritual power, he suddenly found that there was a strange and twisted black symbol in his sea of consciousness. As soon as he touched it, an immortal and almost indestructible immortal chi surged. Lin Sun's black eyes shrank. Was it the profound meaning of immortality? He was shocked in his heart and felt it was incredible. At this time, the voice of the spiritual servant came from the immortal secret realm. I don't know who helped you get the power of immortality, Tao, but since you got it, it's your good fortune, and I won't take it back. Lin Sun suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the spiritual servant in the distance, who still looked emotionless. Was it really the power of immortality, Tao? Lin Sun was more and more shocked. Moreover, he understood the meaning of the spiritual servant's words. It turned out that someone secretly helped him to get such an unparalleled power for him. Was it her? Lin Sun's heart trembled, and he thought of the mysterious woman in the heaven accessing place. No matter how he thought about it, perhaps only she could possess such an unfathomable and supreme technique. It's almost time. You should go. The spiritual servant didn't say much, but just told Lin Sun that the 1-year closed-door training was approaching. It had already been a year. When Lin Sun walked out of the undying secret realm, he could not help but feel a little absent-minded as he recalled his previous closed-door training. There were no years in the mountains, and one did not know the years. For cultivators, the time spent on cultivation was always like a flash of light and flowing arrows. Unknowingly, the world had changed. Fortunately, a year in the undying secret realm was only a day in the outside world. Young man, you have a lot of karma. Now that the great era is coming, I hope you can stick to your heart and not forget the original purpose of cultivation. The spiritual servant said. Thank you for your teachings, Senior. Lin Sun bowed seriously. Go. The coming of the great era also means that great chaos is coming. The battle marks of you and the other 3 have been engraved in the 9-region battlefield. If there is a chance in the future, it is very likely that you will participate in the battle of the 9 regions. The spiritual servant waved his sleeve. Suddenly, Lin Sun felt his body was blown away uncontrollably. In an instant, he moved out of the immortal God Mountain and passed the undying Forbidden Land. It was not until he entered the Star Chess Sea that his body floated down. There is a killing tribulation waiting ahead. Whether you can survive or not depends on your own ability. The spiritual servant's voice came from afar. Lin Sun was shocked. When he looked back, he could not see the undying Forbidden Land. Thank you, Senior. Lin Sun still bowed. Whether the spiritual servant saw it or not, he just wanted to express his heartfelt gratitude. Although the spiritual servant was formed by the rule of the immortal God Mountain and had no emotions, it had a transcendent demeanor. Before and after the closed-door training, it gave Lin Sun many reminders and pointers, which made him feel quite touched. Compared to it, the so-called ancient orthodoxies in the world were undoubtedly ugly. For example, there was a killing tribulation on the other side of the Star Chess Sea. Lin Sun did not need to think to know who wanted to deal with him. It was the same when he walked out of the ultimate. It was the same when the Tao discussion lantern show ended. Lin Sun was already used to this kind of experience. However, when he walked out of the ultimate, he had the help of the green-clothed old ape. When he left the ultimate, he had the help of the magical white ginseng. This time, he could only rely on himself. Is the storm coming? Unfortunately, in this Star Chess Sea, even if a saint were to come, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Since you all are so stubborn, then I'll fight you all. Lin Sun took a deep breath and looked into the distance of the Star Chess Sea. There was an extremely cold killing intent in his eyes. This kid is truly impossible to see through. I originally thought he was the inheritor of the Star Obscurity Combat Emperor, yet who would have imagined that he would have the protection of a peerless expert? How unexpected. On the immortal God Mountain, the Ling servant silently pondered. It's too bad that I'm just a wisp of will. I can't remember what happened in the antiquity time. Otherwise, I would know the identity of the peerless expert who helped this kid take the undying Upanishad. He just stood there, sinking into deep thought, as if he had encountered an extremely difficult problem. After a long time, he moved his gaze away and looked towards the star chassis from afar, and he muttered. All those years ago, the Star Obscurity Combat Emperor refined the myriad of stars in the universe here and set up a supreme forbidden formation to resist the energy of the Tao Severance. I only hope this kid doesn't take the path of blood and slaughter of the Star Obscurity Combat Emperor. Otherwise, I'm afraid. Alas, never mind. A great era has arrived. Perhaps everything will be different from the past, and no one can judge who's right and who's wrong. When he spoke up to hear, he shook his head and sighed, and then his figure suddenly transformed into a rain of light that covered the sky and vanished. Only his sigh reverberated in the void. At the other side of the star chassis, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Numerous cultivators were waiting at the shore of the narrow, long, and undulating coast that was like a jade belt. The Heavenly Sword Sect, Dubhe Hallowed Ground, Numinous Treasure Hallowed Ground, Longevity Daoist Sect, Black Sea Tengu Clan. The forces of various ancient sects were distributed in different areas, and they completely surrounded the shoreline of the star chassis. Every ancient sect had an old monster of the king realm guarding it. There were at least 2 or 3 of them, and at most 4 or 5 of them. In total, there were more than 20 of them. This was undoubtedly a terrifying force that could make the world tremble. If sages didn't come out, it was enough to sweep through a world and deter all directions. At this moment, they were all waiting here just for the sake of dealing with a young man, making a fuss over nothing, mustering a large force. No one would think so. Since Lin Sun rose up in the West Hang world until now, the number of old monsters of the king realm that had died or been injured in his hands couldn't even be counted with 10 fingers. Under such circumstances, no one could be negligent. Of course, no matter which ancient sect it was, they were very clear that the reason why Lin Sun was so unscrupulous was that he relied on 2 things. One was the Saint Treasure. The other was the King Wei Forbidden Formation. Without these 2 things to protect himself, any of the kings present dared to guarantee that they could crush Lin Sun to death with a single finger. After all, the Reincarnation Development Realm was ranked among the 5 realms, while the King Realm stood proudly above the 5 realms. The 2 were not at the same level at all. The atmosphere was solemn. The heaven and earth in this area were covered with a layer of oppressive killing intent, which made the wind and the clouds stop and the earth return to silence. All the forces were waiting patiently. One day passed in the blink of an eye. Uncle Ma, the competition this time is very stressful. In any case, we must kill Lin Sun first. Senior brother Yin Qingbai's night flower sword is still in his hands. Kong Ling's eyebrows were full of coldness. She was convinced that Lin Sun would definitely die this time. Her only worry was which ancient sect could kill this guy first. Don't worry. In order to deal with him this time, I have brought the sect's Saint Treasure, Sky Understanding Sword. It's enough to make him helpless. Ma Yuanqing was very conceited. We can't let this guy rise. He and I have an old grudge. If we don't kill him, he will definitely be a big trouble in the future. Yu Lingkong looked indifferent and his tone was cold. For the first time, he was defeated by Lin Sun during the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival. If it wasn't for the Hall of Immortality, he would have almost lost his life. For the second time, he didn't even have the qualification to fight Lin Sun in the minor tycoon ranking. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation. No matter if it was for revenge or to wipe away the humiliation, Yu Lingkong absolutely couldn't allow Lin Sun to continue living. This kid has become your inner demon. Fine, I'll help you eliminate this inner demon this time. I hope you can rise swiftly after this ordeal. Don't disappoint the seniors of the Pure Land of Immortality, a woman in plain clothes spoke indifferently. Her figure was slender, dignified, and virtuous. She was definitely a great beauty when she was young. Her tone was calm, but her words were filled with an air of supremacy. The woman in plain clothes was called Shang Wenjin. She was a terrifying existence who had stepped into the 3rd tribulation of immortality. The other King Realm experts from the Pure Land of Immortality beside her nodded and agreed with Shang Wenjin's words. Yu Lingkong calmed down when he saw this. My younger brother was killed by him. I must take revenge no matter what. Li Qingping's expression was gloomy. Moreover, this kid once used despicable methods to suddenly cause me to suffer calamity on the immortal divine mountain, and it caused me to miss the opportunity to enter the top 10. I have to take revenge for this as well. Then kill him. At the side, a haggard old man with a feathered crown on his head spoke coldly, and a murderous aura shot into the sky. He was a King realm expert from the vast Sea Daoist sect who had stepped foot into the third tribulation, and his Daoist name was Xianxia. Damn it. Could that fellow have sensed danger and intentionally not come out? Go Yanjin roared loudly from where the experts from the Black Sea Dog clan resided. His expression was ferocious and ghastly, and he couldn't wait to annihilate Lin Sun. This time, he was the only one who'd been expelled because of self-detonation. Not to mention his ranking, even the karmic luck of the Grand Dao that he'd obtained had been taken away, and it had benefited Lin Sun. This caused Go Yanjin to be on the verge of going mad with hatred. Don't worry, this kid killed many of our clansmen in the Westing world. If we let him continue to live, where will our clan put its face? An old man in a black robe spoke slowly. His skin was pale, his lips were scarlet, and his eye sockets were sunken. His entire body emitted a bloody and cold aura, and his aura was extremely terrifying. He was like a demon that had walked out of hell. His name was Go Xianxia, and he could be said to be an extremely vicious King realm expert. In order to vent his anger, he'd once slaughtered a city of hundreds of thousands of people, and his ferocity had shaken the world. Apart from this, similar scenes were happening in the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, the Spirit Treasure Holy Land, and other ancient orthodoxies. Is there really no way to salvage the situation? Zhao Jingxian was very helpless, and her pretty face was slightly pale. She could imagine that someone would harm Lin Sun, but she didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Junior sister Jingxian, don't worry and watch the show. Yan Zhanqiu raised his hand and wanted to pat Zhao Jingshuan's shoulder to comfort her, but she dodged his touch. This caused an imperceptible trace of annoyance to flash across Yan Zhanqiu's brows. He then sighed softly and said, even if we don't make a move, do you think the other orthodoxies will let him off? After a pause, his expression became calm and resolute. Rather than letting others take advantage of him, it's better to let this kid die in our hands. Zhao Jingshuan's bright and beautiful face instantly turned ghastly pale. She was just about to say something when she felt a pain in her neck, and her vision went black as she fainted. Marshal Uncle Xiao, what are you doing? Yan Zhanqiu was furious. Beside him, a white-haired old man in a scholar's robe said calmly, it's best to not let this girl see the upcoming slaughter, so as to avoid spoiling things. The old man's name was Xiao Jinghong, and he was an extremely senior old monster in the Spirit Treasure Holy Land. Seeing this, Yan Zhanqiu's expression flickered, and he didn't say anything else. A storm against Lin Sun was already accumulating momentum, and it was just waiting to erupt. The star chess sea was vast and boundless, and silver starlight flowed on it. Numerous islands that looked like chess pieces were faintly discernible within it. Lin Sun had already arrived, and he stood silently on one of the islands, taking in everything that was happening on the coast. In fact, he could even hear the conversations of those ancient orthodoxies clearly. His black eyes grew colder, and an uncontrollable killing intent surged in the depths of his heart like lava. Ever since he entered the ancient desolation region, he had always been in a situation where he was being hunted, and it had never really changed. Now, these forces had even surrounded the star chess sea, wanting to exterminate him. Moreover, they even had the posture of wanting to kill him at the first moment. What did they take him for? P.S. 3 things. 1. It had been 5 consecutive days, and Goldfish really couldn't take it anymore. She didn't go out for the past 5 days. Apart from eating, sleeping, and writing, she had a maximum of 5 hours of sleep a day. She was close to her limit. 2. Don't worry, everyone. This was just the first wave of attacks this month. Let Goldfish rest for a few days before continuing with the second wave of attacks. It was estimated that everything would be ready by next Monday. Furthermore, Goldfish could clearly tell everyone that there would be a long-awaited 10 chapters explosion this month. 3. Thank you to the children who supported and bought tickets for the past 5 days. Thank you. This was the first time Goldfish felt that she wasn't so lonely when she was writing. Tomorrow's update will resume 2 chapters. Please understand that it's to let Goldfish take a breather and rest for a while before continuing with the attacks. Why did they look down on him? Grass, prey, an ant that could be trampled on at will. Lin Sun wasn't stupid. He knew that this was the reality. In the eyes of those lofty ancient orthodoxies, no matter how dazzling he didn't have much deterrence as a loner who didn't belong to any sect or sect. In the past, there had been some extraordinary figures that had been wantonly trampled and suppressed by the ancient sects because of their lowly origins. Some people resisted, but most of them died with grievances. It was too difficult to fight against the ancient orthodoxies with only one person's strength, but it didn't mean that Lin Sun would lower his head. If he did, he wouldn't be Lin Sun. At this moment, he stood on a small island while he glanced coldly at everyone on the distant shore. When he thought of all the pursuits he'd encountered since entering the ancient desolation region, the flames of rage and hatred that had accumulated in his heart blazed, and he was on the verge of losing control. Then, Lin Sun took a deep breath and withdrew his gaze. The star chess sea was shrouded by the restriction. From the outside, one could only see the starlight and the archipelago like a chessboard. Lin Sun stood there as if he was standing in a formation. He was covered by the fluctuation of the restriction, so the outside world couldn't see his figure at all. Whoosh, without any delay, Lin Sun took action. He stepped on the dipper, and his figure flickered like a flowing light, shuttling between different islands. And his hands were making wonderful incantations from time to time. Whoosh, a shocking scene appeared. In the star chess sea, the starlight rolled like mist and suddenly became turbulent. The obscure fluctuation of the restriction spread like a tide with Lin Sun as the center. After a long time, Lin Sun stopped what he was doing and stood on an isolated island. His forehead was soaked with sweat. He had consumed a lot of energy. This cyclic stars formation is too horrible. I can barely use less than 1,000th of its power, but, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the ground and took a deep breath. His eyes were cold. It's enough. In his mind, a cyclic stars map was running slowly, emitting strange fluctuations. This was where Lin Sun's confidence came from. Eh? At the seashore, someone suddenly cried out in alarm. Look, quickly. The restriction energy on the star chess sea is swiftly dissipating. As soon as this was said, the experts of the ancient orthodoxies who had been waiting there noticed this scene immediately, and their eyes lit up. On the star chess sea, the dreamlike starlight was like a falling tide, retreating and vanishing at an astonishing speed, revealing the silver surface of the sea and many strange-shaped islands. Without the concealment of starlight, the vast star chess sea became vast and clear. Even that terrifying and oppressive restriction power has disappeared. Ma Yuanqing's spirit was lifted, and he felt extremely relaxed. It has indeed disappeared. Good. But how could something like this happen? That's not important. What's important is that the restrictions in the star chess sea no longer pose a threat to us. The group of old monsters on the star were happy on. At Emperor on Xing. The group of old monsters immediately sensed the changes in the star chess sea's restrictions. All of them revealed expressions of joy. Previously, the reason why they waited here and did not dare to enter the star chess sea was that the sea was extremely horrifying and covered with supreme forbidden power. Even if a saint were to mistakenly enter it, there was a high chance that he would be lost and trapped forever. Under such circumstances, if they wanted to deal with Lin Sun, they could only wait outside the star chess sea. But now, everything had changed. In this case, even if Lin Sun wants to hide in the star chess sea and not come out, it's destined to be impossible. Go Yanjin shouted excitedly. At the same time, the others recovered from their shock, and their gazes flickered indeterminately. Whoosh, suddenly, a grey-robed old man flew out from the heavens pivot sacred grounds forces and soared into the sky, heading towards the star chess sea. Ho Tianzhong, this was an old monster who had just stepped into the longevity first tribulation realm. You want to kill Lin Sun first? Impossible. Among the Black Sea Tengu clan, a middle-aged man in a crimson robe with a curly beard laughed coldly. As he spoke, his figure shot up explosively, like a blood-colored torrent, surging towards the star chess ocean. Time to move. Let's go. You guys stay here. Even if the power of the restriction has dissipated, there's no guarantee that there won't be any danger in the star chess sea. Following that, King Realm experts attacked one after another. They charged into the star chess sea. Moreover, for safety reasons, each orthodoxy only sent King Realm experts, 1 or 2 at most. The others were waiting for news. This time, demon god Lin is dead for sure. Whether it was Kong Ling, Yu Ling Kong, Li Qingping, or Go Yanjun, they were all very confident and calm, looking forward to it in their hearts. With King Realm experts attacking, and with the means to guard against Saint treasures and King restrictions, killing Lin Sun would be as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. There was no need to worry at all. Right now, the only thing they had to confirm was which major force could kill Lin Sun first. Once this person is killed, it's equivalent to getting rid of a potential disaster. From now on, we can rest easy. Ma Yuanqing smiled. Since ancient times, there has never been a person who dared to go against an ancient orthodoxy alone. Even if there were, they were all killed. It was like that in the past, and it will be like that today. This Lin Sun must die. Yan Yunzi put his hands behind his back and looked indifferent. This Lin Sun is probably going to become the shortest person in history to rank first on the minor tycoon list. So what if he's a peerless talent? For us, we can kill him with a flip of our hands. Shang Wenjin's tone was soft and slow, but with a sense of superiority. In the depths of the Star Chess Sea, Lin Sun stood on an isolated island with a calm expression, and his black eyes were cold. Today, he was all alone, and he wanted to bury his enemies in the sea. He's here. Lin Sun raised his eyes. On the sea far away, a terrifying King Realm pressure spread over, setting off rolling waves. It was a grey-robed old man named Ho Tianzhong from the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. Little bastard, you're really hiding here. Ho Tianzhong's figure swept over, and the terrifying King Realm pressure covered the sky and earth. He looked down at Lin Sun in the distance like a dominator. Hiding? You're wrong. I'm waiting for you, Lin Sun said calmly. Lin Sun said indifferently. His clothes were fluttering, and he stood there straight like a pine tree. The King Realm pressure was nothing to him. Ho Tianzhong wanted to kill Lin Sun as soon as possible, so as not to let others come to snatch it. But when he saw this, he felt a little hesitant. It was because Lin Sun was too calm. He didn't seem to be waiting for death, but more like waiting. Waiting for us? What do you mean? Do you think you can do whatever you want with the holy treasure and the King Realm Forbidden Formation in your hands? Ho Tianzhong's eyes were cold, and there was an extremely impulsive killing intent in his heart. He was testing Lin Sun. I'm not afraid to tell you that all of this is useless. You're too noisy. I'll kill you first later. Lin Sun's voice was calm as if he was talking about something that couldn't be more casual. You're courting death. Ho Tianzhong couldn't restrain himself in the end. He waved his sleeves and shot out a stream of divine light from the air towards Lin Sun. Humph. If this man wants to die, he must die in my hands. But at the same time, a thunderous roar sounded. With the voice, a big bloody hand grabbed out from the air, crushed the divine light, and then shrouded Lin Sun with its remaining momentum. However, halfway through, the big bloody hand was smashed by a terrifying and unparalleled sword intent. With a bang, it turned into a rain of light and exploded. At this time, a figure appeared in two different directions. In the east was a middle-aged man in a bloodrobe and beard named Go Yangyuan. He was the one who made the big bloody hand just now. In the west was a young man with gray hair and white clothes. He looked young, but he was actually an old monster named Lu Jiankuan from the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect. It was a sword that smashed Go Yangyuan's big bloody hand. You too, let me deal with this man. Lu Jiankuan looked aloof and spoke casually, but there was no doubt in his words. Arrogant. This is not your heaven-reaching sword sect. Ho Tianzhong said coldly, I advise you to restrain yourself. Go Yangyuan's face was extremely gloomy. He grinned and said, Who do you think you are, Lu Jiankuan? How dare you talk so big? This child, Go Yangyuan, will definitely be killed today. The three confronted each other, and the pressure belonging to the king's realm collided with each other, causing the world to fall into a terrible and oppressive atmosphere. As for Lin Sun, he was ignored by them. Because in their hearts, Lin was already a bird in a cage, a turtle in a jar, and it was hard for him to escape death. What they really wanted to compete was who could kill this man first. Soon, several old monsters of the king's realm appeared and joined the competition. No one was convinced, so they confronted each other. As for Lin Sun, he had been ignored. The scene in front of them was like a group of hunters who had found their prey together and were fighting for the right to kill it. No one gave in. As for the prey, it was already there, and there was no way to escape. Guys, don't hide. It's nothing more than fighting for the holy treasure on this man. In my opinion, how about killing this man first and then competing with your own strength? Lu Jianquan of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect said coldly. Okay. Some kings nodded. Humph, this man has a holy treasure and a king's forbidden formation in his hand. It's not easy to kill him. In my opinion, let's fight directly. Whoever kills this man will get the good fortune. Ho Tianzhong said coldly. Are you finished? Lin Sun, who was surrounded, finally spoke at this time. His black eyes became colder and colder as he glanced at the kings. He had been very calm. Even if he was ignored as prey, his expression didn't change at all. However, no one knew that the uncontrollable hatred in his heart had rushed to his chest and would break out at any time. These kings all frowned. A prey that could only wait for death dared to interrupt, which made them very unhappy. Little bastard, are you in a hurry to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Ho Tianzhong stretched out his hand and grasped. A cloud of thunder and lightning condensed, emitting a terrible and destructive aura, and rushed towards Lin Sun. Swift and domineering, seeing this, the other kings couldn't tolerate Ho Tianzhong killing Lin Sun first, so they also attacked without hesitation. Boom, in an instant, the kings all used their own means without reservation. There were terrifying Taoist magic and powerful treasures, which bombarded Lin Sun from different areas. Pulling one hair and moving the whole body. Because of Ho Tianzhong's attack, the stalemate was immediately broken, and the war broke out. P.S. It seems that because I fought too hard, I relaxed a little today, so I can't run anymore. Don't worry, my goldfish will adjust quickly. How powerful was the King realm? From the moment they attacked, it was known that they were like dominators. Their casual attacks had the power to destroy the universe and crush the mountains and rivers. At this time, there were 8 King realms attacking Lin Sun, and several of them had set foot on the path of immortality. The most terrible thing was that they were vigilant. When they attacked, they didn't hold back. Because they all knew that Lin Sun had a holy treasure and a forbidden formation that could threaten the King realm. Boom, around the island, the void was chaotic, and the light of Tao was roaring. There were peerless secret methods turning into divine light, deducing terrible visions and suppressing them. There were huge halberds, spears, copper lamps, and spiritual swords sweeping through the air and attacking. At this moment, even if it was any other King realm expert that suffered such a blow that covered the heavens and the earth, that expert would probably be bound to feel despair. But Lin Sun still looked calm. His clothes were fluttering, and he stood on a rock on the island. His black eyes were cold, quietly watching the attacks coming from all directions. From beginning to end, he didn't move at all. But the seawater in the surroundings of the lone island surged with starlight that was like mist, and it was strand after strand of dreamlike and illusory starlight. At the same time, on the edge of the island, the originally clear silver sea surface with the island as the center, there were obscure forbidden formation fluctuations, which turned into starlight all over the sky and formed a wall with a range of 3,000 miles. The wall was derived from the starlight, connecting the sky and the sea. Looking down from the sky, it was like a big prison, confining the sea of 3,000 miles and completely isolating it from the outside world. Bang! When a cloud transformed by thunder and lightning was about to approach the island, it was blocked by a wisp of starlight emerging from the sea, and then burst into pieces. Ho Tianzhong's pupils shrank and his face changed slightly. He had been preparing for this blow for a long time. It was enough to burn the mountains and boil the sea, and the power of destruction was terrifying. But in an instant, it burst like a piece of paper and couldn't reach the island. Bang! In the distance, a golden spiritual sword whined and was entangled by wisps of starlight. The spirituality of the sword was eroded in an instant, and then it fell into the sea with a splash like a dead snake. Lu Jianquan's body was stiff, and his blood was boiling. A touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. This sword was a supreme weapon, but it was destroyed like this, which made him feel incredible. Bang, 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 At the same time, the Tao arts and treasures executed by the other old fellows at the King realm were obstructed by the starlight that seemed like mist when they approached the lone island, and they dispersed successively. The rumbling was like a thunderclap that shook the heavens and the earth. Looking from afar, it was as if there were resplendent fireworks exploding around the lone island. A rain of light flew and was annihilated into nothingness. From the beginning to the end, Lin Sun just looked at them calmly. Ho Tianzhong, Lu Jianquan, Go Yangyuan, and the other King realm cultivators were shocked. Their eyes flickered as they realized that the isolated island had been covered by the restrictive power. Fortunately, they had not personally descended on that isolated island before. Fortunately, they had been vigilant all the time. They guessed that Lin Sun dared to wait here because he had already set up the Royal Forbidden Formation. This is the Royal Tao Restriction Array that you stole from the Blue Phoenix clan? No wonder he dares to be so fearless, but... A wisp of ridicule and disdain arose on the corners of Ho Tianzhong's mouth. Do you think that we didn't consider this in order to deal with you this time? All the other kings calmed down and looked at Lin Sun with cold eyes. Indeed, they had long since expected this. Lin Sun didn't seem to hear it. He glanced at Ho Tianzhong and the others one by one, and finally said calmly, "It seems that you are the first to come." Then, he pointed at the silvery surface of the sea in the distance and said, "This is the burial ground I have prepared for all of you. If news of you dying here spreads, it won't be a shame to your reputation." The kings were stunned at first. They couldn't believe their ears and almost thought they had heard it wrong. Then, their faces sank, and killing intent rose between their eyebrows. A young man in the reincarnation developing realm was like an ant. If it weren't for fear of the holy treasure and the Royal Tao Restriction Array in his hands, he would have been killed many times. As you can see, this boy thinks that he can kill us by setting up the Royal Tao Restriction Array. In this case, it's better for me to break the Royal Tao Restriction Array first. What do you think? Ho Tianzhong said coldly. Seeing this, the other kings naturally had no objection. Boom, Ho Tianzhong took out a bronze mirror shaped like a tortoise shell with flowing light. As soon as it rose into the air, thousands of dense spiritual tattoos appeared, which was extremely magical. Divination Wheel, it was a magical ancient treasure specially used to break the Royal Tao Restriction Array. It was refined from the shell of the ancient white tortoise. As long as it was activated, it could see through the mystery of any Royal Tao Restriction Array. Seeing this, the other kings were relieved, because they all knew that the magical power of the divination wheel was enough to restrain any Royal Tao Restriction Array. Break! Ho Tianzhong roared with a majestic bearing and burst out the power of the Royal Tao. In an instant, the divination wheel buzzed and suddenly burst out thousands of spiritual tattoos, which rushed towards the island like a tide. Clatter at the same time, dense starlight and mist gushed out from the sea in front of the island and blocked the Royal Tao Restriction Array. The other kings were ready to break the Royal Tao Restriction Array and rushed to kill Lin as soon as possible. At the same time, Ho Tianzhong was also ready to attack. To their surprise, the divination wheel failed to break the Royal Tao Restriction Array. Instead of breaking the Royal Tao Restriction Array, it was shrouded by the starlight. Then, with a bang, the mystical ancient artifact exploded into pieces. The kings were caught off guard and were all shocked. How could this be possible? They had long known that the Royal Tao Restriction Array in Lin's hands came from the Xian Phoenix clan and was called the King's Four Symbols. According to common sense, the power of the divination wheel was enough to break it, but they had never expected that such a change would occur. This is not the King's Four Symbols Restriction Array. Ho Tianzhong shouted, and his face changed abruptly as if he had noticed something. At this moment, Lin, who had been calm, suddenly burst out a terrifying and boundless killing intent, like a volcano that had been suppressed for countless years and suddenly erupted at this moment. His black eyes flashed like lightning, and he couldn't bear it anymore. His figure rose from the rock on the island, and his cold eyes locked on Ho Tianzhong like lightning. He said indifferently, "I said I would send you to hell first." As soon as his voice died away, rumble, the sky collapsed to reveal a dense expanse of dazzling stars that emanated boundless clear radiance. At this moment, the tranquil surface of the sea rumbled and roiled while boundless starlight surged like roiling mist, and it transformed into an obscure restrictive energy. The scene was very terrifying. In an instant, this place was like heaven turned into purgatory. Starlight covered the sky and sea, and boundless restrictive power burst out. Cut. Lin Sun cut with his fingers. Between heaven and earth, the rolling starlight turned into a saber, like a guillotine of the Great Way. It was bright and dazzling, illuminating the sky, and chopped down. This is the supreme taboo power of the star Xianxia. Ho Tianzhong was scared out of his wits. As early as the shocking change happened, his heart thumped, and he had a bad premonition. When he saw the guillotine of the Great Way falling toward him, he was so shocked that he subconsciously fought with all his might. However, under the supreme taboo chopping, he was killed directly. He didn't have the strength to fight back at all, and his body was instantly turned into ashes. Before his death, Ho Tianzhong couldn't believe that such a terrifying power could be controlled by an ant in the reincarnation developing realm. He couldn't accept it, and he couldn't understand it. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to think. The moment his body turned into ashes, even his spirit was swept by the brilliant flame and completely wiped out. One chop killed a king, hiss, Go Yangyuan, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air, their minds shaken. This chop gathered the terrifying and boundless power of the restriction. It was like a heavenly saber, causing their hair to stand on end and chills to run down their spines. At this moment, Lin Sun's entire body was glowing. Endless starlight fell from the sky above his head, covering his figure. He was unusually dazzling, suppressing the heaven and earth. He was like a ruler, making it impossible for others to look at him directly. He can control the taboo power of the star Xianxia. This is a trap. Go Yangyuan immediately understood. No wonder this lad was so fearless and calm even though he was surrounded by a group of kings. It turned out that he had dug a trap in advance. Go Yangyuan turned and fled, his face livid and his heart uneasy. He had never thought that such an unbelievable thing would happen. The star Xianxia had existed since ancient times, and even saints would get lost if they entered it by mistake. It had always been a taboo area. But who would have thought that the taboo power of the star Xianxia would be controlled by a young man in the reincarnation developing realm today? The more Go Yangyuan thought about it, the more terrified he became. I've already prepared a grave for you. Why are you leaving? Stay. Lin Sun's cold and indifferent voice rang in his ears. Go Yangyuan was both shocked and angry. He was a king who had stepped into the longevity realm, but he was being looked down upon by a junior. This was undoubtedly too humiliating. He couldn't help but turn back. Just as he was about to say something harsh, his eyes suddenly widened. In his field of vision, a bright saber was already approaching. Puff, then, Go Yangyuan didn't even have time to resist and was killed by the saber. His body turned into ashes and drifted over the sea. Another King Realm expert had been killed. Lu Jianquan and the rest of the King Realms were stunned. Their legs trembled, their lips trembled, and their minds were on the verge of collapse. Both Go Yangyuan and Ho Tianzhong were old monsters of the King Realm who had been famous for a long time. But now, they were killed in an instant like chickens and dogs that couldn't withstand a single blow. Such a bloody scene was too ghastly and horrifying. Run! Lu Jianquan and the rest didn't dare to hesitate any longer. They fled faster than when they came, like stray dogs, extremely terrified. It was indeed too frightening. Even the King Realm was easily wiped out. Who dared to hesitate? Before, they were high and mighty, arrogant and ignored Lin Sun as prey. But now, they all wished their parents had given them 2 more legs. They looked so panicked and miserable. If they were seen by the strong practitioners of the ancient orthodoxies waiting on the coast, they would be shocked. Lin Sun didn't chase them because the area within 3,000 miles had long been blocked and isolated from the world. There was no way to escape. And in this area, he was the master. Even if a sage came, he wouldn't be afraid. Chop. The starlight all over the sky turned into a heavenly saber, full of awe-inspiring supreme spirit, and chopped down. Thousands of miles away, Lu Jianquan took out a treasure cauldron to fight against the saber. As a result, the treasure cauldron was cut in half, and he let out a scream and turned into ashes, drifting in the sea. Slash, that one word was like a decree from the heavens. Ho Tianzhong, Go Yangyuan, Lu Jianquan, 3 old monsters at the monarch realm. Go Yangyuan was a monarch who had stepped into the longevity tribulation, but all of them were killed without exception. That blade was like a guillotine. No matter how powerful one's cultivation was, they would be instantly turned into ashes under the blade. This was the power of the heavenly cycle star formation. This formation contained the heavenly cycle stars as its foundation, and it was formed by 365 heavenly cycle star diagrams and 14,800 minor heavenly cycle star diagrams. The entire grand formation had transformed into the sea of stars before them, and it was like a starry universe. The stars within it were dazzling and innumerable, and they circulated along different trajectories, causing them to be dense and obscure to the extreme. This formation was a saint formation. Strictly speaking, the power that Lin Sun could use was less than 1,000th of the formation's full power. But even so, killing a monarch realm existence was no different from killing a chicken or a dog. Lin Sun stood in the sky above the lone island. The area within 3,000 kilometers was covered by his divine sense. He drew his fingers together, and a heavenly blade swept out. A monarch realm cultivator from the pure land of longevity had just charged to the edge of the area when he was shocked to find that the path ahead was blocked by a wall made of starlight. It was connected to the sky above and the sea below. It was impossible to cross. He had just turned around to find another way out when the dazzling blade light had already slashed towards him. It was like a punishment from the heavens, causing his body to instantly explode and turn into ashes. Lin Sun, I admit defeat. Please give me a way out. I swear that I won't make things difficult for you in the future. An old woman from the sacred ground of numinous treasure screamed. She was completely terrified, and her body trembled as she lowered her head and begged Lin Sun for mercy. Lin Sun turned a deaf ear to her. With a single word, the heavenly blade descended, and the old woman's body was annihilated. She didn't even have the power to struggle. Even at the moment of her death, her face was filled with shock and disbelief. Little bastard. You'll definitely suffer a great calamity if you act so decisively. On the other side, a white-haired old man roared angrily. He had tried his best to break through the starlight wall and escape, but what made him despair was that the wall was formed by the fluctuation of the supreme restriction. He couldn't move it at all. Kill. Lin Sun looked indifferent and answered with only one word. Puff. The old man was killed amidst a resentful and terrified roar. Only 2 King Realm experts remained in the surroundings. However, at this moment, their faces were deathly pale. Their bodies were trembling, and their hearts were drowned by boundless fear. Earlier, they'd arrived menacingly with arrogant expressions, and they'd revealed the might of the King Realm. They'd taken Lin Sun to be an ant, and they wished for nothing more than to crush him at the first possible moment and seize the fortune in his possession. He had thought that this would be a simple operation to catch a turtle in a jar. Who would have thought that such a shocking change would occur? Yet, the taboo power of the star chess sea was being controlled by such a young man, unleashing a massacre in this world. That bloody scene of death was undoubtedly the greatest horror in the world. Now, the remaining 2 King Realm experts were completely panicked and afraid. Their expressions were terrified and panicked, and they didn't have a trace of the arrogance and dignified aura they had before. When an ant that could be easily squashed to death suddenly possessed the power to slay a dragon, this was undoubtedly the most terrifying thing in the world. Lin Sun, let's have a good talk. I believe that it's not your intention to kill. Why don't we have a good talk? A middle-aged man in a scholarly robe took a deep breath and said slowly. Yeah, you're still young. You're destined to become a king or a sage in the future. Remember, don't go too far. Otherwise, no matter how big the ancient desolation realm is, I'm afraid there won't be a place for you. The other golden-robed elder hurriedly said. At this moment, they didn't seem like 2 kings that could summon the wind and summon the rain. Instead, they seemed like prisoners that were bitterly begging for mercy. Their voices were submissive and without any arrogance. Before, when you came to kill me, did you ever give me a chance to chat? A cold smile appeared on Lin Sun's lips. You want to chat with me when you're about to die. Do you think I'm easy to talk to? No way. The middle-aged man and the golden-robed elder hurriedly shook their heads. Since that's the case, why should I waste my breath on you? Before Lin Sun's voice died away, a bright ray of heaven fell from the sky like a flash of thunder. Puff, the Confucian-robed man was killed. You. Are you really going to be so ruthless and leave no room for negotiation? You're making an enemy of the world. Once you leave the star chassis, you're bound to be in great trouble. The golden-robed elder roared angrily. Making an enemy of the world, Lin Sun murmured. Then, his black eyes became colder and colder. Do you really think you can represent the entire ancient desolation? What's more, even if I'm making an enemy of the world, so what? I, Lin Sun, have never been afraid of fighting. After saying that, he pressed his fingers together. In the sky, the bright blade fell like a divine punishment. No matter how the golden-robed elder tried to dodge, he was still killed in the end. The 8 King Realm strongmen from different orthodoxies were all killed at this moment. For a moment, the 3,000-mile sea area returned to silence. Only the starlight was shining and the mist was rolling between heaven and earth. Lin Sun landed on the isolated island and sat cross-legged on the ground. Killing the 8 King Realm strongmen didn't make his mood fluctuate at all, because they were doomed to die the moment they approached the isolated island. Lin Sun took a deep breath, took out the spiritual marrow, and began to meditate. Controlling the heavenly cycle stars formation consumed a lot of energy. For example, killing the 8 King Realm strongmen had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy. This is the first batch. I wonder when the second batch will come, Lin Sun meditated as he waited. By the star chassis. Time passed bit by bit. The cultivators of the various orthodoxies who were looking forward to good news gradually felt impatient. What was going on? Could it be that they couldn't even find demon god Lin with so many King Realm strongmen working together? Could it be that the kid still hadn't left the Undying Forbidden Land? Impossible. Everyone knew that the Undying Forbidden Land was one of the 5 forbidden lands of the Dongxing domain because it was unapproachable, unless one had the chance to set foot on the minor giants list, which was held once every 5 years. Otherwise, it was impossible for anyone to enter. This was the unanimous conclusion that countless cultivators had reached after many explorations in the past. Time flowed by. The bright and vast star chassis was still calm and peaceful, without any movement. Gradually, even the old monsters of the King Realm started to frown, feeling impatient. Why did they need to spend so much time searching for a young man in the reincarnation developing realm? No one knew that the depths of the star chassis had once been sealed. In the sealed area, the 8 old monsters of the King Realm had long been dead and buried in the sea. No one dared to imagine that Lin Sun alone had the ability to kill 8 King Realm strongmen. They all subconsciously thought that the reason why there was no news was that they had not found Lin Sun yet. Or, they had encountered some unforeseen event. Of course, even if there had been an unforeseen event, no one would have thought that the old monsters of the King Realm had already met with misfortune. I'll go and take a look. Suddenly, Go Yanjin took a deep breath and spoke loudly in the Black Demon Tengu clan. He could not wait any longer and could not wait any longer. As a descendant of the Black Demon Tengu clan, his sense of smell was naturally the best in the world. Although the vast star chassis was boundless, he did not believe that he could not find traces of Lin Sun. No. Go Yanshou stopped Go Yanjin again and said coldly, "You are the most outstanding heavenly talent of the younger generation of our clan, the 10,000 killer level. Haven't you heard of the saying that the son of a rich family should not sit under the eaves?" "But no buts," Go Yanshou said decisively. "Yangjia, you go." He looked at a dark-skinned middle-aged man with an ice-cold expression. The middle-aged man was called Go Yangjia. He was an existence who had stepped into the first tribulation of longevity. Hearing this, he did not say anything and only nodded. "Bring the blood prison seal." Go Yanshou hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and handed a seal that was overflowing with a frightening bloody glow to Go Yangjia. Immediately, a terrifying pressure of the divine path spread out from the blood-colored seal, causing a commotion among the nearby cultivators. The blood prison seal was the sacred treasure of the Black Demon Tengu clan. In ancient times, it had been stained with blood countless times, and its power was terrifying. "Is it necessary?" Go Yangjia said, feeling that it was making a mountain out of a molehill. "It's easy to kill that little bastard, but don't forget that there are others here. One more sacred treasure means more deterrence and assurance." Go Yanshou transmitted his voice, his words meaningful. Go Yangjia nodded, and without hesitation, he soared into the sky. "Looks like it's time for us to let the heavenly sword have a taste of its power." On the other side, Ma Yuanqing sighed faintly. He took out a pitch-black, old sword case and handed it to an old man beside him. Junior brother Wen Yuan, don't let down the prestige of the Heavenly Sword sect. His expression was solemn. The old man was dressed in linen, his hair was gray, and his face was thin. His name was Zhong Wenyuan. Hearing this, he received the sword case solemnly and said, I will not let you down. Swoosh, he carried the sword case on his back, and his figure shot into the sky like a rainbow. Humph, these old fellows can't wait to use their sacred treasures. Since that's the case, we can't fall behind. In the longevity pure land, Shang Wenjin flipped his palm, and a bronze palace the size of a fist appeared. It looked small, but it emitted a terrifying aura that could suppress the mountains and rivers. The Longevity Hall. Junior sister Emotion, you go this time. Remember, our purpose is to kill Lin's son, but if someone tries to stop us, don't be afraid. Shang Wenjin said and handed the Longevity Hall to a glamorous girl in a green dress, who looked like a young girl. As he spoke, Shang Wenjin glanced at the other forces with a sneer on her lips. She naturally knew that the purpose of using their sacred treasures might be to kill Lin's son more safely. But the more important reason was to restrain other competing forces. In that case, let's let them have a taste of our purple treasure umbrella. Bring the sky-stabilizing ruler of our heaven's pivot holy land. At the same time, other forces were also taking action. This practice smelled of secret competition, and it was also to restrain their opponents, so as to prevent others from killing Lin Sun first with the power of their sacred treasures. Why didn't you use the holy treasure at the beginning? Kong Ling asked with a frown. Because Lin Sun isn't qualified. Ma Yuanqing said indifferently, everyone knows that he has a holy treasure in his hand and has killed a king realm expert with it. However, that was just an unexpected result. When he is prepared, even if you give him 10 holy treasures, he can't kill a king realm expert. Although the holy treasure is good, it can only unleash its full power with matching power. I'm afraid this kid can't even unleash 1,000th of the holy treasure's power. After a pause, he continued, this time, we didn't use the holy treasure to kill this kid at all. Our purpose is very simple, to restrain the power of the other forces. Kong Ling was enlightened. The Silver Sea was calm, and the isolated island was embedded in it like a chess piece. Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the rock, opened his eyes and stood up with a calm expression. He had sensed that the second group of enemies was coming from afar. Whoosh! 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 This time, 6 old monsters of the king realm came. Each of them had a monstrous aura as they broke through the void and arrived like overlords, standing around the isolated island. At first, when they found Lin Sun here, he didn't escape, which made them slightly stunned. Then, they all frowned in surprise. At first, they all thought that the first group of kings hadn't found Lin Sun or encountered some accident, so they came to help. Who would have thought that they would find Lin Sun as soon as they entered the depths of the Star Chess Sea? This was strange. Little brother, have you seen the others? Emotion from the immortal Pure Land asked with a charming smile. She looked like a young girl in a green dress, beautiful and charming. Yes, Lin Sun said casually. All the kings present narrowed their eyes. Emotion rolled her eyes and said, then where are they? Lin Sun pointed at the Silver Sea in front of him and said, are you here to mourn the dead? I buried them here. The kings' faces were gloomy, and cold light surged in their eyes. They felt more and more strange. A young man in the reincarnation developing realm, even if he was a top genius, was too calm at this time. He didn't look like he was waiting for death, but more like he had been waiting for them all along. This caused the kings to have doubts in their hearts. They looked at each other and dispelled the urge to attack at the first moment. They decided to first figure out the whole story. Deep in their hearts, they didn't believe Lin's words at all. They thought he was talking nonsense. Little brother, don't joke around. Big sister's heart is not good. Can you talk to big sister properly? Emotion's tone was gentle and full of charm that shook one's soul. She was very beautiful indeed. Every single frown, smile, and action of hers carried a natural and elegant aura, and it caused the other kings to look over without end while they cursed in their hearts. This woman from the pure land of longevity is really flirtatious. Lin Sun frowned and said, old woman, how old are you? Why do you still call yourself elder sister? Can't you talk to me nicely? Do you know what it means to be a dirty old man? Emotion's expression changed. Old woman? This damnable little bastard, his mouth is actually so vicious. Brat, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really think that you can look down on us just because you have a saint treasure? Emotion's face was as cold as ice, and her words suddenly changed. Her charm was no longer there, and it was replaced by a murderous intent that went straight to people's hearts. If she was coquettish before, at this moment she was like a female Azura. The change was so fast that the other kings were shocked. They realized that this woman could be a king, so she absolutely couldn't be underestimated. However, Lin Sun seemed to be unaware of it. His black eyes were cold as he glanced at the 6 kings in the field and said, "If you are not here to mourn the dead, then you are here to die." He pointed to the sea in the distance again and said, "This place is like a tomb, and this sea is like a coffin. It's more than enough to bury thousands of old bastards like you. Now, I will personally send you on your way." When his voice fell, he had already risen out of thin air. Boom, in the sky, thousands of stars appeared, pouring down hundreds of millions of starlight, bathing Lin Sun's figure. A terrifying and boundless murderous intent spread out. Emotion and others sneered in their hearts, but they were very calm and didn't panic. They had already guessed that Lin Sun dared to wait here without fear because he had something to rely on. And his reliance was nothing more than the holy treasure and the prohibition of monarch path. The scene in front of them didn't surprise them. Just for a moment, they were stunned, and their pupils suddenly shrank. They perceived that the fluctuation of prohibition surging in this world was far from what the prohibition of monarch path could compare with. This is the supreme taboo power covering the star chess sea. This evil creature wants to kill with a borrowed knife. Zhong Wenyuan of the Heavenly Master Sword sect suddenly shouted. With a clang, he opened the sword box, and a dark cyan long sword rushed out of it. At that moment, it was as if a sword god had appeared in the sky, releasing the sharp light of Saint Path, the Heavenly Master Sword. This sword was so dazzling that it was impossible to look at it directly. It had infinite terrifying power and was the top treasure of the Heavenly Master Sword sect. In an instant, Zhong Wenyuan became incomparably arrogant and confident, and no longer panicked. At the same time, boom, Emotion threw her hand, and the Palace of Eternal Life appeared in the air, like an ancient bronze casting. Obscure Taoist patterns were engraved around the hall, deducing grand patterns such as the sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers. Wang, an umbrella opened, and purple and green rays of light appeared on the umbrella, deducing the pattern of yin and yang. It seemed to be able to block out the sky. Purple-green rainbow umbrella, a dignified elder of the numinous treasure sacred ground held the umbrella in the air, his figure tall and imposing. Boom, a dazzling bloody light sword, turning into rolling phantoms of gods and demons that guarded a blood-red seal, roaring angrily in the universe. Blood prison seal, Go Yangjia's aura also changed. Crack, a green jade ruler surrounded by dazzling lightning appeared. It was only 4 fingers wide and 2 feet long, but it released a fierce and domineering power that could make the sky tremble. Heaven-suppressing ruler, the sect treasure of the heavenly core sacred ground was now in the hands of a short and fat middle-aged man in brocade robes. On the Tao sect of Neptune's side, a golden jade archive swept out in the hands of a middle-aged Confucian. Golden divine flames flowed out, burning the void. Everything happened at the same time. 6 holy treasures appeared in this world. Just the aura they emitted made the wind and clouds change color, and the void collapse and whine. This was undoubtedly a scene that was enough to shock the world. In the past, it was difficult to see one holy treasure, but now, there were 6 of them. Little beast, you'd better surrender obediently. At this moment, what do you have to fight with us? Emotion's expression was cold, and his words were full of disdain. Originally, the holy treasures were used by them to contain their competitors, but at this moment, they didn't mind killing Lin Sun with such treasures first. Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed slightly, and then he immediately calmed down. Holy treasure, it was as he had expected. In the past years, even the sages couldn't get out of here. You old dogs think you can rely on some treasures to be fearless? Lin Sun's voice was not loud, but it was full of endless killing intent. Cut! Lin Sun shouted and took the lead. Endless starlight condensed in the void and turned into a dazzling long saber, like the heavenly Tao guillotine. Then, it aimed at Emotion and chopped down. Boom, here, the sky was rolling, and the sea was overturned. Under the saber, the world was shocked, and ghosts and gods cried, like a punishment from heaven. This guy can use the forbidden power of the star chassis? Emotion's expression changed slightly. The palace of eternal life suddenly shone, rushing out bronze light all over the sky, turned into a mighty shadow, and punched at the long saber. Boom, however, the shadow couldn't resist. The long saber was like the punishment of heaven, shattering its fist, breaking its body, and shattering thousands of light rain. In the end, the long saber fell and chopped at the palace of eternal life, bursting out a deafening collision sound. The palace of eternal life was shaking violently, and Emotion suffered a backlash. Her body shook violently as if struck by lightning. Her pretty face turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. How can it be so horrible? Emotion screamed in horror. The other kings were also extremely shocked. They originally thought that with the holy treasures in hand, they could be fearless and kill Lin's son like crushing an ant. Who would have thought that the forbidden power like the heavenly scythe was so horrible that it was beyond their expectations? They were caught off guard and had goosebumps all over their bodies. Kill. Let's kill him together. The other kings looked at each other and rushed forward together. Because of Emotion's experience, they realized the horror of the power of the star chassis, and they were all frightened. Moreover, they had no time to think about why Lin's son, a young man in the reincarnation developing realm, could use the power of the star chassis. Chop, the heaven-reaching sword in Zhong Wenyuan's hand made a clear sound, and the sword was like lightning, bursting with the light of the holy path. Boom, the great seal of blood prison rose into the air, and the shadows of gods and demons overlapped, pressing down fiercely from the void. Whoosh, the cyan-purple umbrella suddenly rotated in the void, and the void burst into pieces. The cyan-purple chi turned into a dragon and a tiger, whistling through the universe. At the same time, the sky suppression ruler swept up, and the golden jade archive rushed into the sky. In an instant, between heaven and earth, various holy treasures showed their power, reflecting endless divine brilliance, dyeing the sea into a magnificent and colorful color. The endless destructive and terrifying aura was like the arrival of doomsday. If it were other kings, they would have been killed in an instant, because this was too shocking. Even though these kings couldn't fully exert the power of the holy treasures, the power was still far beyond imagination. At this time, Lin's son was also moving. He stepped forward, and the starlight on his body became more brilliant. He was like the Lord of all stars, providing him with a steady stream of restriction power. He bathed in the starlight, and all his pores were open. He was in harmony with heaven and earth, blending with each other, and his figure became brighter and brighter. Boom, Lin's son's figure flickered, and the forbidden power spread in all directions, like a dense and obscure cosmic star array, bursting out. The power of the holy treasures was broken, exploded, and annihilated in an instant. How was this possible? Those kings were shocked, and their eyeballs almost popped out. Lin's son had already taken a step forward, as if teleporting, and appeared in front of Emotion. He clenched his palm and fingers, wrapped in the forbidden power, and smashed out fiercely. Boom, it was like starlight everywhere, bright and blazing. Emotion used the longevity palace to block, but unexpectedly, this holy treasure of the longevity pure land was smashed away as soon as it collided, and a terrifying roar that tore one's eardrums rang out. Puff, at the same time, Emotion coughed up blood again. His soul was shaken, and his chi and blood were reversed. He was so uncomfortable that he almost fell from the void. Emotion screamed. She had never imagined that she couldn't even block a single punch from Lin's son. This was too shocking. Boom, dazzling starlight condensed on the surface of the fist, and it struck again. Behind the fist was Lin's son's cold and indifferent face. At this critical moment, Emotion's lips suddenly emitted an extremely sharp hiss. A big cat with black fur and green eyes suddenly appeared above her head. It stretched out its claws and clawed at Lin's son's fist. This was Emotion's innate ability. She was a descendant of the nine-tailed cat. At this moment, she didn't hesitate to use the power of her bloodline in order to save her life. However, this was destined to be in vain. Under the attack of Lin's son's fist, the big cat was instantly killed and turned into a rain of blood. However, Emotion took this opportunity to flee far away. Her pretty face was ghastly pale, and a layer of gray appeared on her black hair. Her expression was filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in an instant. When they saw Lin Sun defeat Emotion, the other kings were shocked to the point that their expressions changed drastically. They realized that the situation was dangerous. A young man whom they regarded as an ant had now displayed such terrifying and supreme power. No one could remain calm. Quick, let's attack together. This kid can borrow the supreme taboo power of the star chassis. If we don't work together, none of us will be able to leave alive. Emotion let out a resentful shout. As he spoke, Lin Sun didn't delay at all. He followed up with the intention of dealing with Emotion first. Boom, however, a sword radiance that seemed to reach the heavens slashed horizontally. It burst forth with a divine luster as if it was invincible and sharp. Lin Sun's figure stopped abruptly, and he waved his fist to meet the sword radiance head-on. This sword radiance came from Zhou Wenyuan of the Heavenly Sword sect. As he waved his sword to block Lin Sun, he let out a long howl. Taoist Emotion is right. We've come with a holy treasure. If we don't kill this bastard, how can we establish ourselves in the ancient desolation realm? His voice rumbled and reverberated in the surroundings. Emotion activated the Immortal Hall to cooperate with Zhou Wenyuan's attack and attacked Lin Sun from the other side. This kid's rise is too fast. If he becomes a king, who in the king realm can be his opponent? If we don't get rid of him today, he'll be a huge problem in the future. Exactly. This kid possesses a saint artifact and great fortune. If we're able to kill him this time, then I'm willing to give up the saint artifact and fortune in his possession. During the battle, Zhou Wenyuan and Emotion did not remain idle. They invited the other kings to attack together. The eyes of the other 4 King Realm experts flickered without end when they saw this, but in the end, they gritted their teeth and joined the battle. Lin Sun might be very strong, able to borrow the forbidden power of the star chassis, but they were not weak either. Every single one of them had stepped into the King Realm and wielded sacred treasures. Moreover, deep down in their hearts, they still could not accept that a young man at the reincarnation developing realm could fight against King Realms like them. Even if he borrowed the supreme forbidden power of the star chassis, it was impossible for him to hold on for too long. After all, a saint artifact was just like a saint array. If one didn't have the corresponding power and cultivation level, even if they could be used, the power they could display would be limited. Moreover, as time passed, it would instead bring about an immeasurable amount of damage to his body. It was certain that Lin Sun was at the reincarnation developing realm. Moreover, he was using the star chassis' supreme taboo power to deal with his enemies. How long could he last on his own? With this understanding, these King Realm warriors all took action. Although it took a long time to describe, the battle had already begun. Seeing the 6 King Realm warriors charging at him with all kinds of sacred treasures, Lin Sun was not shocked but delighted. Boom, in Lin Sun's sea of consciousness, the heavenly cycle star diagram rumbled. Lin Sun had completely grasped less than 1,000th of its mysteries. Then, he used it on the heavenly cycle star formation in the star chassis. In an instant, the starlight in the sky poured down like a waterfall, enveloping Lin Sun's body, causing his aura to suddenly rise and rise. It kept rising. This was because this was not a power that belonged to him, but the power of the ripples of the restriction. It was just that he was using the formation to control it. Kill. Lin Sun's figure seemed to be formed by starlight. It was extremely bright and blazing. Obscure and terrifying ripples of restriction flowed around his body. One person faced 6 King Realm warriors each wielding a sacred treasure, but he did not retreat. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. If news of this got out, it would be enough to shock the world. Who would dare to be so arrogant? Which reincarnation developing realm cultivator dared to be so domineering? Boom, for a moment, starlight surged in the sea. The fist force seemed to be thousands of layers, bursting out in all directions. The fist force seemed to be able to break through everything. It was filled with supreme divine power. It smashed the sky-reaching sword radiance, broke the envelopment of the sky-suppressing ruler, and shattered the divine brilliance of the immortal hall. Lin Sun moved with his fists, moving about freely. The world was shaking violently. Sacred treasures flew everywhere, rays of light fell like rain, and terrifying battle ripples swept through the 9 heavens. It was extremely chaotic. Angry roars sounded continuously. The sound of treasures colliding was surging. The situation of the battle was like adding oil to a raging fire. It was extremely intense. However, to everyone's surprise, the 6 King Realm warriors, who had taken out 6 sacred treasures and surrounded Lin Sun, did not gain any advantage. They were even unable to contain Lin Sun's attacks. This shocked Emotion, Zhong Wenyuan, and the others. Their expressions became more and more solemn and uncertain. Who would believe that even the power of a sacred treasure could not suppress a young man in the reincarnation developing realm? What shocked them the most was that the supreme forbidden power of the star chassis was something that even sages did not dare to cross. Why was it used by Lin Sun? Bang! At this moment, Lin Sun waved his fist and sent the immortal hall flying. Emotion was unfortunately seriously injured again. Blood spurted from her mouth and nose. In the next moment, Lin Sun rushed over and grabbed at the void. A large hand of starlight formed by the fluctuation of the restriction firmly grabbed Emotion's body and exerted force. Poof! Emotion was a king who had stepped into the first tribulation of the immortal hall. At this moment, she was like an ant in the palm of a hand. She did not even have the strength to struggle before she was crushed by the large hand. Her body exploded into a pool of blood. Her body and soul were destroyed. This was the first King Realm warrior to die since the start of the battle. Even though Emotion had been seriously injured by Lin Sun earlier, the other King Realm warriors still gasped when they saw her miserable death. Their hearts trembled violently. Even the immortal hall could not protect her. How was this possible? Emotion's death was like a basin of cold water poured over the heads of the King Realm warriors. It made their hearts tremble and they felt a fatal pressure. When they looked at Lin Sun again, besides shock, anger, and disbelief, their expressions carried deep panic and fear. They were even convinced that the first batch of 8 King Realm warriors who came to kill Lin Sun had been buried in the sea a long time ago, as Lin Sun had said. Boom! The immortal hall glowed and flowed with holy radiance. It turned into a stream of light and tried to escape. This was a saint treasure. It had long gained intelligence. When no one was controlling it, the will in the treasure would run on its own and return to the hands of its original owner. Lin Sun had seen it once when he killed Yu Lingkong at the Dao Discussion Lantern Festival. At that time, it was the immortal hall that saved Yu Lingkong's life. And now, a similar scene was about to play out again. Suppress. Lin Sun naturally could not tolerate such a scene happening a second time. He shouted and stepped into the void. Endless fluctuation of the restriction transformed into millions of starlight rays that shot into the sky and suppressed the immortal hall. Bang! 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 Terrifying sounds of collisions resounded. The immortal hall circulated the power of the divine path and continuously dissolved the power of the restriction that came from all directions. But it was very obvious that it wasn't able to hold on in the end, and it was smashed into the depths of the violently roiling silver seawater. After that, it fell silent. It didn't fly out again. The others stopped attacking when they saw this, and they were terrified to the point their scalps went numb while their entire bodies stiffened as if they'd fallen into an icy pit. That was a saint treasure, the most renowned ultimate treasure of the pure land of longevity. How could it possibly be suppressed just like that? This was truly too terrifying. After all, every single saint treasure was branded with the laws of the divine path, and it contained an artifact spirit that could compare to a saint. If a saint treasure wanted to flee, then it was practically unstoppable, yet now, the immortal hall had been suppressed into the depths of the silver sea and had vanished without a trace. How could the other kings not be shocked by this? Meanwhile, Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he'd seized this opportunity to attack Zhong Wenyuan. No one would resign themselves to death. Especially the experts that were capable of becoming kings, all of them were ruthless and extremely experienced in battle. When he saw Lin Sun approach, Zhong Wenyuan didn't hesitate to activate the Through Heaven sword, and it emanated a brilliant ray of light that seemed as if it could tear the sky apart. Bang! A heavenly saber transformed from a restriction swept out, and it easily crushed and destroyed everything. Meanwhile, Lin Sun punched at Zhong Wenyuan. Zhong Wenyuan retreated violently, and the Through Heaven sword emitted a clear cry, burst out with blazing sword intent, and slashed fiercely. However, such an attack that could kill a King Realm expert couldn't even break Lin Sun's fist force at this moment, and it was suppressed to the point of wailing incessantly. Bang! In the end, the Through Heaven sword flew out of his hand, and Lin Sun's fist force enveloped Zhong Wenyuan like a hot knife through butter. No! Zhong Wenyuan screamed in shock, and he struggled madly. But in the end, his body was still blasted apart by the brilliant fist force. His spirit swept out, and he tried to flee in panic, but it was caught by Lin Sun and crushed by him. The light of his spirit fluttered in the air, and it was as magnificent as a dream. It made Lin Sun look like an invincible devil, and he was boundlessly terrifying. Bang! But at the same time, Lin Sun suffered a terrible impact from behind, and the brilliant heaven-suppressing ruler hit his back fiercely. It was the king of the heavens pivot Holy Land who attacked Lin Sun while Zhong Wenyuan was being killed. But before the king could rejoice, he saw a divine beast suddenly jump out of Lin Sun's back, and its whole body was wrapped in terrible restrictive fluctuations. It stretched out its claw and hit the heaven-suppressing ruler thousands of meters away. The king also spat out blood as if he was struck by lightning, and he suffered a backlash. He was extremely horrified, and he retreated in panic. But Lin Sun didn't pay attention to him. After suffering such an attack, he didn't even look back. Instead, he was suppressing the through heaven sword. Rumble between the sky and the sea, the terrible restrictive fluctuations turned into a divine rainbow of starlight, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. As the most precious treasure of the sky-reaching sword sect, the through heaven sword was even more powerful than the palace of immortals. But in the blink of an eye, the through heaven sword couldn't bear it anymore, and it was suppressed into the sea, whining as if unwilling. Then, like the palace of immortals, there was no more movement. The second holy treasure was suppressed, dumbfounded. This was the only word that could describe how Xianxia and the other kings felt. After being too shocked and out of their expectations, even with their strong Taoist hearts, they could not help but be thrown into disarray by the previous scenes. A young man at the reincarnation developing realm, after borrowing the forbidden power of the star Xianxia, had transformed from an ant into a dragon in the sky, killing kings as easily as tearing paintings. Who would dare to believe that he was invincible? The most terrifying thing was that even the holy treasures were being suppressed. At this moment, Lin Sun was bathed in starlight, like a demon god. He had become the only ruler of this world, and his power was boundlessly terrifying. Who would dare to believe that this was just a reincarnation developing realm cultivator? Run! Xianxia and the other three made a decision without hesitation. Emotion was dead, and so was Zhong Wenyuan. If they did not leave now, they were destined to suffer. As a king and with a powerful killing weapon like the holy treasures, they had no choice but to flee. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation. But at this moment, who could care about that in order to survive? Flee? The only way out for you is to be buried here. With an indifferent and cold voice, Lin Sun attacked. Boom! He used the Swanee seal, which was surrounded by the power of the restriction. It descended from the sky like a seal from heaven. Xianxia, who was running away, suddenly sensed fatal danger. He let out a roar and took out the blood prison seal to block it. But it was in vain. He was constantly being crushed by the Swanee seal. Even the blood prison seal was shaking violently in the void hand for a while. In the end, the blood prison seal could not take it anymore and was pressed into the depths of the sea. At this moment, Lin Sun had already killed his way to another king. In this area of the sea, Lin Sun, who controlled the power of the restriction, was the undisputed ruler. If he wanted to escape, he had to agree to it, otherwise, even a sage would find it difficult to escape. This was not an exaggeration. In the past, there had been true sages who were lost in the star Xianxia and could not find their way back. It was very likely that they had met with a calamity. Even though the power that Lin Sun could borrow was less than 1,000th of the heavenly cycle star formation, it was more than enough to deal with a few king. If not for the obstruction of the holy treasures, the battle would probably have ended long ago. Dong! A streak of starlight descended and smashed onto the violet treasured umbrella, producing a drumming sound. The king of the numinous treasure Holy Land shuddered. His body felt as if it had been trampled by thousands of soldiers and horses, causing him to feel a boundless pain. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. When he was about to dodge, Lin Sun had already rushed to him. Puff! With just a single punch, this king's body exploded, and even his primordial spirit didn't have time to escape before he died with a grievance. Dang! Dang! Dang, a golden jade archive contended against the restrictive ripples surging in from all directions. The sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly, and divine splendor splashed in all directions. A moment later, the golden jade archive was pushed into the sea. At the same time, the king of the vast sea Taoism sect begged for mercy with a trembling voice, and he was in a panic like a stray dog. But in the end, he was killed by Lin Sun without the slightest hesitation, and both his body and soul were annihilated. Only the heaven's pivot sacred grounds king was left. A wall of starlight blocked his way, and he was using the heaven-suppressing ruler to break through it. However, this saint artifact that was said to be able to suppress the heavens could not even break through a wall formed by an invisible restriction. It was hopeless. However, it wasn't that the heaven-suppressing ruler wasn't powerful, but it was difficult for this king to exert its power. In the end, he was killed with endless unwillingness before he died. The surging sea, the turbulent and collapsing sky, and the starlight dancing wildly between heaven and earth, when everything calmed down. Only Lin Sun was left in the field. He stood on the isolated island, his moon-white clothes fluttering in the wind, and his black hair flying in the wind. His deep black eyes were scanning the depths of the sea in front of him. In the first batch, 8 kings were killed. In the second batch, 6 kings were killed. This was already a brilliant achievement that was sufficient to shock the world, and it was brilliant and gorgeous to the extreme. But Lin Sun didn't feel any joy or pride. Because he knew that this only proved the power and terror of the heavenly cycle star formation, and it had little to do with him. At best, he just borrowed the power of the heavenly cycle star formation. However, it still made Lin Sun feel great to be able to kill a group of kings, and the accumulated hatred and anger in his heart were vented to a certain extent. What a pity, Lin Sun thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. Although the Sky Understanding Sword, the Longevity Hall, the Blood Prison Seal, the Violet Treasure Umbrella, the Heaven Suppressing Ruler, and the Golden Jade Archive were all suppressed at the bottom of the sea, they couldn't be refined. The bottom of the sea was the core forbidden area of the heavenly cycle star formation. It contained supreme mysteries, obscure and complicated, and the power it contained was extremely terrifying. Although Lin Sun had inherited the heavenly cycle star diagram, he didn't dare to enter the bottom of the sea with his current strength. Now, 6 holy treasures were trapped in it, and they kept rushing around, trying to get out of it. Unfortunately, it was like a fish falling into a net. Unless the net could be torn apart, it was destined to be difficult to escape. What made Lin Sun feel pity was that he thought he could take this opportunity to refine some holy treasures, but it was obvious that this was destined to be impossible. But this is good. At least, the loss of a holy treasure is enough to cause a heavy blow to those ancient orthodoxies. Lin Sun thought. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to meditate to restore the physical strength he had consumed. By the star chess sea. As time passed, the powerhouses of the orthodoxies, who were originally waiting confidently for good news, became a little impatient. What's going on? There's no news again? Go Yan's patience was worn out, and he roared angrily, "Don't tell me that we can't kill a little bastard in the reincarnation development realm even with holy treasures." The other orthodoxies also frowned, feeling very puzzled. The first batch sent out 8 kings, but there was no news for a long time. The second batch sent out another 6 kings, each with a holy treasure. In the end, there was still no news until now. Who could remain calm? Uncle Ma, could there have been an accident? Kong Ling asked with a frown. Shut up. It was rare that Ma Yuanqing, who had always been very confident, had a gloomy face at this moment. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Obviously, Ma Yuanqing was also a little surprised and doubtful about the long time no news. He could no longer be as calm as before. Not only the Heavenly Sword sect, but the other orthodoxies were also similar. They were all surprised and doubtful, and their hearts were shrouded in a shadow. Since ancient times, the Star Chess Sea had been regarded as a forbidden area. It contained great terror, and even sages did not dare to enter it. Presently, the fluctuations of the restrictions on the ocean had vanished, so it ought to pose no threat to them at all. However, it just so happened that not a single King Realm expert had returned. There must have been an accident. Otherwise, even if we can't find Lin Sun, there should be news back. Someone murmured with a serious expression. It's been almost 6 hours. Are we going to keep waiting like this? Some people felt impatient and could not stand such a passive situation. Damn it. We just haven't been able to kill Lin Sun until now. Is this guy really unkillable? Some people were so angry that they gritted their teeth so hard that they almost broke. For a time, the coast was filled with all kinds of noises and buzzing noises. Not to mention the young people like Go Yanjun, Yu Lingkong, Li Qingping, and Kong Ling. Even the old monsters of the king's realm looked terrible. What had happened in the depths of the Star Chess Sea? Many old monsters looked towards the Star Chess Sea. Although they could not sense any fluctuations of the restriction, the calmer the scene was, the more they felt an indescribable pressure. Suddenly, the old monster of the king's realm, Go Yanxiao, narrowed his eyes and said, Lin Sun? How is it possible that this guy is still alive? The others also saw that there was a lone figure walking on the waves of the sea in the distance. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked elegant and otherworldly. It's really him. Go Yanjun roared and gnashed his teeth in hatred. Even if Lin Sun turned into ashes, he could smell the abominable smell on him. The other kings haven't returned yet. How is it possible that this guy appeared first? How is this possible? Some people were shocked and bewildered. Could it be that none of the kings who entered the Star Chess Sea discovered this guy? It seemed very unbelievable. But soon, all the restlessness turned into uncontrollable killing intent when they saw Lin Sun approaching the coast. They had waited too long to kill Lin Sun. From yesterday until now, their patience had long since been worn out, and they even had a bellyful of anger because of this. Little bastard, how dare you show up on your own initiative? There is a way to heaven, but you choose to come to hell instead. Go Yanjun roared with a ferocious and terrible look. Lin Sun, you're really bold to show up here. I thought you would hide in the sea for the rest of your life. Yu Lingkong said coldly with a calm look. Uncle Ma, kill this man. Kong Ling couldn't wait to tear Lin Sun into pieces. In the distance, Lin Sun stopped 3,000 meters away from the coast, his eyes cold. He glanced at the people on the coast and said, You're brave enough to wait here. I hope you can continue to wait later. As soon as these words came out, many kings frowned. They were keenly aware that the meaning of Lin Sun's words was somewhat intriguing. Arrogant. After killing you, why should we wait any longer? Go Yanjun shouted coldly. Noisy. Lin Sun spat out 2 words. Without looking at them, he waved his sleeve. An incomparably dazzling starlight descended from the sky, like a scythe of the heavenly Tao that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Puff, Go Yanjun was still grinning hideously. Before he could react, his body suddenly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. He didn't even prepare for death. It was too sudden. In an instant, there was a dead silence in the field. Everyone's eyes widened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Go Yanjun was killed before most of them could react. Little bastard, you're courting death. In the field, Go Yanxiu was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was extremely furious, and his whole body exuded an extremely violent and bloodthirsty aura. He was a king. When Go Yanjun was killed, he was less than 3 meters away from him. But he didn't have time to rescue Lin Sun. Go Yanjun was a top figure of the Black Demon Dog clan, with the potential of a small giant. When the Great Era came, he was destined to seize the opportunity to become a king. But now, his body and soul were both destroyed, and not even his bones were left. This made Go Yanxiu completely furious. Boom, without any hesitation, he rushed to the sky with scarlet eyes and dense killing intent. His whole body was surrounded by surging Taoist light, and his power was monstrous and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had come to the Star Chess Sea and struck at Lin Sun with his palm. An enraged King Realm cultivator was undoubtedly terrifying. Seeing this scene, the strong practitioners of other orthodoxies gasped. This old dog was obviously really angry. As soon as he attacked, he used a killing move. However, before the palm hit, a dazzling long saber appeared in the void, condensed by dazzling starlight. Bang, the palm and the saber collided. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The nearby sea collapsed. Dazzling Taoist light flowed, and the terrifying aftermath spread, distorting and collapsing the void as if it was about to be melted. However, a scene that shocked everyone happened. Only Lin Sun, who was in the reincarnation development realm, was unscathed. On the contrary, Go Xianxia, a king who had stepped into the longevity realm, had his right arm chopped off. Half of his body was almost split open, and blood was splashing like a waterfall. "This is not your power!" Go Xianxia screamed. His initial anger turned into fear and trembling. One blow had seriously injured him and almost killed him. Who could believe this? The deadly dangerous breath made Go Xianxia turn around and retreat without hesitation. Puff, in the void, Lin Sun suddenly clenched his fist and attacked. The fist force was dazzling, like starlight covering the ground. In an instant, Go Xianxia's figure was shrouded and then exploded. Blood rained down. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Go Xianxia, a king with terrifying combat strength, was blown up by one punch. The whole place was dead silent. If one were to say that Go Yan had really died earlier, it was because he had been caught off guard, which was surprising and shocking. Then Go Yanxia's death was like a thunderclap that shook everyone to the point their scalps went numb, their souls palpitated, and their hair stood on end. How is this possible? He. How could he kill a king so easily? Yu Ling Kong, Li Qingping, Kong Ling, and the others could no longer remain calm. They were waiting here and couldn't wait to kill Lin Sun and wipe out the enemy they regarded as a hidden danger. Who would have thought that the situation would take such a drastic turn? That was a king tier. He was killed so easily. It wasn't just them. The old monsters of the other orthodoxies were also shocked to the point their eyeballs bulged out. This is impossible. Li Qingping roared. He lost control of his emotions and was unable to accept this. Puff, in the distance, Lin Sun pointed his finger, and a wisp of starlight condensed and fell down. Then, Li Qingping's body exploded. He died on the spot. All of a sudden, everyone almost went crazy. At this moment, Lin Sun was completely beyond their imagination. He was like a dominator who controlled life and death, and he could take lives with a raise of his hand. Why? Why is this happening? Kong Ling was also screaming. Her pretty face was pale, and she could not believe it. The scenes were like a nightmare. It happened too quickly, and anyone would probably lose their minds. Let's go. Ma Yuanqing's expression changed. He waved his sleeves and led Kong Ling and the other successors of the younger generation in the direction of the Frost Glacier. He could already tell that it wasn't that Lin Sun's combat strength had transformed to a terrifying level, but that he had borrowed the supreme forbidden power of the Star Chess Sea. Let's go. Let's get out of here. This lad borrowed the forbidden power of the Star Chess Sea. He is invincible in this world. No one can be his match. At the same time, the old monsters of the other orthodoxies finally saw the truth. They did not dare to hesitate and chose to retreat without hesitation, leaving the Star Chess Sea. Even if they had no idea how Lin Sun had borrowed the forbidden power of the Star Chess Sea, they had no choice but to retreat. This choice was undoubtedly very depressing. Previously, they had waited here bitterly, mobilizing many kings and seeing Lin Sun as prey. They were not worried about not being able to kill him, but worried about who would be the first to kill him. Who would have thought that everything would change too quickly? The prey was no longer prey. Instead, he had become an invincible ruler, killing kings like killing chickens. This was something that no one had expected. At this moment, Lin Sun naturally could not let these enemies leave without doing anything. He had already launched his attack the moment the other party chose to flee. Rumble, the originally calm Star Chess Sea suddenly surged, and misty starlight appeared. Countless resplendent stars appeared in the sky. Lin Sun's entire body was bathed in them, as though he was the ruler of the stars. His black eyes were cold and deep, and he used the forbidden power of the heavenly cycle star formation to the extreme. In the void, streaks of starlight shot out like divine rainbows that blotted out the sky and earth. They condensed into the forms of sabers, swords, spears, halberds, and so on, and shot out explosively. Pft! Pft! In an instant, cultivators were wiped out one by one. Their speed of escape was extremely fast, but how could they be faster than such an unparalleled killing intent? Blood rained down. Screams rang out. The world seemed to have turned into purgatory. The experts of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Heavens Pivot Holy Land, the Lingbao Holy Land, the Tsung Lan Taoist sect, the Pure Land of Longevity, the Black Sea Tengu tribe, and other ancient orthodoxies were all panicking like stray dogs. They were furious and terrified to the extreme. At every moment, there were experts dying on the spot, their bodies and souls destroyed. Even the old monsters of the King realm were like weeds at this moment. They used all their strength, but they could not stop such a killing power at all. Their lives were easily taken. This scene was undoubtedly too terrifying. The area near the coast was like a bloody azure field. Screams, wails, and roars reverberated between heaven and earth, causing the weather to change. Kong Ling was killed. Even with Ma Yuanqing's protection, she could not escape death. Even at the moment of her death, she could not believe that she would die here. She still had a golden cicada jade talisman in her hand. She could have used it to escape, but she was a little too late. Yu Lingkong escaped because Shang Wenjin blocked the killing power, but Shang Wenjin, a king, was killed on the spot. Similar bloody scenes were playing out one after another. Although it took a long time to describe, it actually happened in a few breaths. In the end, the major orthodoxies lost more than half of their experts. Only a small portion escaped and disappeared into the depths of the frost tundra. No one dared to look back. Lin Sun stopped his attack from afar. Although he also felt a little indignant, he was helpless because the forbidden power of the Star Chess Sea could only be limited to this world. It could not accompany him to kill the enemy. Otherwise, none of the experts of the ancient orthodoxies would be able to escape today. On the coast, the ground was cracked and devastated. There were dark red pools of blood everywhere. It was a ghastly sight. The smell of blood was too strong, and it did not dissipate for a long time. This battle was a complete massacre. The major ancient orthodoxies could be said to have suffered heavy casualties. Not only did the talented figures of the younger generation die, but there were also many King realm existences. The sea breeze blew gently. Lin Sun pondered for a moment. He did not take the opportunity to leave, but turned around and returned to the depths of the Star Chess Sea. Like before, the billowing starlight filled the world of the Star Chess Sea. It was mysterious and frightening, just like a forbidden land. Lin Sun knew that while it was satisfying to kill the enemies this time, it was destined to cause a storm that would engulf the entire ancient desolation region. After suffering such a heavy blow, the ancient orthodoxies were destined to not let the matter rest. If he left the Star Chess Sea now, Lin Sun did not even need to think to know that what awaited him was an immeasurable storm. Lin Sun intended to lie low in the Star Chess Sea for a period of time to lie low. With the protection of the heavenly cycle stars formation, Lin Sun was confident that even a sage would not be able to do anything to him. On the lone island, Lin Sun's figure floated down and he sat cross-legged on a craggy rock. According to the deduction of the woman in the heaven-accessing secret realm, the Great Era will arrive in a year at most. At that time, the Tianjiao Golden ranking will definitely appear in the world. However, before that, there's still the 4-world star ranking competition. Those who can make it into the top 10 can be called the true top powerhouses. Lin Sun took a deep breath and sat cross-legged to meditate. He was thinking about his future path of cultivation. Yan Zhanqiu, Wang Xuanyu, Mi Hingzhen, Yi Mo, and other geniuses of the previous generation belong to the old top powerhouses. Their combat strength is destined to be incomparably strong. If I want to compete with them, I should not be too far behind them with my current combat strength. However, if I want to stand out and surpass those who have already become top powerhouses, it's hard to say. Lin Sun did not realize that after this junior powerhouse ranking competition and a year of closed-door cultivation in the immortal secret realm, his vision had already surpassed that of his peers. In his heart, in today's world, only the old top powerhouses like Yan Zhanqiu, Wang Xuanyu, and Mi Hingzhen were worthy of his attention. Of course, this also included Yun Qingbai. In Lin Sun's opinion, Yun Qingbai was definitely stronger than Yan Zhanqiu and the others. I haven't comprehended the ultimacy of immortality yet. I haven't completely mastered the 6 cuts of heavenly yuan either. If I want to improve the power of the 9 changes of Calamity Dragon, I have to make a breakthrough in the way of the true dragon. After thinking silently for a long time, Lin Sun already had a clear direction to work towards. He had decided to stay dormant here and further improve his combat strength while avoiding the disturbances of the outside world. After a long time, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the rock like a clay statue and completely entered into cultivation. In the distance, the starlight was like mist, enshrouding the world. As Lin Sun speculated, the news of the bloody massacre in the Star Chest Sea caused a great shock as soon as it came out on that day. Moreover, the shock was spreading at an amazing speed from the Dongxing world to the other three realms of the ancient Desolation realm. P.S. The goldfish has a fever, 38.5 degrees. His whole body was hot and his head was heavy. He forced himself to write this chapter. If his physical strength was still good after the injection, he would continue to write the second chapter. As early as the end of the list of junior giants, the Wind Talker clan had already spread what happened in the immortal Forbidden Land. It had to be said that the Golden News Leaf was very powerful. In just one day, the news about the list of junior giants spread rapidly in Ditong province, one of the four major realms of the ancient Desolation. Among them, the ranking of the list of junior giants was undoubtedly the most concerned by all practitioners. However, when they learned that the first place was Lin Sun, a young man from the mortal world, it still caused an uproar. Many top figures of ancient orthodoxies participated in the competition, but a young man without any sect won the first place. Such a thing had never happened in the past. Why? Was he, demon god Lin, really that strong? Even the top figures of those ancient orthodoxies are not as powerful as him? This was the first reaction of many practitioners. However, when the Wind Talker clan showed Lin Sun's performance in the immortal Forbidden Land one by one, all the doubts were answered. As soon as the scene of Lin Sun fighting against a group of talents alone was exposed, it caused a great sensation and made countless practitioners dumbfounded. Everyone could see that compared with the practitioners of other ancient orthodoxies, Lin Sun was undoubtedly in the most dangerous situation when he was guarding the mountain. He was regarded as a thorn in the side, and everyone wanted to pull him out, but in the end, he killed a group of heavenly talents alone, defended a mountain with a domineering attitude, and ranked in the top 36 of the list of junior giants. Thus, he was qualified to participate in the second round of competition. And Lin Sun's performance in the second round was even more dazzling and remarkable. When the duels between him and Go Yanjun, Li Qingping and Bai Donglu were exposed, the whole world was shocked. He was too strong. This was the cognition of all practitioners. Even Go Yanjun's self-explosion didn't eliminate Demon Lin, which was like a miracle. Until the last round of duels. No matter if it was the bet of 3 moves with Jin Muyun, the unparalleled battle with the sword devil Yi Chen, or the final battle between him and Saber laughing at the heavens that decided the outcome with a single move, all of them had caused countless sounds of uproar, exclamation of admiration, and astonishment. The ancient desolation was so large that it was divided into 4 major realms and countless provinces. But on the same day, in different worlds and provinces, Lin Sun's name, like a comet, entered the vision of countless practitioners. Demon God Lin. Demon God Lin. Demon God Lin. After witnessing Lin's various performances on the ranking of junior giants, all doubts and consternation turned into admiration, reverence and amazement. A young man from the lower dimensions was able to step on the bodies of numerous geniuses to rise up by himself and seize the crown of the minor titan rankings in one go. How could anyone not feel admiration for this? Even some ancient orthodoxies were shocked and remembered Lin Sun thoroughly. From today onwards, who in the world will not know of you? On this day, countless cultivators sighed with emotion. But soon, another piece of news came out. Demon God Lin has offended many ancient orthodoxies. It's highly likely that he will meet with a calamity after leaving the undying Forbidden Land. A huge storm against Demon God Lin is about to unfold. Demon God Lin, who is hated by many orthodoxies, might become the shortest-lived person in history. According to reliable sources, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Heavens Pivot Sacred Ground, the Numinous Treasure Sacred Ground, the Black Sea Tengu Clan, the Azure Sea Dao Sect, and other orthodoxies have all sent out a large number of King Realm cultivators. Demon God Lin's life is uncertain. Will this young man, who rises like a comet, die prematurely? When the Wind Whisperer clan spread the news, the whole ancient desolation realm was completely stirred up and caused an uproar. Despicable. These ancient orthodoxies have gone too far. Many low-level cultivators were indignant and worried about Lin Sun, feeling that it was unfair. I had expected this. The taller the tree in the forest, the stronger it is, the easier it is for him to suffer unexpected suppression. Some older people also sighed with emotion and felt sorry for Lin Sun. In the final analysis, isn't it because they regard demon god Lin as a loner with no background and think he is easy to bully? Alas, so what if they are angry? Demon god Lin has offended so many ancient orthodoxies. I'm afraid he is doomed this time. What a pity, on this day, whether Lin Sun would die or not also affected the heart of every cultivator. Most of them felt unworthy and sorry for him. The whole ancient desolation realm was not peaceful. Countless cultivators were anxiously waiting for the latest news. Countless orthodoxies were also paying attention. This was the influence of the first on the list of minor giants. It was enough to change the world. In the past, although Lin Sun had a great reputation, it was limited to the westward domain and the Dongxing domain. It was not enough to spread his name to the entire ancient desolation realm. But now, it was completely different. Of course, Lin Sun did not die. In the battle in the Star Chess Sea, he had killed more than 20 old monsters in the King realm. Except for a small number of strong ones who had escaped, the others were all killed. This was a shocking matter. On the evening of the next day, the news spread and caused 1,000 ripples. Countless cultivators who had been paying attention anxiously were shocked. Demon god Lin did not die, moreover, he had displayed his invincible might. He did not escape, nor was he injured. He had killed all the kings by himself. Most importantly, in this battle, he had killed many kings who had set foot on the path to immortality. Demon god Lin was invincible. Even the 6 saint treasures used by the orthodoxies could not do anything to demon god Lin. As soon as such a glorious battle result spread, it immediately caused a great disturbance. Some ancient orthodoxies were shocked. Ordinary people did not know, but some well-informed forces were already shocked. Who can tell me how demon god Lin managed to do that? Many cultivators almost went crazy. A young man at the reincarnation developing realm had slaughtered all the kings. This was too unbelievable. This time, those ancient orthodoxies suffered heavy losses. It is said that the Star Chess Sea has been dyed red by blood. The news spread at an astonishing speed. As time passed, the entire 4 realms of the ancient desolation were shocked. There was no other reason. Lin Sun's battle result was so dazzling that it could scare people to death. It had to be said that the cultivators of the Wind Whisperer clan were really amazing. They used the leaves of the golden message tree to record the bloody battle near the Star Chess Sea. When these images were spread, it immediately became the focus of attention of the whole world. Oh my God! Demon god Lin is truly heaven-defying. He's single-handedly slaughtering those kings to the point where they can't even resist him. Is he still at the reincarnation developing realm? He fought so many kings alone. How can he be so powerful? Wrong. This is not a fight, but a massacre. It is demon god Lin who fought alone. He killed the kings like slaughtering chickens and monkeys. In the images, Lin Sun was bathed in dazzling starlight. He was abnormally dazzling like a dominator. Every move he made set off a bloody storm. He killed all the kings by himself. He was invincible. His disdainful demeanor was like a god descending to the world, not to mention ordinary cultivators. Even formidable existences like kings broke out in cold sweat and felt their hearts palpitate when they witnessed this scene. There was a group of kings among them, but none of them could stop such a massacre. Instead, they were killed one by one, their bodies and souls destroyed. At that moment, Lin Sun was like a real demon god. He harvested the lives of the ancient orthodoxies cultivators as if he was cutting grass. The images captured by the Wind Whisperer clan recorded everything. Some kings were killed by Lin Sun with a single blow. They couldn't even block a single move. The bloody scene was simply suffocating. All of this was really incredible. It was like a miracle. I can imagine that after those ancient orthodoxies suffered such a great loss, there will be a great storm coming. Many people made such a judgment. In the next few days, the news about the bloody incident in the Star Chess Sea spread further. It became more and more fermented, spreading throughout the entire ancient desolation realm. Lin Sun's reputation rose further after he obtained the first place on the minor giants list. He reached an unprecedented level and was known by countless cultivators. No one could have imagined that Lin Sun, who was regarded as the most short-lived first place on the minor giants list in history, would miraculously survive. Instead, he could defeat all the major orthodoxies and kill many kings by himself. This incident caused a great commotion. It could be said to have attracted the attention of the world. At the same time, many orthodoxies started to head to the deepest part of the Frost Glacier to inquire about the news. Oh my God! No matter which orthodoxy it was, when they arrived at the shore of the Xianxia Sea and saw the terrifying scene, they all cried out in shock and gasped. Even though several days had passed, there were still pools of blood, broken limbs, and the earth cracked. Mountains had collapsed and turned into ravines. It was a scene of desolation. When these scenes were spread, all the major worlds were shocked. Was this still Lin Sun? Ha ha ha, I knew that demon god Lin wouldn't lose. Those orthodoxies that bullied him are finally suffering a bloody revenge. So what if he doesn't belong to any sect? Demon god Lin can kill his way to the heavens with his own strength. The happiest and most delighted were undoubtedly the cultivators who admired Lin Sun. They had a good impression of Lin Sun and admired him greatly. When they heard the news, they were extremely excited. In the background of this uproar, the Heavenly Sword sect, the Numinous Treasure Holy Land, the Heavens Pivot Holy Land, and the other ancient orthodoxies were all enraged. Only they knew that they had not only lost many kings this time, but they had also lost 6 sage treasures. This was a great humiliation and a blood feud. We can die, but the Heavenly Sword can't be lost. On this day, an indifferent aura filled with a supreme aura sounded in the forbidden area of the Heavenly Sword sect. At the same time, a terrifying pressure of the Sage Tao spread out, shaking the entire Heavenly Sword sect. It was also on this day that a skinny old man in sackcloth stepped into the void and teleported away in the blink of an eye. This was undoubtedly a sage. Only a sage could easily teleport through the void and traverse the boundless territories. P.S. The second update has been sent. Although it's a little late, I persevered. My fever has subsided a little. I'll have to continue with N4 drip tomorrow, but it shouldn't affect the update. A saint from the Heavenly Sword sect had come out. The news could not be hidden at all, and the Heavenly Sword sect had no intention of hiding it either. The blow they had suffered this time was too great, and the sect's reputation had been affected. They urgently needed to wash away the humiliation and turn the tables. It's Fanglingsu, the saint of the sword who became a saint 3,000 years ago. Soon, the exact news spread, shocking the world. Fanglingsu was a dazzling saint. When he became a saint 3,000 years ago, he caused a huge commotion. Back then, countless old monsters from ancient orthodoxies had been attracted to the Heavenly Sword sect to watch the ceremony. It's been so many years since saints have been involved in worldly affairs. I never thought that Lord Fanglingsu would make a move because of demon god Lin. Many cultivators were shocked. The news of a saint traveling was a huge commotion. It said that everything happened because of the Heavenly Sword. This sacred treasure was left behind by the Heavenly Sword sect's founding ancestor, and it cannot be lost. Now, this sacred sword seems to be suppressed by demon god Lin in the Xianxia Sea. Let's go and take a look at the Xianxia Sea. It's been so many years since we've seen a saint travel in person. I wonder what kind of storm it will cause this time. The travel of a saint attracted the attention of the world. Discussions about Fanglingsu also became the most discussed topic. But not long after, another explosive piece of news came out. Heaven's Pivot Sacred Ground Saint Miao Hua has come out of seclusion. She has left the ancient Azure province on the Divine Bird Treasure Carriage and is heading to the Xianxia Sea. Miao Hua, a female saint who had shocked the world thousands of years ago, suddenly, the entire world was shaken and stirred up a huge commotion. Countless cultivators were dumbfounded. Another saint had come out. How big of a crime did demon god Lin commit that even a saint would be unable to sit still? However, before the people of the world could recover from their shock, news after news spread out in succession, and it gave rise to an unprecedented storm that countless people hadn't expected. Numinous Treasure Sacred Ground Saint Dao Kuan is furious and has sent out a holy message to kill demon god Lin as a warning to others. Black Sea Tengu Clan Saint Bloodslaughter has come out of seclusion. Longevity Pure Land. Vast Sea Daoist sect, one after another, old monsters who had stepped into the Saint Plane moved out, completely shaking the world and throwing the world into chaos. Countless cultivators were extremely shocked. Demon god Lin had incurred the wrath of all the saints. The appearance of a sage was enough to cause great waves in the world. But now, a group of sages had moved together, and all of them were targeting a young man like Fiend God Lin. This was definitely an unprecedented matter. Just this alone is sufficient for Demon God Lin to die without regrets even if he encounters calamity this time. After all, who in the younger generation is capable of drawing the attention of so many saints like him? Someone sighed. He's a saint, yet he disregarded his status to deal with a junior. This is bullying. Sigh, it's too difficult to rise up alone. Take Fiend God Lin for example. How dazzling is he? But now, he has to face the attacks of all the sages. How can he still have a chance of survival? Some people were also worried about Lin's situation. The world was in turmoil and all the sages were mobilized because of Fiend God Lin. Many of the ancient orthodoxies in the world could not remain calm as their gazes were drawn to him. Despicable. When he heard the news, Xianxia, who had just returned to Sun Moon Hall, was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, after calming down, he felt extremely powerless. With so many sages moving out, even if he wanted to help, it would be useless, even if he asked the sect for help, but, which orthodoxy would confront those sages for an outsider? Xianxia felt extremely sorrowful. For the first time, he noticed that if one didn't possess sufficient strength, then even helping a friend would become so difficult and helpless. All of you will suffer retribution sooner or later. When Zhao Jingxian heard the news, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart and her pretty face turned pale. She knew that she was destined to be powerless to stop it, so she left the sect without hesitation and returned to the lower realm to seek help from her parents. However, before she could leave the sect, she was stopped by the upper echelons of the sect. She was invited to the back mountain for seclusion and completely cut off from contact with the outside world. This made Zhao Jingxuan's heart completely cold. Clang. Crepe Myrtle Mountain, Yi Clan, Ancestral Shrine. Yichen kicked open the tightly shut door of the main hall. Old ancestor, if you continue to hide from me, believe it or not, I'll tear down this place of your residence. Yichen shouted in an aggressive manner. In the distance, the upper echelons of the Yi clan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They couldn't figure out why Yichen would be so anxious and furious because of Demon God Lin. Old ancestor, you're not coming out, right? Then I'll smash these precious flowers and plants of yours. The sound of things being smashed resounded in the main hall. Outside the main hall, the upper echelons of the Yi clan were troubled. They wanted to stop Yichen, but they were stopped by the middle-aged man in the lead. He cultivates in following his heart. No one can stop him if his heart doesn't follow his heart. Oh, I remember that this pot of divine light drifting grass was a token of love from the old ancestor when he was young, right? Since you won't show yourself, then I'll smash it. Yichen muttered to himself in the main hall. Stop. Outside the main hall, the upper echelons of the Yi clan instantly panicked. But right at this moment, a furious voice resounded in the main hall. Bastard, are you addicted to bullying this old man? Along with this voice, a strand of boundlessly terrifying pressure of the Saint Dao swept out from within the main hall. Old ancestor, when the upper echelons of the Yi clan saw this, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief and tacitly left. In the main hall, an old man with unkempt hair and a figure like a lone pine tree on a cliff appeared in front of Yichen. He was so angry that he was glaring at Yichen. However, Yichen wasn't afraid. He said, Old ancestor, just tell me if you're going to help me or not. The old man said angrily, no one can help me with this. I can only let that kid Lin resolve it himself. Then I'll smash it. Yichen raised the flower pot in his hand and was about to smash it on the ground. The old man grabbed the flower pot in shock and roared, for Demon God Lin, you bastard, you don't even want to acknowledge your old ancestor? Yichen suddenly sighed with a desolate expression. I cultivate in following my heart. If my heart doesn't follow my heart, it will definitely obstruct my great Tao. This is an inner demon. Old ancestor, are you going to watch my path of Tao stop here? Bullsh *T inner demon. You're just *king bullying an old man like me. The old man was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed. Yichen sighed again with a gloomy look. It seemed that he was disheartened. He turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, the old man's lips twitched fiercely. He said angrily, if you dare to leave like this, I won't help you at all. Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately stopped moving. His face glowed with radiance as he bowed respectfully towards the old man and said, "Thank you, ancestor. I know that ancestor is a righteous and warm-hearted person, and you can't tolerate any unfairness in the world." The old man spat, "Don't talk nonsense. Let's get down to business." As he spoke, he looked solemn as if he had become another person in an instant. He was solemn and dignified, giving people a sense of infinity that they could only look up to. "Chen, if you trust old ancestor, you can just sit back and watch the situation." The old man's eyes were deep and frightening, with a touch of secretiveness on his face. "In my opinion, Lin Sun is not a short-lived person." Yi Chen frowned. "It's different this time. A group of sages is going to act together. As a guy who hasn't become a king yet, he has no chance to escape at all." The old man shook his head. "You are too concerned. Since you became friends with Lin Sun, I have been paying attention to him. And when you returned from the eternal Forbidden Land, I made a divination for him with little Ziwei fate tactics." "Old ancestor, you..." Yi Chen's face suddenly changed and he cried out involuntarily. Little Ziwei fate tactics, this was a kind of taboo skill for deducing fate and mysteries of heaven. Every time it was used, it would bring a disaster to the caster. If it was light, it would damage the path of cultivation. If it was heavy, it was very likely to be punished by heaven. The old man waved his hand, interrupted Yi Chen's words, and said with a smile, "I watched you grow up. I have never seen you value any peer so much. You are so concerned about the safety of Lin Sun, which shows that you have already treated him as a friend. In this case, what's the big deal about deducing fate for him?" Yi Chen's heart was shaking and tumbling. For a moment, all kinds of unspeakable complex emotions surged in his heart. He opened his mouth to speak, but he didn't know what to say. The old man patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's fine as long as you follow your heart. Back then, I also cultivated to follow my heart, but now there's a block in my heart, and I can't really follow my heart, so I've been stuck in the Saint realm all these years. But you are different. I hope you can be the first strong person in our Yi family to follow your heart and step into the Saint realm." Yi Chen looked solemn and nodded, "I will not let you down." The old man laughed and said, "Let's not talk about this. Do you know what I deduced about Lin Sun's birth destiny?" Before Yi Chen could speak, the old man had already spat out 8 words from his lips. "A hidden dragon in the abyss moves in the face of tribulation." Every word was like the sonorous voice of the Great Way, which made Yi Chen feel a sense of foreboding. The worries and anxiety in his heart were also swept away. But immediately, Yi Chen couldn't help asking, "So, he will be all right this time?" The old man shook his head. "The momentum of the hidden dragon may also become the situation of the trapped dragon. Everything is hard to say, but it is not so easy to kill a dragon in the abyss." "It is very likely." Yi Chen couldn't help asking, "Very likely what?" The old man's expression suddenly became strange, and he said, "Chen, you can trust me. Just sit and watch the storm." After that, Yi Chen just wanted to ask something, but the old man's figure had suddenly disappeared. He didn't pester the old man any longer. He was keenly aware that there was something unusual in the words of the old man. It seemed that this killing tribulation might become another form. "As long as Lin Sun is alive, I don't care if he is a hidden dragon or a trapped dragon. But if he dies..." Yi Chen's eyes were cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Then I will make a mess." The whole ancient desolation was shocked by the sage's departure. Not only in the Yi clan of Crepe Myrtle Mountain, but also in an ancient secret realm in the Beidou world, Laughing at the Heavens was standing in front of an old woman. The old woman's hair was as white as snow, but her skin was as smooth as a baby's. She was hale and hearty, full of dignity. Just by sitting there casually, he exuded an aura that could overlook the universe and deter all directions. "Grandmother, you know I'm not convinced by Lin Sun. In the junior tycoon list, I was ranked second because of 1 move's difference. How can I tolerate this?" In the outside world, Laughing at the Heavens was arrogant and unparalleled. But now, he was complaining with a bitter face. The contrast was so great that it was sufficient to stun everyone. "But if Lin Sun is killed this time, I won't be able to regain my face in the future. You used to love me the most." The old woman seemed to be unable to bear it. She hurriedly waved her hand and interrupted, all right. You just want my help, don't you?" Laughing at the Heavens hurriedly nodded. You really do have a keen eye. Nothing can escape your discerning eyes. The old woman snorted, don't flatter me. Let me tell you, the old man who is obsessed with gardening in Crepe Myrtle Mountain has sent me a message. There's a mystery behind this. We just need to wait and see. The old man who was obsessed with gardening, laughing at the heavens, immediately understood that the old woman should be talking about the ancestor of Crepe Myrtle Mountain, a living fossil. What mystery? He couldn't help but ask. A hidden dragon moves in the face of a disaster. The old woman's eyes surged with a meaningful luster. It's not easy for your friend to be killed. Friend? What friend? I don't recognize him. Laughing at the heavens shouted. The old woman squinted at him and said, if we weren't friends, would you be willing to let my old bones fight against those sages? Laughing at the heavens was a little embarrassed. But in his heart, he let out a sigh of relief. Even the ancestor of Crepe Myrtle Mountain was paying attention to this matter. It seemed that Lin Sun still had a chance to survive, no matter how bad his situation was. Little Tian, let me ask you, if this child were to meet with misfortune and die, what would you do? The old woman suddenly asked. Laughing at the heavens shuddered, and his expression flickered. After a long time, he finally said, I'll be very unhappy. So what if I'm unhappy? Whoever makes me unhappy, I'll make them unhappy. Laughing at the heavens replied without hesitation. A smile appeared on the corners of the old woman's mouth. When the entire 4 major realms of the region of ancient desolation were in an uproar, the quiet void at the shore of the Star-Chest Sea suddenly rumbled. In an instant, the figures of some cultivators trembled, and they looked up into the sky with astonishment. All of these cultivators had heard the news a few days ago, and they'd come here for the sake of observing and investigating the ruins of the battle that had erupted in this area. Boom, under the gazes of everyone, space suddenly exploded into pieces, and then a bright golden ray of light flashed out and shot down. A figure that was bathed in divine radiance stood on the path, and the heavens and the earth seemed to have dimmed down and bowed before it. Everyone trembled while their bodies and minds were oppressed to the limit. When looked at from afar, the figure was mighty like a mountain, and it emanated a fierce and oppressive aura that seemed capable of seizing the soul of others. This is a place of trouble. All of you, withdraw. A rumbling voice resounded through the heavens and the earth like a thunderclap. The divine figure flicked his sleeve, and he didn't allow anyone to refuse at all before he swept everyone into an expanse of divine radiance and drove them out of this place. After that, the divine radiance faded while the figure descended to the ground, and he'd transformed into a barefooted old man in linen clothes with a thin appearance. He had his hands behind his back as he gazed at the Star-Chest Sea from afar, and his eyes surged with the extremely shocking scenes of the sun and moon rising and falling, mountains and rivers changing, and so on and so forth. This old man was naturally the heavenly sword sex Fonglingsu, a terrifying existence that had stepped foot into the saint realm of Sword Dao 3,000 years ago. I sense it. The heavenly sword is trapped within it, and it's waiting to be rescued by me. Fonglingsu muttered. A shocking sword insight shot into the sky from his body, and it tore apart the layer of clouds and slashed apart the sky. This was the embodiment of the Saint Realm Sword Dao, and it was capable of shocking the gods and suppressing the surroundings. This sea is covered in a supreme divine formation, and according to legend, it was created by an extraordinary great figure in the ancient times. If you intend to retrieve the saint treasure, then you must first enter this formation. I wonder if fellow Taoist has a way to deal with it. Accompanying this voice was a divine flying beast that descended from the sky, and a woman with an extraordinary appearance that wore a crane's cloak sat upright on the divine flying beast. Her eyes were bright golden like a pair of small suns. The heavens pivot divine grounds, Saint Miao Hua, she walked down from the divine flying beast and floated over to stand before Fonglingsu, and then her eyes looked towards the Star-Chest Sea in the distance. This formation is called the universe stars, and it's connected to the myriad of stars in the heavens and the earth. Since ancient times until now, no one has been able to break through it. Another deep and powerful voice resounded in the heavens and the earth. A battlefield rumbled and crushed through the void, bringing with it a desolate ancient feeling and a surging killing intent. A figure sat within it, and his might covered the heavens and the earth. Saint Dao Kuan of the numinous treasure Holy Land, at the instant he walked out from the chariot, the heavens and the earth trembled, as if they were about to be unable to withstand the pressure coming from his body. No one can break through it, but it doesn't mean that there's no way to deal with it. Another saint had arrived. This was a middle-aged man, and the phenomenon of mountains of corpses and seas of blood flowed around him. When he strode forward, ghosts wailed and gods howled, and a terrifying scene of a bloody purgatory appeared in the heavens and the earth. Saint Xuetu of the Black Sea Dog clan, he held a blood-red saber in his hand, and his entire person was like a bloodthirsty god of death. Merely the bloody aura emanating from his body was enough to disturb the heavens and the earth, and it was almost suffocating. Almost at the same time, Fang Lingsu, Miao Hua, and Dao Kuan frowned imperceptibly, as if they were opposed to Xuetu's arrival, but they did not say anything in the end. I didn't expect that all of us would appear here together because of a tiny ant. If word of this spreads, I wonder how the world will view us. Miao Hua sighed faintly. There are countless mediocre people in this world. Their vision is short-sighted and humble. How can they affect us? Fang Lingsu's voice was indifferent. Haha. Dao Kuan started laughing, and it carried piercingly cold killing intent and a type of carefree expression. 6 saint artifacts are trapped in this ocean. If we still didn't come, then I'm afraid they would be seized away by other fellow Taoists. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they all understood the meaning of Dao Kuan's words. The 6 saint treasures could all be called sect guarding. No matter which one of them was lost, it would be a heavy loss for the sect behind them. Why did all these saints come out? The reason was that they were worried that the saint treasures would be taken away by the strong practitioners of other orthodoxies. As for killing Lin Sun, it was a trivial matter. When the time came, it would be enough to wipe him out conveniently. An ant-like character was not worth their effort at all. Who were they? They were existences who had stepped into the saint realm. Even a king realm expert was just a weak weed in their eyes, let alone a young man in the reincarnation developing realm. Dao Kuan, your words are really hypocritical. In my opinion, I'm afraid you're not here to simply take back the saint treasures of your sect, right? At this time, a sneer sounded. Along with the voice, a thin old man wearing a feather crown and a purple gold robe appeared out of thin air. He looked haggard, and his eyes were like lightning. Although he looked thin, his power was like that of an overlord who controlled the world and overlooked the mountains and rivers, Saint Yiming of the immortal Pure Land. Then tell me, why did I come here? Dao Kuan said coldly. Yiming, with his hands behind his back, paced in the field and said indifferently, this man has 2 saint treasures in his hands. One is a pagoda made of divine iron of fate, the other is a 3-inch suet jade bottle. At the same time, he has a mysterious broken blade. If you're not interested, you'd better not get involved. All the saints had different expressions. Of course, they were also well aware of this. Dao Kuan spoke with an emotionless expression instead. An ordinary man is innocent, but his wealth arouses his wrath. This kid killed so many members of my Heaven's Pivot Divine Grounds, so taking some of the fortune in his possession as compensation is a matter of course. If you, Yiming, intend to stop me from taking revenge on that ant with just a few words, then you're gravely mistaken. Yiming sneered and remained silent. Everyone, it's already at a time like this, so why don't we speak frankly? Fang Lingsu's expression was indifferent. This kid must be killed. If he doesn't die, it'll be insufficient to wash away the humiliation our sect suffered. As for the saint treasures in this kid's possession, we'll rely on our own abilities to seize them. That's feasible. That's for the best. The other saints pondered briefly before they agreed. Meanwhile, Fang Lingsu looked towards the space at the side and said, Fuya, how long are you going to remain silent for? All the saints looked over as well. A wave of movement suddenly arose in that space, and then an emaciated figure swiftly appeared. The figure was completely blurry and extremely faint, and it seemed as if it didn't exist in the world. However, his aura was extremely shocking, and he didn't lose out to any of the saints present. This person was a saint of the vast Sea Daoist sect, and his Daoist name was Fuya. I have no objections. Fuya's voice was cold, and it drifted between heaven and earth, causing everyone to tremble with fear. At this point, 6 saints had gathered. But before that, I have a question, Fuya said. His voice fluctuated between east and west, and it was ethereal and sinister. What if there are fellow Taoists from other orthodoxies who wish to join in as well? Then we'll treat them as our common enemies. Fang Lingsu's expression was indifferent. Although the others didn't speak, it was obvious that they had tacitly agreed. All right, at this point, I no longer have any worries. We can begin. Fuya nodded. Swoosh, in an instant, the 6 saints all looked towards the star chest sea in the distance. The star fog above the star chest sea was illusory, and it seemed mysterious and terrifying. However, the restrictive power covering it naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the saints. Although they couldn't break the formation, it wouldn't be difficult for them to take back the saint treasure and kill an ant in the process. However, before they could make a move, a shout suddenly rang out, "To think that you're saints of the present age, but you want to snatch the saint treasure from the hands of a junior under the banner of revenge. How shameless! Don't you have any shame?" The 6 saints, Fang Lingsu, Miao Hua, Dao Kuan, Xue Tu, Yu Ming, and Fuya, frowned. They seemed to be somewhat surprised, and their gazes all looked towards the same place. There, a rugged, barbarian-like youth dressed in beast skin had appeared out of nowhere. P.S. According to the previous agreement, it will start tomorrow. I've just recovered from my goldfish fever, and my body is a little weak. I'll release 4 chapters tomorrow. Then, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll release 5 chapters the day after tomorrow. The rugged young man was Alu. However, the sages were surprised to see that the one who had insulted them was a young man at the reincarnation developing state. Were there ants who were not afraid of death in this world? Moreover, they were slightly puzzled by the fact that they were actually unable to notice the traces of this young man at the first possible moment. This was unusual. But they quickly came to a realization, and their gazes descended simultaneously onto the dark iron rod in Alu's hand. It was a holy treasure. Previously, the reason why they were unable to detect it was because the aura of the saint artifact was too mysterious. Being stared at by a group of sages, Alu felt uncomfortable all over, but he still scolded, "What's wrong? Are you guys still coveting my treasure? Do you have any shame?" Boom! The pressure of a sage spread from Fang Lingsu's body and instantly confined Alu, making him feel like he was being crushed by a divine mountain. He almost knelt down, his face turned red and his skin felt like it was about to explode. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not even speak. Just as he was about to kneel, the iron rod in his hand suddenly burst forth with a terrifying black light. With a rumble, it turned into a short, skinny, and dirty old Taoist. Fang Lingsu and the other sages narrowed their eyes. As soon as the old Taoist appeared, he rolled his eyes, and then he slapped Alu on the head and roared, "I told you not to cause trouble, you little bastard, but you didn't listen. Are you tired of living? Come with me." With that, he waved his sleeve and a black light enveloped Alu. He turned around and left. At the same time, the scruffy old Taoist shouted, "Everyone, continue with your work. It was just a misunderstanding. Just pretend that nothing happened." Before he finished speaking, the scruffy old Taoist had already disappeared. His speed was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. The power of a sage's will. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Fang Lingsu frowned. He recognized that the scruffy old Taoist was formed by a wisp of will. Looks like he's not someone powerful. Otherwise, how could he have escaped so quickly? The other sages did not think much of it. The interlude passed quickly. However, just as they were about to attack, something unexpected happened. "A comrade is approaching." Sage Dao Kuan frowned and looked into the depths of the mystic frost tundra. The other sages also noticed it. In their sea of consciousness, in the depths of the mystic frost glacier, there were many powerful auras appearing, distributed in different areas. Like them, they were all existences who had stepped into the saint realm. It's the fellow Taoists from the other sects of the 4 great worlds. Looks like the commotion this time was too great, and even they were drawn over. The bloody slaughter saint's face was cold and his voice was cold. "Fortunately, we arrived a step earlier. Otherwise, the sacred treasure that our sects lost here would have probably been taken away by someone else." Saint Miaohua said faintly. Right at this moment, a deep and gentle voice resounded from extremely far away in the black frost icefield. "Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be suspicious. We've only come to watch the battle and have absolutely no intention of interfering." This was a middle-aged man with a pair of gray wings on his back. He had a smile on his face and looked completely harmless. He stood in the world of ice and snow, thousands of kilometers away. He was a saint of the Wind Whisperer clan, and his name was Bai Qianren. That would be for the best. Fang Lingsu said coldly. Humph, it's fine to watch the battle, but if anyone has any other intentions, they should first consider whether they can withstand the rage of the six of us. Saint Yuming snorted coldly. Miao Hua, Dao Kuan, Bloody Slaughter Saint, Fuya, and the others had unfriendly expressions. The battlefield was silent for a moment. No sound resounded again, and no one approached. All of them stood extremely far away, as if they had indeed come to watch the battle. This caused Fang Lingsu and the other 5 sages to feel much more at ease. Let's move quickly and end the battle quickly. Fang Lingsu took a deep breath, and a terrifying sword intent surged around him. It tore through the void and spread towards the distant star chess ocean. Rumbled the original silence on the star chess. Ocean was broken. Starlight surged, and a terrifying restriction rippled out. It covered the heavens and the earth, and it blocked the sword intent. Fang Lingsu seemed to have been prepared. He waved his sleeve, and the power of the saintly Wei Law swept out, transforming into a violent rain of swords. The rain of swords seemed to cover the heavens and the earth as they whistled over. At almost the same time, the other sages made their move as well. But Saint Miaohua tossed, and a dazzling golden rope soared up. It was like a majestic golden dragon, and it was wrapped in the halo of the saintly Wei as it surged into the ocean. Swoosh, Saint Daokuan reached out and formed a seal with his 5 fingers. Fiery light surged into the sky, and it displayed the terrifying might that could incinerate all things. Clang, Bloody Slaughter Saint slashed with his saber, and the void instantly fell into disorder and collapsed. A long crack was torn open, and it extended towards the depths of the star chess ocean. At the same time, Saint Yuming and Saint Fuya made their moves. The weather changed, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. This area was completely filled with the supreme and terrifying power of the saintly Wei. It revealed a horrifying scene that caused one to feel suffocated and despair just by looking at it from afar. The restriction power on the star chess ocean was indeed terrifying. However, the 6 sages did not step foot into it, and they only wanted to retrieve the saintly treasure that was suppressed within and kill Lin Sun. This difficulty was indeed not a problem for them. Very soon, the power they exerted charged into the depths of the star chess ocean, and it kept spreading. Lin Sun, who was meditating, was suddenly awakened by a dangerous aura, and he opened his eyes. Rumble in front of the lone island where he was, the seawater was tumbling violently, setting off tens of thousands of waves, and producing thunderous explosions. Sages. There are 6 of them. With the perception of the power of the heavenly cycle star's formation, the scene in front of the coast appeared clearly in Lin Sun's mind in an instant, and his expression turned cold. Previously, he had already predicted that killing the kings would definitely cause an unpredictable storm. However, he did not expect that in just a few days, a monstrous killing tribulation had already arrived. 6 sages have come together. They really think highly of me. Lin Sun muttered to himself, and his black eyes grew colder. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. His plan could not keep up with the changes. He had originally planned to lie dormant here and replenish his cultivation. Who would have thought that those ancient orthodoxies would not hesitate to send out sages to deal with him? Moreover, there were 6 of them. This was not just going too far, they were obviously going to kill him. Boom, a sword light swept out from the bottom of the sea, and it gave off boundless light, illuminating the universe. The heavenly sword, this sword had originally been suppressed and could not break free. However, at this moment, it was like a trapped dragon rising to the sky, and it swept towards the coast. Lin Sun knew that this was the sages of the heavenly sword sect taking action. He did not stop them, because he could not stop them at all. Whoosh soon, the Hall of Immortality also swept out like a divine mountain, flowing with bronze light. It tore through the void and followed closely behind the heavenly sword. There was no need to guess. This was the sages from the pure land of immortality. Lin Sun took a deep breath, and without any hesitation, he swept deeper into the star chess sea. The power of the sages was too terrifying, far beyond the king realm. In the eyes of the king realm, the cultivators of the 5 major realms were like ants. In the eyes of the sages, all living beings were like ants. This was the difference. from the fact that they could collect the trapped saint treasures so quickly, it could be seen how terrifying the power of these sages was. Now, Lin Sun could only pin his hopes on the power of the heavenly cycle star's formation in the star chess sea to protect himself. Not long after Lin Sun took action, the trapped saint treasures, such as the violet-green treasure umbrella, the heaven-suppressing ruler, the blood prison seal, and the golden jade archive, broke free one after another and were collected by the sages on the coast. The reason why they were so quick was actually very simple. These saint treasures originally belonged to their respective orthodoxies. The saint treasures were intelligent, and their auras would naturally be captured by the sages at the first instance. Then, they would work together to collect them, and it was naturally extremely easy. However, after collecting the saint treasures, the sages did not look happy at all. Instead, their expressions turned gloomy. This lad actually used the power of the star chess sea's restriction formation to refine and suppress the saint treasures of our sex. This has caused the saint treasures to be damaged. Fang Lingsu was furious. He immediately noticed that the heaven-reaching sword was damaged. Although it was not serious, if he wanted to repair it, he would have to pay a great price. He killed our people and damaged our saint treasures. This lad has to pay a heavy price. The other sages also noticed that these saint treasures had suffered varying degrees of damage after being suppressed for only a few days. This made them feel pained, and their hearts were dripping blood. They could view all living beings as ants, but they could not disregard saint treasures. This was because in their hearts, saint treasures were undoubtedly more important. It concerned the long-term survival of an orthodoxy in the world. How could they allow such treasures to be damaged? Young man, you can't escape. I'll give you a chance. Surrender obediently, and I'll give you a quick death later. Fang Lingsu let out a long roar and opened his eyes. In an instant, he locked onto Lin Sun, who was fleeing quickly in the depths of the star chess sea. This was a humiliation. With the power of a sage, he could naturally suppress Lin Sun. But now, he wanted Lin Sun to take the initiative to capture him. That kind of contempt and high and mighty attitude was vividly reflected in a single sentence. Lin Sun's body stiffened. He felt a terrifying thought lock onto him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get rid of it. It was as if there was a thorn on his back, like a maggot attached to his bones. This made his face change slightly. He completely realized the terror of a sage. He had never confronted a real sage before. He thought he had overestimated himself, but he did not expect that he had still underestimated such an existence. They were so far apart, and there was the heaven-reaching stars formation as a barrier, but he was still firmly locked onto by the other party's chi. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Boom, Lin Sun gritted his teeth and used the power of the heaven-reaching stars formation without hesitation. Suddenly, the sky cracked, and countless stars appeared, pouring down silver starlight. On the surface of the sea, the starlight surged and the power of prohibition surged, bathing Lin Sun's figure in it. It became extremely bright, as if he had turned into a dominator. Hey, interesting. You can really use the power of prohibition in the sea. No wonder you dared to kill so many King Realm cultivators a few days ago. Fang Lingsu narrowed his eyes, but he did not panic. Instead, he was carefully looking at Lin Sun with an indifferent and calm expression. He had absolute confidence, as if he had found an interesting prey. Of course, for him, it was just interesting. A prey was just a prey after all. He was destined to be hunted. Old B** starred, you're behaving like a B** starred with the power of the Saint Realm. How dare you say such shameless words? Lin Sun's black eyes were cold, and his chest was burning with rage. He would not compromise, nor would he allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. Bowing his head would only bring him greater humiliation and death. These old fellows had attacked without any regard for their dignity. If they did not kill him, how could they be satisfied? Haha, you have a sharp tongue. You're just a small ant. Do you think you're invincible just by borrowing the power of the restriction? You're still far from it. At this moment, the bloody slaughter saint could not wait any longer and made the first move. From a distance, he slapped Lin Sun like an elder lecturing an unfilial descendant. It was a slap with endless humiliation. Fellow cultivator, slow down. This small ant still has opportunities. Don't be in a hurry to kill him, Dao Kuan and Miao Hua hurriedly said. They seemed to be kind, but their intentions were actually more vicious. Boom, Lin Sun controlled the power of the restriction and resisted. In an instant, the starlight was like a tide, and all sorts of lights and waves surged, blocking the attack. Unexpectedly, the eyes of the saints lit up when they saw the scene. They said, "This lad can really use the power of the Star Chessie's restriction. Doesn't this mean that if we capture him, we can obtain the method to control the Star Chessie's restriction?" The Star Chessie was covered by the heavenly cycle stars formation. Since ancient times, no one had been able to break it. Even saints would encounter danger if they entered it rashly. However, if they could grasp the profoundness of the heavenly cycle stars formation, it would be equivalent to grasping a supreme restriction formation. The saints were tempted. The more they thought about it, the more delighted they became. They were well aware of the value of grasping such a supreme restriction formation. Kneel. Fong Lingsu snorted coldly. He extended his withered and old hand and pressed down on Lin Sun from a distance. It was like a divine mountain moving horizontally, trying to force Lin Sun to kneel on the ground. Scram! Lin Sun shouted. Endless starlight surged from the sea, steaming and rolling, covering the sky. There was a huge tremor, and there were continuous booms in front of Lin Sun. Terrifying powers collided with each other. If he was not under the protection of the restriction formation waves, he would definitely be pressed to the ground. Fellow Taoist Feng, you're so violent. What if you accidentally kill this ant? I don't wish for this child to die like this. Although his life is lowly, the good fortune he possesses is very precious. Saint Floating Tooth spoke faintly in the air. His figure was blurry and illusory as if he didn't exist in this world, but his words were undoubtedly filled with disdain. Lin Sun was so angry that he couldn't help sneering. What kind of bullshit saint are they? I think they are just a bunch of old beasts who should be hacked into pieces. Ants will always be ants. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The group of sages remained indifferent and unmoved. Boom, Saint Yuming made his move. He pressed his fingers together and pointed in the air. All of a sudden, a wisp of finger energy was condensed and filled with the power of the divine way. It rushed towards Lin Sun's eyebrows like a finger piercing through the sky. Rumble, a terrifying scene occurred. The Star Chessie's restriction power was unable to withstand it and was easily broken by the finger force. Lin Sun didn't hesitate and took out the wordless pagoda to block in front of him. The body of the pagoda flowed with golden brilliance, looking magnificent and brilliant. In the end, although the finger force was blocked, Lin Sun suffered from the impact. The qi and blood in his body churned, and he almost coughed up blood. He sighed in his heart. He could only borrow less than 1,000th of the heavenly cycle stars formation's power at most. It was destined that he couldn't fight against the power of 6 sages. Moreover, these sages were extremely cunning. They didn't enter the Star Chessie at all. As such, even if Lin Sun wanted to use the formation to counterattack, he wouldn't be able to do so. At the end of the day, he had overestimated the bottom line of those ancient orthodoxies. As a result, he made a wrong judgment. He didn't expect that they would send out 6 sages just to deal with him. It's that pagoda. The eyes of the sages on the coast lit up. Oh, impressive. It is indeed made of the divine metal of fortune. Even in ancient times, it would be a top-notch treasure. Its value is immeasurable. Good, good, good. This trip will be worthwhile. Fong Lingsu and the others were pleasantly surprised. They ignored Lin Sun and focused all their attention on the treasures and fortunes in Lin Sun's hands. This was undoubtedly a great contempt. In the eyes of the sages, even though Lin Sun had become the first on the list of minor giants, he was far less important than the treasures and fortunes in Lin Sun's hands. Don't delay any further. Let's attack together and suppress this lad. Saint Miao Hua's eyes were burning. He couldn't wait any longer. He was afraid that a long delay would lead to trouble. He wanted to end Lin Sun's life immediately. Boom, in that instant, all the sages took action. Across the vast Star Chessie, huge hands fell down and pressed Lin Sun down. The power of the heavenly cycle stars formation roared. Terrifying waves of starlight emerged, splitting the void and resisting the huge hands. Puff, in just an instant, Lin Sun was shaken to the point where he coughed up blood. His body almost exploded on the spot. Even though the heavenly cycle star's formation was extraordinary, it couldn't withstand the attacks of 6 sages. Even with the defense of the wordless pagoda, Lin Sun was still heavily injured. Swish, Lin Sun turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the depths of the star chest sea. However, his struggle was destined to be futile. In just the blink of an eye, his path forward was cut off, leaving Lin Sun with no way to retreat. On the coast, the sages were very calm. Their expressions were indifferent. They weren't afraid that Lin Sun would escape at all because they had already locked onto him. Even further away, the experts who were watching the battle in the dark side. The disparity in strength was too great. Demon God Lin was destined to be in trouble. Once the sages appeared, who in the entire ancient desolation region could compete with them? If he doesn't rise, he's destined to only be brilliant for a while and then fall, someone said to himself. It's a pity. With this lad's aptitude, he's destined to have an extraordinary cultivation path if he can wait for the great era to come. However, he's going to die here. Heaven is jealous of his talent, someone sighed. In this world where there are many orthodoxies, it's difficult to rise alone like this, someone sighed. Alu was not taken away by the slovenly old Taoist. Instead, he was hiding in the dark. When he saw this scene, he was immediately enraged and shouted, "Old bastard, that's my big brother. Are you going to save him or not?" The sloppy old man slapped Alu on the head and said, "Acknowledge him as your big brother? Did you get my permission? Good for nothing. Stop glaring at me. Let me tell you, just watch the show this time." Alu was enraged like a raging bull, and he didn't listen to advice at all. However, no matter how he struggled, he was unable to take a single step forward. He was restrained there and couldn't even speak a single word. It was obvious that the slovenly old Taoist was well aware of the power of Alu's mouth. He immediately sealed Alu's mouth. What's going on? According to my deduction, the undying forbidden land behind the Sea of Stars shouldn't just watch as this child is killed. Moreover, this child is able to use the great heavenly cycle star formation, so it should be related to that old madman from back then. Why hasn't the situation turned for the better yet? The sloppy old Taoist frowned, and he quickly deduced in his heart. The current situation was so dangerous that even he could not understand it. Boom, the battle was still going on. A huge hand came pressing down from the sky. It was Saint Miaohua. His snow-white palm was surrounded by the divine flame of heaven, and he sent Lin Sun flying, coughing up blood. Even ants want to live. Young man, why struggle so hard? I'm not afraid to tell you that if we wanted to kill you, we wouldn't have to put in so much effort. The reason for this is nothing more than to make you bow your head and hand over your good fortune to atone for your sins. Although Saint Miaohua was beautiful and dignified, she was more ruthless and arrogant than the other saints. Her words were full of contempt, and she was trampling on Lin Sun's dignity. Suppress! Saint Daokuan shouted, and he slapped down with his palm. The restrictive force was destroyed, and the wordless pagoda was shaken back. When Lin Sun was about to be completely suppressed, a suet jade bottle suddenly appeared in his palm, and the mouth of the bottle spewed out blazing rays of light. Boom, like a landslide and a tsunami, the void was in disorder in an instant. But with this blow, Lin Sun managed to defeat the suppression in a dangerous way, and also made Saint Dao Kuan suffer a great impact, causing his body to shake violently. What? Everyone was taken aback. This change was very sudden. How could an ant have the ability to fight back against a saint? But immediately, the eyes of the 6 saints became brighter and more fiery. It's that suet jade bottle. What a miraculous holy treasure. Looking at it from afar, the power contained in this bottle is so magical that it even makes my heart tremble. They all saw that Lin Sun's previous blow came from the suet jade bottle in his hand. This was undoubtedly also a holy treasure. Everyone, I don't want anything else, just the suet jade bottle. Fong Lingsu's voice was filled with a trace of rare excitement. Everyone was able to discern that this bottle was extremely miraculous and priceless. Relying on this treasure to allow an ant to escape danger and survive was absolutely inconceivable. Humph. Let's rely on our own means. As he spoke, Saint Yumming had already attacked, and the strength was obviously more terrible than before. At the same time, the others also attacked, and no one dared to be careless. Some people suppressed Lin Sun, trying to learn the mystery of the cosmic star's formation from him. Some people went to rob the wordless pagoda. And some people were fighting for the great way immeasurable bottle. This put Lin Sun in a life and death situation. The power of one saint was already so horrible that he couldn't resist it, let alone the suppression of 6 saints. Bang! Lin Sun was seriously injured. His body was sent flying, and his blood dyed his body red. His bones were broken, and his skin was full of cracks. This kind of injury was extremely serious. Seeing this, the overmatches who were watching the battle in secret all became nervous. They realized that this battle without suspense was about to come to an end. No matter how outstanding Demon Lin was, he was as vulnerable as an ant under the power of the saints. He was destined to be killed, and the price he had to pay for this was the treasures and good fortune he had. To everyone's surprise, Lin Sun still refused to bow his head even when he was seriously injured and dying. He was bathed in blood, and his black eyes were surging with endless flames of anger. He said intermittently in a hoarse voice, "You, old bastards. Today's humiliation. I, Lin Sun, will return it to you 10 times in the future." His voice, full of endless hatred, shook the world. There was a moment of silence, and then the 6 saints all sneered. Fang Lingsu even said indifferently, "You have no way to live. How can you have a chance to take revenge in the future? Let me tell you, no matter who comes today, no one is bound to be able to save you." "Really?" An ethereal whisper, not loud, suddenly resounded in all directions and stirred the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the void, there were divine rainbows and auspicious lights descending at an unknown time. P.S. The woman in the heaven accessing place is going to take action. Please come here and ignite the war. Strands of divine radiance and auspicious light had suddenly descended from the sky, and they scattered through space and illuminated the world. At this moment, everyone on the coast felt an inexplicable pressure. The eyelids of Fang Lingsu, Dao Kuan, Miao Hua, Xue Tu, Yu Ming, and Fu Ye twitched as they squinted their eyes. As saints, they were naturally able to sense that something strange was happening in an instant. There were many saints among those who were watching the battle in secret. At this moment, they were all shocked and looked at the star chassis. The world seemed to be silent at this moment. "Who's playing tricks here?" Fang Lingsu shouted with a murderous look on his face. "Haha, which friend wants to intervene in this matter? Do you think we don't exist? Or do you want to fight against us for the good fortune in Lin Sun's hands?" Dao Kuan, Miao Hua, and the others' faces turned cold. They thought it was the saints of other orthodoxies who came to intervene in this matter, which annoyed them. In the sky, strands of divine radiance were like divine chains of order. They were crystalline, translucent, resplendent, and magnificent, and they converged ceaselessly in the sky. The atmosphere between heaven and earth became more and more oppressive, making it hard for people to breathe. "Humph. I don't care who you are. Whoever dares to stop me today, I'll kill him," Xue Tu said coldly. As a saint, he stood at the top of the world and could do whatever he wanted. Once he had the intention to kill, almost no one could stop him. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A terrifying bloody storm appeared out of thin air, emitting the sound of ghosts crying and gods howling. It shrouded Lin Sun like the gate to hell. At this moment, a divine rainbow that looked like a chain of order swept over. It was too fast, it penetrated the bloody storm in an instant, then broke the void and arrived in front of Xue Tu. Xue Tu roared. As he opened his mouth, bloody ripples gathered, filled with the power of the saint. It was a kind of sound wave secret method that could shatter the space and the universe. However, this was useless. The rainbow arrived and pierced through the bloody ripples. Then, it landed on the blood-slaughtering saint. Bang! With a terrible roar, Xue Tu flew out and smashed into the mountains in the distance, crushing countless rocks and ice. Everyone was stunned and looked into the distance. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, accompanied by Xue Tu's painful scream. Everyone was shocked by this scene. The mountain ridge was smashed apart. A saint was actually sent flying with a single strike. He crashed into a large mountain range, causing the earth to crack and the void to collapse. This was undoubtedly too terrifying. The sound of people gasping could be heard. What did I just see? A high and mighty saint who can look down on the world has been sent flying. Some people still didn't believe it, their minds a bit muddled. The experts watching in secret felt their mouths go dry, feeling that this was inconceivable. This type of scene was just too shocking. In the depths of the star chassis, Lin Sun stood bathed in blood. He had long black hair and cold black eyes. He did not feel surprised and was very calm. Boom! Terrifying power of the divine path surged from Fonglingsu and the others, shaking the universe. The previous scene caused their hearts to tremble, and they realized that it was extremely likely that an extremely powerful opponent had arrived. They did not dare to be negligent anymore. May I ask which fellow Taoist has graced us with your presence? Fonglingsu's voice rumbled through the heavens and the earth. An unparalleled sword intent surged out from his body, intimidating everyone and shaking the stars. When they were dealing with Lin Sun just now, they did not use their true strength at all. They were worried that they would accidentally kill Lin Sun and lose the opportunity. But now, when they realized that a formidable enemy had arrived, they were all awestruck and began to show the true power of the Saint Realm. No matter who he is, I want him dead. Boom! In the mountains far away, a huge figure stood up, shaking off the mountains that were pressing down on him. He stood tall, his eyes like two scarlet blood moons, extremely terrifying. It was the bloody butcher saint who had been defeated earlier, however, he had become completely different at this moment. With a monstrous killing intent, he strode over, shaking the heavens and the earth violently and causing the void to collapse inch by inch. The experts watching in secret were all awestruck and retreated one after another. Some of the weaker ones were trembling under the pressure of this astonishing saint might, almost kneeling on the ground. This was a kind of uncontrollable reverence that originated from instinct. The might of a saint could intimidate the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Once cultivators below the saint realm encountered him, they would not be able to resist at all and would be completely intimidated. However, such a high and mighty saint had been sent flying with a single blow just now. It was hard to believe just thinking about it. Do you dare to show yourself and fight? The bloody butcher saint was enraged, his voice reverberating in all directions. It was as if there was rolling thunder in the sky, shattering the clouds. Ah! Some people screamed and fell to the ground while covering their ears. Some people were so shaken that they bled from their orifices and saw stars. This level of saint might was truly terrifying. Countless years have passed and the world has indeed changed. You are just a group of false saints, yet you dare to be so lawless. I am truly surprised. A cold and eerie sigh resounded between the heavens and the earth. Auspicious rays of light descended from the sky and intersected with each other. A graceful and hazy figure gradually gathered and was about to appear. False saints, many people at the scene shuddered. Who dared to say such words and call Fonglingsu and the others false saints, yet, her words were spoken in such a matter-of-fact manner. Arrogant. The Saint Tao is like the heavens, how dare you make thoughtless remarks? Fonglingsu's expression was cold. The entire void was filled with terrifying saint might. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, rocks exploded, the earth cracked, and everything showed signs of destruction. The expressions of the other saints were also unkind. They had stepped into the saint plane and were definitely not nobodies. They had long surpassed the path of immortality and stepped onto the path of holiness. However, the tone of the voice just now was filled with disdain. There really is a turning point? Old B** starred, do you know what a false saint is? In the dark, Alu was stunned and opened his eyes wide. With a slap, he suffered another slap on his head. The sloppy old priest scolded, "Stop talking nonsense and watch the show." As he spoke, he was not calm. He seemed to have noticed something and also found it hard to believe. Boom! In the void above the star chassis, there was a sudden rumble, and auspicious light and rain poured down. It was as if they were worshipping the descent of a supreme god. The phenomenon was brilliant. In the end, the graceful and hazy figure completely condensed. She gave off a holy and transcendent aura that soared into the sky. She stood there casually, but she gave off an aura that looked down on the heavens and earth, making all living things in the world bow down to her. This was undoubtedly a shocking and terrifying phenomenon, What did it mean to be above all living things and stand proudly above the heavens? That was it. The sages present were all people who had seen great things, but when they saw this figure, they could not help but be shocked and feel an indescribable pressure. Who was this person? Why had they not seen her in the entire ancient desolation region? It was not only Feng Lingsu and the other 5 sages. At that moment, the sages in the dark were also shocked and bewildered. That aura was extremely holy and supreme, causing them to feel a heavy pressure. Boom, the heavens and earth shook, as if they were trembling because of the appearance of the graceful figure. All directions were suppressed. Thank you, Senior, Lin Sun bowed, feeling rather excited. Back then, the mysterious woman had given him 3 chances to ask for help. This was already the 2nd time. If he had not been forced into a corner, he would definitely not have asked for help. You have already surprised me by being able to contend for so long with your own strength. Now, you can just watch the battle from the side. The woman's voice was chilly while her body seemed to be coiled with numerous clear and dazzling divine chains of order. There was a rain of ascension that rained down, blazing divine radiance enshrouded, and all sorts of flowing lights that were boundlessly dazzling. It caused others to be utterly unable to see her appearance clearly. Humph, you are too arrogant. What do you think the 6 of us are to you? Feng Lingsu's voice was sonorous. The sword essence around him was surging, reflecting the spectacle of thousands of swords flying into the sky. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. From what the mysterious woman said, she was actually related to Lin Sun, the little bastard, and was not here to snatch the opportunity. This was unexpected. How about treating us like bastards? From afar, the woman's voice was cold and casual. One sentence shocked everyone. To treat the 6 sages as bastards, this was too scary. Feng Lingsu and the others were furious. Before, they were about to succeed, but because of the appearance of this woman, they failed. They were already annoyed. Now that they were being humiliated like this, who could tolerate it anymore? Let's do it. Xuetu shouted. The saber in his hand soared into the sky, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. It was as if the door to hell had been opened, and he slashed over. The power of a saint is like the sky, and it cannot be violated. Fellow cultivator, you have crossed the line. At the same time, Miao Hua, Yu Ming, Fu Ye, and the other sages attacked together. In an instant, the world was intertwined with the light of the way, and the scene was extremely shocking. The 6 sages attacked together, using the true power of the saint to suppress and kill the mysterious woman. This scene was too terrifying. Among the experts watching the battle in secret, only the sages could withstand the pressure released by such a battle. The eyes of the others were stinging, and they were unable to observe at all. Swoosh, at the same time on the star chassis, the woman also took action. Crystalline and divine rays of order floated up into appearance around her, and they interweaved together and coiled around her. It was like a world had appeared, and numerous terrifying scenes floated within them. The sun rose and set, the passage of time, the cycle of the universe changing. Vaguely, there were even the sounds of gods and Buddhas chanting, and the sounds of ancestors offering sacrifices rumbled out, as if they were worshipping. Bang, she pressed her hand lightly, and Feng Lingsu's sword chi shattered in midair, turning into a rain of light and dissipating. At the same time, a sparkling divine rainbow of order shot out and wrapped around the blood-slaughtering saint's saber. With a crack, the saber was broken. The blood-slaughtering saint screamed. His body swayed, and he almost coughed up blood. On the other side, Saint Dao Kuan formed seals with his fingers and slapped the divine rainbow of order that was charging at him. Poof, in the end, his palm was penetrated in an instant, and even his arm was pierced. His flesh exploded, and his entire right arm was destroyed. This scene shocked everyone. Whoosh, the golden rope from Saint Miao Hua's hand was like a giant golden dragon, and it surged with terrifying Saint Dao laws. It took this opportunity to approach the woman. However, the woman stretched out her hand and pinched lightly with her fingers, as if she was picking up a flower petal. She firmly clamped the golden rope, and it was as if she had hit the weak spot of a snake. Following that, the golden ropes exploded inch by inch amidst a series of explosions. A golden rain of light dyed the sky golden. It caused the woman's graceful figure to seem like a supreme god. Saint Miao Hua screamed. Her treasure was destroyed, causing her to bleed. The sages who were watching the battle in the dark widened their eyes and their hearts trembled. Boom, Saint Floating Tooth executed a type of soul secret technique that was shapeless and immaterial, and it was extremely bizarre. Once struck by it, even a saint would suffer a heavy injury. However, before this power could even get close, the mysterious woman's eyes suddenly shot out a pair of symbols that looked like they were formed by order and destroyed the attack. Puff, Saint Floating It coughed up blood and his figure wriggled in the void. At the same time, with a clang, a bronze bell was slapped away. Saint Yumming staggered and took a few steps back. Everyone was dead silent. On the star-chess ocean, a graceful and hazy figure's clothes fluttered in the wind. This was the mysterious woman in the heaven-reaching secret realm. As soon as she made a move, she displayed her peerless elegance. In the blink of an eye, she broke through the encirclement of the sages and injured them. So many sages attacked, but they couldn't even shake her? Who is that woman? In the dark, countless pairs of eyes were filled with undisguised shock. It was only the first exchange of blows, yet such a devastating scene had appeared. Who wouldn't be shocked and fearful? Who was she? In the distance, the woman stood proudly in the void as if she was aloof from the world. She was as bright as the moon. Rays of divine rainbows were like divine chains of order that circled around her body, creating a grand and mysterious phenomenon. Every ray of divine rainbows was like the order of the great path. It was as if they could evolve into a world that contained boundless mysteries. Vaguely, there was the sound of gods and Buddhas praising her and all living beings worshipping her. Merely this supreme scene was capable of shocking the ages and astounding the universe. On the coast, Fang Lingsu and the other sages had uncertain expressions. Who were they? They were the famous sages who stood at the peak of cultivation in the ancient Desolation region. Yet, they suffered such a setback and were injured in the first exchange. For people like them, this was unprecedented. It was a humiliation that they hadn't experienced in a long time. Because they hadn't been injured in a long time. The world has truly declined. Even if it is a false saint, the difference between them and those fellas from the ancient times is too great. The woman's voice was clear and cold. She released a faint sigh, as if she was a bit melancholic. Who are you, fellow Taoist? How dare you speak such big words? Fang Lingsu's face was gloomy and his heart was filled with anger. Being called a fake saint made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Who am I? The woman muttered to herself. After a while, she said, you are not qualified to know. In one sentence, he looked down on the world. Those were 6 saints, but they didn't even have the right to know her name. What kind of pride and conceit was this? The experts who were secretly watching the battle almost thought they had heard wrong. Ha ha ha, arrogant. Do you think we can't do anything to you? Xuetu laughed loudly. His eyes were like blood moons and were awe-inspiring. Everyone, it's time to use your true trump card. Otherwise, I'm afraid others will think that we're easy to bully. The woman's voice was cold as she said, so what if I bully you? No matter who comes here today, it will be difficult for them to leave this place. Haha, where do you think this is? No one has ever dared to act against a sex like this. Even someone as powerful as you will fall if you try to defy the heavens. Fang Lingsu's words were like swords, clanging and overflowing with killing intent. If these are your last words, then there's no need to waste any more time. Let's end this. The woman was very calm, but the meaning in her words was chilling. Was she going to kill a saint? Even Linsun was shocked. He had asked for help from the mysterious woman just to escape. After all, those were 6 saints. They were extremely terrifying and stood at the top of the world. Who could kill them? But now, the mysterious woman showed such a domineering attitude and looked down on the saints. How could Lin Sun remain calm? Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the power of this mysterious woman from the beginning. Kill. Saint Yumming was very straightforward. He suddenly took out the longevity hall. In an instant, the bronze hall exploded with unprecedented power. As it swept across the sky, it caused the sky to collapse and the surroundings to shake. Countless rocks and plants were instantly turned into powder. The scene was extremely terrifying. The longevity hall was obviously much more powerful than when it was used by the old monster of the King realm. Only a saint might be able to fully activate the true power of such a sacred treasure. Boom, the longevity hall glowed and the earth cracked. Smoke and dust swept into the sky, dispersing the clouds and moving across the star-chess ocean towards the mysterious woman. The attack was obviously many times more powerful than before. One must know that the heavenly cycle stars formation could be set up in the star-chess ocean. But now, it was almost unable to stop the treasure. The longevity hall of the pure land of longevity. It's a pity that its owner was a hero and overlord in ancient times. But now, he has fallen to the point where he is controlled by a fake saint. A cold voice drifted in the air. The mysterious woman stretched out her hand and clapped lightly. Dong, the mountainous longevity hall seemed to have been struck by lightning. It shook violently and buzzed. Its entire body released chaotic energy, and there was even auspicious light surging. Many mysterious diagrams appeared on the surface of the ancient bronze palace. There were plants, insects, fish, immortal birds, divine beasts, the sun, moon, and stars, and others. It displayed an extraordinary might that was completely different from before. But no matter how powerful it was buzzing and shaking from the slap. She used her hand to hit the sacred treasure. The sound of the impact shocked the saints in the dark. They were dumbfounded and realized how terrifying this mysterious woman was. "Everyone, when are you going to make your move?" Saint Yuming roared. He was also shocked. This was the longevity hall, the treasure of the pure land of longevity. If it was used, it would at least multiply his battle prowess. But now, it was still hit by the mysterious woman. With a raise of her hand, clang, the heaven-connecting sword swept out. Fang Lingsu seemed to have turned into a real invincible sword saint. His sword will surged, stirring up the wind and clouds as he attacked. Almost at the same time, Miao Hua took out the heaven-suppressing seal, Dao Kuan took out the purple-green treasured umbrella, Xuetu took out the blood prison seal, and Fuya took out the golden jade archive. Rumble, 6 sacred treasures and 6 saints attacked with all their might. A sacred battle had begun and completely erupted. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. In the void, there were signs of collapse and destruction everywhere. Dazzling divine light of the divine path was everywhere. The scene was extremely shocking. This was indeed a battle between the gods in the truest sense of the word. It was boundlessly brilliant, and it was sufficient to shake the world and shake the world. Heavens! Retreat! In the dark, the experts watching the battle changed their expressions immediately and retreated. The area within a radius of 10,000 li was filled with a terrifying saint aura. Once affected, even a saint would be in a difficult situation. As for those below the saint level, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Fortunately, this was in the Star Chess Sea, a forbidden ground. If it happened in the outside world, it would definitely cause immeasurable destruction and disaster. Rumble, the saints attacked. They no longer held back and used the strongest magical abilities they had in their lives. Near the Star Chess Sea, the sky and earth were turned upside down. The seawater flowed, showing a scene of great destruction. If not for the heavenly cycle star formation, this place would have been destroyed. "I've been silent for too long. No one knows who I am," the mysterious woman seemed to be unfazed. She took a step forward and the stars moved. Thousands of divine chains of order swept out and bound the longevity hall, freezing it in the void. Boom, at the same time, she raised her hand, and another divine rainbow swept out. It was crystal clear and arrived before Xuetu Saint again. "Suppress!" Xuetu Saint roared. The blood prison seal howled and turned into a crimson purgatory. It covered the sky and earth as if it was going to refine the universe. However, the divine rainbow was extremely sharp and terrifying. It seemed to be able to break through everything. It rushed into the crimson purgatory and pierced through everything in its way. Rumble, before the divine rainbow, the crimson purgatory was torn apart like a painting. Then, the divine rainbow swept out like a divine chain and bound the blood prison seal. At the end of the divine rainbow, there was a sharp battle spear that pierced through Xuetu Saint's body and pinned him in the air. It was too fast. Everything happened too quickly. The battle had just started. Even someone as powerful as Xuetu Saint's saint-level cultivation was like a piece of paper. His protective power was penetrated and he was pinned in the void like a fly pinned to a wall. He could not move at all, only his lips let out an extremely shrill cry of pain. This shocked everyone. It was too sudden. Whoosh, another divine rainbow chain flashed out. It was crystalline, translucent, and flowed with a divine glow as it charged into space. Suddenly, it restrained the heaven suppression ruler that descended from the sky. Whoosh, at the same time, the mysterious woman's figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already before Saint Miaohua. She raised her hand and pressed down lightly. Miaohua didn't even have time to dodge. His entire body was forced to kneel on the ground. Every inch of his bones and tendons exploded, and he was limp like mud. However, at this moment, the amethyst-jeweled rainbow umbrella, the golden jade archive, and the through heaven sword arrived. The mysterious woman had nowhere to hide. However, she was still not flustered. She seemed unusually calm and collected. Only tens of thousands of divine rainbows spread out around her. They danced like divine chains of order, and they flowed with a power that terrified even the heavens and earth. Bang, the amethyst-jeweled rainbow umbrella wailed and was firmly imprisoned. Clang, 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 the through heaven sword slashed crazily. Every strike was powerful enough to cut down the sun, moon, and stars. However, it couldn't damage the divine rainbows at all. There were only sounds of collisions and splashes of light. In the end, the through heaven sword was imprisoned as well, and it wailed incessantly. The strangest thing was the golden jade archive. It suddenly transformed into a golden mist. It passed through the obstruction of the tens of thousands of divine rainbows and enveloped the mysterious woman. So it's this treasure. It actually still exists in the world. A trace of surprise appeared in the mysterious woman's eyes. After that, she let out a strange cry that sounded like the cry of a phoenix. Instantly, the golden mist stopped moving. In the blink of an eye, it actually transformed into a dazzling and strange divine bird. It spread its wings in the sky while surging golden light flowed out from its body. It dyed the heavens and the earth golden. The mysterious woman stretched out her hand. The golden divine bird instantly stood up obediently and let out a joyful cry. This incomparably miraculous scene shocked everyone present. P.S. The fourth update is here. I can tell everyone that this climax isn't so simple. The mysterious woman has finally made an appearance, so how could she leave so hastily? Besides that, I'll break the fifth update tomorrow. The time will be the same as before. The first update will be released at midnight, and the goldfish will wait for the first update after eating. The bloody slaughtering saint, who had dominated the ancient desolation realm for thousands of years and controlled the blood prison seal, still had his body pierced through. He was pinned in the air like a fly. The ruthless and decisive Saint Miaohua, a female saint, didn't even have time to react before she was suppressed and fell to the ground. Other than that, the immortal hall, the heavenly sword, the purple-green treasured umbrella, and the heaven-suppressing ruler were all sealed the moment they revealed their boundless divine might. These scenes were like viewing flowers on horseback, yet they really happened in the blink of an eye, so how could they not be shocked? How could they not be shocked? The saints who were watching the battle from afar gasped. Their hearts trembled and their expressions changed. This was indeed inconceivable and shocking. All of them were saints that stood proudly at the peak of the world. They presided over an area and received the worship of all living beings. After experiencing the passage of time, they'd experienced the tempering of countless battles, and they were absolutely worthy of being overlords of the world. However, in front of the mysterious woman, it was extremely pathetic. Not long after the battle broke out, the saints were crushed like a hot knife through butter. On the other hand, from the beginning until the end, the mysterious woman hadn't been injured, nor had she retreated. Her movements were casual, yet they revealed a supreme might that caused others to feel horrified. Her clothes fluttered as she stood there by herself. The divine rays of light around her were like divine chains of order that coiled around her, illuminated the world, and was peerlessly otherworldly. At the center of her palm, a golden immortal bird was combing its wings and letting out clear cries of joy. Its body flowed with a golden sheen, and it caused the mysterious woman to seem dreamlike. Impossible. That's the true spirit jade archive of my vast Dao sect. Why would it submit to you? In the distance, Saint Floating Tooth's face was gloomy and filled with disbelief. Didn't Song Mingzi tell you who forged this treasure? The mysterious woman's voice was chilly, ethereal, and indistinct. Song Mingzi, he was the founder of the Azure Dao sect and a mighty figure in the ancient era. His name could be said to have shaken the world. How could Fuya not know Song Mingzi, a saint who came from the vast Dao sect, It was precisely because he knew that he was apprehensive. This woman, who exactly is she? She seemed to know some secrets that no one else knew. The other sages were also bewildered. Who exactly was this woman who dared to mention Song Mingzi so casually? What are you talking about? Kill her. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. In the distance, Fong Lingsu shouted. Boom, the Connect Heaven sword shone and actually broke free from the restraints of the divine rainbow. It slashed towards the mysterious woman. Kill. Fuya also made his move. He couldn't allow the true spirit jade archive to be stolen. False saints are false saints in the end. No matter if it's the ancient times or the current era, they are destined to be different from true saints. It's a pity that you all still refuse to realize your errors. The mysterious woman tossed the golden flying beast away with her fair hand, and then she swiftly turned around. Her slender and graceful figure seemed to have instantly filled the world, and she'd become boundlessly tall. Whoosh, a divine rainbow shot out and bound the heaven-piercing sword again. The mysterious woman used the divine rainbow as a guide to guide the heavenly sword sect. She swung the heavenly sword sect's treasure, and the sword light flashed, sweeping in all directions. Puff, Fong Lingsu lost an arm. This shocked him so much that his soul almost flew out of his body. Who would have thought that the sacred treasure of his sect would be used in such a way and almost cost him his life? Rumble, the immortal hall was also freed. It was controlled by Saint Yuming to attack through the sky. The immortal hall emitted a bronze divine radiance that transformed into waves of strange energy. Everywhere it passed, chaotic chi pervaded the air, and it was incomparably majestic and terrifying. Bang, rays of divine rainbow shot out from the mysterious woman's body, and they were sparkling and brilliant like the burning sun. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they ruthlessly whipped the immortal hall. The immortal hall, which was as large as a mountain, was directly whipped away. It smashed through the void and emitted a deafening rumble. Saint Yuming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and cried out in pain. He'd suffered a backlash. Kill. At the same time, Fuya also attacked. His figure was blurry, as if it was void. He was unbelievably fast, and he'd already arrived behind the mysterious woman. Unfortunately, this was destined to be futile. A divine rainbow had unknowingly swept across the sky, and it wrapped around his waist, firmly confining him there. His palm was only a foot away from pressing on the mysterious woman's back, but it was this little bit of distance that he couldn't reach no matter how hard he tried. Break for me! Fuya roared angrily. His saintly might was terrifying, but no matter how much strength he used, the divine rainbow was unshakable. Instead, his body was being wrapped tighter and tighter. Kacha kacha, then, Fuya's bones and tendons were broken, and sounds of explosions could be heard. Blood spurted out of his mouth and nose, and he screamed miserably. A saint actually seemed so powerless at this moment. From the beginning to the end, the mysterious woman didn't even turn around, as if she didn't know that Fuya was suffering endless pain behind her. In the distance, the saints who were watching the battle felt their hearts go cold. They realized that this woman was very likely a great saint. No, she was very likely a saint king. Otherwise, how could she defeat 6 saints with just a wave of her hand? Her casual and relaxed appearance was enough to frighten any saint realm cultivator. Whoosh, at this moment, Fong Lingsu chose to escape without hesitation. He couldn't beat her at all. The opponent's power was completely at a level of absolute suppression. Even a saint treasure couldn't shake her, so how could he fight? When he thought about how he'd come here with such a large force, only to be defeated so miserably, Fong Lingsu felt like crying. Who said that saints were fearless? They just hadn't encountered an existence that was stronger than them. Just like Fong Lingsu at this moment, he didn't have the arrogance and conceit he had before, and he didn't have the strength of a saint realm cultivator at all. Instead, he was panicking like a stray dog. You can't beat her, so you want to escape? You really have no backbone. When the mysterious woman spoke, every single word was like the mantra of the Grand Tao, and every single word seemed to be covered in a layer of energy. When she finished speaking, this expanse of the heavens and the earth seemed to have transformed into a cage of the Grand Tao. Bang, Fong Lingsu, who'd just teleported to escape, was still halfway when the space exploded, causing his body to fall out in a sorry state. On the other hand, Saint Yuming, who'd originally intended to flee when he saw Fong Lingsu flee, tried to teleport, but he noticed to his shock that the energy of space in this expanse of the heavens and the earth was completely sealed. Instantly, Fang Lingsu and Yu Ming's faces turned ashen. At this moment, Shuetu was nailed in the sky, Miao Hua was limp like mud, Fuyu was trapped by the waist, Fang Lingsu's right arm was severed, and Yu Ming had nowhere to run. Everything happened in almost an instant. From the beginning to the end, the mysterious woman didn't exert any shocking power. She was just dealing with every move casually and calmly, which made her seem even more unfathomable and peerless. As for Dao Kuan, he stood there in a daze. He didn't attack, nor did he flee. He was dumbstruck like a clay statue, and his mind was awed. The scenes that happened before were too shocking. Even as a saint, Dao Kuan could only feel an unprecedented fear. He hadn't felt this kind of fear for a long time, and the saints who were watching the battle from afar felt cold all over at this moment. Previously, they all thought that Lin Sun would definitely die. After all, it was 6 saints attacking, so who could compete with them? But the appearance of the mysterious woman turned everything around. She looked down upon the saints as if they were nothing, and she was unstoppable and invincible as she swept through the battlefield. Her supreme bearing was simply like that of a god. Who was she? This doubt arose in everyone's mind once again, and every time it brought them endless shock and terror. In the distance, Lin Sun's blood boiled as he watched. He'd seen all the scenes of the previous battle, and his heart was churning. What did it mean to suppress all saints? That was it. The extraordinary bearing of the mysterious woman made Lin Sun yearn for it. When could he also possess such power? If that day really came, who in the ancient desolation dared to treat him like before? Power. Lin Sun repeated these 2 words in his heart, and his black eyes were firm and bright. He knew that as long as he stuck to the path of cultivation and kept going, sooner or later, he would also be able to stand above the world and look down upon all the heroes like this. The battlefield was silent, and the battle had come to an end. Everyone knew that if they continued to fight, the result would be doomed. Fang Lingsu and other saints looked gloomy. For the first time, they found that a young man whom they regarded as a nonentity had caused such great trouble, which could be called a great disaster. But it was too late to say anything now. But as saints, they had their pride and confidence, and they were unwilling to bow their heads. Fellow Taoist, we admit that we are not as good as you, but aren't you worried that today's matter will cause many orthodoxies to participate in the battle? Fang Lingsu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Do you dare to fight? The calm voice of the mysterious woman resounded between heaven and earth. How can a group of false saints be qualified to represent an orthodoxy? If there is a war, I will fight with you to the end. Everyone's heart trembled. This woman was alone, but from her words, it seemed that she was not afraid of any orthodoxy in the world at all. No one dared to answer her words, because it was very likely to cause a real war between orthodoxies, and it was very likely to shake the foundation of orthodoxy. It's already despicable for a king to intervene in a fight between juniors. Now, even a saint disregards his face and intervenes. Don't you feel ashamed? The mysterious woman was surrounded by dreamy divine rainbows, and her bearing was peerless, as if she stood aloof from the world. Although her words were calm, there was a touch of coldness in them, which frightened all the people present. We are here just to take back the sacred treasure of our sect, and we don't intend to hurt anyone. Fang Lingsu took another deep breath and said slowly, what's more, this man has killed so many people of our orthodoxy. It's not wrong for us to punish him, is it? Crack, the mysterious woman raised her hand and pointed. Fang Lingsu seemed as if he was struck by lightning, and countless bones within his body broke. It hurt to the point he let out muffled groans and almost fell down from the sky. A saint was unable to resist at all. If news of this were to spread, who would dare believe it? Yet now, it had happened right before his eyes. All of you bullied the weak and intended to seize the treasure in this kid's possession. Since you've done it, yet you still dare to deny it? Is it wrong for me to punish all of you? The mysterious woman's voice was chilly, and it became even more terrifying. Not to mention that I spared your lives. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Her words were spoken casually, yet when it entered the ears of everyone present, it was like a thunderclap that struck directly at their hearts, and it seemed as if monstrous killing intent assaulted their faces. Everyone present was horrified, there was dead silence, and only the cold voice of the mysterious woman was floating in the air. Fang Lingsu, Yu Ming, and other sages looked gloomier and gloomier, feeling depressed and humiliated. as a sage, they had not appeared in the world for a long time. Once they appeared, they would attract the attention of the world. This was supposed to be an action that would attract the attention of the world. Never had they thought that they would suffer a bad start, die prematurely, and be reduced to such a situation. Such a shame happened to them, and their reputation would be ruined. How would the world think of them in the future? Thinking about it, Fang Lingsu and others were so depressed that they almost coughed up blood. Taoism pure, are you going to let it go? Yuming asked in a low voice. Of course. The mysterious woman answered casually, it's just a fight between the younger generation, but you bullied me like this. This time I will give you an eye for an eye. Otherwise, do you really think that you can bully him at will because he has no one to rely on? As soon as these words came out, the sages watching the battle in the distance were all shocked. Retribution really came. In the past, all the orthodoxies regarded Lin Sun as a rootless duckweed. Even though he was talented and outstanding, no orthodoxies took him seriously. It was the same in the West Hing boundary. It was the same in the Dongxing boundary. Looking at those orthodoxies that wanted to kill Lin Sun, which one of them had restrained and feared when suppressing Lin Sun? No. What was the reason? It was because they thought that Lin Sun had no one to rely on, and that he was alone and could be slaughtered at will. Now, the mysterious woman's strong appearance was bound to prove Lin Sun's reputation, and those orthodoxies that had targeted and suppressed Lin Sun would not sit still. Do you really intend to become enemies with our orthodoxies? Don't you think it's a bit too much? Fang Lingsu and others were shocked and angry. Too much? If I really wanted to go too far, I would have already killed you. Why should I spare your lives? The mysterious woman's words were very cold. Speaking of this, her voice was suddenly filled with an invisible power, which spread to the whole area. From now on, I will visit each orthodoxy one by one. I will go to whichever orthodoxy that has offended Lin Sun. Isn't it bullying the young? I will too. At this moment, her figure was graceful, and her breath penetrated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Her voice was like the sound of the great way, surging and spreading. Was he going to announce to the world that he was standing up for demon god Lin? Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that from this day forth, fiend god Lin was no longer a rootless duckweed. Standing behind him was a woman with incredible means. Anyone who dared to touch him would have to consider the consequences. This change was bound to shake the world. After all, Lin Sun was regarded as a rogue practitioner without any sect before. He rose to the world alone. Although dazzling, he caused constant disturbances. But in the blink of an eye, a supreme figure had appeared behind him. This background wasn't just frightening, it was enough to make even the ancient orthodoxies unable to sit still. In the distance, Lin Sun's heart was boiling hot. He had an unprecedented shock, but more than that, he was moved. Ever since he had entered the ancient desolation realm, he had been through bloodshed and slaughters, and had tasted dangers and hardships. Even though he had escaped from danger every time, he had also experienced moments of helplessness and anger. When being chased, he could only run. Every time he fled, he would carry with him unwillingness, anger, and humiliation. In the eyes of others, he had escaped from danger time and time again. His rise was dazzling, but who knew what he had paid for it? If he had an absolutely powerful deterrent force, who would choose to flee, who would dare to chase after him again and again? Unfortunately, Lin Sun was a man after all. In this vast ancient desolation realm, if he wanted to rise, he could only endure and grow stronger, waiting for the day when he could take revenge. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would never be able to understand this feeling. Now, the mysterious woman had appeared out of nowhere. Not only did she help him resolve the crisis of life and death, but she also stood up for him and announced it to the world. How could Lin Sun not be moved? Quietly, Lin Sun clenched his fists and controlled his inner emotions. He knew that the mysterious woman was doing this to help him remove the shackles that were blocking his path, so that he could participate in the battle of the world more fairly and seize the opportunity to reach the peak of the King realm. Senior, I won't let you down. Lin Sun murmured in his heart. His heart became extremely firm at this moment. What do you want to do? At the same time, Fang Lingsu and the others changed their expressions abruptly. They almost couldn't believe their ears. To visit their orthodoxies one by one? Obviously, she didn't come with good intentions. Didn't you hear me clearly? The mysterious woman said. Then I'll say it again, bully the weak. Every word made the world shake, the mountains and rivers tremble. As soon as she finished speaking, the mysterious woman no longer hesitated. She waved her sleeves, and rays of bright divine rainbows rushed out and rushed to the 6 sages respectively. Bang! Under everyone's shocked gazes, Fong Lingsu, the sage, was turned into a sheep in the blink of an eye. Bah! Bah! Fong Lingsu roared in horror, but he could only make the sound of a sheep. His 4 hooves were in disorder, and his cultivation of the Saint Tao was completely restrained. It looked very funny. But the sages who were watching from afar were so shocked that they felt cold all over. God, what kind of method was this? How could she turn a sage into a beast? Even Lin Sun was stunned and almost couldn't believe his eyes. This kind of method could absolutely be regarded as the creation of the world and turn the rotten into the magical. No. Seeing this, Sage Yuming was greatly frightened. Turning into a sheep? He absolutely couldn't accept it. He would rather die than be turned into a beast, but before he could struggle, a divine rainbow swept over and enveloped him. Then, with a bang, he also turned into a sheep, bleeding and waving his 4 hooves as if he was having a seizure. The sages who were watching from afar were completely dumbfounded. Earlier, the mysterious woman had said that she regarded Fong Lingsu and the others as beasts. Who would have thought that her words would come true at this moment? How dare you? Sage Dao Kuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He struggled crazily, but it was all in vain. Then, he was also turned into a sheep. Then, Saint Miao Hua, who was paralyzed on the ground, and Saint Fuya, who was tied by the waist, also turned into sheep. The most ridiculous one was Saint Miao Hua. When she woke up from the coma, she opened her mouth to scream, but found that she was bleeding like a sheep. She immediately broke down and banged her head on the ground, trying to kill herself. But the result made her feel desperate and powerless. The horns were too hard, and a pit was dug out on the ground, but her body was unharmed. She couldn't even kill herself. Fortunately, Saint Blood Slaughter, who was nailed in the void, was not turned into a sheep. He was directly beaten back to his original form, a black Tengu, but his body was the same size as a native dog. Except for his black and soft fur, he was no different from an ordinary native dog. So far, 5 of the 6 sages turned into sheep, and 1 was beaten back to his original form, a black dog. Looking from a distance, it seemed absurd and bizarre. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that these 5 sheep and 1 dog were the 6 sages who once stood proudly on the top of the world. The sages who were watching the battle in secret were completely dumbfounded. Such a means was unheard of, unseen, and completely beyond their imagination. It was to the point that their gazes towards the mysterious woman carried an indescribable fear. Ha, ha ha ha. Alu finally couldn't hold back his laughter. He laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. He had been worried about Lin Sun's safety and was furious like a mad bull. But as he watched the battle, he found that the situation had been reversed, which made him ecstatic. At that time, he secretly sighed that Lin Sun deserved to be his big brother. Even his backer was so domineering. Until now, when he saw the funny scene of the sages turning into animals, he was overjoyed. Crack, but the good times didn't last long. Alu was slapped on the forehead. The sloppy old Taoist gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice, "Little bastard, what are you laughing at? Is this something you can laugh at? Shut up. If you cause trouble, I won't wipe your ass for you." As he said, he smiled apologetically and cupped his hands towards the distance. "Ignorant boy, please don't blame me for not knowing the magic of stealing sky for changing sun." The mysterious woman glanced at him and said, "Do you know this method?" The sloppy old Taoist hurriedly shook his head. "I've only heard of it, but I haven't really seen it. After all, it's one of the 9 ancient taboos." "Well, it's all my speculation. Please don't laugh at me and don't misunderstand me." His eyes flickered and his smile was so fake that even Alu could see that the old bastard didn't dare to recognize it, which was very hypocritical. The weirdest thing was that his hypocrisy was very blatant. "I won't misunderstand you, and you'd better not make me misunderstand you." The mysterious woman's voice was clear and cold, with a power that could reach people's hearts. "That's the best." The sloppy old Taoist hurriedly agreed. Seeing this scene, many sages who were watching in secret were all awestruck. They realized that the sloppy old Taoist was also an extraordinary person. Lin Sun, come here. The mysterious woman waved her hand. In an instant, Lin Sun's figure seemed to be teleported and came to the woman. Senior. Lin Sun bowed and saluted. Even at such a close distance, Lin Sun still couldn't see the woman's appearance clearly. She was surrounded by crystal-clear divine rainbows like divine chains of order. She was so holy and transcendent that no one could see her face at all. But her charm could be called peerless. Although they were very close, Lin Sun had the illusion that she was far away and unreachable, just like the bright moon in the sky, which could only be looked up to but could not be touched. Would you like to herd sheep with me? The mysterious woman asked. Herding sheep? Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then he suddenly realized that this was not herding sheep, but herding saints. Yes. He agreed without hesitation, and his heart was full of excitement. Throughout the ages, who dared to turn saints into livestock and herd them, this method could be said to be extraordinary. This courage was enough to shock the world. When the sages who had been turned into sheep and black dogs heard this, they were so shocked that they started to cry out crazily. The sound of bleating and barking rang out incessantly between heaven and earth, as if they were suffering from epilepsy and rabid dog diseases. Saint Mu, the saints who were watching in the dark gasped. A chill surged from their spines to the top of their heads, and their entire bodies emitted cold air as if they were in an ice cave. Originally, it was already humiliating enough for the saints to be turned into animals. But now, that woman intended to worship the saints as if she was herding livestock. This was simply trampling on the dignity of these saints to the limit. Even if they survived in the future, they were bound to be discredited and unable to raise their heads. Who exactly was she? The saints who were watching in the dark felt even more fearful. It was also at this moment that they suddenly noticed that the mysterious woman in the distance had suddenly turned around and swept her gaze over, causing the bodies of these saints to stiffen. Today, I announce to the world that if anyone dares to bully the weak, I don't mind making a trip to your orthodoxies. Her voice was cold and terrifying, causing the expressions of those saints to be uncertain. But if it's a competition between the same generation, I will absolutely not interfere. Her following words caused everyone to be stunned, and then they immediately understood. This woman couldn't be bothered to care about the competition between the younger generation, but if anyone dared to use the name of an ancient orthodoxy and disregard their status to target Lin Sun, then she would definitely pay a visit personally and take revenge. If such a terrifying woman wanted to take revenge, no matter which orthodoxy it was, they would probably have to carefully consider the severe consequences that might arise. Let's go. The mysterious woman took a step forward, causing the mountains and earth to tremble, the wind and clouds to change, auspicious light and divine rays to gush out, and it produced a magnificent and grand scene. When her foot landed, a golden divine ray had already spread out beneath her feet, piercing through the sky and spreading towards the depths of the boundless void. In a daze, everyone seemed to have seen that as the woman moved forward, there were true dragons soaring in the sky, immortal phoenixes circling in the sky, and black tortoises opening the way. Rays of auspicious light fluttered and flowed like a divine rain of light, as if they were protecting and escorting the woman. This scene was like the legendary empress on a journey. Even a saint king probably can't possess such saintly might, right? The hearts of the saints who were watching from afar shook. This rare and almost legendary spectacle made them feel extremely amazed and shocked. In an instant, the woman's figure vanished, and only expanses of divine light flickered and covered the sky like a dream. Lin Sun, a flock of sheep, and a dog disappeared with the woman. Obviously, she had really gone to Saint Mu. The world returned to silence, and the shore of the Star Chess Sea regained its usual calm. However, all the saints who were watching fell silent and did not speak for a long time. They were trying to digest everything they had seen today. The appearance of the 6 saints had already shaken the world. But now, these 6 saints were in trouble and were being herded like livestock. If this scene was spread out, it would definitely shake the entire ancient desolation realm. From today on, who in the world dares to treat Lin Sun as before? Indeed, Lin Sun is talented and has amazing potential. Now he has such a big mountain to rely on. His rise is destined to be unstoppable. I'm just curious, who exactly is that woman? These saints from different orthodoxies were discussing. The battle just now had given them a huge shock. It could be foreseen that this matter couldn't be concealed at all, and it would inevitably cause a great commotion. Old bastard, let's go take a look as well. Alu's face was full of expectation, herding sheep, and a flock of sacred sheep. This scene will definitely be very exciting and rarely seen. The slovenly old Taoist sighed with a complicated expression. It's better not to get involved in this matter. That woman's background is not simple. I thought she had already. Who would have thought? Alas, it's better not to say it. Alu was confused and could not help stamping his feet. Old bastard, what the hell are you trying to say? Crack, the slovenly old Taoist slapped Alu's forehead and scolded, why are you in such a hurry? Do you want to know the secret? Let's talk about it after you reach the peak of the King realm. As he spoke, he grabbed Alu, turned around, and left through the void. Old bastard, what are you going to do? I'm not going back to the village. I'm going to find my big brother. Alu shouted. But no matter how he shouted, he was still taken away. At the shore of the Star Chess Sea, people left one after another. The area was full of people, and finally, peace was restored. Almost immediately, the news spread and shook the entire ancient Desolation realm. Among the sages watching the battle, there was a sage from the Wind Whisperer clan. It was hard for the news to not spread quickly. In the 4 great worlds of the ancient Desolation realm, wherever there was a message tree, it caused a huge commotion. When the 6 sages went out, everyone thought that demon god Lin would definitely die. Who would have thought that such a shocking turn of events would happen? My God! Who is that mysterious woman? How could she suppress all the sages? Everyone was in an uproar, and no area could calm down. Because this battle involved the battle of the Saint State, it was hard not to attract attention. Worshipping the sages, this is unbelievable. When some of the ancient orthodoxies received the news, they were shocked. Quick! Find out more information. No matter what, we have to find out who that mysterious woman is. Some people were anxious. Since when did this demon god Lin have such a backer? Could it be an old antique from some Saint Hermit grounds? All kinds of discussions, guesses, and analyses were happening in different places. The whole world was in a turbulent state. Long before the storm swept the world, the mysterious woman and Lin Sun had already herded a flock of sheep and a black dog to a majestic ancient spirit mountain. Their speed was indeed fast. For Lin Sun, it was only a dozen breaths, but they had already teleported thousands of miles away. Lin Sun couldn't help but yearn for this kind of great void shift using only his own cultivation without the help of the ancient transmission formation. This is the Black Nightmare Mountain, the birthplace of the Black Nightmare Tengu tribe. There are not many tribes that I hate, but this tribe is one of them. The mysterious woman said casually. Woof. Woof. In front of them, the black dog transformed by the bloody massacre Saint barked anxiously. His eyes were full of shame and indignation. But when the mysterious woman looked over, the black dog shivered and whimpered, crawling on the ground and shivering. Lin Sun was in a trance. Was she still a sage? She was so embarrassed even as a dog. We have to hurry up. The woman seemed to have sensed something. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. At this moment, Lin Sun keenly sensed that there was an indescribable chill coming from the woman, as if there was something in the depths of the sky that she hated and rejected. Boom! Before Lin Sun could figure it out, the woman stretched out her hand and patted the void. A boundlessly terrifying blood-red grand formation suddenly surged out from the surroundings of the nearby lofty mountain, and it intended to block this palm strike from afar. But in the blink of an eye, a hole appeared in the formation, and a rain of light scattered about. Lin Sun gasped. If he was right, the formation defending the Black Nightmare Mountain should be a holy formation. Although it was not as terrifying as the Heavenly Cycle Stars formation, it could also be called marvelous. But now, it had been smashed by a palm. Who? Which madman dares to make trouble in my tribe? You're courting death. Along with the explosion of the formation, the scene on Black Nightmare Mountain changed abruptly. Numerous densely packed ancient buildings appeared on the mountain, and they were arranged in an orderly manner that seemed to stretch endlessly. At this moment, a group of cultivators charged out with a murderous aura, and all of them were extremely shocked and furious. They seemed to have never imagined that there would be someone in the world that dared to come to the residence of their Black Nightmare Dog clan and cause trouble. But when they saw a man, a woman, a flock of sheep, and a black dog standing outside the entrance, all of these cultivators were extremely astounded. This scene was too strange. Did they come to Black Nightmare Mountain to herd sheep? And they even brought along a shepherd dog. Wait, but when they took a closer look at the black dog, all of these cultivators were stunned. This isn't a fucking shepherd dog. It's obviously one of their clansmen. In an instant, their expressions became extremely unsightly, and the gazes they shot at Lin Sun and the mysterious woman carried dense killing intent. However, when the mysterious woman casually glanced at them, the bodies of these murderous Black Sea Tengu clan experts stiffened. Their souls were in intense pain, and their vision darkened. After that, all of them tumbled to the ground and fainted without exception. They didn't even have the time to let out a shrill cry. A trace of pity flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. These black dog bastards were probably used to being arrogant, and they were bound to be utterly unable to imagine how terrifying the existence before them was. "Is it very boring?" asked the mysterious woman. Lin Sun shook his head and said with a smile, "No, it's very satisfying." The mysterious woman said, "But I'm not. If I want to bully the weak, then I have to find some fellows with some weight to bully." She gazed towards the depths of Black Nightmare Mountain and said, "Let's go in." As she spoke, she'd already driven a flock of sheep and a dog forward. She was clearly aware that this was the residence of the Black Nightmare Dog clan, and it was comparable to the headquarters of an ancient orthodoxy. But the mysterious woman treated it as if it didn't exist and entered as she pleased. Her imperceptible boldness caused Lin Sun's blood to boil. Boom, as the mysterious woman moved forward, even though the power of the Black Nightmare Mountain's Prohibition formation was fully activated, it collapsed inch by inch like a piece of paper, unable to obstruct her at all. In the process, the experts of the Black Nightmare Dog clan kept rushing out, densely packed like a tide. But before they could even get close, they all fell to the ground one by one. Not a single one of them could remain standing, and it was even more impossible for anyone to obstruct them. Lin Sun was shocked once again. If he also possessed such extraordinary cultivation, where couldn't he go in this vast world? Even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, he could walk on it as if it was flat ground. The Black Nightmare Mountain was extremely large and towering. The spiritual energy on the mountain was dense, and mist curled upwards. Spiritual springs, waterfalls, and exotic plants could be seen everywhere. It was completely the atmosphere of an immortal paradise. But as the mysterious woman and Lin Sun entered, the original peace and tranquility of the Black Nightmare Dog clan's residence was broken, and it became completely turbulent and chaotic. Black Nightmare Mountain, within a majestic hall. A woman was sobbing softly as she complained to an old man in the lead. The woman was Go Yenjin's mother. The old man was the Black Nightmare Tengu clan's leader, Go Xianxia. He was a terrifying existence who had stepped into the longevity ninth tribulation realm and was just a step away from the sage realm. Clan leader, you watched Yenjin grow up. Now that he died by the Star Chess Ocean, I hate him so much. Go Xianxia said unhappily, Lord Bloody Slaughter has already attacked. That little bastard Lin Sun will definitely be killed. Isn't that enough to make you feel better? Truthfully speaking, when he heard the news of Go Yenjin's death, it caused him to be extremely furious as well. Go Yenjin was a peerless genius of their clan, and Go Yenjin was a peerless genius that had an extremely high chance of stepping foot into the king realm in this world. But now, he had been killed. But the Star Chess Ocean is enveloped by a supreme restriction. If that little bastard is hiding in there, Lord Bloody Slaughter will. The woman was unwilling. However, before she could finish, Go Xianxia interrupted her with a frown, how dare you? Are you doubting Lord Bloody Slaughter's strength? The sage realm is like the heavens. How can you estimate it? The woman's body trembled. She was frightened. Go Xianxia's tone softened, don't worry. It's not just Lord Bloody Slaughter this time. There are 5 other sages attacking together. That little bastard Lin Sun has no chance of survival. Boom, at this moment, a violent explosion came from the foot of the mountain. The entire Black Nightmare Mountain shook, and the hall was affected. Instantly, the tables, chairs, decorations, teacups, and other utensils in the hall shook, falling to the ground and shattering. What happened? Go Xianxia stood up, his expression darkening. Two terrifying beams of blood light shot out from his eyes. Clan leader, it's bad. Someone has attacked our Black Nightmare Mountain, an expert outside the hall shouted in panic. How dare they? Do you know which orthodoxy it is? They must be tired of living. Go Yanghai was furious. Their Black Nightmare Tengu clan was spread throughout the ancient Desolation region. They were powerful, and they were the only ones invading others. When had they ever been attacked? Even the ancient orthodoxies did not dare to do this. There's only a man and a woman. Oh, right, there's also a herd of sheep, the expert reported. A flock of sheep? Go Yanghai was caught off guard and almost couldn't believe his ears. Is it a strong man of the Qingyang bloodline? No, they are just a group of ordinary beasts. The expert was also dumbfounded and did not know how to explain. I don't care who he is. Since he dares to come to my Black Nightmare Mountain and behave atrociously, he can forget about leaving alive no matter who he is. Go Yanghai's face was cold, and his killing intent surged as he walked out of the hall. Boom, the Black Nightmare Mountain was shaking violently. The mountain rocks collapsed, the ancient trees exploded, and the spiritual spring water stopped flowing. Waves of miserable cries rang out. The mysterious woman paced about with an extraordinary bearing. Sparkling and translucent divine rainbows lingered around her. In front of her, there was a flock of sheep and a dog. It looked as if they were herding cattle in the mountains. But as she moved forward, the Black Sea Tengu clan's experts that charged towards her fell to the ground as if they had been struck by lightning before they could even get close to her. The mysterious woman didn't even spare him a glance, and her graceful figure continued to ascend the mountain. Lin Sun followed them and saw this scene with his eyes. He felt very happy in his heart. When he was in the West Hang boundary, he was chased by the Black Sea Tengu clan. Even when he reached the Dongxing boundary, they still didn't give up and targeted him like ghosts. But now, everything was reversed. He was brought along and directly ascended the gate of the Black Sea Tengu clan. They advanced as if they were entering an uninhabited land. They were truly unstoppable. Who are you? How dare you? Don't you know that this is the territory of the Black Sea Tengu clan? In the distance, a strong man who had stepped into the Qing realm shouted. But when his gaze fell on the mysterious woman, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. You are. Saint. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his soul, and he fell to the ground softly. Behind this Qing realm, there were more than 10 strong men following. When they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Then, they all fell to the ground with a thud. The mysterious woman seemed to be walking forward step by step, but in reality, every step she took seemed to shrink the ground into an inch. Her speed was extremely fast. When she reached halfway up the mountain, the path behind her was already filled with bodies. Most of them didn't even have time to react before they fainted from the shock. There were also some who died on the spot, their blood staining the mountain. The reason was that they had spoken rudely and insulted her, causing them to lose their lives. The ground was a mess, and it was extremely terrifying. Oh my God, run! In the distance, the strong men of the Black Sea Tengu clan who saw this scene were scared out of their wits. They turned and fled up the mountain. They had all seen clearly that there was no way for them to fight back. The difference was too great. A bunch of trash, back off. Suddenly, Go Yanghai's incomparably majestic voice rang out, reverberating throughout the Black Sea Mountain. At the same time, the mysterious woman stepped on the mountain path and appeared at the peak of the mountain. The peak of the Black Sea Mountain was extremely flat and spacious. Ancient buildings stood in great numbers, the sea of clouds steamed, and spiritual clouds curled up. It was like an otherworldly pure land. A ray of light shone on the mysterious woman's body, giving her a dreamy aura. Sage. With just a glance, Go Yanghai, who had been raging with rage, calmed down completely as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him. He couldn't help but look shocked and solemn. Sage, these 2 words made the restless and panicked strong men of the Black Sea Tengu clan freeze on the spot, their bodies stiff. The surroundings were deathly silent. All eyes fell on the same place. A man, a woman, a flock of sheep, and a black dog. This scene was bizarre and absurd no matter how one looked at it. Even Go Yanghai felt dizzy. A sage had come to kill them, but brought a flock of sheep and a dog. It was strange no matter how one looked at it. "It's you, you little bastard." Suddenly, a scream sounded. A woman stared at Lin Sun, who was beside the mysterious woman, with hatred, as if she wanted to bite him. Go Yanghai's heart skipped a beat. He recognized Lin Sun as well. He had been shocked by the mysterious woman earlier, so he didn't immediately recognize who the young man was. This lad wasn't dead. Didn't this mean that Lord Bloody Slaughter was heading to the Sea of Stars? Thinking of this, Go Yanghai's heart trembled. His expression was uncertain, and he found it hard to believe. Clan leader. Kill him. Kill him to avenge my son. The woman's scream caused Go Yanghai's expression to change slightly. He suddenly struck out and knocked the woman unconscious. This was purely a subconscious action. He knew that the consequences of shouting in front of a sage were too severe. After so many years, the Black Sea Mountain is still the same. It's filthy and smelly, the mysterious woman spoke. The mysterious woman spoke. She casually sized up the surroundings and seemed a bit disappointed. Her voice was calm, but it was like the sonorous voice of the great Tao. It emitted a supreme majesty that shrouded the world, causing everyone present to tense up and feel an indescribable pressure. May I know why you've come? Go Yanghai took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, ignoring the disgust in the mysterious woman's words. However, at that moment, an extremely old voice sounded, Yanghai, you may step down. I can only receive a sage personally. Along with the voice, a skinny old man in a black robe with a face full of wrinkles appeared out of thin air and entered the field. Lord Bloody Star. Go Yanghai and the other Black Sea dogs present were all refreshed. The depression and panic in their hearts were swept away. Bloody Star Sage was an old monster who had been in closed-door training for nearly 8,000 years. For Go Yanghai and the others, he was definitely a pillar who could make them feel at ease. Fellow Daoist, why did you drive a flock of sheep here? Bloody Star Sage's voice was old as he looked at the mysterious woman calmly. As for Lin Sun, he was directly ignored by him. First, I want to help this lad vent his anger. Second, I want to make a deal with you. The mysterious woman said casually. Only then did Bloody Star Sage look at Lin Sun. At that moment, Lin Sun felt an unprecedented pressure. Even his divine soul was trembling. It was as if a mere gaze was enough to kill him. If your eyes are not good, I can help you take them out. It's useless to keep them anyway. As soon as the mysterious woman said this, Lin Sun felt the pressure and discomfort all over his body disappear. At the same time, Bloody Star Sage also withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, don't joke around, Taoism friend. I'm just curious why someone like you would not hesitate to kill your way into my Black Nightmare Mountain for a junior. It's very simple. You bullied the young, so I had no choice but to come personally, the mysterious woman said casually. Bloody Star Sage was stunned. Seeing this, Go Yanghai quickly explained through voice transmission. In an instant, Bloody Star Sage's expression changed slightly. With a terrifying divine light surging in his eyes, he said, Taoism friend, may I know what happened at the shore of the Star Chest Sea? The mysterious woman said, you will naturally know after this deal is done. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed at the black dog that was crawling with its head buried in the ground, looking so ashamed that it wanted to find a hole to hide in. She said, I'll sell this dog's life to you. This black dog was none other than the blood-slaughtered saint. The Black Nightmare Mountain was his lair, and now, he, a saint, was being chased to his own clan and was even being sold to his own clansmen. This was undoubtedly too humiliating. He was so ashamed that he wanted to die and was about to go crazy. If I'm not mistaken, this is a member of my clan, Bloody Star Sage said with a frown. Never mind, there's no need to say more. How do you intend to carry out this deal? 10 segments of ancestral root divine bamboo will do, the mysterious woman said. Ancestral root divine bamboo, everyone's expression changed drastically. This was the supreme treasure of their Black Nightmare lineage. It was a unique divine material in the world. In the entire world, only their clan's ancestral root ground could nurture such a divine material. Moreover, ancestral root divine bamboo could only grow one segment every 3,000 years. The production was extremely limited. If they sold it, it would not even be enough for their own clan. the mysterious woman asked for 10 segments of ancestral root divine bamboo. It was clearly an exorbitant demand. Everyone was indignant, thinking that the mysterious woman was demanding an exorbitant price. She obviously thought that their clan was easy to bully. The black dog on the ground, except for its smooth black fur, looked extremely cowardly. It had been crawling on the ground since it appeared, wishing it could stuff its head into a crack in the ground. How could such a good-for-nothing be worth 10 sections of ancestral divine bamboo? If the bloody massacre saint on the ground knew what they were thinking, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. Good for nothing? This was simply unbearable. Fellow practitioner, our black demon dog clan has tens of thousands of descendants. Don't you think it's a bit too much to ask for 10 sections of ancestral divine bamboo from one of us? The Bloodstar Saint said slowly. Although he was extremely old and looked like he had one foot in the grave, there was an invisible majesty about him. So, you think this dog is not worth the price? The mysterious woman asked. No, not at all, the Bloodstar Saint said. At most, it's worth 3 sections of ancestral divine bamboo, and that's for your sake. Otherwise, before he finished his words, his meaning had been made clear. Even so, the other strong practitioners of the Black Demon Dog clan still looked gloomy. Many of their clansmen were injured along the way, and now they had to be extorted by the other party. It was so frustrating. Lin Sun almost burst out laughing with a weird expression. If this old guy knew the identity of this dog, he would probably slap his own face. In that case, I won't sell this dog, the mysterious woman said. Woof. Woof. At this time, the bloody massacre saint, who had turned into a black dog, raised his head and barked at the Bloodstar Saint, looking extremely angry. How dare you? How dare you be so rude to me? Go Xianxia, who had been holding back his anger for a long time, kicked at the dog without hesitation. Bang, the black dog flew backward and smashed on a rock more than 30 meters away. Smoke and dust filled the air, looking extremely embarrassed. Lin Sun was stunned and almost gave Go Xianxia a thumbs up. He deserved to be the patriarch of the Black Demon Dog clan. He kicked a saint away. Woof. 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 The black dog rushed out as if it had gone mad. Its howls grew louder and louder as if it had gone mad again. Go Xianxia's face turned ashen when he saw that this fellow was so stupid. Just as he was about to teach him a lesson, the Bloodstar Saint seemed to have noticed something and cried out, "Stop!" An explosive shout was like muffled thunder that shook the heavens and the earth, and it shook Go Xianxia to the point he staggered and almost fell to the ground. The others were also terrified, their expressions changing greatly, not understanding what was going on. You are Xue too? Xue Xing's eyes shot out a terrifying divine light as he stared at the barking black dog. At this moment, Lin Sun clearly saw that there were traces of tears in Black Dog's eyes. He didn't know whether it was tears of joy or something else. The entire place was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the black dog on the ground, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Lord Blood Butcher, this black dog, how could it be Lord Xue too? This was especially true for Go Xianxia. He had just given the black dog a hard kick and was planning to teach it a lesson. Who would have thought that such a reversal would occur? All of a sudden, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. The scene in front of him was so interesting that it could be recalled many times. In the end, the Bloodstar Saint confirmed this fact. His face suddenly became extremely gloomy and cold. His eyes locked on the mysterious woman like lightning. Fellow practitioner. Are you here to humiliate the Dark Nightmare tribe? The others were also furious and felt extremely humiliated. A saint was being ordered around and sold like a dog. Who could tolerate this? The mysterious woman said calmly. Humiliate? Not really. It's just a punishment for him. If you are not satisfied, you can have a fight with me. Her casual words revealed an indescribable domineering aura that made heaven and earth tremble as if they were bowing down to her. Those who were below the saint realm felt a buzzing sound in their heads and saw stars. They felt so oppressed that they almost suffocated. At this moment, the mysterious woman seemed to have turned into a dominator. Her supreme momentum made the Bloodstar Saint's face change. Woof. Woof. The black dog barked again, seeming extremely anxious. The Blood Star Saint communicated with it through his divine soul. No one knew what the two said, but the Blood Star Saint's expression changed. When he raised his head to look at the mysterious woman again, his eyes were filled with deep shock and disbelief. Lin Sun could roughly guess that the Blood Star Saint had probably already learned about what happened at the Star Chess Sea. "Alright, let's do as you say." In the end, the Blood Star Saint took a deep breath and made a decision. He immediately ordered someone to bring a wooden box. 10 sections of bamboo were neatly placed in the box. This bamboo was completely jade white and snow white, and the surface of every single segment was actually branded with strange markings of the Tao. Moreover, there were strands of lightning that seemed like hairs flowing through it, and it emanated extremely dense vitality. This was the divine bamboo that was nurtured in the Dark Nightmare Dog tribe's ancestral land. It would only grow one section every 3,000 years. It was a divine material that could only be found by luck. The mysterious woman glanced at it and ordered Lin Sun to accept it. The Blood Star Saint felt a pang in his heart. 10 sections of ancestral source divine bamboo was equivalent to 30,000 years of savings flying away. "Are you satisfied now?" the Blood Star Saint said in a low voice. "Almost." The mysterious woman nodded. She then glanced at everyone present and said, "This time, I'm just here to visit. If there's another incident where I bully the weak, it won't be as simple as just a visit." This was a silent threat, everyone could hear it, but the Blood Star Sage eventually suppressed his killing intent and said, "If that's the case, can you let him go now?" In the end, the mysterious woman left the Blood Star Saint and left with Lin Sun with a flock of sheep. When they came, they broke through the mountain gate and entered an unstoppable place, forcing the Blood Star Saint to bow his head. When they left, no one dared to stop them. No one dared to stop them. This style was an eye-opener for Lin Sun. If they had such means, even if they were alone and had no one to rely on, no one would dare to bully them. "Sir, why did you agree to his request? Can't our tribe keep a Blood Star Saint here?" After a long time, Xianxia gnashed his teeth and said. Today's incident could be said to be an extremely heavy blow to their entire race, and it was an extraordinary humiliation. "Did you notice that flock of sheep?" the Blood Star Saint asked expressionlessly. Xianxia was stunned. He had a bad premonition and said, "Could it be? Yes, that's the Blood Star Saint of the other 5 orthodoxies. If this woman wants to kill people, how many people do you think will survive this time?" the Blood Star Saint said coldly. Xianxia felt cold all over. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. "Xianxia, as the patriarch, you don't even have this little insight. No wonder your cultivation has been stuck in the 9 calamities of longevity realm and you can't step into the saint realm." On the other side, the Blood Star Saint, who had recovered, said coldly. Xianxia's scalp was numb. He didn't dare to look at the Blood Star Saint's eyes. Just now, he had kicked the Blood Star Saint away, although it was unintentional. If the Blood Star Saint looked into it, the consequences would not be good. But, should I just let it go? Xianxia felt aggrieved. Of course not. The Blood Star Saint said without hesitation. His old face was cold, and his scarlet eyes burst out a terrible bloody light. "No matter who it is, whoever dares to humiliate my clan must pay 10 times or even 100 times the price." He took a deep breath and ordered, "Investigate. No matter what price we have to pay, we must find out the details and origin of this woman. Even if we can't take revenge now, we will do it in the future." Even though his words were extremely ruthless, everyone was able to discern that it was bound to be impossible for them to immediately take revenge before they figured out the background of that mysterious woman. This made them feel even more upset. This treasure should be called Calamity Divine Bamboo. It grows in destruction and goes through a tribulation every 3,000 years. Each time, it can obtain a thunder spiritual liquid from the thunder tribulation. This liquid can not only bring the dead back to life, but also has immeasurable benefits for cultivation. It can be regarded as a real spiritual medicine. A bright golden ray of light stretched out and penetrated through the boundless space. The mysterious woman stood on it, and she was guiding Lin Sun and telling him about the origins of the ancestral root divine bamboo. Lin Sun finally understood the value of the 10 pieces of thunder bamboo in his hand. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as he took the thunder spiritual liquid in the bamboo tube, he could instantly recover to his peak state. Moreover, it could also temper the Taoist root, nourish the soul, purify the mind and so on. It was absolutely not an exaggeration to say that this treasure was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. I didn't expect the Black Sea Dog clan to have such a magical bamboo. Lin Sun thought. Do you want to uproot this bamboo? The mysterious woman asked suddenly. Lin Sun shook his head and said, no, not for the time being. So you plan to do so in the future? The mysterious woman said, however, I advise you not to think about this treasure before you become a great sage. Great sage? Lin Sun was shocked. Yes, there are real and fake sages in this world, and there are different levels on the road of true sage. The mysterious woman nodded and pointed out to Lin Sun. There were two kinds of fake sages. The first kind was when they reached the King Realm, they had to use the Tao Seed to build the foundation of King Realm because they couldn't build the Tao Seed of Self. This kind of people also had the Tao Seed, and could understand the way of longevity and pass the tribulation of longevity. But because the Tao Seed didn't belong to them, becoming a sage was already the end of their road. The simplest way to judge this kind of fake sage was to see if they could condense the law of divine Tao. If they didn't have the law of divine Tao, they were the most inferior existence in the sage realm. Of course, this kind of inferior was for the sage realm. For the practitioners below the sage realm, even this kind of fake sage was an existence that they could only look up to. It was not an exaggeration to say that the sage realm was like the sky. P.S. The goldfish broke out for 2 days in a row, and tomorrow it wants to break out again. Do you support it? If you do, throw your monthly votes. In short, the first kind of pseudo-holiness had been determined from the moment he became a king. This was the difference between the original Tao Seed and the fake Tao Seed. The original Tao Seed gathered the cultivation of the practitioner. The higher the quality, the farther, stronger and higher he could go on the road of immortality. The fake Tao Seed belonged to an external force, which was to match one's own cultivation with the Tao Seed that didn't belong to oneself. In cultivation, the power that didn't belong to oneself was an external force after all, and the fake Tao Seed was the same. The second kind of pseudo-holiness was different. According to the mysterious woman, those who stepped into the saint realm in the world could be called pseudo-holiness as long as they followed the established path of cultivation. This kind of sage could also comprehend the law of divine Tao and seek the way of holiness. But because they followed the path of cultivation that people had walked in the past, their achievements were doomed. However, the mysterious woman also said that in the eyes of the world's practitioners, the second kind of pseudo-holiness was already a true sage. They mastered the power completely different from the first kind of pseudo-holiness and could comprehend the law of divine Tao. This was the difference of vision. In the eyes of people like the mysterious woman, although there were differences between the first kind of pseudo-holiness and the second kind of pseudo-holiness, they were doomed to have limited achievements after all. But in the eyes of others, they were destined not to think so. A sage without a sage is a true sage, and the Tao without Tao is the great way. Lin Sun suddenly murmured, thinking of a strange experience in the past. There was an ice and snow tree in the mulberry forest of the bloodthirsty battlefield, on which there was a golden cicada and a white cicada. Both of them were terrible existences who had stepped into the saint realm. By chance, Lin Sun once had a strange chat with the golden cicada, and the cicada had said this at that time. Hey, who told you this? The mysterious woman was stunned and seemed to be a little surprised. Lin Sun didn't hide it and told her the experience of chatting with the golden cicada. Golden cicada. The mysterious woman seemed to think of something and fell into silence. This is a madman whose stubbornness is admirable. Back then, he made a sacred wish that one day, all living things in the world could become saints. The mysterious woman seemed to sigh with emotion, and her chilly voice carried a trace of reminiscence. Everyone knows that it's impossible, but this madman has always been searching for it. Forget it, I won't talk about it. She shook her head, as if she didn't want to wallow in her memories. It was as if she couldn't bear to recall them. Lin Sun originally wanted to ask about the origin of the golden cicada, but when he saw this, he immediately held back, knowing that he wouldn't get an answer even if he asked. However, he's right. A saint without a saint is a true saint, and a Taoist Tao is a grand Tao. A true saint has to establish an unprecedented path towards the Tao. At this point, the mysterious woman sighed and said, "This requirement is too harsh. Since ancient times, most of the people who have stepped into the saint realm have never been able to open their own path of divinity. Most of the peerless sages I know have died here too, unable to take the next step. It's simply too difficult. Have you ever set foot on this path? Linson couldn't help asking. The mysterious woman was startled, and she said after a while, "You can say that. You'll naturally understand when you step into the saint realm." Next, she briefly explained the saint realm. Above the saint realm was the great saint, which meant great and immeasurable. Above the great saint was the king of saint, also regarded as the king of saint. As for whether there was a higher realm above the king of saint, the mysterious woman didn't say, and Linson didn't ask. But no matter whether it was the true saint or the false saint, no matter the level of the saint realm, it was still a little far away for Linson at present. After all, he hadn't even stepped into the king's realm. Reaching beyond one's reach was a taboo in cultivation. Crack, suddenly, a clear and melodious sound that sounded like glass shattering resounded in the sky. The mysterious woman suddenly raised her head, looking cold and frightening. A horrifying spatial rift had suddenly appeared in the clear sky, and it was like a hole had been torn open in the sky. One could vaguely see the shadow of a spear filled with supreme majesty looming in the crack of the void. Linson's hair stood on end. He felt an unprecedented oppressive and fatal aura, which made him stiff all over. His soul, Taoist heart, and even his cultivation all showed a sign of collapse. Clatter, the mysterious woman waved her hand, and a divine rainbow shrouded Linson and moved him to a very far place. She stood under the crack with a calm look, but her aura became more and more frightening. Not far away, a flock of sheep was shivering and crawling there like mud. Their eyes were full of horror. It seemed that they didn't expect that such a terrible thing would happen suddenly. Clang, the spear's shadow made a sound, and the area was roaring. Suddenly, the world was filled with an indescribable atmosphere of killing and destruction. The world was turned upside down, and the universe was changing. This world seemed to be facing the punishment of God. It came ahead of time, the mysterious woman said to herself. She didn't avoid it, but stood there quietly. Thousands of divine rainbows appeared around her, which made her figure extraordinary and dreamy. Crack! Crack, in the crack in the void, the shadow of the spear gradually condensed and swept out from the broken sky, shattering the nearby void. The shadow of the spear was too horrible. It was intertwined with the supreme power of Tao and law, like a spear of judgment from heaven. Just like in the past, the mysterious woman didn't avoid it because it was useless to avoid it. Because it was the Tao severance spear, and it was like the embodiment of the will of the heaven Tao. Its origins were unfathomable, and it represented inauspiciousness and death. Bang, the spear finally appeared completely. It was too dazzling and blazing, and it was suffused with a boundlessly terrifying aura of slaughter as it smashed down from the sky. At this instant, the flock of sheep that was formed from the 5 saints felt terror as if their souls were about to leave their bodies, and they directly fainted. This was undoubtedly extremely terrifying because the aura emanated by a single spear had actually caused 5 saints to be knocked out in unison. Would anyone dare to believe it if news of this were to spread? At the same time, the mysterious woman didn't avoid it. She pressed her finger together and pointed out, and then the myriad of divine rainbows that coiled around her suddenly flashed out and converged at the tip of her finger. As expected, the tip of her finger collided with the spear. Bang, it was like the heavens and the earth were collapsing. The blazing energy of the laws of order transformed into a monstrous chaotic flow that instantly erupted and swept through the world. It was hard to imagine what kind of supreme and terrifying power this was. It seemed to be able to collapse the sky, break the Great Way, and create a destructive aura that was enough to make all living beings in the world despair. Linson suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and his soul was buzzing. Even with the protection of the divine rainbows, he still felt a kind of boundless fear in his mind. Then, he couldn't see anything. After a long time, when Linson's vision became clear again, he saw that the world had already returned to its original state. The sky was still the same, without a trace of being broken. On the earth, the mountains and rivers were still there, and even the grass and trees were intact. It seemed that what he had just seen was just a nightmare that had never happened at all. But when he saw the mysterious woman, Linson was shocked because there was a bowl-sized hole in her left shoulder. Moreover, her figure became more and more blurred and hazy, like smoke, as if it would dissipate at any time. This is the power of Tao severance from the great way of the ancient desolation territory. Anyone who sets foot on the forbidden path of the Saint Realm will be targeted by it. The mysterious woman said casually. When she turned around to look at Lin Sun, the wound on her left shoulder had disappeared. The power of Tao severance. Lin Sun suddenly remembered that he had seen such a scene in the ancient temple left by holy monk Du Ji in the Xitigarbha temple in the depths of the Boundary River. At that time, through the white jade lotus throne, he was even lucky enough to see the scene when holy monk Du Ji and holy Black Phoenix Empress practiced together. It was like a dream of thousands of years. But in the end, the two sages died at the same time. The one who killed them was an imposing golden figure. The reason was that the two sages created a Dharma scripture together, which violated some taboo power, so that the power of Tao severance came. And the golden figure came from the same place as the power of Tao severance. Thinking of this, Lin Sun was shocked. Today, he had witnessed such a taboo power with his own eyes, and the mysterious woman could survive the power of Tao severance, which was extremely terrifying. "Senior, are you all right?" Lin Sun put aside the distractions in his mind and asked. "I'm fine. I can stay for a while." The mysterious woman looked very calm. "But time is running out. I have to change my schedule." As she said, her figure flashed and suddenly evolved into 5 doppelgangers. Each doppelganger was exactly the same as her and had the same amazing aura. "I will send these 5 sheep to different orthodoxies to sell. Are you going to go to the Boundary River with me or to a certain orthodoxy?" the mysterious woman asked. Originally, according to her plan, she would take Lin Sun to visit the remaining 5 orthodoxies one by one, but it seemed that the appearance of the power of Tao severance changed this idea. "The Boundary River?" Lin Sun was stunned. "Yes, only in the Boundary River can we infer the time of the coming Great Era, and we can also see how different this Great Era is." As soon as the mysterious woman's voice fell, Lin Sun said without hesitation, "I'll go to the Boundary River with you." "You really don't want to go to the heaven-reaching sword sect or the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure? This is a rare opportunity. Even if it's just a doppelganger, it won't let you suffer any harm." The mysterious woman seemed to mean something. "I'm not going." Although Lin Sun felt regretful, he also knew that even if he went there, it would be no different from going to the Black Sea Tengu tribe. Although it would make him feel happy, it was meaningless after all. If he could follow the mysterious woman to see the signs of the coming Great Era, it would undoubtedly be the most precious experience. "Okay." The mysterious woman nodded. Her 5 doppelgangers moved together, each driving a sheep, riding the divine rainbow, and moved through the void to the 5 orthodoxies. And she took Lin Sun to the east. The numinous treasure hallowed land. Verdant Cliff Plateau, true martial hall. All the higher-ups were gathered here. There were men and women, young and old, and even the weakest amongst them was at the king realm. The person with the highest status was a young man in a jade robe and a crown. The young man was handsome. He sat there casually, yet the aura he emanated pressured all the great figures present here to the point they felt suffocated. Moreover, all of these great figures sat upright while their expressions carried a wisp of solemnity and even reverence. The young man wasn't a young man any longer. He was an old fellow that had stepped foot into the Saint Realm a few thousand years ago, and his name was Yu Jun. His cultivation was unfathomable. Humiliation. Yu Jun broke the deathly silence in the hall, and it caused the hearts of everyone present to jerk while their expressions changed indeterminately. "Since the ancient times until now, my numinous treasure hallowed land has never suffered such humiliation." Yu Jun's voice was indifferent while every single word he spoke was sonorous like thunder, and it emanated a great dignity that terrified the soul as it rumbled and surged through the hall. However, after that, Yu Jun changed the topic, and his voice eased up. "This can't be blamed on anyone. Who would have imagined that such an extraordinary figure would actually be standing by the side of a tiny ant?" Everyone heaved sighs of relief in their hearts while they revealed complicated expressions. "My lord, then what should we do? Just wait helplessly for that woman to pay us a visit?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "What else can we do besides wait?" Yu Jun sighed lightly. "Saint Dao Kuan is still in her hands. No matter how furious and humiliated we are, we can only endure it this time." The others felt a wave of sorrow and rage in their hearts when they heard this. As an ancient sect that was second to none in the world, when had they ever suffered such treatment? My lord, are you able to deduce exactly who that woman is? Could it be that even with the resources and reserves of our numinous treasure-hallowed land, we can't afford to offend her? Someone asked. Then we have to meet her first. Perhaps we'll be able to discover some clues. Yu Yujin's eyes suddenly focused when he spoke up to hear. His eyes suddenly focused, and he stood up abruptly. That woman is here. All of you, come with me to meet her. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked out of the hall. A grand path formed from golden rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky above verdant cliff plateau, and then a graceful and hazy figure floated out from within it. In front of her, there was a goat being herded. Even though they had already learned of what had happened at the shores of the Sea of Stars, the important figures of the spiritual treasure Holy Land still felt extremely humiliated and furious when they saw this scene. Turning a saint into a beast, the woman had really driven the sheep that Saint Dao Kun had transformed into here, and she was all by herself, as if she was fearless. Although this graceful figure was an incarnation of the mysterious woman, it was no different from her original body. At this moment, her gaze swept across the crowd that was walking over from afar, and she said in a cold voice, "It seems that all of you are very angry?" "I wouldn't dare," someone said expressionlessly. Boom, the mysterious woman took a step forward. In an instant, a terrifying and boundless might radiated from her graceful figure, causing the heavens and earth to rumble. Thump. 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 It was unknown how many high-ranking figures were instantly suppressed to the ground, and they rolled on the ground in disorder. They didn't even have the power to resist. Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this? Yu Yujin's expression darkened, and a wave of saintly might radiated from his body to neutralize the terrifying aura from the mysterious woman. However, what shocked him was that in terms of the confrontation of might, his might was fiercely suppressed as soon as it approached. Boom, in an instant, Yu Yujin's body also shook, as if he was suppressed by the wind, the sea, and the boundless sun. This kind of near-supreme power caused his expression to change again, and he finally realized how terrifying this mysterious woman was. As for the other important figures present, they were all suppressed to the ground at this moment. They were shocked and furious, and they looked extremely pathetic. No one dared to speak anymore. Such saintly might wasn't something they could withstand at all. At the same time, the mysterious woman retracted her might and said, "You're bullying the weak. Can't you see that?" Yu Yujin's expression immediately turned gloomy. This was not just bullying the weak, it was simply looking down on the spiritual treasure Holy Land. However, although he was furious, Yu Yujin finally held back when he saw the sheep prostrating beside the mysterious woman. Similar scenes happened at almost the same time in the Heavenly Sword sect, the Heavens Pivot Holy Land, the vast Sea Daoist sect, and the Pure Land of Longevity. No matter how angry and aggrieved these orthodoxies were, they ultimately held back. The mysterious woman was only paying them a visit, and she didn't start a massacre. Moreover, she was holding the lives of the 5 sages who had turned into sheep in her hands, so these orthodoxies could only hold back. In the end, when the mysterious woman left, she obtained a sum of money from selling sheep that was enough to make these orthodoxies' hearts ache. For example, a bottle of gold wind due from the spirit treasure Sacred Land. Even though it only contained 9 drops, the value of every single drop could be said to be immeasurable, and it wasn't inferior to the lightning origin spiritual liquid contained within a section of myriad tribulation lightning bamboo at all. Another example was a bottle of spirit condensation powder from the Heavenly Sword sect. It was also a top-notch treasure that could only be found by luck. In short, the mysterious woman's trip to herd sheep could be said to be full of rewards. And the terrifying power that she displayed also shocked and frightened these orthodoxies. No matter who it was, no matter how much they hated her, they could only hold it in. The only thing that made these orthodoxies feel at ease was that when she returned those captured sages, the mysterious woman returned the saint treasures of their respective orthodoxies. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the matter to end so smoothly. This was utterly impossible to conceal. Not long after the mysterious woman left the various orthodoxies, this news seemed as if it had grown wings and spread towards the different areas of the 4 worlds in the ancient Desolation region. For a time, it caused an uproar and shock. On the other hand, the guess of the mysterious woman's identity became the topic that countless orthodoxies and cultivators paid the most attention to. Who is she? What relationship does she have with devil god Lin? A mighty uproar arose in the entire world because of this. The undeniable fact was that the reputation of the Heavenly Sword sect and all the other ancient orthodoxies had suffered a huge blow after this incident, and they were covered in dirt and lost all face. From today onward, anyone who wanted to go against devil god Lin was bound to have to consider the consequences. This uproar was extremely great, and it was even to the extent that some saints that lived in seclusion in the world were alarmed and started to pay attention to it. Violet Myrtle Mountain, the Yi clan. Yichen was drinking wine to his heart's content, and he seemed to be enjoying himself. From the moment he found out that Lin Sun was fine, he started drinking. Up until now, there was a pile of empty wine jars on the ground. "Young master, if you continue drinking, you'll really get drunk," a maid at the side reminded him in a clear voice. "You don't understand. I'm practicing my alcohol tolerance." Yichen was drowsy from being drunk, and he spoke vaguely. "Why are you practicing your alcohol tolerance?" "Of course it's to completely knock that guy out." "Could it be that guy's alcohol tolerance is greater than young master's?" When she spoke up to this point, the maid instantly noticed that the young master was already drunk. He reclined on the soft chair with a drunken appearance, and he was still muttering, "Satisfying, really satisfying, who's that guy?" The maid had a puzzled expression. "Little Tian, your friend is fine. Now you can rest assured, right?" the old woman asked with a smile. "Great-grandmother, I'll say it again. He's not my friend," Laughing at the Heavens corrected her seriously. Laughing at the Heavens corrected her seriously, "Of course I can rest assured that he's alive, because I want to wash away the shame and save my face, so I have to defeat him." The old woman let out an "oh" sound and said, "Then, do you think you can defeat him?" Laughing at the Heavens said without hesitation, "Not now, but definitely in the future. Of course, before that, I'll first defeat that guy Yichen. This guy is too pretentious, I've never liked him since I was young." His words were impassioned, and he had a disdainful and arrogant attitude. "You're ambitious," the old woman praised with a smile. Few people knew that the sword and saber duo of the Northern Dipper world had known each other since they were young, and until now, neither of them had been convinced by the other. Zhao Jingxian was sitting in front of a desk, writing a letter, and humming a little tune. Her expression was relaxed and joyful. Her handwriting was different from that of ordinary women. It was strong and free, like a dragon or snake rising from the land, and it was powerful and natural. "Junior sister Jingxian, what song are you humming?" Yan Zhanqiu's voice sounded outside the room. This was the forbidden area of the back mountain. Although she was temporarily grounded here, it didn't mean that Zhao Jingxian couldn't hear the news of the outside world. If it were a few days ago, Zhao Jingxian wouldn't have bothered to respond to Yan Zhanqiu's voice. But now, she was in an exceptionally good mood, and she replied casually, "Heavenly Sun's song." "Very good." Yan Zhanqiu was startled, and he nodded. "Of course it's very good. This song is related to Lin Sun." As soon as Zhao Jingxian finished speaking, Yan Zhanqiu, who was standing outside the room, frowned and said, "Junior sister Jingxian, can you tell me how he obtained the 9 transformations of the calamity dragon?" The joy in Zhao Jingxuan's heart instantly disappeared, and she felt a little disappointed. She said coldly, "You're asking me, but how would I know?" Yan Zhanqiu sighed, "Forget it, I'll ask him personally when I have the chance in the future." "You still want to be his enemy?" Zhao Jingxuan's clear eyes turned cold. Yan Zhanqiu shrugged and said, "Everyone knows that as long as one doesn't bully the weak, anyone can spar with Lin Sun. My cultivation level is similar to his, so if there's a chance to spar, it won't be considered bullying." Zhao Jingxian fell silent for a moment, and she suddenly smiled. "Then I'll wish senior brother Yan good luck." "You?" Yan Zhanqiu couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you worried that I'll kill him?" "I'm not worried," Zhao Jingxian replied without hesitation. Yan Zhanqiu suddenly felt an indescribable anger in his heart. He took a deep breath, and without another word, he turned around and left. In the room, Zhao Jingxian kept the letter she had written and carefully sealed it. She planned to find a time to send it to the Empire. The letter recorded some information about Lin Sun, which she had carefully selected. At the same time, a mysterious woman stood in the void beside the boundary river. Her figure was graceful, and her clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a goddess. She gazed into the depths of the boundary river, and after a long time, she suddenly said, "This great era might come early. P.S. It's time to write a new plot. I'm stuck, but I'll try my best to settle today's outbreak." This was an extremely chaotic boundary river. Lin Sun had crossed the boundary river from the West Hing territory to the Dongxing territory before, so he had seen the horror in the boundary river. However, it was far from being comparable to the boundary river in front of him. The water of this boundary river was turbid and turbulent. Wind, clouds, thunder, lightning, terrible streamers, raging vortexes, and broken void cracks filled it. Indistinctly, there were even bursts of roars like gods and demons ringing in the depths of the boundary river. Looking at it from a distance, Lin Sun felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. In ancient times, the Battle of Nirvana broke out here, and thousands of sages from all races died here. The mysterious woman looked a little absent-minded, and because of this battle, it became the source of the destruction of the ancient Desolation realm. The Battle of Nirvana. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why did such a battle happen?" The mysterious woman said, "This is the battle of the 9 territories. No one can avoid it. Those opponents are all from other territories. If we don't fight back, the ancient Desolation realm will be ruled by the orthodoxies of other territories." Lin Sun had heard some rumors about the 9 territories in the immortal Forbidden Land, but he didn't expect that the Battle of Nirvana in ancient times was related to the Battle of the 9 territories. At this time, Lin Sun was finally sure that there were other territories outside the ancient Desolation realm. "Senior, can you tell me something about the other territories?" Lin Sun was really curious about where the other territories were and why he had never heard of them before. The other 8 territories are the same as the ancient Desolation realm. They are all cultivation worlds. They are essentially the same. The mysterious woman said casually. However, the ancient Desolation realm is the weakest one, at the bottom of the 9 territories. Speaking of this, a cold smile appeared on her lips. "Do you know what the other 8 territories think of the ancient Desolation realm?" Lin Sun shook his head. "The wasteland." The mysterious woman spat out 2 words. "The wasteland?" Lin Sun was stunned. He was keenly aware that there was a sense of disdain in the way she addressed him. The mysterious woman explained, "In the eyes of the ancient Desolation realm, the inferior world is a barren wasteland. In the eyes of the other 8 realms, the ancient Desolation realm is almost the same as the inferior world. It is regarded as a wasteland, and the Great Way is wasted. It is like an uncivilized land." Lin Sun was sure that his feeling was not wrong. The word wasteland was indeed a derogatory and contemptuous title. In antiquity times, the ancient Desolation realm was invaded by the other 8 realms more than once. Every time they invaded, the world was in chaos. People were killed and blood flowed like rivers. The mysterious woman said in a low voice. The most serious one was the Battle of Nirvana. The 8 regions joined hands and invaded the ancient Desolation region. It was like the end of the world. The entire ancient Desolation region was in chaos. Many sages were killed. In this battle, the ancient Desolation realm was broken into pieces and became the 4 great worlds. The number of creatures that died in this battle is uncountable. But I can tell you that if it were not for this Battle of Nirvana, the ancient Desolation realm would not have been divided, and there would be more ancient orthodoxies in the world. Many ancient heritages were destroyed at that time. What a pity. The more she said, the lower her voice became, with a trace of sadness and disappointment. Lin Sun was quite disturbed. This was the first time he had heard of the battle between the 9 realms and the Battle of Nirvana. It was also the first time he clearly knew that the destruction of the ancient Desolation realm had something to do with the invasion of the other 8 realms. Why did the invasion happen? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. It is related to the struggle for the Great Way. Although the ancient Desolation realm is at the bottom of the 9 realms and is regarded as a wasteland by the other 8 realms, it used to be glorious and brilliant in the beginning. It once shocked all the realms and stood above the clouds. It was regarded as a sacred and immortal land. Speaking of this, the mysterious woman's temperament changed, with a trace of unparalleled pride and disdain. But soon, she sighed faintly. "Let's not talk about it. These old things are in the past. The glory is gone, and the brilliance is gone. In the end, it will wither like a withered flower. Lin Sun was in a daze with mixed feelings. Everything he heard at this time involved the 9 realms and the past of the ancient Desolation realm. These were all things that he had never touched or understood before. Now, he was lucky enough to know it, but his heart was inexplicably heavy. These things have nothing to do with you for the time being, and you don't have to worry about them. What you need to do is to seize the opportunity of the coming great era and strive for the king realm. The mysterious woman said slowly and looked extremely serious. If you miss it, I'm afraid you won't have such a chance in the future. Lin Sun was awestruck and nodded seriously. Too many people are waiting for this great era. Not only the people in the world, but also some people who have been silent in the long river of time will wake up from silence and come out of hibernation. The mysterious woman said, so, you should be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Lin Sun once again thought of the little child who was dormant in the sacred island of 5 elements and Xiaohao, the young master of the Nether Star Imperial clan who was silent in the Star Egg. None of these guys belonged to the people in the world. But there was no doubt that when they came out, they were bound to stir up the world. Look, although the Boundary River is filled with danger and a catastrophe, there is an incomparably vast vitality being born behind the endless danger. You can see the whole picture by peeking at a corner. This is the case in the Border River, and the same is true in other places in the ancient Desolation realm. This is the sign of the coming great era. The mysterious woman looked at the Border River in the distance and pointed out to Lin Sun. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will go in the opposite direction. Since the Nirvana War, the ancient Desolation realm has been silent for too long. Its hidden strength is destined to burst out when the great era comes. Lin Sun looked carefully, but he could only see endless dangers and disasters. He couldn't see the so-called vitality at all. He also understood the reason. His realm was too low to see the general trend of the world. The mysterious woman said, according to my speculation, the great era is very likely to come in advance, and it should be no more than 3 months at most. Less than 3 months left, Lin Sun was really taken aback this time. He was caught off guard. The sign of the great era involves the changes of the whole world, which is intricate and complicated. Moreover, this great era is different from the previous ones. It is unprecedented, and it is destined that no one can see everything. The mysterious woman said, however, the more it is like this, the more opportunities there will be, and the greater the fortune we can get. Lin Sun's black eyes brightened, and he looked forward to it. Before long, the mysterious woman left with Lin Sun. On the way, she gave Lin Sun all the money she earned from selling sheep from the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect and the other 4 orthodoxies. The golden wind dew of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure, the spirit concentration powder of the Heaven-Reaching Sword sect, the star acupoint recovery pill of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land, the fountain of youth from the Pure Land of Longevity, and the colorful chalcedony of the Sea Taoism sect. Together with the Thunder Yuan spiritual liquid from the Black Sea Dog tribe, there were 6 kinds of divine treasures in total, and each of them was a rare cultivation treasure. It was so valuable that it was sufficient to make the eyes of any cultivator go red with envy. The mysterious woman said casually, these should be enough for you to become a king. Before that, I suggest you comprehend and master the profound meaning of the immortal way. Even if you encounter a life-threatening situation, with the power of the immortal way, it will not be easy for you to die. Lin Sun broke out in a cold sweat. She did not encourage him, but first considered death. Her concern was really different. In the end, the mysterious woman and Lin Sun returned to the Star Chess Sea again. There was no one here, but the traces of the battle were still there. The mountains and rivers that had collapsed into ruins were silently telling how terrifying the Battle of the Divine Path a few days ago was. Before and after the great era arrives, at least no ancient orthodoxy will dare to target you. However, it is hard to guarantee that some desperados will jump out. You have to be careful. I can stand up for you for a while, but I can't help you forever. In the end, you still have to rely on yourself to seek the immortal way. After that, the mysterious woman's figure disappeared into thin air, and she returned to the heaven-accessing place. Lin Sun felt lost. He recalled everything that had happened, from being besieged by the sages to the mysterious woman's appearance, suppressing everyone on her own. From Saint Mu acting like an animal, to to ascending the Black Nightmare Mountain as if he had entered an uninhabited land, to the conversation by the border river. All of this was like experiencing a bizarre and dazzling dream, yet it was clearly branded in his mind and appeared vividly before his eyes. Lin Sun stood on the lone island in the depths of the star-chest sea, lost in thought for a long time. In the end, he took a deep breath, and his black eyes became determined again. This experience had shown him what it meant to have extraordinary means, to look down on the world, and to be unparalleled in the world. He also finally understood that when he possessed absolute power, he could fear no orthodoxy in the world even if he was alone. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly had a strong desire for the great era to arrive. He wanted to compete for the immortal way with the other geniuses and obtain the great opportunity to become a supreme king. From this day onwards, Lin Sun began to cultivate in seclusion in the depths of the star-chest sea. In the outside world, a storm was still brewing. The story of the mysterious woman suppressing the 6 sages and visiting the 6 orthodoxies was still fermenting and spreading. The 6 orthodoxies could be said to have lost all face this time. The other orthodoxies were shocked by this as well, and all of them were surprised. They'd never imagined that a young man who was looked down upon by any of the ancient orthodoxies would actually have such a peerless existence standing behind him. The cultivators of the world were similarly discussing this matter, and they were seething with excitement. It's that Lin Sun again. In the forbidden area at the back of the mountain of the Heavenly Sword sect, a young man sat cross-legged under an extremely ancient divine tree. His eyes suddenly opened, and 2 bolts of cold lightning shot out. At this moment, the boy who came to report the news was covered in cold sweat, and he felt as if he was in an icy pit. The reason was that the aura emitted by the young man was too terrifying. As his eyes opened and closed, they were like a pair of unfathomable vortexes, and they flowed with strands of electric arcs that were like swords. They seemed to be able to see through everything and cut and devour one's soul. Wisps of the aura of the Great Way diffused from the young man's body. Although he was sitting cross-legged, he was like a peerless sword immortal, sharp and frightening. The boy trembled all over and said, "Don't be angry, Your Excellency. This man is definitely no match for you." Although the boy looked young, he was actually an old monster who had been cultivating for thousands of years. He was a strong practitioner of the Golden Ape clan and had the cultivation of half-step to the king realm. But in front of the young man, he regarded himself as a servant. Because this young man was Xianxia Bai, he was the peerless figure who was known as the first person under the king realm in the ancient Desolation territory 10 years ago. Do you know the real background of Lin Sun? Xianxia Bai restrained his aura and calmed down. I only know that he comes from the mortal world. His origin is still a mystery. Originally, the sect sent people to the mortal world to inquire about him. But for some reason, the passage from the sect to the mortal world has been broken, so we still don't know his specific origin. The boy said hurriedly. The mortal world? Xianxia Bai was lost in thought. He recalled the events of the past, and he recalled the Lin clan. Could it be? Xianxia Bai frowned imperceptibly. At this moment, the boy said, according to the news, this man has mastered an extremely terrible power of the Great Way, which is very similar to the power of the Great Way you have mastered. Before he finished, Xianxia Bai said flatly, impossible. With a touch of coldness in his voice, the sonorous killing intent overflowed. The boy was so shocked that he was stiff all over and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Xianxia Bai also knew that he had lost his composure just now. He couldn't help laughing at himself. What was wrong with him? Was he still obsessed with what happened in the past? He took a deep breath. His Taoist heart was as clear as a sword, clear and transparent, no longer affected by any distracting thoughts and fluctuations. I heard that a woman supported Lin Sun this time. She went to the gate alone and forced the sect to hand over a pot of spirit concentrating powder? Xianxia Bai asked. Yes, the boy lowered his head. She also said that if it was a competition between peers, she would never intervene in Lin Sun's affairs? Exactly. After confirming this, Xianxia Bai suddenly got up and stood under the ancient divine tree. He looked into the distance and said, the great era is coming, and the Tianjiao golden list will also appear. No matter who Lin Sun is, I will kill him to wash away the shame of our sect. The boy perked up as he said excitedly, with my lord taking action, this fiend celestial Lin is dead for sure. I've been in seclusion for nearly 10 years. I wonder if the world has forgotten about me, Bai. I heard that many people think that I'm no longer the same as I was in the past, that I have enemies in the world, and that I'm not even comparable to some ancient freaks. Now that I've come out of seclusion, I'll naturally give them a surprise. Bai's figure was cold and aloof. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his hands were behind his back. He stood there casually, exuding an otherworldly aura. Great One is a heaven-warping divine martial artist, comparable to an ancient sacred child. 10 years ago, he was already unmatched among his peers. This time, he will definitely be able to sweep through all enemies. The boy's voice carried a wisp of fervent admiration. Bai's expression was indifferent as he turned a deaf ear to the boy. His Tao had been honed to an extremely perfect state. In the past 10 years of seclusion, he had concealed his strength and bided his time, allowing him to make up for his shortcomings and nurture a truly invincible aura. His strength no longer needed the recognition of others. Go and help me collect some information about ancient freaks. There's no need to fear the current generation. Only those monsters that have been dormant for years, waiting to be born in the great world, are worth paying attention to. Bai casually instructed. What are you going to do, my lord? The boy's heart trembled as he had a premonition. Bai's eyes surged with a luster that resembled a whirlpool. Don't the world think that I, Bai, can't be compared to some ancient freaks? When the great world comes and I compete for the Tianjiao Golden ranking, I'll kill a few similar characters as soon as possible. The boy's face was full of admiration and admiration. He wasn't blindly flattering Bai, but he knew very well that Bai was really too strong. 10 years of seclusion would only make him stronger than before. Of course, remember to pay attention to that Lin Sun. Maybe it was a sudden impulse, but Bai inexplicably thought of this young man that he had never met before, so he subconsciously gave the order. The boy nodded and left with the order. Several days later, while the world was still discussing about the mysterious woman suppressing the 6 sages, the divine secret pavilion of the Saint Hermit land announced, the great world would come in 3 months. All of a sudden, the 4 great worlds were boiling, and the whole ancient desolation was in an uproar. This great world had long been predicted. After countless years of waiting, it was finally coming. The news was so shocking that it suddenly became the focus of all the cultivators in the world. A competition among the tens of thousands of prides is about to begin. I wonder how many lucky people will be able to seize the fortune of the great world and forge their way to the top of the world. Many cultivators were excited. It's finally here. This opportunity is unprecedented, so it's destined to be unprecedented. We must seize it. Many ancient orthodoxies began to prepare for the coming of the great world. It's a pity that the great world has come in advance. Doesn't it mean that the star list competition of the 4 realms can't be carried out as scheduled? Some felt it was a pity. Originally, the star list competition of the 4 realms would begin in half a year's time. Many of the top prides were preparing for it, hoping to become the top of the world. But obviously, it was destined to never happen again. The early arrival of the great world had disrupted all their plans. This is nothing. Compared to the star list competition of the 4 realms, the competition for the golden list of prodigies is the most exciting. That's right. Only those who can enter the golden list of prodigies can be called a true prodigy. As for the other so-called prodigies, they are destined to be removed. Prodigies, God's favored ones. Not everyone deserves to be called a prodigy. All kinds of discussions were happening in different areas of the ancient desolation. Moreover, as time went by, it seemed to be getting more and more intense. This was the influence of the great world. It was related to the future of the entire ancient desolation. Whether it was the ancient orthodoxies or the cultivators in the world, they were destined to be affected. Who could rise in the great world and who could lead the great world? That was undoubtedly what every cultivator was most concerned about: Chaos Demon Impasse. One of the 5 great forbidden areas of the ancient desolation. Within an extremely bloody battlefield, demon beasts wreaked havoc and vengeful spirits roamed about, and it was terrifying and horrifying like a domain of ghosts. But there was an area within it that was completely empty and clean. No matter if it was demon beasts or vengeful spirits, none of them dared step foot in this area of 500 kilometers. A black-robed young man was sitting cross-legged on the ground as he meditated, and his white hair that was like snow hung down to reveal a handsome face with distinct angles. Swoosh, a flowing light tore through the sky and arrived before him. The black-robed young man suddenly opened his eyes before he stretched out his hand like a bolt of lightning to grab the flowing light, and when he stretched out his palm, a jade talisman that overflowed with multicolored flowing lights had appeared. He crushed the jade talisman, and an extremely aged voice instantly drifted out from within it. The great world is about to arrive in 3 months. Maha, it's time to return. A great world, the black-robed young man stood up while his tall and imposing figure rumbled as he emitted a strand of black divine light that shot into the sky, and it was like an eternal night that covered the entire battlefield. The demon beasts and vengeful spirits on the battlefield were terrified, and all of them started wailing with grief. Some shivered while some fled madly for their lives. He's actually come in advance. Fortunately, I've already attained the Dao Insight realm in my All-Heaven and Ata Dao during these few days of tempering in the Chaos Demon impasse. I have nothing to fear in the battle for the top in the world this time. Swoosh, the black-robed young man didn't hesitate in the slightest to soar into the sky and leave. On this day, the Divine Origin Sekshi Maha, a peerless figure that was ranked on the Supreme Giant rankings, walked out of the Chaos Demon impasse. Universe Void Star Path. One of the 5 great forbidden areas of the ancient Desolation region. In the boundless space, the stars were like dense chess pieces that were scattered in the void, and they flickered brightly as they drew out a boundlessly winding path of stars. This was a starry sky within a secret realm, and it was a renowned forbidden area of great ferocity since the ancient times. At this moment, a gray-robed young man was walking on it. His clothes were in rags, his entire body covered in injuries, and he seemed to be in an extremely sorry and miserable state. But his expression was firm like a rock, and it didn't waver in the slightest. His imposing aura was similarly peerlessly strong like a sword that had been tempered for a long time. Suddenly, a pearl on his wrist lit up, and it emitted a strand of a warm and mellow voice. Hengzhen, the great era, is about to arrive. It's time to return. The young man was stunned, and then he let out a long breath of foul air as he muttered. It's already about to begin? All right, I've waited for too long. Swish. Swish, on his body, the dense injuries healed at a shocking speed, and then a layer of dead skin fell off to reveal new skin that was crystalline like jade. Instantly, an imposing aura that was lofty like a mountain and boundlessly vast stretched out from his body, and it shook this expanse of the starry sky. On this day, the disciple of Sun Moon Hall, Mi Hengzhen, returned from the Universe Void Star Path. On the same day, similar scenes were occurring in different sections. Some peerless figures that were either in seclusion, in closed-door cultivation, or in tempering stopped what they were doing and started preparing for the arrival of the Great Era, the ultimate Taoist sect, Wang Xuanyu, who'd been in closed-door cultivation for many years, made an appearance. He wore a black Taoist robe and had a handsome face, but he seemed to be very mischievous. When he walked out of the closed-door cultivation room while yawning, he was as inconspicuous as a passerby. However, all the disciples that he encountered along the way would stop what they were doing and bow to him. Their faces were filled with impeccable respect. At the sacred land of spirit treasures, Xianxia stood alone at the peak of a mountain, gazing at the sea of clouds. His robe danced in the wind, and he was shrouded in mist. He looked like a banished immortal. The great era is coming. Whether junior sister Jingxian blames me or not, I will destroy you. The 9 changes of the Calamity Dragon cannot be mastered by outsiders. He murmured to himself with an indifferent look on his face. Ji Xingyao of the Profound Inquiry Sword School, Luo Jia, the successor of the Sword Saint of Miluo Palace in the Earth Imperial Universe, and Shen Baixian, a descendant of a family of saints, in different areas of the ancient Desolation region, different sects were taking action. Apart from the sects, in many secluded places of seclusion, and in some unknown secret realms, there were unusual movements as well. With the arrival of the Great Era, even some ancient freaks that had been dormant for a long time began to show up. P.S. There won't be a 5th chapter today. Goldfish was a little ashamed. The reason was that a new plot was about to unfold, so she wrote very slowly. She spent a lot of time thinking, and her writing was stuttering. If the number of words was limited, Goldfish could have written the plot of the mysterious woman stepping into the various sects one by one. But that would be perfunctory, and I wouldn't be able to get over it. Explosive is explosive, but the prerequisite is that the quality must be guaranteed. This was what Goldfish had always insisted on. Don't be unhappy about only 4 chapters today. To make up for it, Goldfish will continue to do so tomorrow. East Victory World, on a majestic mountain shrouded in green mist. With a bang, the mountain that was 30,000 meters tall was uprooted from the ground and then collapsed to one side, causing the ground to shake and rocks to explode. It was unknown how many demonic beasts and living creatures were smashed to death within 100,000 zhang. Woo, woo, woo. At the bottom of the collapsed mountain, a wailing sound came from a man in a red robe, who was crying. He was tall, his blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, and there was a vertical eye between his eyebrows. He seemed extremely terrifying. The heavens have pity on me. I've been sealed for 10,000 years. Who can understand my pain? Luckily, the great era has come. Ha ha ha. The man in a red robe who was crying suddenly laughed wildly. His red hair was burning like flames, and when the vertical eye between his eyebrows opened, it shot out a mysterious blood-red glow like a peerless demon. 10,000 years is too long. I have to seize every moment. I've been silent for too long. It's time for me to make an appearance in this great era. The man in a red robe muttered to himself. His eyes were terrifying, and evil energy rose around him. If I can step into the peak of the king realm, 10,000 years of silence is worth it. Congratulations, young master. An old servant floated over. He was a king, but he was extremely respectful to the man in a red robe. Humph. It's been 10,000 years. I thought the clan had forgotten about me. The man in a red robe snorted coldly. Even though the old servant was a king, he didn't show any courtesy. Young master, the clan has placed all the fortune of 10,000 years on you. It's enough to show how much the clan values you. I hope you won't be resentful. The old servant explained. The man in a red robe said impatiently, You've come at the right time. I haven't understood the affairs of the world for a long time. Tell me, who is the most powerful person in the world? I've accumulated too much anger in my heart, and I need to kill some prey to vent it. After a pause, he looked up at the sky, and a sharp smile appeared on his lips. At the same time, I need to tell the world that I, Qi Lingxiao, have returned. Similar things were happening in other areas as well. Ancient freaks and extraordinary geniuses came out one after another. At the bottom of a golden volcano, magma that had been silent for countless years surged up again and started to boil. Boom! Suddenly, the volcano erupted, waves of flames overflowing into the heavens, burning this expanse of the heavens, startling many cultivation powers in this region. Many cultivators were trembling, and they shot their gazes over. Amidst the raging flames, a woman's figure bathed in the wind and snow rose into the air. She exploded with endless icy cold light, freezing and extinguishing the flames. This woman had dark blue long hair and eyes that were azure like the ocean. She looked down upon everything in the world from the sky, and she was like a snow fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Her aura was exceptionally powerful. She was clearly only at the reincarnation development realm, but it was absolutely terrifying. It was enough to make a half step to King Realm tremble in the knees. Great era. Great era, as she muttered to herself, the woman strode through space. Every single step she took would cause space to freeze into a path of ice that stretched extremely far into the distance. The legend recorded in the ancient books is actually true. Thousands of years ago, there was a peerless saintess who went into hibernation here, waiting for the best opportunity to become a king. Who would have thought that the rumors would come true? What's her name? And where did he come from? I'm not sure. The ancient books only recorded the 2 words frosty snow. Some big shots who looked at this scene couldn't help but exclaim. In just a few days, it was like 100 flowers were blooming. Countless mysterious geniuses, freaks, and peerless demons appeared in the entire ancient desolation realm. They swept across the world and caused great waves. This great era that has attracted much attention is really coming. Countless ancient orthodoxies sighed with emotion these days. In the depths of the Star Chess Sea. On an isolated island, Lin Sun sat cross-legged on a rock. The silver seawater in the distance undulated, giving off misty starlight. It was quiet and ethereal. The outside world was in an uproar, as if the sky was changing. But all this had nothing to do with Lin Sun. He had been sitting and cultivating in silence, as if he was completely isolated from the world. The outside world was destined to be unable to disturb the peace of the star chassis. Being aloof from the world didn't mean that he was truly not fighting. He retreated in order to advance. When geniuses and freaks appeared in the outside world, Lin Sun seemed to have entered a dormant state. Time passed. A month later, Lin Sun opened his eyes for meditation. Strands of obscure and abundant aura of the undying Tao surged out from his body. This Tao is like an inextinguishable furnace, creating vitality and spreading it all over my body, making the qi inside and outside my body circulate continuously. Lin Sun calmly felt the power of the immortal Tao. It had only been a little more than a month since he started cultivating, but he had once again comprehended and mastered an immortal Tao. The speed of his comprehension was absolutely amazing. But the reason was simple. The immortal Tao was originally intercepted by the mysterious woman and imprinted in Lin Sun's sea of consciousness, so he could comprehend it without searching for it. On the other hand, since the transformation of Xianxia's heart and the magical effect of mind controlling in Tao, Lin Sun's speed of enlightenment was obviously much faster than before. In this way, it was reasonable for the power of the immortal Tao to reach the level of Tao in such a short time. Clang, Lin Sun, who was silently comprehending, took out the broken sword and cut a wound on his arm. When the blood gurgled out, Lin Sun ignored it. However, an astonishing scene occurred. The cracks on the wound wriggled at an astonishing speed and quickly healed, becoming as good as new. Not a single scar could be seen. Immortality meant endless vitality. This was a kind of self-healing power of the Tao. Although the Tao of Wood also had the mystery of eternal vitality, it was different from the immortal Tao. Eternal vitality didn't mean that vitality wouldn't be lost. But the immortal Tao was completely a kind of self-healing power. Bang! Lin Sun hit his chest with the Swanee seal. The force was so overbearing that it was enough to kill a peerless talent. And he didn't use any power to dissolve it, so he was shaken and coughed up blood, suffering a certain degree of internal injury. However, the pain of the internal injury soon disappeared, and he couldn't feel it. Moreover, when Lin Sun ran the immortal Tao, the effect was even more amazing. In the blink of an eye, the internal injury had completely disappeared, leaving no side effects. This kind of abnormal self-healing power was amazing. Lin Sun's black eyes were bright, and his heart was filled with joy. This kind of self-healing power was extremely useful, especially in the battle. When fighting with the enemy, it was equivalent to having an extremely abnormal defensive power. Later, Lin Sun carried out many tests and finally concluded that if he suffered a skin injury, the power of the immortal Tao could self-heal in the shortest time. Even if the injury was extremely serious, it wouldn't stop the self-healing power. If he suffered an internal injury, he needed to run the immortal Tao, which consumed a certain amount of strength. After all, no matter how magical the Tao was, he needed to run the immortal Tao to use it, which was bound to produce consumption. However, this consumption was negligible, far more effective than taking elixirs for healing. He needed to find a chance to take elixirs, but it was not so troublesome to run the immortal Tao. In particular, if he encountered a peerless enemy, he could completely occupy an absolute advantage in the battle when both sides were injured. This is just the immortal Tao. If it reaches the level of Tao, or even the level of Tao, how powerful will it be? Lin Sun secretly decided that he would spend more energy on refining the immortal Tao in the future. Having such a power was no different from having a few more lives. Even if he encountered a fatal danger, he would have enough opportunities to resolve it. It's been a month. I wonder what has happened in the outside world. Lin Sun stood up and looked into the distance. Very soon, he noticed that there were many figures lingering at the shores of the Star Chassis. Maybe I can get some information from them. With this thought, Lin Sun's figure flashed, and he swept toward the Star Chassis. There were many cultivators by the Star Chassis. There were men and women, and they came from different orthodoxies. They seemed to be waiting for something. A month ago, the earth-shattering battle of the Saint Realm took place here. 6 sages attacked, but they were easily suppressed. That mysterious woman's means are absolutely immeasurable. Someone sighed. There were still traces of the Battle of the Saint Realm left in the field, and it became the focus of many cultivators. this matter has long been known to the world. This time, we came here because we heard that some veteran peerless talents are coming here to challenge demon god Lin. That demonic god Lin killed a group of kings and geniuses in the Star Chess Sea. Furthermore, he is the #1 on the minor giants ranking board. He has caused a huge commotion among the younger generation. I've also heard that quite a number of powerful characters are dissatisfied with him. The cultivators in the field discussed incessantly. They came here because they heard that many peerless figures who had been in seclusion for many years had come out of some orthodoxies. They wanted to use this opportunity to see how demon god Lin was. Speaking of which, there have been countless peerless figures in the world in the past month. There are even some ancient freaks and peerless geniuses. It can be said to be a gathering of stars, and each of them is outstanding. Compared to them, demon god Lin has been silent for the past month. The world hasn't heard any news about him, and his brilliance has been suppressed. Haha, no matter how strong demon god Lin is, his foundation is too shallow. How can he compare to those veteran peerless figures? There's no way he can be compared to those ancient freaks. The world suspects that demon god Lin is hiding in the Star Chess Sea. Let's just wait. According to the news I received, some peerless figures will come looking for him very soon. The cultivators were all speculating and looking forward to it. When Lin Sun arrived at the shore of the Star Chess Sea, he heard all the discussions. His expression did not change as he quietly sat on an island closest to the shore. He planned to continue listening and judge how many sensational events had happened in the outside world as the Great Era approached. As for leaving the Star Chess Sea to wander in the outside world, Lin Sun had no plans to do so for now. As time passed, more cultivators arrived at the shore of the Star Chess Ocean. They were all discussing and waiting. The news has been confirmed. It's a peerless prodigy from the Heaven's Pivot Sacred Ground. His name is Chu Zhongtian. Soon, he will be here personally to suppress demon god Lin. Soon, someone revealed a reliable piece of information that caused a commotion. He's the heaven-defying monster who appeared 3 times in the past 1,000 years and obtained first place in the 4 Regions Star Ranking Tournament? That's him. This person has been viewed as a peerless prodigy since 1,000 years ago. He stands alone in a region, and every time he appears, he is like a dragon emerging from the abyss, stirring up the world. There were endless discussions. Clearly, they knew about Chu Zhongtian's background. He laid low for 1,000 years just to wait for an opportunity to become a monarch. This Chu Zhongtian is really patient. Someone sighed. In today's world, the combat strength of a peerless prodigy isn't determined by time. Chu Zhongtian is indeed impressive and can be said to be an experienced powerhouse. However, everyone knows that he was defeated by Yun Qingbai during his 3rd appearance. Suddenly, someone sneered. Everyone was stunned. Then, they suddenly recalled that it was true. When Chu Zhongtian appeared for the 3rd time, it was also when Yun Qingbai was in the limelight. He was only a few decades old and was already viewed as the #1 person below the monarch realm in the ancient Desolation region. For some unknown reason, Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to invite Yun Qingbai to fight, and Yun Qingbai agreed without hesitation. The result was unexpected. Chu Zhongtian, whom everyone thought highly of, was ultimately defeated by Yun Qingbai and was suppressed. Back then, Yun Qingbai once said something that shocked the world. If combat strength needs to be accumulated over time, then is a pig that can live for 1,000,000 years completely invincible? The disdain in his words was undisguised. Of course, Chu Zhongtian wasn't a pig. The reason why he didn't make a breakthrough was because he was waiting for the arrival of the Great Era. It wasn't because he wanted to gain an advantage in terms of cultivation time. However, no matter what, he was ultimately defeated. Ever since then, he disappeared from the eyes of the world and went into seclusion once again. This time, the Great Era that Chu Zhongtian has been waiting for has finally arrived. But I never expected that the first one to be suppressed would be demon god Lin. He might have been defeated by Yun Qingbai back then, but it didn't damage his reputation. After all, a person who was able to obtain first place in the Stars Ranking Tournament 3 times definitely isn't an ordinary person. Fiend Celestial Lin is in danger. He's only #1 on the minor giants roll and isn't even 30 years old. In comparison, be it in terms of heritage or reputation, he is far inferior to Chu Zhongtian. That's not necessarily the case. As I said, in the reincarnation development state, a person's combat power is never measured by cultivation time. In my opinion, Fiend God Lin might not be inferior to Chu Zhongtian. The discussions in the surroundings were endless, and they were mixed with controversy. But it was obvious that most people were still very optimistic about Chu Zhongtian, and only a few people were optimistic about Lin Sun. As for Lin Sun, although he had made a lot of troubles, his reputation was much inferior to that of Chu Zhongtian. One was only number 1 on the minor giants roll, while the other had won first place in the stars ranking tournament 3 times. The gap in reputation was too obvious. Reputation didn't necessarily represent a cultivator's full combat power, but there was no false reputation. Chu Zhongtian's strength was obvious to all. In the distance, Lin Sun heard all this, but his heart was calm. Whether it was an ancient freak or a contemporary peerless giant, they were all at the reincarnation development state in terms of cultivation. Cultivation was the foundation of one's combat power. On this point, Lin Sun wasn't afraid of anyone in the past or present. As for the level of combat power, it depended on their achievements on the peerless path. On this point, Lin Sun also had absolute confidence. This kind of confidence didn't need others' affirmation or judgment. It was a kind of invincible spirit that had been honed for a long time. What made Lin Sun frown was that the mysterious woman had once given a warning and deterrence to the 6 ancient orthodoxies, including the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land. But it was obvious that although these orthodoxies had endured, they hadn't given up the idea of attacking him. They couldn't bully the weak, so they sent a character like Chu Zhongtian to suppress him and save face. It could even be foreseen that this time it was Chu Zhongtian, and there might be more similar characters in the future. From the chatting of the crowd, Lin Sun also learned that recently, the ancient desolation realm seemed to have changed. Peerless geniuses and geniuses were born one after another. This shocked the world. At the same time, all the major orthodoxies and tribes in the world started to take action to prepare for the coming Great Era, causing the world to be turbulent and showing unprecedented changes. Even in some ordinary and inconspicuous forces, there were some heaven-defying freaks who had been hidden for a long time, which stunned the world. Heroes were born in troubled times, and the Great Era was destined to be full of shining stars. Boom, in the distant sky, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded, which attracted the attention of everyone present. A purple gold treasure carriage pulled by a few auspicious beasts crushed through the clouds, rumbling as it flew over. In the blink of an eye, it had descended from the void. Hiss, many people gasped when they noticed that the people driving the purple gold chariot were 2 King Realm powerhouses. Who was so arrogant to let a King Realm powerhouse be their driver? Everyone raised their heads to look over, and they saw a tall and thin young man in dark clothes walking down from the violet gold treasured carriage. In an instant, everyone felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Because the aura around the young man in black clothes was too blazing, and a golden divine light enveloped him. When his eyes opened and closed, it was as if there was a sun in them, and it was breathtaking. Chu Zhongtian, his light was like the sun in the sky. Only when they saw him did they understand how terrifying his power was. He was like a blazing sun that had appeared in the field. The scene was silent, and the sounds of discussion had disappeared. There was absolute silence, and everyone consciously made way for him. At the same time, an indescribable feeling of anticipation and excitement surged in everyone's hearts. This time, Chu Zhongtian seemed to be even stronger, and he had an unparalleled aura like an overlord of a realm. He had personally come to suppress demon god Lin. Would the latter dare to accept the challenge? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Chu Zhongtian did not seem to notice the changes in the field at all. His figure shone brightly as he walked to the shore of the Star Chess Sea. He looked into the distance with a sense of contentment, as if he was taking a stroll in the park and admiring the scenery. In the distance, 2 King Realm powerhouses stood silently in front of the purple gold chariot, seemingly indifferent to what was happening. Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on an island not far from the coast, also noticed Chu Zhongtian. However, he only sized him up briefly before retracting his gaze. His mind was like an ancient well, without any ripples. Lin Sun, do you dare to show yourself and fight? Suddenly, Chu Zhongtian spoke. His voice was not loud, but it reverberated in the world, spreading towards the depths of the Star Chess Sea. Lin Sun could not help but laugh. This fellow was really straightforward. Unfortunately, he wasn't waiting here for Chu Zhongtian to challenge him. The Great Era was coming soon, and Lin Sun could not be bothered to fight now. It was not because he was afraid, but because it was meaningless. He stood up, intending to return to the depths of the Star Chess Sea to continue cultivating. But at this moment, Chu Zhongtian suddenly said, "I know you're here. The reason I'm here today is to fight you. Firstly, it's to avenge the successor of the Heaven's Pivot Holy Land who died in your hands. Secondly, it's to avenge the shame of our sect." His voice reverberated through the heavens and earth, indifferent and filled with boundless killing intent. Very powerful, everyone's hearts trembled. Ever since Chu Zhongtian appeared, he didn't conceal his intentions at all. It was simple and direct, yet it revealed a domineering aura. "You should leave. I don't plan on taking action before the Great Era arrives," Lin Sun said casually. Everyone was stunned at first before they were overjoyed. As expected, demonic god Lin was hiding in the Star Chess Sea. Previously, they only had their suspicions. Now that they had confirmed it, they felt that their trip here was not in vain. "Since I'm here, it's impossible for me to leave. Regardless of whether you're afraid or not, you're bound to be unable to escape this battle today." Chu Zhongtian's voice was unquestionable, as if an emperor was issuing a decree. Lin Sun narrowed his black eyes and said expressionlessly, "If I want to kill you, I can do it with a flip of my hand. I advise you not to be stubborn." Chu Zhongtian laughed, with a hint of unscrupulousness. "I've heard that you once used the power of the restriction in the Star Chess Sea to kill various kings. However, I believe that you definitely won't dare to do so this time." "Oh?" Lin Sun raised his eyebrows. This guy was too confident and arrogant. Who gave him the confidence? Chu Zhongtian waved his hand. In the distance, an old monster of the King realm, who was silently guarding there, pulled out a person from the purple gold treasure carriage. It was a young man. Obviously, he had been restricted and could not move. When he appeared, his expression was livid and furious, but he couldn't say a word. Everyone in the field was shocked and agitated. Gu Yanting, when he saw the restricted young man, Lin Sun's heart sank, and a chill surged uncontrollably in his black eyes. Back then, in the ancient Song province where the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground occupied, he and Gu Yanting had already made up their differences. Moreover, he had kindly reminded Gu Yanting to leave the Heaven's Pivot sacred ground as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be implicated. But Lin Sun didn't expect that Chu Zhongtian would actually kidnap Gu Yanting. No wonder he dared to be so confident and clamored that he had to fight him. It turned out that he had a hostage in his hands. "With your status, don't you think it's too much to do such a despicable thing?" Lin Sun's voice became cold. "Back then in the ancient Song province, didn't you also imprison Shui Qianhen, Zhang Jiang, Jade Baby, Pei Wen, and the others like this?" Chu Zhongtian's expression was calm as he said, "I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. It's not too much to say." At this point, everyone finally understood that Chu Zhongtian had clearly come prepared this time. He had forced Fiend Celestial Lin to accept the challenge. "Let him go, and I'll fight you." Lin Sun didn't waste words. As he spoke, he appeared in the Star Chess Sea and locked his gaze on Chu Zhongtian. "All right." Chu Zhongtian smiled and agreed without hesitation. He waved his hand and directly released Gu Yanting, as if he wasn't worried that Lin Sun would go back on his word. Lin Sun stepped into the void and came to the coast. "Lin Sun, I'm sorry, Gu Yanting's imprisonment was lifted. He was ashamed and couldn't face Lin Sun. "Leave it to me. This started with me, so it should be ended by me." Lin Sun patted his shoulder and looked at Chu Zhongtian in the distance. At this moment, he seemed to have become another person. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. His black eyes were as deep as the abyss, and an invisible power shrouded the world. So strong, everyone's heart trembled. It was the first time they saw Lin Sun's power. Not bad. However, without the support of that female saint, you are doomed to not be able to make any waves. Chu Zhongtian stood on the spot while his entire body flowed with golden divine radiance, and it formed into a myriad of strands of ghastly blade chi that flowed with brilliant divine radiance. "You're wrong. I have never relied on others to solve my problems since I started cultivating. It's the same with you." Everyone present agreed with Lin Sun's words. There was absolutely no falsehood in these words. Who knew Lin Sun's past dared to say that he bullied others? No, he had earned his fame by risking his life alone. His numerous battle achievements were not exaggerated at all. No one could slander him. If it weren't for the 6 saints who attacked together last time, the mysterious woman wouldn't have shown up to support Lin Sun. Yet today, Chu Zhongtian had spoken in such a manner. It was obvious that he was trying to defame Ling Xian. That's for the best. I can also tell you that I will personally suppress you in this battle and let you die convinced. A wave of murderous intent swept out from Chu Zhongtian's body like a tsunami, sweeping through the entire area. He stood there like a god, the saber chi around him blazed brightly, and golden light shone brightly. How dare you talk big when you can't even beat Yin Qingbai after cultivating for 1,000 years? Lin Sun laughed. Clang, the divine saber chi was ringing in his ears. Chu Zhongtian's body did not move. But at this moment, hundreds of golden saber chi swept over. Like a waterfall of rainbows, it was incomparably dazzling. Lin Sun clenched his palm into a fist, gathered the profound meaning of 9 strikes of shaking heaven, and then fiercely punched out. The fist light was condensed, simple and ethereal, bursting out in the void. Now, he could display the might of the heaven-shaking fist with a casual punch. He was different from before he participated in the minor tycoon ranking. Boom, the blade energy and the fist energy collided, causing the space here to collapse and divine radiance to erupt. In an instant, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Everyone retreated in succession. A battle like this was absolutely an unparalleled battle, and its destructive force was too shocking. No one was willing to be affected by it. Clang, Chu Zhongtian's body was like the sun as he moved across the void. The golden divine light around him all turned into golden and ghastly blade auras. After that, a shocking scene appeared. The blade chi transformed into a pair of blade wings that were suffused with a peerlessly sharp glow and covered the heavens and the earth. Chu Zhongtian's speed was even faster, and his aura was even more terrifying. When he rushed out, even space itself collapsed. Hundreds and thousands of blade radiance shot out, slaughtering everything within the universe. The level of his blade intent seemed as if it could slaughter ghosts and gods. Lin Sun's figure was like an illusion as he utilized the ice dragon steps and executed the heaven-shaking 9 strikes. Every single fist energy that erupted revealed an all-conquering force that shook the heavens and the earth. At his level of cultivation, every single move of his was filled with the energy of the Tao. It was capable of drawing upon the energy of the heavens and the earth, causing mountains, rivers, and everything to resonate. It couldn't be compared to the past. The two of them collided like a thunderclap. Besides the clanging of the blade, there was also the whistling of the extremely strong and unyielding fist energy that erupted with boundlessly terrifying fluctuations. In the blink of an eye, they'd already collided over 100 times, causing blazing light to illuminate this expanse of the sky. The two of them passed each other while revealing strange expressions. Chu Zhongtian was even more shocked. He was shocked by Lin Sun's strength, and it was far from what he'd expected. Lin Sun was slightly surprised instead. Through this short period of contact, he'd instantly determined that Chu Zhongtian ought to have stepped into the threshold of attaining perfection in the path of absolute cultivation. This was already the highest realm in the path of absolute cultivation, and one could be called a supreme overlord after stepping into this realm. It was no wonder that Chu Zhongtian was able to seize the first in the star ranking competition 3 times in a row and act so overbearingly and directly. So it turned out that he had something to rely on. Swoosh, Chu Zhongtian circled in the sky like a divine bird that soared through the 9 heavens, and he charged over once more. This time, everyone noticed that Chu Zhongtian's imposing aura was even more terrifying. On his back was a pair of wings formed from dense blade chi, and they were like the golden wings of a rock. At this moment, they suddenly lit up with surging thunderstorm arcs that were dazzling and resplendent, and it was practically suffocating. Thunderstorm blade wings. Someone cried out loudly. This was a secret of the heavens' pivot sacred grounds, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate and extremely terrifying. Once this blade wing was formed, not only would its speed rise explosively, its combat strength would rise sharply as well. It was capable of stirring the heavens and the earth, overturning mountains and rivers, and its murderous might was swift and fierce to the extreme. It was practically capable of slashing through everything. Lin Sun didn't panic in the slightest. He circulated the Tao of the true dragon, and the ice Wyrm steps instantly underwent a qualitative transformation, causing Lin Sun to seem as if he'd transformed into an ice Wyrm that soared through the sky and pressed down upon the heavens. Rumble, the two of them were locked in a fierce battle once more. Blade Chi shot into the sky while the force of their fists was like a dragon. Terrifying fluctuations of combat strength surged like an ocean, drowning this expanse of the heavens and the earth, and only the figures of the two of them could be seen colliding ceaselessly. After a while, both of them retreated. Chu Zhongtian's face was cold. His shoulder was swept by the fist force, and blood spurted out. It was just a little bit away from hitting his head. Lin Sun's body was surrounded by clear brilliance, and his body was enshrouded in dense Taoist light. His aura was unparalleled, and just by standing there casually, he had the momentum of a demonic god that could swallow mountains and rivers. Demon God Lin is so strong. Many people's hearts trembled. Everyone knew that Lin Sun, who was less than 30 years old, had just won the first place on the junior tycoon list. He could already be called the number one among the younger generation. And Chu Zhongtian was undoubtedly more dazzling. In the past 1,000 years, he had appeared 3 times and won the first place on the stars list, shocking the world and being regarded as a peerless genius. Except for losing to Yun Qingbai, he was almost invincible. But now, Chu Zhongtian's domineering attack seemed to be unable to do anything to Demon God Lin, and he was even slightly injured. Didn't this mean that in the competition on the peerless path, Demon God Lin had already surpassed the younger generation and possessed the power to challenge the veteran tycoons? If that was the case, it was too scary. At this time, Chu Zhongtian couldn't calm down. He had thought that he could defeat all the opponents in the world this time, and that only the peerless figures of the previous generation like him could compete with him. But now, he had met his match. It was hard for him to believe. When he was defeated by Yun Qingbai was already known as the number one under the King realm, and Demon God Lin in front of him was even younger than Yun Qingbai. You came in a threatening manner, but that's all you've got? No wonder you were defeated by Yun Qingbai that year. It was already destined. Lin Sun frowned. He wasn't being sarcastic, but after the real confrontation, he had thoroughly judged the strength and depth of Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian was indeed very strong, but Lin Sun had overestimated him. He had thought that a peerless figure who had been in closed-door training for 1,000 years and had once stirred up the world should have extremely terrifying combat power. But now it seemed that Lin Sun was a little disappointed. In fact, it wasn't that Chu Zhongtian wasn't strong, but that he had now stood at an unprecedented level on the road of Tao. 1 year of cultivation in the immortal secret realm had made him complete his cultivation. Just like now, if he wanted to improve his combat power, he could only rely on the power of martial arts. There was no room for improvement on the road of Tao. Shameless boasting. Chu Zhongtian's voice was low, and his eyes were cold and ruthless as he looked at Lin Sun. He raised his right arm, and with a clang, a bronze spear flowing with lightning appeared. I'll kill you. He waved the spear, and the thunder roared and the lightning shot out. The blade wings behind him spread out, and he swooped down. Lin Sun's words hurt his self-esteem. Since he was born, he had been disdainful of his generation and was regarded as one of the strongest who could compete for hegemony in the great world. His only defeat was to Yun Qingbai, which was a stain on his record. No matter how brilliant his life was and how high he reached, he was destined to be unable to wash away the stain. However, he could be defeated by Yun Qingbai, but he could never tolerate being ridiculed and slandered by a young man like Lin Sun. Crack. Lin Sun's expression was composed as he raised his hand and pointed. A Swanee seal flashed out, and it converged the aura of the true dragon to collide with Chu Zhongtian's spear. The bronze spear was obviously an extraordinary ancient treasure. It was peerlessly sharp and coiled with lightning, and it was capable of destroying and shattering all things. However, Lin Sun wasn't a pushover that could be crushed at will. Bang, he was still barehanded, and he pushed forward like a fiend god as he started to display the 9 transformations of the Calamity Dragon. Numerous tribulation symbols appeared and branded themselves in the sky, and they emanated a boundless sound that was like the roar of a dragon that surged through the surroundings. Many cultivators were shaken to the point their ears droned while they saw stars, their vital energy and blood roiled, and they felt uncomfortable to the point they were on the verge of coughing up blood. Moreover, their minds were suffering the pressure of a dragon. They were astounded, and they retreated once more. Kill! Chu Zhongtian shouted explosively. The two of them fought in the sky, and it was like two dragons were tearing each other apart in a life-and-death battle. Divine radiance was released like tidewater, and it surged between them and formed a terrifying force of destruction. This was a battle that shook the heavens, at least to the spectators. No matter if it was Lin Sun or Chu Zhongtian, both of them could be considered as giants amongst the peerless figures in the world. Chu Zhongtian's strength is undoubtedly formidable, but the most shocking is undoubtedly demonic god Lin. Exactly. Based on the combat strength he revealed, he would have the qualifications to contend for the top even if he participated in the stars ranking competition. Unfortunately, a great era has arrived, and the stars ranking competition is bound to be unable to be carried out. In the distance, the cultivators exclaimed with admiration. They felt that this trip wasn't in vain because they'd personally witnessed a battle between the top. However, the changes that occurred in the battlefield caused their discussions to come to an abrupt halt. Pooh! In the sky, Chu Zhongtian was blasted flying. A tribulation symbol had fiercely imprinted itself on his chest, causing his skin to split open, and his bones to break and collapse. This time everyone saw it clearly. In a direct confrontation, demonic god Lin had forcefully injured his opponent, and he'd revealed peerless might. The hearts of everyone trembled. Could it be that Chu Zhongtian was really going to lose? At the same time, Lin Sun strode forward in the sky and spoke coldly. You can't even defeat Yun Qingbai from all those years ago, yet you dare to provoke me? You're just courting death. His voice rumbled and reverberated throughout the universe. Everyone was stunned. The meaning behind his words was too frightening. Only by defeating Yun Qingbai would he be qualified to challenge demonic god Lin. This was obviously not even putting. Yun Qingbai in his eyes. P.S. Thank you to Brother Dajiang on the public account for leaving comments and likes every day. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters who have tipped and supported me today. I've seen all your comments in the book review section. Lin Sun's words shocked everyone present. By the time he finished speaking, he had already charged forward. You want to defeat me? Impossible. Chu Zhongtian roared. His whole body glowed, and his aura became much stronger. His blood was boiling as if an ancient beast was awakening in his body. Many people were shocked. How did he suddenly become stronger? There's a power sealed in his body, and it's been released now, an old man murmured, seeing through the mystery. The power of the seal, everyone gasped. Was this Chu Zhongtian's real trump card? Boom! The thunder spear swept through the air, and the sky collapsed, instantly dissolving Lin Sun's attack. This is too terrifying. Many people felt their scalps tingle. Chu Zhongtian had not only become stronger, but too strong. He was like a different person from before. Lin Sun also felt great pressure. His expression turned serious, but he was still fearless. He met the attack head-on. It was as if there was a turbulence in the sky, drowned by violent and shocking fluctuations. The light was dazzling. I originally wanted to reveal this in the Great World Competition, but you can force me to use it now. You can die without regrets. Every inch of Chu Zhongtian's skin was gushing with golden light, like the sun in the sky. The thunderblade wings behind him flapped, and the spear in his hand burst with dazzling arcs of lightning. His attacks were swift and fierce. Look, Demon Lin is dodging. He doesn't dare to take it head-on. Chu Zhongtian has gone all out. He's really brave and unstoppable. People were shocked and in disbelief. Lin Sun was indeed dodging. It wasn't that he couldn't beat Chu Zhongtian, but that he felt Chu Zhongtian's aura was strange. It looked powerful but couldn't last long. It was like a desperate attack that stimulated one's potential. When the potential was exhausted, one was destined to decline. This was similar to Yazi's wrath. Although Yazi's wrath consumed a lot of one's experience, it could last a long battle. It was obviously better. Sure enough, as time went by, Chu Zhongtian seemed to be extremely powerful, but Lin Sun still keenly sensed that his power was declining. Boom! At the same time, Lin Sun broke out. Different shapes of the word tribulation appeared around him. Each of them seemed to be made of the essence of the Great Way. They shone brightly, and the roar of the dragon resounded through the world. Then, it charged towards Chu Zhongtian. everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This level of secret technique was like the descent of a great calamity, as if it was carrying out punishment on behalf of the heavens, and it intended to annihilate all that stood in its way. It was too blazing and terrifying. The boundless heavens and the earth were filled with the word tribulation, and dragon roars resounded without end as if the sky was on the verge of collapse. Chu Zhongtian brandished his spear to defend with all his might. However, his expression was constantly changing, and his body was also trembling, as if he was under tremendous pressure. Bang! A strange word that looked like it was written by an earthworm burst out with the profound power of barbarian strike, forcibly tearing Chu Zhongtian's hand between his thumb and index finger. The spear buzzed and flew out of his hand. Bang! A tribulation character condensed from wedge-shaped patterns descended, displaying the might of the swan and eye imprint. It smashed Chu Zhongtian's shoulder into pieces. Blood sprayed out, and even his body sank. If it wasn't for the golden armor that appeared and protected his body, half of his body would have been smashed to smithereens. Even so, his shoulder was badly mangled and heavily injured. Ah! Chu Zhongtian roared. His long hair danced in the wind and his eyes turned red. He was unable to accept all of this. He'd just come out from his closed-door cultivation and felt that he would be able to rise in the world to become a king, yet never had he imagined that he would suffer such a heavy setback just from dealing with the first-ranked minor overlord of this generation. This blow was too great. Slash! At this moment, Lin's sun had already transformed into a ray of light that shook the sky. He stretched out his hand and grabbed, causing divine radiance to transform into a blade that charged over with extreme speed and slashed down from above. This strike could be said to have been executed without holding back at all. Lin Sun's essence, energy, and spirit were poured into it, causing its destructive force to rise explosively, and it executed the profundities of the life and destruction slash. One had to admit that Chu Zhongtian was extremely formidable. At this critical moment, he'd completely ignited his potential to resist this strike, but it was in vain in the end. The blade condensed from divine radiance emanated the profundities of life and destruction, and it broke through Chu Zhongtian's defenses inch by inch and caused the armor on his body to shatter apart. Everyone exclaimed with shock while their hearts rose to their throats, and they were extremely nervous. Pop! The space between Chu Zhongtian's brows split open, and a wisp of captivating red appeared. His pupils constricted abruptly as he let out a furious roar, and he exerted all his strength to resist while swiftly retreating explosively. However, Lin Sun's blade was like a maggot attached to the bone, and it pressed down on him tightly, causing his forehead to show signs of cracking while his skin was already pierced through. Blood flowed down his face, causing him to seem extremely hideous. This blade chi was too swift, fierce, and all-powerful. It intended to slash open Chu Zhongtian's head and sever his soul. Bang! However, right at this critical moment, a dazzling ray of light flashed out, and it carried Chu Zhongtian to the distance. He'd definitely overcome this calamity. Everyone was astounded and caught off guard. I knew it. Since you brought 2 old dogs with you, it's impossible for you to not interfere in this matter. Lin Sun seemed to have expected this, and his black eyes were like bolts of lightning as he gazed at the 2 old men at the king realm by the side of the carriage. Young man, it's not good to be too hot-tempered. You lack poison cultivation, and it's not beneficial to your growth. An emaciated old man's body was suffused with divine light of the way of kings as he stood there, and he looked coldly at Lin Sun with an indifferent expression. The other old man helped Chu Zhongtian into the carriage and carefully protected him. Seeing this, all the people watching the battle in the distance frowned and secretly scolded the 2 old guys for being nosy. Obviously, they couldn't afford to lose. An old man who doesn't die is a thief. Do you think you're qualified to teach me a lesson? I might as well tell you that if I wanted to kill Chu Zhongtian before, I didn't have to wait until now. It's just that you 2 old dogs are too much of an eyesore, so I have to guard against you. Lin Sun sneered, but his black eyes were cold. Now it seems that I'm right to be careful. Don't you feel ashamed to intervene in the fight between peers? He didn't lie. If he had used the broken blade before, he would have killed Chu Zhongtian. The reason why he reserved it was nothing more than to be vigilant against the 2 old men at the king realm. Young man, if you're too rigid, it's easy to break. We respect the saintess behind you, not you. The emaciated old man exuded coldness all over his body, and his eyes were cold. If I want to deal with you, Do you think you can still stand and talk to me? Bah. You're so shameless. You lost. Don't deny it. Do you want the whole world to look down on your heaven's pivot holy land? Suddenly, a rough scolding sounded. Then, the tall and majestic figure of Alu appeared, carrying a giant wrought iron stick, squinting at the emaciated old man with a contemptuous face. Lin Sun was stunned. Why did this guy come here? Elder brother, I'm here to cheer for you today. I believe that all the people present will also look down on this despicable behavior. Alu gave full play to his talent in talking, full of vigor and spittle flying. Everyone in the field was silent, and no one responded. Obviously, no one wanted to offend the heavens pivot holy land. But in their hearts, they felt that Alu's scolding was very satisfying. This time, the heavens pivot holy land was really unreasonable. The emaciated old man smiled faintly and ignored Alu. Instead, he looked at Lin Sun and said, "Young man, I advise you to be careful. The great era is coming. At that time, I'm afraid that the sanctus behind you can no longer protect you." Are you threatening me? Lin Sun's dark eyes were deep and cold. No, I'm just reminding you not to underestimate any orthodoxy. You can't estimate the strength of any orthodoxy that can survive from the ancient times to the present. It's easy for them to kill you. The emaciated old man said lightly. Of course, he only dared to say so. He didn't dare to do anything to Lin for fear of provoking the mysterious woman. If he dared to disobey the rules, the consequences were bound to be serious. Shameless old man, you only know how to threaten. Can you not be so shameless? Alu shouted in the distance. Shut up. No matter how good-tempered the emaciated old man was, he was irritated by Alu. His face darkened, and an invisible pressure emanated from his body, pressing towards Alu. Unexpectedly, Alu grinned and suddenly waved the giant wrought iron stick on his shoulder. His figure rushed up and smashed towards the emaciated old man. At first, the emaciated old man was disdainful. But when the stick smashed towards him, his face suddenly changed. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped it with all his strength. Boom, a scene that caused everyone to be astounded appeared. The withered old man was actually smashed flying by a single strike of the rod, and he fell over 30 m away with a thump, causing him to be in an extremely sorry state. Alu, on the other hand, was unscathed. Everyone present was shocked. Wasn't this barbarian too tough? Only Lin Sun was calm. It was also here that Suer of the Holy Land of Spirit Treasure had launched a sneak attack on him, but she was sent flying by Alu's stick. After all, Suer was a king who had stepped into the immortal realm. The emaciated old man in front of them was not even as powerful as Suer, but he still dared to provoke Alu. It was his bad luck. Shameless old dog, trash, and a disgrace. Alu reprimanded triumphantly. A holy treasure? The emaciated old man got up with a livid face. He had already seen that the giant stick in Alu's hand was an extremely terrible holy treasure. Which orthodoxy are you from? Are you planning to court disaster? The emaciated old man's voice was full of killing intent. Damn you. I'll beat you to death. Alu was immediately annoyed. He roared and dashed over with his giant stick. He was like a tornado, violent, ferocious, and ferocious. Let's go. On the other side, a king drove a purple gold carriage and rose into the air. He called for the emaciated old man to follow him. Obviously, he realized that the situation was not good. I'll kill you next time, you little bastard. The emaciated old man glared at Alu, who was dashing over, and was about to leave after saying these harsh words. Did I say you could leave? But at this moment, Lin Sun's cold voice rang in his ears. Then, a dreamy, dazzling starlight appeared in his field of vision, descending from the sky. Oh no, the emaciated old man completely panicked. He sensed that this was the restrictive power of the star chess sea, and he was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. How could he not know that Lin Sun had relied on this power to kill all the kings here? Boom, he used almost all his strength, pushing his cultivation to the limit, and dashed toward the void in the distance. At the same time, he took out a spiritual sword to block the starlight that enveloped him. P.S. Here's the 4th update. I don't believe there will be 5 updates today. Goldfish said that she wouldn't back down tonight. She would make the 5th update even if she had to stay up all night. But it's going to be very late. Everyone can watch it tomorrow after they wake up. In an instant, the spiritual sword was enveloped by the starlight. The sword was corroded and then destroyed. At the same time, a long saber formed by the starlight swept out. Like a guillotine, it easily chopped at the skinny old man. Puff, the old man's body suddenly exploded. However, his primordial spirit had escaped from his shell a step earlier and avoided this calamity. In an instant, he had already vanished without a trace. His incomparably furious roar still echoed in the air. Everyone present felt their hair stand on end when they saw this scene. They were extremely shocked. A powerful king had his body destroyed so easily. If he hadn't escaped in time, his body and soul might have been destroyed. It was the first time for many people to see Lin Sun use the power of the star chassis, so it was easy to imagine how shocked they were. Then, the crowd went into an uproar. They looked at Lin Sun differently. He was a demon. Even someone as powerful as Chu Zhongtian was defeated by him and almost lost his life. In the face of a king's disdain, Lin Sun showed no fear. He even fought back forcefully, causing the opponent's primordial spirit to escape from his body. Many people present were amazed. Although he had been silent for a month, Demon Lin was still the same Demon Lin. He was powerful, arrogant, and invincible. Big brother, you should have killed those 2 old beasts first and then dealt with Chu Zhongtian. That way, you could have wiped them out in one go and won beautifully. Alu returned with his giant wrought iron rod and said in a low voice. Wiped out in one go? Lin Sun's lips twitched. He didn't expect this guy to be more black-hearted than him. Let's not talk about this. Why are you here? Lin Sun asked. Big brother is in trouble. How can I not come to help? Alu said solemnly. Lin Sun sighed. Alu, don't call me big brother. This guy looked old and rugged. Who could imagine that he was only 19 years old? If people saw him calling him big brother, they would think that he was older than him. No, you are my big brother. Moreover, the old bastard said that I should follow you in the future. He said that when the great era comes, we brothers can work together and defeat all the talents in the world. We can rule the world and live a carefree life. Alu's voice was loud, and he sounded like a bandit. Lin Sun glanced at the crowd in the distance. He quickly called out to Alu and headed into the depths of the star chassis. This fellow had no filter on his mouth. If some of his words that were obviously boastful were to spread out, who knew what kind of rumors would spread out? Just as Lin Sun expected, news of this battle still spread. It caused an uproar and spread to all the great orthodoxies. For a time it was unknown how many people paid attention to it. Chu Zhongtian's strength was known to the world, but he had still been defeated. He had nearly been killed by fiend god Lin. It was very shocking. Many orthodoxies began to re-evaluate Lin Sun's combat strength, thinking that he should already possess the combat strength of a peerless giant, or even stronger. Later on, there were even many absolute figures who appeared out of nowhere who declared that they wanted to head to the Sea of Star Chess to suppress Lin Sun and prove their strength. However, this news was soon covered up. As the Great Era was coming, too many sensational events were happening in the ancient Desolation territory every day. The most shocking was a young man by the name of Xianxia. He came from an ancient clan and had been silent for 10,000 years. Now that he had appeared, he ran amok in the world and started a bloody massacre. For the first time, the 4 successors of an ancient orthodoxy joined forces to attack. In the end, they were killed by Xianxia with a raise of his hand. After that, the number 1 expert of the Bash lineage was suppressed by Xianxia. He skinned his skin and pulled out his tendons before he left. Following that, several other absolute figures were killed one after another. This caused an endless uproar. It was all done by a single person. Xianxia was like a god of slaughter. He ran amok in the East Triumph world, killing countless dazzling figures of his generation along the way. The 6 Hells world destruction art has finally been cultivated by someone. This art can destroy the heavens and the earth. It is like the great purgatory refining the cosmos. It has the power to kill even gods. I never thought that it would appear in the world again after so many years. When this news spread, the world was shocked. An ancient freak who had been sealed for 10,000 years had now walked out of his slumber. He had naturally come for the opportunity to become a king in the Great Era. Moreover, he was unruly and ferocious. He announced to the world in an extremely ostentatious manner, "Is there no one in the current generation who can match me?" This caused great waves in the world. Old monsters from ancient orthodoxies moved out and wanted to kill Xianxia in secret. However, they failed time and time again and were killed instead. The reason was that Xianxia had a holy treasure on him that could shake the heavens. The Great Era hasn't truly arrived, yet he is already killing. This is too ostentatious. In an ancient city covered in misty rain, a beautiful woman in white walked on the street. She was spotless. Her body flowed with the luster of ice and snow. Her face was beautiful yet cold. She was like a proud and aloof iceberg, making others feel ashamed of their inferiority. Saintess Lin Shui has appeared. That day, news spread out from this city and shook the world. Saintess Lin Shui was a peerless beauty who shocked the world for a period of time 3,000 years ago. Countless geniuses fought to bow down to her. Ever since she started cultivating, every step she took could be called perfect. She was like a goddess and had enough resources to make countless geniuses look up to her. I came for the Great Era. I don't want to make enemies and I don't fear them. These were the words of Saintess Lin Shui. She was calm and composed, but she revealed a type of absolute confidence. Apart from that, there was also news of other freaks and geniuses. There was no lack of people who were even more stunning than Xianxia and Saintess Lin Shui. Compared to that, the news of Lin Sun defeating Chu Zhongtian was just one of the many pieces of news. It could no longer monopolize the attention of the world. None of this had anything to do with Lin Sun. If it wasn't for saving Gu Yanting, he wouldn't even bother to fight with Chu Zhongtian. On a lone island in the Star Chess Sea, Lin Sun had prepared roasted meat and fine wine. He was entertaining Ah Lu and Gu Yanting. You don't know what's happening in the outside world? Lin Sun had originally planned to get some information from Ah Lu. He didn't expect this guy to be completely clueless. Why should I care about those ancient freaks, geniuses, saintesses, and geniuses? They have nothing to do with me. Are they worth my attention? If they dare to provoke me, I'll just smash them to death with my rod. Ah Lu said vaguely. He was currently gnawing on black dog meat. His mouth was covered in grease, and he was very happy. It was as if the fine wine and roasted meat in his hands were more important than those geniuses and geniuses. Heartless, Lin Sun muttered in his heart. He had already understood that Ah Lu had indeed come looking for him this time. Moreover, Ah Lu didn't intend to leave. He said that he wanted to follow Lin Sun into the great world and seize opportunities. Lin Sun was quite happy. He thought that this was a form of trust and admiration Ah Lu had for him. Who would have thought that the real reason was that Ah Lu's master, the sloppy old Taoist, had said that demon god Lin was a sinister and ruthless person. As long as Lin Sun was careful not to be tricked by him, he would definitely not suffer in the great world. It was one thing to say that demon god Lin was sinister and ruthless, but he also had to be careful not to be tricked by Lin Sun. Lin Sun had to admit that Ah Lu was really an old bastard. I've heard of something. As the great world draws closer, the peerless figures of those ancient orthodoxies are all making preparations to enter a place called the domain of the Absolute Summit, Gu Yanting suddenly said. He thought that this news should be helpful to Lin Sun. As expected, Lin Sun was immediately attracted and asked about it. I heard that after the great world arrives, there will be a shocking change in the ancient desolation domain, and a mysterious ancient domain will appear. Anyone who enters the ancient desolation domain will be able to seize opportunities to become a peerless king realm expert. So, this domain is called the domain of the Absolute Summit. In the ancient times, this domain of the Absolute Summit had once descended into the world, and it attracted countless geniuses to enter and compete for the Great Way. Speaking of this, Gu Yanting added, by the way, the Tianjiao Golden List will also appear in the domain of the Absolute Summit. Can anyone enter that place? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. This was very crucial. Gu Yanting said, anyone below the king realm has the opportunity to enter. Lin Sun heaved a sigh of relief. It couldn't be better. If there were no such restrictions, the old monsters of the king realm and sages would probably be unable to help but enter and have a look. However, when Lin Sun wanted to know the specific situation of the domain of the Absolute Summit, Gu Yunting shook his head. Because he had only heard of it and didn't have a chance to understand it in depth. Even then, Lin Sun was still able to determine that every single genius that desired to attain the peak king realm in the great world would definitely target the domain of the Absolute Summit. This meant that at that time, all the geniuses would definitely compete within it and launch an unprecedented competition for the Great Way. Moreover, it was bound to be extremely tragic. After all, the peak king realm wasn't something that just anyone could attain. According to this deduction, Yun Qingbai will definitely enter this place as well at that time. Lin Sun thought in his heart. After he ate and drank to his heart's content, Alu found a place and went to sleep. He seemed as if he didn't care about anything since he had a big brother like Lin Sun, and he didn't seem to regard Lin Sun as an outsider at all. Lin Sun originally intended to make Gu Yunting stay behind, but Gu Yunting intended to leave and search for information about the great world. Even though he wasn't an absolute figure, he didn't intend to give up on this goal. This aroused a trace of respect in Lin Sun's heart. Gu Yunting had such a persistent heart, so long as he persisted in cultivating, then his accomplishments in the future would definitely grow higher and higher. Gu Yunting left, and Lin Sun and Alu continued to stay on the lone island. From this day on, Lin Sun once again entered into cultivation, either to comprehend the power of the Great Way or to deduce the various Taoism techniques he had mastered. He didn't waste any time. Occasionally, he would also comprehend the mysteries of the Dharma scripture and compare it with his own Taoist path. He had a feeling of drawing parallels and inferring other things from one instance, which benefited Lin Sun a lot. This was a Taoist scripture written by Holy Monk Duji and Black Phoenix Holy Empress together. It was compiled after countless years of painstaking efforts. It not only contained the Taoism and Taoism techniques of the earthly depository temple and the Phoenix tribe, but also the comprehension and experience of the two sages on the Great Way. It was extremely precious and valuable, even above the ancient scriptures of some ancient orthodoxies. Lin Sun was neither a Buddhist practitioner nor a descendant of the Phoenix tribe, but he could comprehend and cultivate the various mysteries in this scripture. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this scripture was. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. On this day, Lin Sun, who was comprehending the mysteries of the impermanence chop, suddenly trembled and opened his eyes. P.S. The 5th update is here. The goldfish had been exploding for many days in a row, so he planned to take a break and reorganize himself. He was really tired, so he would continue exploding after he recovered his energy. Of course, he would maintain the normal updating. If the children felt that the goldfish was awesome, they would throw monthly tickets. If there were no monthly tickets, they would add it to the bookshelf for collection. Lin Sun woke up from his cultivation with a strange look on his face. He turned over his palm, and the wordless pagoda emerged. Boom! After that, a rumbling that sounded like muffled thunder resounded while an expanse of golden light seethed and shot into the sky. Alu, who was sleeping soundly, trembled with fear. He suddenly got up and shouted with his huge masonry iron rod in his hand, "Damn it, who is this monster?" At this time, the dazzling golden light converged and gradually outlined a figure with his hands behind his back, standing proudly in the void, looking up at the sky and sighing. In ancient times, I was the king. 8 directions and 6 directions alone. Today, before the awakening of the great era. Dare to compete with the geniuses, a deep and magnetic voice floated between heaven and earth. The golden light in the vast starry sky converged, revealing the true appearance of the figure. He was dressed in a green robe, with fair skin and a jade-like face. He was extremely handsome and had a pair of golden eyes. At this time, with his hands behind his back, he looked up at the sky with an evil and disdainful smile, which was very eye-catching. Alu was dumbfounded. Which immortal was this? The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched. He hadn't seen him for several years, but this guy was more elegant than before, more and more showy, narcissistic and shameless. This man was Old Toad, Jean Dui, a descendant of the three-legged golden toad. Old Toad turned his head and reprimanded with a dignified look, "Little Lin, come and kowtow when you see me appear out of nowhere." Alu gasped. Who on earth was this guy? How dare he call his elder brother Little Lin? But Lin Sun said with a fake smile, "Kowtow." Old Toad said unhappily, "Stupid." Little Lin, you don't think I'm still the same as before, do you? I might as well tell you that I've awakened my gifted bloodline and mastered the unique secret method in the world. This time, I'm bound to step on all the geniuses, sweep the world, and reach the top of the world. Speaking of this, he looked down at Lin Sun and said proudly, so, you'd better come and kowtow. Maybe I'll give you some opportunities when I become a king for the sake of our past relationship, which will be enough for you to enjoy endlessly. Alu was dumbfounded. Lin Sun smiled, are you sure you want to do this? Old Toad squinted at Lin Sun and said, I'm not joking with you. Pa, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sun slapped the back of Old Toad's head. The latter staggered and shouted angrily, Little Lin, how dare you, Pa? Lin Sun hit him on the back of the head again and said, Little Lin? You are disrespecting the king. Old Toad yelled in a flustered and exasperated manner. Golden divine splendor rose from its entire body, and when its eyes opened and closed, terrifying flames shot out like a sea of fire. His aura had become extremely terrifying all of a sudden. Blasphemous king? Lin Sun raised his eyebrow. The old toad had indeed become extremely powerful and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before, but it still couldn't stop Lin's slap. The slap made the old toad slip and almost fall down. F***ck, how did you become so powerful? Old Toad panicked, no longer arrogant and conceited. He covered the back of his head in exasperation and stamped with rage. Seeing Lin Sun raise his hand again, the old toad hurriedly screamed and waved his hand, don't hit me, don't hit me. Aren't we brothers who have gone through life and death together? Lin Sun sneered, you only remembered now? Pa, another slap on the back of the head. The old toad almost burst into tears. After several years of closed-door training, he had successfully awakened his bloodline talent and his cultivation had undergone a rebirth. He was no longer the same as before. He had thought that after coming out of closed-door training this time, he would be able to look down on the world and sweep away all his peers. Who would have thought that just Lin Sun alone would make him irresistible? Who is Little Lin? Asked Lin Sun. The old toad's face was cloudy and uncertain, as if it still couldn't accept the cruel reality of being hit by Lin Sun. But when he saw Lin Sun raise his hand, he immediately shouted, there is only Little Gold in this world, not Little Lin. Little Gold, Lin Sun was stunned and then suddenly realized that Old Toad's original name was Jean Dui. But why was this guy calling himself Little Gold so disgusting? Then do I still need to kowtow? Asked Lin Sun again. The old toad hurriedly shook its head and said embarrassedly, just kidding, just kidding. But his heart was filled with grief and indignation. After several years of silence, he had thought that he could run amok and look down on Lin Sun. Who would have thought that he would be reduced to such a state? How miserable, he wailed in his heart. Lin Sun grunted and continued to ask, do I count as disrespecting the king? The old toad almost collapsed and hurriedly said, I'll call you big brother, okay? Don't bully me like this. Ha ha ha, I thought you were powerful, but it turns out that you're just a good-looking but useless idiot. Damn, you almost scared me just now. Next to him, Alu laughed unscrupulously and looked down on the old toad. Seeing a barbarian dare to laugh at it, the old toad was instantly annoyed and said coldly, Bumpkin, who gave you the courage to laugh at me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Alu grinned, I don't believe it. You. The old toad was thoroughly annoyed. It was fine if it was beaten by Lin Sun, but now even a barbarian dared to provoke it like this. This was intolerable. Boom, he suddenly stepped out and grabbed with his palm. Dazzling golden light rotated and vaguely, an astonishing phenomenon of swallowing the sun and spitting out the moon and moving the stars appeared. At this moment, the old toad's power was extremely terrifying. Lin Sun was surprised. With a wave of his sleeve, the restriction of the star chassis spread out to avoid accidentally injuring the old toad. At the same time, Alu also laughed and began to fight with the old toad. Boom, in an instant, the two collided with each other, producing a terrible roar that made the whole world tremble. The old toad was dazzling all over, golden light soaring into the sky. He was performing a kind of world-shocking Taoist magic. Every blow he struck presented a grand momentum that could swallow the sun and moon, fierce, and overbearing. At the beginning, Alu was actually suppressed because of a moment of carelessness. This made him furious. Idiot, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Boom, Alu's figure spread out. His figure was like a majestic mountain, and his blood and chi were boiling like the ocean. He was like a barbarian god, and when he waved his fist, even the void seemed to be unable to bear his tyrannical physical strength, producing a sharp and ear-piercing explosion and collapsing in disorder. Yo, I didn't realize that a bumpkin like you is actually a great character on the path of becoming a sage. If I'm not wrong, you're cultivating the Supreme Emperor suppression technique, right? The old toad was a little surprised and seemed to find it hard to believe. What's your relationship with the bloodline of the ancient divine elephant martial emperor? Cut the crap. Are all the descendants of the golden toad bloodline women? Why are you so long-winded? Alu roared. His figure was imposing and ferocious as he charged into the void. One could faintly see the pores all over his body open up, and phantoms of divine elephants appeared. With his body as a prison, he stepped into the starry sky and suppressed the world. That kind of divine might caused the world to change color. Women? I'll beat you to death, you bumpkin. The old toad shrieked as if its reverse scale had been touched, and it rushed forward to fight Alu madly. The two fought under the starry sky. Divine brilliance surged and the wind and clouds surged. It was actually an unprecedented and shocking battle. Lin Sun didn't stop it. He raised his head to watch the battle, but his heart was a little uneasy. He could already see that after several years of closed-door cultivation, the old toad was like a different person from before. It stood on the peerless path of the reincarnation development realm. This was very shocking. It should be known that in the ultimate, the old toad's combat strength was extremely weak. It had even said that it would be very difficult for it to display its combat strength because it hadn't awakened its bloodline talent. But now, it was completely different. The change was too great. It had actually set foot on the peak in one go. This kind of transformation could absolutely be called shocking. Moreover, the Taoism he mastered was also extremely terrifying. It could swallow the sun and spit out the moon, move the stars, and draw upon the momentum of the universe. It was really mysterious and boundlessly terrifying. This could be seen from the fact that he could fight fiercely with Alu without falling into a disadvantageous position. It should be known that Alu was one of the top 10 junior giants. Moreover, he was only 19 years old this year, came from a secret realm, and walked on the path of becoming a sage. But even so, the old toad could fight with him, which really surprised Lin Sun. Similarly, the combat strength Alu showed made Lin Sun unable to calm down. He clearly remembered that Alu was far less powerful than he was now in the junior giants competition. It seemed that in less than 2 months, some kind of shocking change had also happened to Alu. Supreme Emperor World Suppression Technique, the bloodline of the ancient divine elephant martial emperor. Is what the old toad said true? Only then did Lin Sun realize that he hadn't had a detailed understanding of Alu before. This barbarian-like guy should actually have an extremely shocking origin. Boom, suddenly, Alu in the sky waved the giant wrought iron cudgel like a barbarian god wielding a heaven-shattering artifact, revealing a terrifying and boundless destructive power. Divine Elephant 9 Smelted Cudgel. You bumpkin, you really have something to do with the bloodline of the divine elephant martial emperor. The old toad seemed to be astonished. Without delay, a dazzling, dreamy golden light suddenly burst out from between his eyebrows. When he looked carefully, he noticed to his surprise that it was a treasure that seemed like a copper coin. It was round on the outside and square on the inside, and there were golden wings on its sides. Moreover, there were obscure and strange markings of the Tao on it, causing it to be dazzling like a small sun. Clang, with just one blow, Alu's giant wrought iron cudgel buzzed violently and was about to fly out of his hand uncontrollably. The copper coin of treasure fall? Is there really such a thing in the world? Alu cried out loudly and exerted all his strength. Only then did he manage to hold the giant rod in his hand tightly and prevent it from breaking free. Boom, the two of them fought fiercely again. The void was blown up, the universe was in disorder, and the sea was tumbling violently. If Lin Sun hadn't controlled the restrictive power of the sea in advance, the fluctuations of the battle alone would definitely have caused the suppression of the All-Side Stars formation. However, he was in no mood to pay attention to this at the moment. He was completely attracted by the battle between the old toad and Alu and couldn't calm down. Whether it was Alu or the old toad, as the battle became more and more fierce, the fighting skills they displayed became more and more amazing, which Lin Sun had never seen before. How could he remain calm? Plop. Plop. In the end, Old Toad and Ah Lu were separated by Lin Sun and thrown to the ground from the void. If they continued to fight, they would fight for real, which wasn't what Lin Sun wanted to see. Old Toad's handsome face was swollen and bruised. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Ah Lu was also twitching all over, every inch of his skin trembling as he panted like a bull. It's worthy of being called Supreme Emperor Suppression. It's as powerful as an elephant suppressing the starry sky and as mighty as an emperor suppressing the world. I'm very happy to see its power today. Old Toad's face was gloomy as he sighed. However, his head was red and swollen like a pig's, which was rather comical. Alas, you're flattering me. Golden Toad swallowing stars and spitting menstruation has the power to swallow a bull and seize the power of nature. It's praised as a peerless martial art of the ancient times. We can only sigh at our inferiority. Ah Lu also sighed with emotion, but his whole body twitched as if in pain. No discord, no concord. Yes, it was a good fight. It's fate that we meet. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Wonderful. Just what I want. The more Old Toad and Ah Lu talked, the happier they became. They seemed to appreciate each other and wished they hadn't met earlier. They were just short of throwing their arms around each other and drinking to each other. Enough. Lin Sun resisted the disgust in his heart and pulled the two who were flattering each other apart. Big brother, I think this green-robed little brother can be the third brother. Ah Lu looked at Lin Sun sincerely. Old Toad was stunned for a moment, then laughed. I'm afraid that's inappropriate. I've been brothers with Lin Sun for a long time. You came later, so we can't mix up our seniority. I'd better be the second brother. Ah Lu shook his head. That won't do. Old Toad frowned. Why not? It's only right and proper. Ah Lu said angrily, you want to be the second brother with me, don't you? Old Toad's face darkened. You're still young. It's not easy to be the second brother. I'm doing this for your own good. Ah Lu suddenly rose and said fiercely, I'm definitely the second brother. Previously, the two of them regretted not meeting each other earlier, but now they were at daggers drawn, which gave Lin a headache. The scariest thing was that these two guys were actually fighting to be second. Brother, with a strange look on his face, Lin Sun couldn't help but say, everyone has the second brother. Why should we fight for it? Old Toad and Ah Lu were stunned, then their expressions changed as if they had eaten a dead fly. Fine, you can be number two. Old Toad had a magnanimous look on its face. I can't do it. Why don't you do it? Ah Lu also began to shirk responsibility. The two of them also felt a wave of disgust in their hearts. Just now, they were only concerned with suppressing the other party, but they never thought that the word number two was not a good word. Didn't every good man have his own second brother? Who the hell would want to be a plaything like that? The more they thought about it, the more disgusted they felt. They regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. If they had known this would happen, they would have happily agreed to it, but Lin Sun was amused and laughed wildly. Lin Sun was very happy that Old Toad had woken up. Next, Lin Sun learned that Old Toad had successfully awakened the talent of the three-legged golden toad over the years of closed-door cultivation and obtained the inherited power branded in its blood. One was the sun-swallowing menstruation. One was the copper coin of treasures. The cultivation method was the supreme inheritance of the golden toad bloodline, and the treasure was Old Toad's life divine weapon. So it's not the copper coin of treasures. Ah Lu seemed a little disappointed. Old Toad rolled its eyes. What do you know? When my copper coin of treasures is cultivated to the extreme, it can transform into the real copper coin of treasures. Ah Lu smiled. I'm afraid you can't do it. Is the copper coin of treasures very powerful? Asked Lin Sun. Old Toad immediately raised the corner of its mouth and said, it's said to be able to knock down all the treasures in the world. How can it not be powerful? But this treasure is only a legend, and no one has ever seen it since ancient times. After a pause, he said proudly, but my copper coin of treasures is not simple. It contains a wisp of congenital clear chi and a wisp of primordial mystery. As long as it's used, although it can't knock down a holy treasure, it's more than enough to knock down some supreme weapons. This time, Ah Lu didn't refute. He had just fought with Old Toad and knew the power of the copper coin of treasures. Then, Alu also confessed that he did cultivate the Supreme Emperor suppression art, but he didn't know whether it had anything to do with the bloodline of the ancient divine elephant martial emperor. During the primeval times, the divine elephant martial emperor was once one of the strongest experts in the world, and he possessed extraordinary and supreme might. Many people guessed that he'd already broken through the limits of the Saint Tao, and he'd completely transcended the world and attained great freedom. Old Toad told a secret, but later, the divine elephant martial emperor mysteriously disappeared and never appeared in the world again. This closed-door cultivation awakened the talent of his bloodline, but also awakened many silent and sealed memories. Speaking of this, Old Toad couldn't help squinting at Alu. Alu said frankly, "Don't ask me. I don't know." "Then what do you know?" Old Toad was a little dissatisfied. "I only know that the bloodline of the three-legged golden toad was cut off in ancient times. I didn't expect that there are still descendants surviving in the world and awakening the inheritance imprinted in the bloodline." Alu's eyes were bright as he stared at Old Toad. "As far as I know, not everyone can awaken the bloodline inheritance, even in the three-legged golden toad." Old Toad said expressionlessly, "You know nothing about the affairs of my clan." Alu retorted sarcastically, "You know nothing about whether I have anything to do with the divine elephant martial emperor or not." Lin Sun hurriedly changed the subject. These two guys were completely at loggerheads, and it was easy to start a war. "Lin Sun, the Great Era is coming. This is an unprecedented great era, and it is destined to be the last time this era will be extremely brilliant. After that, it will wither." Old Toad suddenly got up, looked at the sky, and said in an impassioned voice, "This is the best time for us to advance triumphantly. If we miss this opportunity, we won't have it again." Then, he looked at Lin Sun, "Do you have any plans?" Lin Sun was stunned. "Does stepping into the absolute king realm count?" Old Toad slapped his thigh, "You deserve to be one of us. In the Great Era, this is the realm we seek. When the absolute domain comes, it will be the time for us to rise and become kings." "You also know about the absolute domain?" Lin Sun was surprised. "Nonsense, it has appeared more than once in ancient times. How can I not know?" Old Toad was very contemptuous. This guy was like this, unconsciously showing off and being very arrogant. Lin Sun slapped the back of his head and immediately suppressed his arrogance. Only then did Old Toad obediently tell Lin Sun about the absolute domain. Anyone under the absolute king realm can enter the absolute domain. In ancient times, every time the absolute domain came, it would inevitably attract the attention of all the practitioners in the world. No matter who it was, as long as their cultivation didn't exceed the absolute king realm, they would fight desperately to enter. Do you know why? It's very simple. The good fortune and lucky chances in the region of absolute apex were too much. It's enough to make any orthodoxy and any ancient clan jealous. Old Toad's saliva flew everywhere, as if he was pointing out the world. We want to seize the opportunities of the absolute king realm, while other practitioners want to seize other opportunities and opportunities. In short, this is taking what we need. Lin Sun couldn't help asking, "What opportunities and opportunities are there on Earth?" Taoism, inheritance, ancient treasures, divine materials, immortal treasures, as well as innate Taoist symbols, spiritual embryos, and so on. It's enough to make sages crazy. Old Toad's eyes were golden and bright, fiery. Some people have even found the true dragon nest and immortal phoenix cave. All kinds of heaven-defying opportunities are absolutely beyond your imagination. Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp, "Really? It can't be fake." The Old Toad said, "At the very least, I know that in the primordial times, there was a cowherd boy who was merely at the true martial realm who accidentally swallowed a divine fruit in the apex domain, and in a short 100 days, he became a king in one go." Lin Sun was stunned. This sounded too incredible. Was there such a magical place in the world? "Do you know why I woke up in this life?" Old Toad said mysteriously. Without waiting for Lin Sun to ask, he answered himself, "Because, in ancient times, although the absolute domain appeared several times, some of the nature-defying fortunes were sealed. According to the deductions of the ancient almighties, only when an extremely dazzling great era arrives will these sealed heaven-defying fortunes be discovered and obtained by others." Speaking of this, Old Toad couldn't help sighing. If these heaven-defying opportunities were not sealed and could not be broken, There would have been many absolute king realm cultivators in ancient times. Lin Sun suddenly came to his senses and said, "So, you woke up in this life to wait for the arrival of the great world and enter the absolute domain?" Old Toad nodded. "In the past, I was muddled and couldn't remember anything because the bloodline power in my body was sealed, so my memories were incomplete. But it's different now. I understand my past and know what I should do." Lin Sun knew that Old Toad was indeed very weak at that time. He didn't even know how he woke up and how he came to this world. Then, Lin Sun thought of another thing. Recently, no one knew how many ancient freaks appeared in the ancient desolation domain, which caused a sensation in the world. Some were peerless geniuses who had been silent for thousands of years. Some were freaks and evildoers who had been silent for more than 10,000 years. There were even some who had been silent for a longer time, such as the little child on the sacred island of 5 elements and Xiaohao, the young master of the Nether Star Imperial clan who was silent in the Egg of Constellation. They should have been asleep since ancient times. At this time, Lin Sun suddenly found that Old Toad beside him was also an ancient freak. Otherwise, how could it not awaken its bloodline power and understand its past until now? All of a sudden, Lin Sun looked at Old Toad in a different way. This guy looked like a handsome young man in a green robe. Who could imagine that he was an old monster born in ancient times? What are you looking at?" Old Toad felt uncomfortable being stared at. Shivering, Old Toad was frightened by Lin's stare, and hurriedly said, "There's nothing special about ancient freaks. Compared with contemporary peerless figures, they've been dormant for a longer time, accumulated a more terrifying foundation, and mastered the power of the great Tao. That's all." Lin stared at Old Toad with a faint look in his eyes and said, "You can't live forever without becoming a king. Since ancient times, you've been dormant for countless years, but you can still keep your bone age young. Isn't that special?" Old Toad shivered all over. "I warn you, don't even think about doing anything to me. I swear I'll die before you do." Alu was the first to speak. He spat, "You're not a fairy or a saintess. I'd be blind to have designs on you. But then again, you're indeed quite handsome. You're even prettier than some of the gorgeously dressed women in this world." At the end of his words, he couldn't help laughing. Old Toad was so angry that he almost fought with the barbarian. What he hated most was comparing his appearance with a woman's. Then, he sighed and said, "The lifespan of all living beings is enslaved by the law of time, and no one can change it. Unless you can break the barrier of time, you can live forever, but this is almost impossible. Even sages can't get rid of the shackles of time. Although ancient freaks can keep their young potential, it's not because they're powerful enough to avoid the erosion of time, but because they're all frozen seeds." "Seeds?" asked Lin Sun. "Right, by utilizing a supreme forbidden technique, one's own potential, vitality, and strength would be completely sealed, and one would be able to avoid the corrosion of time. It's like a seed that's been buried in the snow, and so long as the seal is removed and the seed is planted, it would be able to grow swiftly and bear fruit." Old Toad was worried that Lin Sun would dissect and study it, so he told him everything he knew about ancient freaks. However, not everyone can become a seed. At the end of his words, Old Toad looked grim. "The ups and downs of the world and the changes of time are the order of the world. Strong as the ancient orthodoxy is, it's just a drop in the ocean in front of time. To avoid the erosion of time and hide the seeds so that they have a chance to awaken again, not only will it cost immeasurable resources and power, but it will also take a gamble. If you're lucky, the seeds may bloom again. Bad luck. Being frozen means death. Under such circumstances, only great sects and sects with boundlessly terrifying reserves would have the ability to make arrangements in advance and plant seeds." Hearing this, Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart and said, "Does this mean that every ancient freak who can awaken in this world has won the gamble of fate? As for the other ancient freaks that have never been born, it is extremely likely that they will never be able to come back to life again?" Old Toad nodded. "Indeed." Lin Sun said thoughtfully, "If so, is every ancient freak who comes back to life in this world the most powerful figure in an ancient sect?" Old Toad nodded again. "Sealing a seed consumes an enormous amount of resources and power. As far as I know, some primordial forces exhausted the power of their entire race, poured in all their efforts, and gambled on the destiny of their entire race just to awaken a certain heavenly son in the future. Under such circumstances, how can a sealed seed be a mediocre person? It's even to the extent that it can be said that every single seed that's sealed away possesses the resources to step foot into the peak of the king realm. No matter if it's resources, natural talent, or physique, they aren't inferior to any peerless genius in the world. All they lack is an opportunity to become a king. Lin Sun completely understood. No wonder they were regarded as freaks. They were the strongest ones selected by a group of ancient sects with all their strength to become a king. If there was a great opportunity to become a supreme king in ancient times, it could be foreseen that these ancient freaks would never choose to stay silent and wait. They would have become kings long ago. Countless years of silence and waiting, all for the sake of this great era. Lin Sun was a little shocked. For the first time, he found that the road to Tao was so cruel. If they were born at the wrong time, even if they had the talent and peerless demeanor, they could only be in vain. Fortunately, for the top figures in the world, they were at least lucky, because the era they lived in had ushered in this great opportunity. Moreover, Lin Sun also roughly judged that there were differences among the so-called ancient freaks. Some had been silent for a long time. They had been frozen since ancient times and began to be silent. Some had been silent for a short time, like Chu Zhongtian, who had become famous 1,000 years ago. This also meant that, from ancient times until now, there had been freaks that had been hidden at different times. But the number could never be too large. As Old Toad said, if one wanted to hide a seed, the price to pay was too high, and they needed to gamble. Even if they were hidden, it was very likely that they would never wake up again. How powerful are the ancient freaks? This was what Lin Sun was most concerned about. Old Toad suddenly became arrogant. Looking disdainfully at the sky, he said proudly, in terms of foundation, they are probably about the same as me. But in terms of combat power, there are only a few who are stronger than me. How many is a few? Lin Sun asked. Old Toad coughed dryly. How can I know? Anyway, there can't be many. After all, it's really hard to meet a few peerless figures like me. Alu immediately said disdainfully, this toad is yawning. What a big tone. Get lost. Old Toad was so angry that his teeth itched. This barbarian always liked to go against him, which was simply too annoying. The two of them started to quarrel again. Lin Sun was in no mood to pay attention to them. If that mysterious woman's deduction was correct, there was only a month left before the arrival of the Great Era. When the time came, the absolute summit domain was bound to appear, whether it was the top figures of the orthodoxies of the present age, the peerless evildoers of the sacred hermit lands, or the ancient freaks who had been frozen until now. They were bound to enter the absolute summit domain in order to achieve the absolute summit domain. In this way, a struggle for supremacy among the world's tens of thousands of prides was bound to be inevitable, and the competition was bound to be crueler and more terrifying than expected. It's time to take a walk in the outside world, Lin Sun muttered to himself. He wanted to learn more about the Great Era, as well as the shocking changes that were currently happening in the world. Suddenly, Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat, and joy emerged in his eyes. With a flip of his hand, the wordless pagoda appeared. With a strange roar, a delicate and slender figure walked out. The darkness was like the luster of the eternal night, and it filled the surroundings of her graceful figure, making her look like a god that had walked out of the eternal night. Xianxia, all the distractions in Lin Sun's mind disappeared, and his mind and eyes were focused on her. As before, when Xianxia woke up this time, she was still wearing the black cloak. The brim of the hat covered half of her face, only revealing two slightly pale cherry lips and a white and delicate chin. However, unlike before, Xianxia became taller again. Her figure was graceful and slender. Standing there, the top of her head had reached the height of Lin Sun's ear. In the mortal world, Xianxia was still a young and beautiful little girl. But when she woke up at the Tao Discussion Lantern Festival, she was already slim and graceful like a budding girl. Although she hadn't reached the marriageable age, she had already shown her stunning beauty. But Xianxia who appeared at this time was different. She was as graceful as a willow, with a slender waist. Although her face was covered by the brim of the hat, the curves of her body had already revealed a kind of breathtaking beauty. Gulp gulp next to her, Old Toad and Alu both swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on her. It turned out to be Xianxia's black cloak. It was originally too small for her, but now as she grew taller, it seemed to be very tight on her body. In particular, the hem could only cover up to her thighs, revealing a pair of straight, white and slender legs. Her skin was as smooth as mutton fat and ivory, perfect and flawless, exuding a clear and lustrous luster. Even Linson felt his heart beat violently. This picture was too impactful. However, when he saw Old Toad and Alu's infatuated look, Linson's face suddenly darkened. He lifted his foot and kicked them away. Then, he took out one of his clothes and quickly tied it around Xiaxhi's waist. In the process, Linson's movements were casual, just like when he covered the sleeping Xiaxhi with a quilt in Feiyun village. It seemed that she didn't realize that the little girl was no longer the little girl of that year, and the current scene was no longer the same as before. However, from beginning to end, Xiaxhi was also very calm. Her clear eyes quietly watched Linson through the brim of the hat, and she was as natural as before, without any resistance or objection. Soon, the clothes that were tied around her waist barely covered the pair of legs that were exuding a fatal temptation. Linson was satisfied. He got up and said, "Let's make do with it for now. I'll buy you some suitable clothes when I have time." In fact, it was a little inappropriate for the clothes to be tied around her waist, but when they fell on Xiaxhi's graceful and beautiful body, they added a touch of another kind of amorous feeling. Xiaxhi nodded. Linson patted his forehead and said, "By the way, I didn't forget what you said. I left a lot of delicious food for you." As he spoke, he began to take things out. There was barbecued meat, all kinds of snacks, as well as first-rate food with exotic flowers and fruits. There was a great variety of them. While busy, Linson said, "Is it also because the great world is coming that you woke up this time?" Xiaxhi answered and naturally squatted on the ground with her hands around her legs, staring at Linson. "I knew it. Nowadays, there are many ancient freaks in the world. It's very lively. Even Old Toad has woken up. It would be strange if you didn't wake up. By the way, do you want to go to the Absolute Summit domain with me this time? It is said that there are a lot of heaven-defying fortunes sealed there. If you like one, I'll help you get it." The isolated island was silent, surrounded by a vast silver ocean. Linson talked incessantly as he was busy, which made him seem a little long-winded. But it could also be seen that he was in a good mood at the moment. However, when Linson finished his work and took out all kinds of food, Xiaxhi didn't enjoy them immediately. She still stared at Linson, as if he was the only one in her eyes and heart. The world and the food in front of her didn't seem to exist. Linson was stunned. "What's wrong?" He stopped what he was doing and looked at Xiaxhi, but there was a vague feeling in his heart, as if something beyond his expectation was going to happen. Xiaxhi shook her head without saying anything. She lowered her eyes, picked up a piece of barbecue and enjoyed it. Linson found that Xiaxhi was eating faster. She seemed to be calm, but she was absent-minded and just ate for the sake of eating. Linson looked at her in silence, wondering if something had happened when Nirvana recultivated last time, so that Xiaxhi seemed to be a little strange. Xiaxhi had finished eating everything at this time. Then she raised her beautiful face and stared at Linson with a pair of eyes as clear as the stars in the sky, saying, "I'm going to leave for a while." Her voice was ethereal, clear and soft. It fell into Linson's ears like a thunder. His heart suddenly trembled and his face changed slightly. "Leave?" Xiaxhi nodded, her eyebrows like the new moon in the sky, and said, "The fifth recultivation of Nirvana is different from the past. I need to be reborn in the battle and transform in the dark." Linson took a deep breath and asked, "Where are you going?" Xiaxhi got up and raised her head to look at the sky. It was unknown when a layer of darkness like the eternal night came from the sky. It was as thick as ink, covering the sky and emitting a depressing atmosphere. Old Toad and Alu in the distance were also alarmed and looked over. The eternal night was like an iron curtain that blocked the sky, as if the dark doomsday was coming, with a kind of suffocating power of silence. "Go there." Xiaxhi's voice was low. Her beautiful face, which could make the world dim, was as quiet as before, but with a kind of determination. Linson stared at the night sky with a solemn look. "What is that place? Can I go with you?" Xiaxhi shook her head. "That's my battlefield alone. No one can go there except me." The heavens and the earth fell into an extremely oppressive silence. A mysterious door gradually appeared in the night sky, but it was hidden in the darkness and could not be seen clearly. There's not much time left. A spear silently appeared in Xiaxi's hand. It was completely pure white and suffused with strands of dreamlike clear radiance. At the same time, an incomparable murderous aura spread out from Xiaxi's body, causing her clothes to flutter. Her graceful figure was ethereal, as if she wanted to ride the wind and kill her way to the ninth heaven. Lin Sun's expression was uncertain. His original joy had all disappeared. His heart was empty, and his chest felt like it was blocked by a rock. This was the first time that Summer Solstice said she wanted to leave since she came to Feiyun village in the mortal world. In the past, although Xiaxi had been taken away by the Queen of the Dark Night, Lin Sun knew that with the Queen's care, Xiaxi would not be in danger. But this time, it was obviously different. Summer Solstice was going to fight alone. For a moment, Lin Sun was confused. He wanted to stop Xiaxi, but he couldn't bear it. Xiaxi had said that her fifth recultivation needed to be in the battle. This was her way of cultivation. How could Lin Sun stop her? Suddenly, Lin Sun only felt that his body was hugged, and a warm and delicate body poured into his arms. He looked down and found it was Xiaxi. He was stiff all over, and Xiaxi's voice rang in his ears, "Wait for me to come back." Her voice was clear and irresistible. Lin Sun nodded subconsciously. Xiaxi took a few steps back and took a deep look at Lin Sun. Then she turned around and stepped into the void. Her clothes fluttered, and she held the spear in her hand. As soon as she stepped out, a path condensed by darkness emerged in the void and went straight to the sky. She didn't look back. It was not a farewell of life and death. She didn't hesitate anymore. It was not like she would never come back. Xiaxi left with firm steps and ascended into the void. Her delicate figure was getting farther and farther away, more and more hazy, and soon it was shrouded by the eternal darkness. Lin Sun stood on the island and stared at the beautiful figure gradually disappearing. His heart seemed to be hollowed out, and he had an unprecedented impulse to go with her. Boom. The chi around him roared, and the power of the heavenly cycle stars formation in this world was activated. The bright starlight rose up and turned into a rain of light, rushing into the sky. However, the sky was too high, and the darkness was like the eternal night, far from being shaken. At this time, Xiaxi had come to the dark door in the depths of the sky. She stopped in front of it. "You must take care of yourself. I will always wait for you." A long roar resounded through the sky. A knowing smile appeared on Xiaxi's lips, and her beautiful and ethereal face showed unprecedented brilliance. At that moment, even the eternal night seemed to be overshadowed. Then, she stepped into the door and disappeared. The eternal night and darkness that covered the sky like an iron curtain also disappeared with her. The sky became clear again, and the stars were shining brightly. On the island, Lin Sun was stunned, and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. Sigh, the word love is really harmful. Old Toad's harsh sigh sounded. Have you been harmed too? Alu was surprised. Are there people in this world who like toads? That's really freaking weird. I'm going to kill you this time, you bumpkin. Exasperated, Old Toad rushed up and started arguing with Alu. However, no matter how much they quarreled, Lin Sun seemed to turn a deaf ear to them. He stood there in a daze, as if his soul had left his body. This made Old Toad and Alu very worried. Could this guy be troubled by love and take things too hard? Lin Sun, what's there to take things too hard? There's no shortage of beautiful saintesses and fairies in this world. I'll catch a few more to warm your bed later to fill your loneliness. Old Toad shouted. Yes, just tell me which woman you like. No matter who she is, I promise I'll send her to your bed. Alu also comforted him, but in a very tough way. Lin Sun turned his head and glanced at them, saying, "You're talking nonsense. What do you know?" Old Toad shrieked, "Damn it, we're being kind, but he doesn't appreciate it." Alu said suspiciously, "Do you think he's been hurt by love and his temperament has changed so much that he's no longer interested in all the women in the world?" Old Toad was stunned. If that's the case, then it's going to be troublesome. The Great War of the World is about to begin. How can he be thwarted by love now? So, you're the only one who can help him now, Alu said seriously. Me? Old Toad pointed at his own nose in astonishment. Alu patted him on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Yes, you're so beautiful. You can give it a try and see if this guy has fallen in love with men. That way, you'll be able to test whether his temperament has changed greatly. Of course, if he really likes men, your looks are more than enough to match him. You. I'll F*** king kill you. Old Toad flew into a rage. His face turned green and his neck turned red with anger. He let out a deafening roar and fought Alu with all his might, wanting to kill Alu. Even Lin Sun felt a chill run down his spine. If Old Toad hadn't rushed up in advance, he wouldn't have been able to stop himself from beating up this unrestrained barbarian. However, Lin Sun's mood was greatly relieved after this disturbance. In the end, Lin Sun decided not to stay any longer. He left the Star Chess Sea and returned to the outside world. Xia had her own path to pursue, and he also had to prepare for the coming of the Great World. Great World, I, Jin Dui, am here. My name is destined to shake the heavens. Old Toad shouted excitedly by the shore of the Star Chess Sea. He had been in closed-door training for many years. Now that he had come out, he couldn't wait to sweep across the universe and shock the world. A toad beating the drum and blowing his own trumpet. Alu was very contemptuous. Lin Sun, on the other hand, was keenly aware that the atmosphere between heaven and earth had changed. The shore of the Star Chess Sea was the field of mysterious frost. Originally, this place was extremely desolate and cold. Apart from demonic beasts, there were no other living creatures. But now, it had become completely different. Many plants were growing in the layer of ice and rocks, and there were fresh flowers blooming in the cold wind, swaying beautifully. Even the air was no longer piercingly cold like a knife. Instead, there was a rich and warm feeling, and spiritual chi was dense and rising. Ka-cha. The ice beneath Lin Sun's feet cracked inch by inch. Under Lin Sun's gaze, a plant grew little by little. In a few breaths, a verdant green leaf and a crystal clear blue flower sprouted. Lin Sun plucked the flower and sensed it briefly. A vigorous life force surged toward him. This was just an ordinary flower. If spiritual medicines and herbs were nurtured by this life force, they would definitely undergo shocking changes. The Great World is really coming. Lin Sun murmured. Heaven and earth, everything in this world, were undergoing shocking changes. They were different from before. Furthermore, these changes were still continuing. Hey, someone actually inscribed words here. Not far away, the old toad stood in front of an ice rock and exclaimed in surprise. Lin Sun walked forward and saw lines of words engraved on the surface of the ice rock. They were left by Xianxia. It turned out that he had come to the Star Chess Sea more than 10 days ago, but Lin Sun was cultivating in seclusion. He couldn't meet Lin Sun, so he could only leave a letter here. He came to invite Lin Sun to participate in a gathering of the top figures of the young generation that was about to be held at the Thousand Streams Spiritual Mountain. The gathering was initiated by Mi Hengzhen of the Sun Moon Shrine. He was a veteran figure whose name had shaken the world for many years. His status in the Sun Moon Shrine was extremely high. The purpose of the gathering was very simple. It was to give the top figures of the young generation a chance to communicate with each other in the context of the coming of the Great World. Moreover, Xiaoqing had told Lin Sun in a strong tone that if there was nothing urgent, he must attend the gathering. Seeing this, Lin Sun immediately understood that the purpose of this gathering should not be as simple as an exchange. It's not too late. It's said that the gathering will start in a month. It's only been more than 10 days. Should we go and have a look? The old toad rubbed his palms together, looking forward to it. What he liked most was to join in the fun, especially when all the participants were the top figures of the current generation. This made him very excited. This toad can't wait to be in the limelight. Alu cast a sidelong glance at the old toad and exposed his thoughts. Of course, if we really go to the gathering, I'll keep an eye on this toad and won't let him cause trouble. Lin Sun almost couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was already a miracle that this guy was born with a big mouth and didn't cause trouble himself. How could he be worried that others would cause trouble? Let's go. Lin Sun said grumpily. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he had already swept into the boundless wind and snow. Behind him, the Star Chess Sea was as tranquil and vast as before. End of chapter 1124. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.